show so many clips from back in the day. You get all this nostalgia, and then just the hype builds, and there's always new cool stuff. The ages passing, and getting to see all those players. Oh, it's so good. I'm so happy.
Well, did you have a favorite moment from that opening ceremony, Trent? Any memories?
I mean, just watching not only the players, obviously at the end, like we're distilling a decade of competition and the best Dota that's ever been played into that.
And it's so great to relive those memories. TI is always this giant celebration of Dota. Obviously, this one I think is extra special in some ways because it's been that extra long that we've had to wait for it. And these teams, talent, viewers, fans, everybody is just so hungry to watch TI again.
Now, there are some people out there, whisper it, they've never seen a TI before. They've tuned in to find out what it's all about. And I have to say, this is my first one as well. So what is the most special thing about TI for you personally, Purge?
The best thing about TI, it's watching the game advance basically from the start of the tournament to the end. You never really know what the meta is going to be like, so seeing what the teams figure out and watching that refine towards the end of the tournament is probably my favorite thing, but prize ceremonies, there's so many things. It's hard to name just one.
I'm going to have to stop you there. That was the wrong answer. It's actually Crimson Witness. And if you bought a ticket to TI10, you're probably wondering, how am I going to get my drops? Well, my friends, what you need to do is go to dota2.com/Crimson Witness, register there, and every time there is one of those joyful first bloods, there will be exclusive drops available. Good luck, my friends.
Hurry up.
We're all waiting. Yeah, exactly. You need to do that as a priority. Open a new tab. Don't leave us because I'll be very, very upset. But you know what? You definitely don't want to leave us right now because we're going to be remotely joined by someone very special. Sound guys, turn your microphones down. He's called Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you so much, everybody. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here at the International 10. I might be alone this year. Oh, my beloved co-host, my friend Casey, could not make it. But that is okay, because I am still going to bring you guys all of the interviews, all of the everything. What the hell is this? Hello? Ow, hey, what are you? Stop it. No. Oh, no.
Hello.
No, please, God, no, you weren't supposed to come. They said this was my chance to shine.
I found you. Myron, we get to work together again. I'm so excited.
Myron is mine, as I have told you this year. But no, it's so good to have you back, Casey. Great. I see you're here in your devilish evil robot. So good to have you. How are things at home?
Oh, they're fine, thanks. I see you're here and that you picked a shirt.
I did pick a shirt. Thank you, Casey. It is so great. But don't worry, everybody. We will both be here to give you all of the TI content that you crave live. You ready to have some fun, Casey?
High five, buddy. High five.
Yeah, how about we go? How about we go? Back to you guys.
Put me down.
Can we get a visit from Casey, please?
I don't. She's gonna track dirt into here, I think.
Yeah.
Using those. She's got wheels.
I don't think she can handle the terrain of the mountainous region of which we're paneling from. So
It's fine. Well, I'm going to do everything I can to get her onto this set at some point because I've never got to work with Casey before. It's my first opportunity and I definitely don't want to miss it. And you know what? You guys don't want to miss this. This is our bracket here at the International. So you can see, if you missed the group stage, who we've got in the upper, who we've got in the lower bracket. Now, to be honest, the upper bracket's kind of what we expected, Trent.
yeah, for the most part. And of course, well, expected in some of the teams, but in terms of matchups, obviously I know there's one everyone's particularly looking forward to because it's never happened. And finally, they'll have the chance for Secret versus OG at TI.
And that's coming up today. It's coming up after our opening series of the day, which is going to be Invictus versus Team Spirit. But the lower bracket, we have got to talk about this situation, gods. If you look right at the bottom of that bracket, Evil Geniuses. They are in the lower bracket. This is a best of one situation against Elephant that we're going to be seeing later today.
It's brutal. These are two teams a lot of people had kind of pegged for that upper bracket, and to see them in a best of one elimination, historic players who have played at so many TIs, played in TI finals, won TI, and someone's going home.
Pat, who's it going to be? I'm going to get you to answer me right now.
It's really hard to say. I mean, I had a lot of hopes for EG, as did everybody else coming into the tournament. They did so good in both DPC seasons. They got second place twice. They had the most points. But if you have to do that long road all the way to get to site, it's a long way to go. You got to win your best of ones, and you got to win best of threes against Elephant. I think EG could do it, but honestly, it's one game. Anybody would lose one.
It just seemed like watching them on the final day of the group stage, they got their mojo back. It was just not enough, unfortunately, to get them into that upper bracket. And part of the reason was that was Undying taking one of the games in that last series. Basically, North America grabbing each other in a big cuddle and taking themselves down to the lower bracket. They could have had a gentleman's conversation, but of course, they did not. And why would they? Because it is TI. But you know what? Speaking of gentlemen, we've got another one joining us. He is Tsunami, and he's going to be talking to us a bit more about the group stage and the heroes that we saw.
You're trying to butter me up right now, Frankie, and it's working. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here to give you a little recap. I know some of you may just now be tuning in, and you're like, oh, okay, now the tournament's starting. No. We've already played 144 matches here at the international group stage, and I'm sure inquiring minds want to know, what heroes should I be looking out for? So let's get started. How about the most contested hero of the group stage? It's Monkey King. 110 bans, 31 picks. There is a 98% chance that you saw this dude's face on your screen at some point during the group stage. And I don't really know if you should be surprised by that. If you were paying attention to pubs before this whole thing started, you'd have known that it's usually the most flexible heroes that are first phase banned out in these tournaments. And this guy is, he's about as flexible as they get. But how about highest win rate hero? Well, there are a few heroes that had like 1 or 2 picks, 100% win rate, like Drow and Chen, but it's Winter Wyvern that interests me. 9 picks, 89% win rate. PSG.LGD even first phased her twice and won. In fact, her only loss was when Quincy Crew picked her against Team Spirit. But I don't want to bore you with the details. I know. You want to know, who should you be spamming in pubs? Who should you be spamming before maybe a nerf, I don't know, 2 weeks or so? I don't know when the patch is, I promise, but look no further than this specimen right here, Elder Titan. Now I know this may be a little hard to believe, but he had 52 picks, 62% win rate throughout the group stage. And I might have a little theory on why that's the case. I've been talking to some of the big brains here over on the panel, and they say that there's this theory that they have. Doesn't matter how good you are at the game. Everybody's the same player when they're stunned or they're dead. And this guy, well, he helps with both those things. Echo Stomp for the stun, Astral Order for the damage, and the cherry on top of his kit is his ultimate, Earth Splitter. You may be noticing there are a lot of high HP, tanky heroes that are popular right now, like Tidehunter, Tiny. Well, what better way to deal with them than the percentage-based damage that comes from Earth Splitter? Now, I don't know if he'll continue with that kind of popularity, because we know main event tends to bring its own couple of surprises, but we'll just have to start the playoffs before we can find that out. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. You know what? I was so excited to be part of TI10, and they didn't tell me that actually you're going to be upstaged by a massive Elder Titan who's just going to be in your shot while you're trying to listen to the magic from here. I'm just like, I can't see him. I've literally got this lovely booty in my face. Anyway, probably didn't expect to hear me say that either this morning, but you know what? You probably did expect me to say that we had a fantastic group stage. Seriously, this must be the closest competition we've ever had at TI10. And so we've got to take a look back at some of the epic moments from the past week.
Haster has more of a timing here than EG.
He jumped in. Oh, Borax. He's headed in. Ice, he's in. Oh, it's a five-man ravage. Ice, that's what you want to see from the man. Gets in, separates the fight completely. As the punch goes down, RTC is able to make a beeline straight towards Monet with the leak building up. The gyro goes down. Lanham as well, he buys back.
Look at this. Fast Roshan spawn. They know. They need to go in. They know that there's no
Nightfall!
PKD.
Nightfall! Oh my god! That's an annihilation of 3 heroes. My god!
EG have just killed Tomato with the Weaver. Unreal. Unfreaking real. But the buybacks are there for Undying. Everybody else can come back. Bryle gets off one Doom, pops a refresher.
Back wall.
Yep, Shiva's again. Beautiful back wall. And they're all just stuck inside this wall completely. Arteezy's getting decimated. He has buyback. They're going to expend them knowing that Tomato does not have his.
Oh, they still get tied as well.
Triple kill for Saberlight, a god tier back wall.
And EG bought back all of their heroes to get this Roshan. They're in disbelief. Where are you?
Seconds on Aegis. He's feeling confident.
Hits a 3-1. Oh my goodness.
They just jumped in and caught the 3.
Oh my god. They are all dead.
Oh, we weren't. Nobody was expecting that. That just happened. And now just down the mid.
90 seconds also. It was a Reaper.
Oh my goodness, Cuckoo.
So many brambles, now silence. Carl's in trouble. Sumail is here to finish him off. The Ravage comes just a bit too late. They might be able to finish off Seb. They will, but it's going to be costing them 2 at least. Now they get the duel off, but Sumail, he's just going to keep on swinging on these heroes. They are getting torn apart by 23 Savage and kited around a little bit. Sumail has nowhere to go, so he's just going to commit for the kill on a Cuckoo and continue challenging. 23 Savage is up next. Now the Doom is faded away, so he can throw out the Avalanche. And Jesus, ultra kill. Rampage on the way for Sumail. The king is big and back in play here at TI. Rampage for Sumail. And T1 are not going to call it just quit. They're going to be able to double rampage for him. Give him the triple perhaps. And that is it. Triple rampage. Sumail finally gets it.
Rush is dead. Goes down so quickly. Doom now with the
There's
shard.
the Schofield, the vacuum combo. Oh, it's glorious. Ice Blast.
That's beautiful.
Two. Collapse is dead. Another one drops as Miposhka's found. Yatoro on the run back away. Ice Blast ends on end, but the Reality Rift back in. As Schofield tosses this Weaver around, another avalanche and another death.
So there's a lot to be said about the talent choice of this Luna. The BKB on Tiny had faded that last year.
Oh, what a big jump for Twin! What initiation of practical ravage that is followed up for the Wukongs, and that's just it. This may just be the game flat out.
Look at the stomp setup, but too far away for them to maybe try something. They are going to still go for it, but Control gets it back over. In.
There it is.
The 3-man slam right back behind the racks, and that should seal the deal here. Buybacks coming out from Leslau and LOA. And now they'll tap out. GG is called. Well and truly over this game one.
So Raven does get revealed. Looking for the Chronosphere. Manages to go and grab 2 of the cores. But there it is. There's the Windbreaker. Buys them just enough time. Chuen, though, not going to be quite as lucky. BKB coming out. They'll be able to go and use the Winter's Curse. Holding this Luna in place. As over on the other side. It's not looking great for DJ. Not looking great for Jab. Cores, though, they need a bit of help. There's so much damage. The Fear, the Exorcism. They blow up Raven. And this is looking like a very dead death, too.
You'll set up in the pull, and they're going to bring down the puck with the help of the Global Silence. Snowball in, looking for more. They get the punch, they get the... Oh
my... I mean, we did say if there's a vacuum.
They were just about to get that last right click to kill him, and the vacuum interrupted it. Holy cow. If you're a secret, you're thinking, hell yeah, that went perfectly.
You probably noticed there, we did say goodbye to Thunder Predator and SG Esports in the group stage. No one wants to go home early, but they did incredibly by getting to the group stage of TI. But right now, we do need to talk about the main event. This is our schedule for day one. We're starting off with the upper bracket, so Team Spirit and Invictus Gaming will be taking their seats shortly on the stage here at the National Arena in Bucharest. And then we've got the heartbreak matches. We've got 4 best of ones. Can you call any of these? Can you predict any of them, Trent?
No, it's best of ones. Everyone's lost a game at TI so far, right? No one's undefeated. So
correct.
It's a best of one. That's Sorry, what you want some hot takes
You're
here?
too nice. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to Purge for a hot take.
I was also similar take as Trent here to be ready to be disappointed, but it's very difficult to predict the best of ones because there's a lot of prep that goes into it. You might have some strat prepared. Your opponent could do something different. There's a lot of different ways it can go. There's nerves. There's so many. It's got to be some more nerves on those best of ones and best of threes, right? Because it's like, oh, you can mess up one gank, that gets you behind. Like there was just so many games in the group stage where that's all it took was like one mistake after you're winning, and the team comes back. So who knows? It's hard to predict.
I think the one thing I'd say, you talk about nerves, there's a few teams that have shown more nerves than others. Quincy Crew, Alliance, these are teams that have constantly not played well at the big stage. So I would look at those teams maybe to struggle in the best of ones.
That's true. But, I heard, we have an in on Quincy Crew, of course, because our friend Jack, he said they were in the dumps. It was looking really bad for Quincy Crew. And then SVG, now LOA, he stepped up and he said, guys, everyone's time at TI for elimination, it eventually comes. Ours just came a little early. So they won those games in the group stage. They survived. And now, they just got another day of elimination. It's fine.
We have got a lot of Quincy Crew fanboys here. I know we're not meant to be biased on the desk, but I'm sat with a load of people who live in North America, so I have a feeling that there might be a little bit of bias. I'm not allowed to have any bias because I'm not meant to know anything. So that's fine. That's why I hold my hands up and say, can't really call it. However, I am scared for EG. I'm expecting to see them make a deep tournament run potentially, but at the same time, they're going up against Elephant, and this is a team that is made up of Chinese superstars that just can't really seem to find their footing, gods.
Yeah, and the superstars that have played at TIs and made it to the finals, made it into third place last year, at least half of that PSG.LGD team that when it fractured apart, the expectations on them is immensely high, but they've consistently kind of underperformed throughout the year. So I think a lot of people be sad to see them knocked out, but it wouldn't maybe be the biggest shock.
And another team that maybe could call an upset maybe today, it would be Fnatic, because we didn't really have high hopes of them coming into the group stage. We thought, yeah, they're probably going to end up in the lower bracket. But it seemed like they had a really good start. It seemed like Def was really doing his bit for the team. They've really got another solid player in Chuyen as well, who literally was the reason that they made it through to the main event in the first place. Do you think they can continue in this tournament?
Yeah, there was discussion coming into TI about that team, and one thing that came up was this idea of they tend to play maybe a little bit passive, and they tend to kind of wait, and you end up coming to their high ground, and somehow they turn it around, and we were kind of expecting these long games, and I believe they ended the group stage averaging the longest games across all the teams right now. So, got to have them hold the line and wait for their time.
Oh, it's the horn, gentlemen, which means one thing. Our teams are getting ready to take to the stage. So we've got about 2 minutes, and then they're going to be taking their places, and we are going to be getting into the draft. Is there anything you're expecting to see? Because we had 104. Oh,
it's a Ricky.
Oh.
It's Ricky Maru.
He looks like he's enjoying the game.
I haven't taught you that one yet. He goes invisible at level 6. That guy's under-leveled. That's all it is.
Yeah. That's all. Well, his friends are all leveled.
Yeah. He was the guy that had to go get the drink, so he needs more time.
He didn't get a toe.
Yeah, it happens.
Is Ricky a classic TI hero?
Classic pub hero.
Yes. He's an initiation hero to Dota, where everyone gets frustrated because I feel like everyone in Dota is a little bit broken. Every hero's a little bit too good, and that's what makes Dota so beautiful. Ricky's particularly painful because you're just like, wait, so he's just always invisible? Well, yeah. Why is that an issue?
You hate Clinks? If Ricky was in the meta, you would hate Ricky right now instead.
I hate Ricky. I'm not a massive fan of Weaver. However, now I've played Weaver, I'm feeling a lot better about him. And actually, we saw Weaver so much in the group stage. I never associated him with that position 1 carry role before this event. And now it seems like we had one team who went for a position 4 Tiny, position 1 Weaver. I think it was T1 on the last day of the group stage. I couldn't believe it. He's strong now.
Yeah, he's really strong, but I think at least all the games I caught, I saw him a lot of support, and he's another one of those flex picks like Monkey King. You can pick him early in the draft. You can play him as a support, as a 4. We saw him successfully as 5. His lane harass is just really powerful. He's got 60 damage. You just need mangoes to keep Sakuchiing through, forces sentries. It just does a lot.
Well, we are ready to go to the main stage here, which means the International 10 has begun. Spirit are here. They may be the underdogs in this opening upper bracket matchup, but do not underestimate these boys. Led by Miposhka, who did come top 8 at TI7 as part of Team Empire. The rest of the young players are definitely not going to be looking scared on that stage today. Yatoro, their carry, is just 18 years old and is absolutely fearless. Their off-laner, Collapse, 19 years old, an absolute standout for this team, and will be doing his best to control the tempo. This is a team that likes to play clean, structured Dota, and yet don't think they'll be showing any respect to Invictus Gaming on that stage today. We're gonna see some cheeky moves, Trent.
Oh, indeed. And yes, it may be a little chilly out there in the open arena, but don't worry, they're on a hot streak, 8 straight games, not dropping a match. So Team Spirit coming in completely on fire here as they enter the main stage.
I cannot even imagine what it is like to be playing your first TI in that massive arena and playing it against Invictus Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top seat going into the main stage. It's Invictus Gaming. Their position for Captain Kaka is an intelligent drafter, hugely experienced. This is his 5th TI appearance. He even came second in 2017 with his team Newbie. But meanwhile, he's joined by his teammates JT and Ollie. This is their first TI, and Fly started his career years ago. 2014 he went pro, and yet he's only been to one TI event before with Serenity. But now he's ready to make his mark, and they're gonna do it in flashy form. They're not really caring about pushing towers, these guys. These guys are gonna be looking for a fight. They are gonna be getting flashy out there, and you know what? They're good for it. They only dropped 2 games in the group stage, 1 to Undying and 1 to OG. And who can forget the Singapore Major Gods?
A historic moment where IG rocked the world with their historic question mark, turning a reverse sweep against EG, coming back from 2 games down. It was just one of the most unheard of, unbelievable stories of the time.
And you know what? I think it's a moment that deserves revisiting. So let's take a look into detail at Invictus Gaming.
Coming around the back, I like this little wraparound. Dream Coil perfectly placed on it too. They're gonna both snap it, but Burst Strike was on a 3 RP. Huge here from Emo. Down goes Dust. Yan follows into the grave. Kaz is not shortly after dead. And while TZY he'll run, not sure he gets out of this one. Slowed up by Fly, pulled back by Emo, and they are on him and ready to kill off a 4th. Man, what an RP from Emo.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
Oh, they're gonna jump on PZ, is keeping it. But they're in, they've got their heads on the Dissimulate style. PZ is trouble, he's getting taken out, gets the BKB off. Oh, so PZ will be able to keep himself alive. Ice moves over the back lines, takes down Ollie, but the Rod's there. They control Ice, they bring him down, the Lycan falls. Somehow, though, EG able to keep RTZ alive. Nearly ending in another disaster there, as RTZ still does not have the buyback goal. They from Armor, gets the ball, they turn to them. RTZ moving in, they've got the link down on the fly, keep themselves over the line, still can they take him out of time? They can! But Rift gets Fly out of there! Not easy. He's low. Emo's catching up.
He's gonna drop.
Emo's able to just walk back up to him and out the Hex. Emo's able to set him on to crit the Hex into the stun. A question
mark in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spicing it up a little bit.
He's very hit or miss on the hero. Sometimes he owns incredibly hard. Nice cut down from a tree. Spear.
Following that up with a spear, so a lot of stun time with the arrow. Really well done by JT.
That's just why he is considered the best offlaner in China. JT is an absolute beast.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to like pre-cast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Now they can start things. Arteezy, it's another fly. They get the drag back. They do determine the start on the two of them. But they bring down Arbed. Arbed will go down. Arteezy as well getting turned. Arteezy's got the ones. He's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for a second round, but the Supernova is going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out, but the Supernova goes off. They've all been stunned. IG's having a time down Arteezy. Arteezy getting brought down. Arteezy's dead. IG finding over with the Magnetize. Crit trying to do his best to rectify the fight, keeping the Magnetize going, but the Spike Carapace trips up Crit. IG turn, they take him down as well. JT, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Fly, causing Arbed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Arbed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on Arteezy's revival from the Aegis. 10 seconds till Black Hole.
Evo, Refresher Shard, double Abyssal Blade, like Resonant Pulses, 4 Astral Chat charges.
He's in straight away with the fingers immediately bursting down. Arteezy's going to get taken down. Jump over with the Abyssal Blade over towards Ice, and Arteezy, they're out of the game. IG, they'll turn towards more. GG is called as IG are your champions of the Singapore Major. As they come in and they achieve the reverse sweep against EG in the best of 5.
When you look back to Singapore, it's not really that surprising that they're the top seed of the main stage, is it, Gods?
Yeah, after that, they didn't do as well at the next major, but they were there playing with a stand-in, and they were also kind of already secured their TI slot. So we've seen this team just really grow, develop. They've been playing together for over 2 years now, forming in late 2019, and it feels like everything is clicking. They're in that Singapore major form here at TI.
So literally, they've just been spending the last couple of years waiting for TI 10, because we do see on an annual basis after TI, some of these teams deciding to reassemble. The roster shuffle is a real thing post-TI, and yet because we haven't had this event for unfortunately so long, we've now seen these teams given a chance to really find that chemistry they need, Trent.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than usual. Perhaps, you know, Dota, especially certain regions, are known for breaking apart faster and like trying to fix things by swapping players, but this was a real opportunity to actually like examine yourselves and try and talk about your issues. And I think that that's something that a lot of players have even talked about, where people try to be more open and try and just say like, you know, how they felt about the game and where they think it went wrong, maybe other than just like the coach and the captain discussing it, but trying to involve everyone in your strategies to improve the entire unit.
Who do you guys think is the most dangerous player on this roster?
I think Kaka's a huge one that everyone needs to look at. Like his skill level is just so high that you're going to crush your lanes sometimes. And there's so much emphasis in drafts on having strong lanes that if you just have an overstellar performance in the laning stage, it can completely throw your opponent's plans on the back foot, and it ruins what they want to hit timing-wise, has massive cascading impacts.
Do we think that Invictus are probably going to have the upper hand in the draft in terms of their flexibility? Because that's what Kaka's known for. He's known for being able to make choices on the fly because he has so many years of experience in this game.
Yeah, I'd give them a bit of an edge. It feels like they have more heroes that they can play in different roles, particularly like heroes like the Tide Hunter. Their carry players play 12 different heroes throughout, similar to Yatoro, but it just feels like IG a bit more versatile and have a bit more up their sleeves when it comes to the draft.
And what are we expecting from their playstyle today? Do you think they are going to literally be heading straight to the finish line as quickly as possible? Or do you think, you know what, they're going to take their time, try and keep Spirit on their toes in a different way, Trent?
Yeah, is this fast games because that's their playstyle, or fast games that are just that good, you know, and you just end up kind of crushing everything? Personally, I'm hoping for longer games because I do think that their team fighting is some of the most masterful out of all the teams here, particularly out of their support duo, because like I find like Kaka, he can just like make a good fight because he just gets some stun that you're not expecting, some hex out of nowhere on the line and puts you one hero up in engagement you don't think about. And then Ollie on the back line with the Phoenix, I think he's shown to be like the best Phoenix player over the past 2 years, particularly at that major. So I'd love to see more of that.
Well, moving over to the spiritual side of things, Purge, I have an inkling you're kind of fans of this team from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I am. It was fun to watch them throughout DPC. Season 1, they looked okay. They had like moments of greatness, and they had other times when they fell apart, but they just got better slowly over the course of the year, and they were relatively close to qualifying DPC. I think they ended up with like 500 or somewhere around there. But they've just gotten better and better over time. You could see it in their confidence. Toronto Tokyo leading his team on the stage, probably leading his team partially in-game as well. I think his confidence seems high. They have high skill. They're going to play their lanes well, and as long as they keep that cohesive, Collapse is amazing. They have so many good players, genuinely. They're a great team to watch, so they have a shot here.
What is key to those hype peak moments that you were just mentioning there?
You just doing things that your opponents don't necessarily expect, like getting advantages or kills, not overextending. It's hard to do it though, because if your opponents start reading your movements, and you punish those mistakes, it's like the game gets upended for at least a minute, which might seem small, but in a high-level game of Dota is so much. You lose map control, that leads to the next gank being harder, and so much else.
We could talk about inexperience, maybe getting to these players on the stage, given that only one of them, Aposhka, has actually been to a TI before. And yet, this team showed remarkable resilience in the group stage. When you think about it, they lost to the teams you would expect them to lose to. They lost to the teams that are currently in the upper bracket. So they lost to Vici, they lost to LGD, and they lost to Team Secret. But they beat all the other teams that we now see in the lower bracket from their group. I like to call it a gatekeeper team. You know, they're beating the teams that they would be expected to beat, and they're losing to the teams you would expect them to lose to. Does that therefore mean they're not necessarily going to make an upper bracket run?
You're spelling their doom here.
I am. I'm being a little bit mean, aren't I? It's fine. I dressed as a supervillain today.
I think the other side of that is the way that it happened. They started 0-4, then they were 2-6. They had to make this red hot uphill run to just really get into the upper bracket. So while they may be that kind of gatekeeper type team, they're on an 8-game win streak. They've beat teams that many people would have thought would be favored to beat them. So the fact they're in the upper bracket, I think, really shows that you can't underestimate them.
There one trend here. They never went 1-1. They either 2-0'd, they 0-2'd. If they don't get the momentum going out against IG today, can they really get themselves together for that second?
I think so. I think they have a good shot. I think it gives me a lot of faith that they started the group stage with losses, because if you're a fresh team that doesn't have a huge amount of TI experience and you get all those losses, it just feels like, I even heard from one of the Russian talents saying that he saw them arguing too excessively about like mistakes in game, because it was a player that has played high-level competitions. He mentioned that he'd seen them doing it, so he says, you just got to move past that. There's too many games. Don't focus on the little stuff. So the fact that they were able to like maybe less constructively argue, but still like win all their games afterwards, that looks really good for their overall confidence. So yeah, I could see them losing game 1 and still coming back.
It is kind of hard to talk about Team Spirit without thinking about Virtus Pro, their regional rivals, who went 7-0 in both of their DPC seasons. Yep. How does Spirit compare to VP playstyle-wise?
Yeah, it is interesting because you don't want to like lump them together just because they're from the same region, but I mean, they're both pretty young teams. They do tend to play like fairly similar. I guess in a lot of ways, Team Spirit is just lacking some experience in certain departments, like particularly, I guess, like the hero diversity. Like I think that's something that VP has, and it's also something that IG has, and so that's a little bit worrisome, I would say, coming into this, that the draft is definitely going to be playing a major factor.
Are we expecting anything in terms of heroes today? We have got our fabulous draft panel coming up soon, but I'm just wondering if there are any kind of signature heroes on either side that each team is going to want to ban, or any kind of combinations that they might be looking to pull out?
It's a Mars fight, I think, for the most part, right?
The two offlaners have a fairly similar hero pool, the Tide Mars being the two big ones, and those two heroes have both been really solid throughout the tournament, so either hotly contested or perhaps banned. I think the carry players both have this huge hero pool. They both play 12 different heroes, so we're much more looking at the small hero pool in the other roles.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo is a player, it's like typical Spirit heroes, aggressive, but he can also like sit back and do the tower pusher, DP type heroes. He's very high skill, had some excellent games, but probably Spirit heroes for him is the other thing that I expect to see.
Any particular Spirit hero you think is going to work well against the opposition?
Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, potentially Storm Spirit type of heroes are definitely the Toronto Tokyo specials.
And in terms of the game start, how we're going to see these guys go up against each other, we've already spoken, I guess, about IG wanted to finish fast. Do you think Spirit are going to be in the same boat today, Trent?
It is the best of threes, which is good because I think like the best of ones, they tend to really stall out. Like we'll see later. Like everyone's very like hesitant because you're coming in with a very like tailored game plan. You're just going for that like one sort of game that you just need to win, right? But a best of three, you do have time to actually look at what's happening in your first game, try and react to it. I would imagine it to be a pretty chill game one, and we'll see where we go from there depending on how it feels.
So we're not going to see any showboating later on today when we get to those best of ones, but maybe we're going to see something flashier today.
It's possible.
What are you expecting? What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping to see a game where Emo just pops off, because he, to me, is like the player who could just take over this entire series. I think he matches up really well against a Spirit team that's more focused on team fighting, slowing down the game at times. Outside of maybe their aggressive support play, I could see Emo just completely going off in both 2 games.
Can you explain to me the question mark, please? Because there are a few people out there who might not understand what the question mark is, because there is a psychological game being played in Dota 2. I mean, you experience it in your pub games, you experience it on a stage as big as the TI one. OG are the masters of that, but at the Singapore Major, it was all about Emo.
I think the biggest, most important thing about trash talk in Dota, it's almost exclusively voice lines, and it has been for years. He pressed Shift Enter and he typed a question mark. It's common in pubs, but in pro games, that's pretty disrespectful.
There's a line.
That was over the perceived line of like what's acceptable. Most times they don't want to spend time on it, but like watching that clip, he did it during the team fight. He was like still there casting spells. He's like casted Aether Remnant, time to Shift Enter question mark. It was powerful.
And it was this build up because IG had lost the previous 2 games, and throughout those 2 games, EG had been constantly taunting Emo.
Yes.
They were tipping him, they were throwing voice lines at him, and he was playing poorly those first 2 games. So to make this big comeback in game 3, and then he just lets all this anger out with that question mark, was like this huge turnaround moment for him.
Yeah, this is actually the opportunity for me to confess to Purge that the reason I have been playing so badly in pub games is because I want people's shards, and I really enjoy being tipped.
I mean, that's one way to do it, yeah.
I actually
you
have
can collect
5k
it.
MMR. I'm getting there.
5k, is that what you said?
Yes. It's more believable if I don't say 7.
Did you say 5k shards? Is that what you said?
No, I said MMR.
You must have played a lot between last time we played, because, great, you got better a lot in a week.
It's because Slacks has been coaching me.
He didn't like that.
I'm just going to let that awkward silence fall. It's absolutely fine. You know what? We've got about a minute before hopefully we can get into the draft, and I am going to do this thing. I am going to go for predictions, and I'm going to ask, is the winner of the International 10 on that stage right now?
Not according to my bracket. So I hope not.
Neither of these teams have red in their logo, so definitely not. LGD is still looking very... IG's looking amazing by all means, but... Probably LGD, I would say.
I think IG's a contender. Absolutely. They're a tier 1 team. They're on that same kind of group of teams with LGD. I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 teams, LGD, IG, I'd say even OG, potentially Secret, kind of who are the real top contenders right now. So maybe. I don't have IG in my bracket, but I wouldn't be a huge shock if they do win the International.
Who do you have in your bracket?
I have PSG.LGD. Very original.
Very original. Up against who in the final?
I think I had EG because I'm an EG fan.
There he is. Let's go.
I'm surprised you admitted that on panel.
How dare you? We're Quincy Crew fans here.
Didn't want to lie on air, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's EG.
Do you think that EG can make it through that lower bracket?
Yes. I hope so.
There is a little bead of sweat on God's face right now. That's why we haven't gone back to the panel and we're still on the stage, because the man has gone puce. Okay, Trent, now tell me about your bracket, your predictions.
Bracket.
Yeah,
you
your overall predictions.
And now that you guys can't copy it, that's really good. You'll benefit from this. I do have LGD in the final. I actually have them losing, though, I believe, to Vici Gaming.
Losing again?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, Vici's really good too. It's a possibility. You never know.
Of course, you can't go with the obvious stuff. You want to win the bracket, guys.
Do you want? You want to win? Like, what are you going to compare it to everybody else? Like, guys, look,
Listen, I need that free trip to TI. If you have the full correct bracket, they did that one year. You know, It's my only hope of getting back here, guys.
There was like one guy that won.
I almost broke a mixer in group stage. Okay, they're not bringing me back. I gotta find a way.
You just used your side-eye tone of voice, as I call it, Purge. You're really down on VG Gaming. Why?
No, I'm not like super down on them. It's just
you're down on them winning TI.
Yeah, a little bit compared to IG and LGD. I mean, VG Gaming looks excellent by all means, but they're still like a upper to mid tier. You know, like I would place them like 4th to 6th somewhere in there is like very likely for them. But winning the whole thing, maybe less likely than LGD or IGD.
I think you need an X factor to win TI, and I just don't see that with VG Gaming. It's the kind of X factor that OG's always had. I would say teams like Secret have it, IG, PSG.LGD both have it. That to me is what it takes to like win a TI, that kind of wild card factor.
This is good motivation here. You see, they don't have an X factor, but now they're going to hear this. They're going to find out the English panel was trashing them. That's going to motivate VG. I just secured this bracket.
So essentially, VG, they're not a tingle team.
A tingle team.
Yeah, you don't get tingles when you think about Vici on that stage.
Okay, yeah, and that's basically what Gods was saying. Like, you have to have the X factor, that like that chaos, that like surprising. Because if you have this like battle plan that's like very consistent and readable, these other top teams that are excellent, smart people are going to be able to figure it out, and they're going to find a solution. They're going to find a hero that counters their plan, something like that, and that's what loses you some like super deep run.
Okay. I'm just going to sidestep over what you said then, which sounded like you said that Vici were not insightful, intelligent people.
No, I just said if you play without tingle, people are going to figure out what your moves are, and then they're just going to like eventually beat you.
Who tingles you from Team Spirit? I love this new term. This is great.
Who tingles me on Team Spirit? Collapse. He uses my voice lines. That's why I'm.
Oh, that's why you're shilling Collapse.
Really would love to see Team Spirit go all the way. Get about 2 or 3 per game typically. Really.
What is your voice line?
Honestly, I'm really impressed with voice
yourself.
line usage so far this tournament. It's been really good.
It's quality.
What's your voice line?
I just said it.
Oh, it felt very insignificant. Say it again.
Honestly, I'm really impressed with it. That one. Yeah.
I've never heard that before. I've literally never heard you say that phrase. So it's fine. I don't think anyone's used my voice line.
I was impressed with your last day of streaming we did. You did a lot better. You're getting better.
Yeah, he
Maybe
said
not 5K, but big improvement.
After a year, he said, you finally played a game of Dota 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's Dark Widow.
That's high praise, actually.
It is.
Yeah. That takes a while. That takes months.
Yeah, it took me about 12 of them. And it's absolutely fine. All right, then. This is a best of 3 situation. It's our first best of 3, and it's obviously the first match of the main event. Is this going to go all the way?
Out of our matchups today in the upper bracket, of course, I would say it's the least likely to go to game 3. It is expecting to be another perhaps IG 2-0, or as you said, Team Spirit also doing lots of 2-0ing, so who knows. But I would go back to just that first game in terms of like how we're going to set the momentum for this, because if they can keep the hot streak going, that's like the best possible sign for Team Spirit, right? They need that emotional sort of high that they have right now, whereas IG just has like so much background skill and background experience that they're not as dependent on that. So game 2, I could easily see IG still turning it around.
Gods?
I would predict
very quickly?
IG 2-0. I think the preparation time gives them a bit of an edge as well.
But 2-1, 2-0?
2-0.
Okay, and Purge.
I could see 2-1 IG. I think Spirit can win a game for sure.
You've become so much more diplomatic over the course of his last 10 minutes.
Have I?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
You said that in almost a positive voice.
Oh, you said quickly to him, so I was like, I gotta go fast.
No, I liked it. It was very decisive. And you know what? The teams are still in their pods right now thinking. So we are going to get into the lobby very soon. And we are also going to get over to our draft panel. Because, let me tell you, I don't want to give too many spoilers away, but they have really scrubbed up. Very nicely. Very nicely indeed. We have a bow tie, ladies and gentlemen. We have a bow tie in the building. Guys on main panel, where's yours? Where's yours?
I like ties. I've never explored the bow tie path, but it's fine. I don't hate it or anything. Just.
I mean, you obviously love an actual tie, because we came in today and Purge's face fell because he saw that I had a laptop and there was another laptop on the desk, and he started to get very, very concerned and was going, guys, do we have to have the laptop here? I'm wearing a tie.
No, he said he's wearing a raspberry tie.
I'm sorry, he's wearing a
distinct.
raspberry tie. Did you tie it yourself?
Yeah, I did actually. I wasn't sure I was gonna be able to because I haven't worn a tie in legitimately 2 years. But the muscle memory came back. It felt good. I was like, oh, I still got it.
That's the happiest you've been all day. Oh, okay. You know what? Because we're still waiting to get into the lobby, let's have a chat about OG Secret, because that is the other upper bracket match we've got coming up today. And this is incredible. These two teams haven't played each other at a TI before. What are the stakes in this match, Trent? 'Cause it feels personal.
It does. It definitely does. I don't think the social media servers can handle it. I'm pretty sure like Twitter's going to go down. Like I feel like they just need to get like the social media team from each of those squads in a room together, and they can just hash it out there and tell us the results later. Because my feed just becomes nothing but OG and Secret during these TI days, and now they're actually playing each other. I'm genuinely concerned for them.
Yeah. You thought Squid Game was violent. Wait till you see this.
They have to have a meeting and be like, all right, guys, no knives. We're just going to punch each other. Like
nothing to the face.
Yeah, no personal attacks. Don't slip into DMs. There's rules, man. Got to follow them.
And we know with OG, there's such a psychological warfare going on. I feel like they plan for that as much as they plan for the drafts. What do we think is loaded up on the no-tail chat wheel?
Oh, wow.
Ooh. That's a good question. Probably, I mean, you got to go for your opponent's voice lines. Ideally, some ones that are like rub it in a little bit. But with that said, I feel like Team Secrets, they're all veterans. Like they're going to be semi-immune to that kind of thing. I don't know if it's going to work on them.
They know where the mute button is. They have found it. They've been here before.
Yeah.
That's the issue, isn't it?
That's
Secret,
why you got to go to the
sprays.
That's, yeah. Can't mute the sprays.
With that said, though, half of it is also riling your team up, and that's something that OG clearly uses to get excited. They use chat wheels to hype each other up, so you know they'll have half the battle at least. The other half is Dota.
I noticed that neither of you, or none of you, I should say, because there are three of you, none of you said that OG is going to be doing the three-peat this year. Gods, any reason why?
I just think winning TI, it's the hardest tournament to win. It's definitely possible with OG, but for me, they've still got that magic, but things are a little bit different, not quite the same roster. I just feel like this is a year where they're going to come up a bit short. I don't really have a good answer. It's just gut sometimes. And gut with OG, usually they end up with finding a way to win anyway, so I'm sure. And everyone who doubts them, it seems to motivate them more.
So they're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel kind of similar that they still have the magic. They underperformed for the whole year a little bit under expectations, but they've got Sumail magic this year, and I think that's a really big difference. I think he's been playing fantastic. He was playing well in pubs that I was watching before we came to TI. He's been playing well in the group stage games, so I think that's absolutely there. But with that said, like repeating 3 times in a row seems very difficult. And I would also say that like there's a lot of insanely good teams this year. Like I feel like the previous TI years, you go into it, you're like, yeah, OG's looking really good, but like there wasn't like extremely crisp competition like IG and LGD and maybe like 2 other teams. So I feel like it's just a little harder for them to get the W this year.
I may be thinking about a conversation that was had in the bar the other day as opposed to on air, but hopefully no one will mind. It turns out, guys, when we're not talking about Dota on air, we're talking about Dota elsewhere, which is the description of OG as 4 supports and a carry. Would you agree with that, Perch?
I would, yeah. And that's like the top sin X factor that he's always had, that he plays aggressive and he's not afraid to die on the enemy side of the map because he knows he's going to draw 3 heroes. So it is a goal to facilitate their carry in the past with Ana. With Sumail, maybe they don't have to do that as hard as the past, so maybe that opens them up to more options. But yeah, it can be like that sometimes.
Why don't they have to do that as much with Sumail?
The general perception was that Ana needed to have a good game, at least so that maybe to keep morale up, something like that. So I would say Sumail's much more, he's got an ego, that's been clear. It's been toned down a little bit, so he's got confidence. He's got really strong confidence. Sumail can play from behind, and maybe that wasn't something that they were as comfortable with in previous TIs.
I mean, the man won TI when he was a teenager while wearing an airline pillow around his neck. So obviously, all I want to know is he going to be wearing the airline pillow again this year? God.
He's got a bit more swagger these days.
Yeah, but that would be hype if he came out of the finals with it. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty swag, but you know what is hype right now? We are ready to kick off with our first match, IG versus Spirit.
Team Spirit versus Team Victor's Gaming. Game 1.
And welcome to the draft panel. We're here with the first draft of the first game of the first series of the main event here at TI 10. My name is Avo Plus, whatever people may call me, that's my name. And I am surrounded by two of the greatest minds in the Dota world. On my right, I have Insania, previous TI player, future TI player as well, current analyst. And on my left, Lacoste, ex-TI player as well, current comedian.
Yeah, not a future TI player for sure.
Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I
Maybe we team up if you see some good ideas coming out on this draft panel from me, or like, well, we blitz, see you around, or some of the players need to get kicked out, and I'll hop in.
If anyone's looking for a coach, you know, if your team is called online something, that Lacoste is ready for that. So, what can we expect from this draft, Lacoste?
I think Viver's going to be highly contested. Both of these teams really love to run it. And panel talked about collapse heroes. His hero pool has been not so wide. He's been, you know, playing only a couple of heroes: Mars, Tidehunter, Vengeful Spirit. So you need to either ban it out. Going back to Viver, I think that's Mira's really good hero. And Rubik's also going to be contested. If Weaver is picked, Rubik is definitely going to be picked as a counter because, you know, everyone wants to have a Shikuchi on the team. You can do so much as a position 4, buying time, especially if you're playing from behind, killing the couriers, de-warding. I think this is the hero that is flex, but in most of the cases is being played as a position 4.
Insania, what could we be expecting? What other heroes do you think we could be expecting? We talked, or the other panel talked about the off-lane matches particularly.
I mean, I think Tidehunter is going to be... So we saw Spirit, you know, they have an 8-game win streak, and a lot of that has been off the back of Tidehunter. So I think for them, they got to be thinking about Tidehunter. But I think at the same time, right now, when you were doing your prep yesterday, you're going to be like, okay, they also know that we've been winning with Tide a lot. And the difference between group stage and main stage is that every team has so much time to prep for you. Both Spirit has time to prep for IG, and IG has time to prep for Spirit. So while you might have gotten away with getting Tidehunter 6 games in a row in the group stage, you're not going to get it uncontested here on the main stage. So I think they got to be thinking about potential matchups there and what IG might have prepared for their Tide.
What do you think we could be seeing here for the offlane, maybe new picks for the offlane matchup? I know you're a fan of Team Spirit, particularly Collapse, as everyone is. Is there anything you think that he could be pulling out that we haven't seen at TI yet, Lacoste?
There could be, you know, some flex picks. We've seen Tiny being played as different roles, support position 4. I've seen someone played as a position 3, so it could be a thing. Because to go back to Tiny, he's also the one that is being played at the mid lane for Team Spirit, which is a bit unusual at this point. Also, I don't think we're going to see Lycan. Team Spirit did not play a single Lycan game in the group stage, and IG only played it once.
When Team Spirit plays the Tiny, because other teams have played the Tiny mid as well, and they just play carry from the mid lane, really. Is that the same style we see for Spirit?
You still want to go for the carry items. You want to be able to scale. We are not going to see that E-Blade type of a build Dagon, I still feel. Especially with the offlaners providing some kind of buff for your carry / mid laner, press the attack from the Legion Commander, anything that builds into Solar Crest. I feel like we're in a meta where you need to find a way how to buff up your carry multiple times. We've even seen OG play offline IO.
Do you think that IG might be able to pull off those stops in the offlane?
Yeah, I think JT has a pretty big hero pool, actually. I think he might not have played that many heroes here so far, but I think it's because he just hasn't needed to. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing a wide variety of heroes.
Are you a fan of the buffing offlaners more so than the fighting offlaners in the current meta?
I think you got to find a balance. It's kind of like depending on what your 5 plays and what your 3 plays. I think you got to fit team fight in between those 2 positions. So if you have a 5 that plays a lot of like this IOs like IG does, Ollie's like a really good IO player. I think it was one of his highest win rates in pubs when I was checking him out the weeks leading into TI. So I think for IG specifically, probably more teamfight offlane, more buffing 5. But you never know like what they've prepared, and they surely are able to flex those heroes around.
We were discussing this previously, obviously off camera. You were talking about how the strength of the 5 in the current meta right now. And do you think that's led to the buffing offlaner as well, that the 5 is much more of a lane dominator these days?
I think so, but most of the 5s that are very strong in the lane tend to have some sort of buff mechanic. Like you have the Wisp with the overcharge, you have Ogre with the Frenzy, Bloodlust. So you get those tools naturally from like the stronger laners, and then the weaker laners like these Phoenixes and stuff, they tend to have more team fight.
Right. Lacoste.
Yeah, position 4, like just want to compare it to position 5, where position 4 right now just feels very weird to play. You're kind of playing position 5, buying so many sentries and doing basically a position 5's job. So we're going to see, some of the standard stuff. To go back a bit to Team Spirit offlaner, NS is one hero that they had a great success with, especially combined with the Snapfire. So potentially, because NS as a hero was not played as a damage dealer, but with the introduction of the new talents in the recent patch, he's one of the best, I'd say, damage dealing offlaners at the moment.
Yeah, and there's two pretty different offlane type players, right? You have Collapse, that's more of like the carry type. He's going to look to deal damage. He's going to look to be like the person that goes in a bit later in fights, or he's more of a core player for Spirit, whereas I feel like JT is more of the initiator type. He's more of the classic traditional offlane type player, and it's also reflected in the carry playstyles because you have, sorry, I'm blanking on his name, Yatoro, who's more active, versus Fly, who's like more of a traditional carry who just farms. So you have like kind of opposite positions and roles in that way. But yeah, draft started.
The draft, there we go. And here we have a pick that Perch actually pointed out in the draft. It was the Lion for Kaka, one of probably his best hero, honestly. And they combine with Io, 2 support start for them.
IG had a great success so far in the group stage with Lion. When you pair up anything with Io, you need to have some kind of a stun coming out from position 4, otherwise your lineup tends to be very weak against certain stuff.
Do you think that the Mars Elder Titan combo, like they let the Mars through, right? They didn't let the Titaner through. A lot of the people were talking about the strength of Mars for Collapse. Is that okay? Is it okay to let that through, or do you think that's been a bit of a overconfidence?
No, I think they must have planned this out. So they're banning Tidehunter and Tiny, and you can't really, like, when you come to this point in the tournament, you're going to have to let some heroes through, and you got to try to plan, like, what heroes do I want to face? Because at this point, like, at this high level of competition, you're going to, with 80% security, know what heroes they're picking. So, like, in this position, IG probably said, like, okay, so we're going to open this way, and we're going to expect them to be picking either this, or that. So you're ready for all of the scenarios that might come out. So based on the opener, I think both teams are pretty happy. I think Kaka on any hero that has a Blink Hex has been, like, working extremely well for IG.
Oh yeah, throughout the season 1 and 2, his Shadow Shaman was really on point and got them so many Ws. Lion is kind of the same thing, where he provides you with the stun control, the instant hex that you just mentioned. Legion Commander and Doom being banned out by Team Spirit. We talked about buffing up coming out from the off lane, and Legion Commander provides that. Also instant dispel against Lion, so no surprise there.
Also a big JT hero. What do you think of the oh wow, they just picked up the Bane here. A hero that we actually didn't see very much in the group stages, but a hero that was very much loved, actually got a lot of bans. So it was quite contested, not very much picked. What do you think of this Elder Titan plus Bane combination?
I feel like it's like a very typical Eastern European style draft where they're very lane dominant. Like you have Bane that's very strong in lane. It's gonna lane well nicely into the Wisp if it's ran as a 5. Or the ET, because ET generally speaking struggles when you play against stunts. So Io is one of the heroes that doesn't have any sort of like disable. Right. His slow mechanism on the tether doesn't really slow down ET when you're coming in with boots and bonus movement speed. So I think most likely you're gonna see this. What we've seen a lot of teams do, right, is draft a lot of flex. Yep. Right now Spirit it's pretty telegraphed where their heroes are going. It's most likely gonna be the Collapse Mars. I think they can flex at Toronto, Tokyo, but the hero hasn't really been popular as a mid hero in the past couple of like weeks or so. So I doubt it. I would assume IG are pretty aware that it's going to be a Collapse Mars and the ET4. So Bane is also almost guaranteed a 5. So I think from IG's side, they're pretty happy because I think between most of the teams in the upper bracket right now flex a lot more than they do.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I wanted to say. Like these two teams, you see the heroes, you pretty much know where the heroes are going to go, even though we are in the flex meta where you see 5 heroes, you don't know which hero is going to be playing which role. Yeah. Lashrak, that's going to be a lot of damage. That's going to be a bit of more tower damage that they needed with Lion, Monkey, and Io. I mean, Monkey becomes tower damage dealing hero, but a bit later on. I'm talking about sieging the high ground, which sometimes can be a bit difficult.
I think this is something IG really likes, running the Emo Lesh with a Wisp 5. So one of the big differences between running Wisp 5 is you tend to go for more of a healing style build. You're going to level up your overcharge much earlier into the game compared to if you play it as a 3 where you're scaling up the balls instead. So it really is nice to have a hero in the middle lane that's going to be over-leveled and powerful for you to tether up with and make moves around the map. And this is a really classic counter. You pick the Quasex Invoker to burn his mana.
And also a Toronto Tokyo hero through and through. Unfortunately, he has been playing his Quasex Sword Invoker, which was his signature style a while ago, but Quasex for this draft. It's the standard Team Spirit draft, right? I've never seen them draft that's unsafe or that I feel like they made a mistake. It's just you know what they're going to do, and it's a safe playstyle.
Team Spirit's draft is really good at disengaging. You have one of the better heroes in the game, that's ET, and also with EMP Tornado. So no surprise, there is a ban for Faceless Void coming out from IG. Morphling is still in a pool, so that's potentially something that they would want to grab up on Team IG.
You think it's going to be then? What do you think?
Because they could still flex things around. Like they don't know the matchup. I remember during the season 2, there were a couple of offlane Monkey Kings, so we have to see.
That was a Seb creation, actually. He loved to go for that Witchblade build. Flyfly is also a proficient Monkey King player. Very, very big fan of the hero. It fits his playstyle as similar to the Morphling as well, that he loves playing. And also, are you guys not surprised the Monkey King made it through the first phase of ban, or the first and second phase of bans?
So Team Spirit actually doesn't really play Monkey King. It's a hero that they haven't really touched up.
So would you not ban it then?
I mean, they probably thought that the Emo Storm is more of an issue, and the Earthshaker is traditionally considered a fairly good hero against ET because you have multiple rounds of stuns. So when ET runs at you can just enchant Totem, and you get the Aftershock stun, as well as the Fissure. So you have a lot of ways to get yourself out of trouble and making sure he doesn't deal damage. Plus the Fissure block off is just hard to deal with during the early parts of the game.
Are any carries here that you'd really like to see for Team Spirit particularly? Or usually the rock of the team?
I think both these teams have quite wide hero pools on their carries. Like I even saw Yatoro play Shadow Fiend carry during this tournament, so it's going to probably be pretty dependent on what we see here from IG. Because like you said, they still have the option of running the Monkey King as a 3 if they think it's the way they want to go about things. Monkey King is a fairly decent hero against Mars ever since they buffed his armor, so he has a pretty decent lane matchup there, and with the sustain from Wisp, you can always keep running at them. And I think the nice thing that IG has going here is that their heroes are going to be setting the pace of this game. If you think about how Dota works, if you have the ability to run at towers and push, you get to choose when you want to fight. And I think in this tournament, that's been really, really important. Whereas Team Spirit, they're playing more of like a defensive, aggressive style where they're going to come fight you whenever you decide to make a move. You're going to have Mars defending his towers, you're going to have Bane setting up in trees, and you're going to have Invoker responding to moves.
Slardar. So they might start thinking about the ranged type of a hero. One of the reasons why they banned out TB. Maybe a Drow Ranger wouldn't be that bad. But then you still have 2 heroes that you have to deal with that potentially one gets a Blink Dagger on a Slardar, and then you have a Monkey King jumping you. It's a tough one. You do not want to pick a melee hero because your lane is going to be ruined against Slardar.
Can you get away with a Dusa here, which is one of the few tanky ranged heroes?
Yeah, Dusa works as well.
I was thinking Luna potentially. You have the Luna Invoker, which I consider very strong together. Luna Bane also. Bane benefits from the Luna aura quite a bit because you get to use Nightmare, you sleep them, and you have bonus damage from the aura. So you get a lot of hits in. I could see that working pretty nicely against the Slardar.
If it's a timings as well, right, that you like to talk about, the tempo of the team goes well with Luna.
And if you think about how IG is going to want to play this game, they're going to want to be running at you, so having that extra team fight could have been nice. But Morphling fits the same concept. It's just ranged hero laning against Slardar, and that's pretty important.
All right, quick strengths of the IG draft Lacoste.
They're very good at running at you. You have this early aggression. Once Slardar picks up a Blink Dagger, that's going to be their setup for relocates. For the weaknesses, I don't see too many weaknesses. You know, I wanted to see the draft. I wanted to say that Team Spirit is going to win this one because I believe in the underdogs, even though they had an impressive run. They won the last 8 games. But looking at the draft, I'm heavily favoring IG here.
Okay, I want to hear some strengths and weaknesses now for the Team Spirit draft.
So I think for the game overall, if it's okay, I think IG is going to be the one setting the pace, and I think Team Spirit have the heroes to try to fight back, but it's going to take a couple of fights for them to win in order to hold IG off. And once they've managed to hold them off successfully and maybe push this game into the late game, I think the Morphling is fairly strong. But the Tricore of IG, maybe going 3 BKBs is going to be hard for them to deal with. So I think that's going to be the true test for their draft.
So you lean towards Lacoste as well?
I think IG has an edge. They get to set the pace, and I think that's important for this tournament.
All right. Well, that is the draft, guys. We just ended it, and we're about to get into the game. But, as you know, before, we need to hear from someone very special here who always likes to get his last word in. And his name is BSJ.
Thank you, Avo, as this game is all about the burst damage. On the side of IG, you have the single target burst damage from the Lion, the Slardar with the amplified damage from his ultimate for the physical damage from Monkey King. And on the opposing side for Team Spirit, you have the AoE burst damage from the Cataclysm from the Invoker, the Mars Arena, plus the ET Aura and the Earth Splitter. So it's going to come down to which team gets the initiation. IG operates on a much lower cooldown, consistent split push. Pickoff, are they going to be able to start fights by eliminating one Team Spirit hero right off the bat? Or is Team Spirit going to get the smoke initiation, Mars Arena into the combo, Morphling follow-up? They've got tons of follow-up. It's just a matter if they're able to get the ball rolling in these team fights. So the question is, who's going to get the jump? IG split push, team fight for Team Spirit. And there's only one way to find out. Take it away, Sunsfan and Cinder.
Hello. Hello there. My name is Sun. Wow, that crowd really loves us. They're definitely real. Sunsfan here with Cinderin, main event. Cinderman, stop smiling. There's nothing to be happy about. This is IG versus Team Spirit. We have cast a ton of IG in the group stage. They were completely dominant. And we've cast a ton of Spirit throughout the entire year. And they have kind of had this, I mean, they had this underdog mentality the entire year, and they've just gotten better and better with each event.
Yeah, I think
The battle begins.
Plays around the map and largely happen.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few beastly games from him in particular. So you heard what the draft panel had to say about the lineups. What are your thoughts going into this game number 1?
I think they pretty much hit the nail on the head. IG's early Tricorp presence, if you want to call it that, with Slardar, Monkey King, Leshrac can be really powerful. These heroes work relatively well against BKB, at least 2 of them. Slardar, Monkey King can do a lot, and that is an item you would see a lot picked up against Lion and Leshrac, so you've kind of covered your bases that you don't get like completely shut out by one item. As far as Spirit's lineup goes, a little bit slower to build up. Invoker might need some time. He's obviously more than likely going to be played Quas Wex here. He already has Wex skilled, but Quas Wex Invoker kind of I'm not sure how to explain this, but if you think about his power curve, it's like really strong at level, let's say 7 to 12, then he falls off a little bit, and then he can come back later if he starts getting XR points and starts getting some bigger items, but very, very late, both Morphling and Invoker with Elder Titan Natural Order should be able to pull this off.
Yeah, your prediction is looking very, very true with Elder Titan being so hotly contested, yet not banned as often as you would think, considering his ridiculous win rate of, I think they were saying 65% so that in this tournament.
61.5, yep, you're right.
Close enough. We round down in America.
Yes, actually.
NA.
You weren't listening earlier, as usual, so that was...
That's your style, please now, Sinner. This is the TI main stage. You got to take it very seriously. Okay, so top lane we have Fly and Kaka going to be dual laning. So it's going to be the position 1 Monkey King Center, which, you know, obviously we talked about how flexible this hero is. But having said that, it's been mostly position 4 in the group stage. So your thoughts going into this game with position 1 this time around?
I think the lane matchup here is pretty good. The one thing I'm a bit concerned for sometimes with carry Monkey King is that some lane matchups are just rough. Like you have a hero that's 100% based around getting multiple attacks in on the same target to really shine in lane. That's why some matchups that have attack speed slowing abilities like Jakiro or Venomancer with all the move speed slows, or these kind of heroes can make Monkey King's life absolutely miserable in lane. This one, however, Mars is not the biggest problem for him, nor is ET. So I do think from a laning perspective, Fly should be coming off to a good start here.
And mid lane, you already kind of mentioned Toronto Tokyo playing the Invoker versus Emo's Leshrac. Thoughts on the matchup from a hero-to-hero perspective?
I think it's pretty even. Invoker will usually try to win lanes against other int heroes by burning their mana with Tornado EP. But Leshrac should still be somewhat able to last it even if he's low on the mana. Quas Wex Invoker's base damage isn't the greatest. And of course, I would say the whole dynamic around Quas Wex mid-Invoker has changed with the addition of Water Runes. I just think it's easier to get that little bit of mana back that you would usually lose in the past. And then if you didn't find a Power Rune, you would be very stifled in lane. But nowadays, most heroes against because Quaswex Invoker will find decent farm here, and this is no exception. Emo currently top net worth. He's 15-5 against Toronto Tokyos.
Gonna see a spear top. Mr. Cinderman. Flyfly is gonna try to turn around to collapse, but it looks like everybody's gonna part ways right now. I'm sure a salve is coming for Flyfly. There we go. Has a balanced strike still ready to go overall. But yeah, you're right. Emo 15-5, 13-3 for Toronto Tokyo. So actually relatively even considering it's the Quaswex, which kind of surprising actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the heroes damage,
well, he's about to get a whole wave here, so maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe not that close.
Emo's getting slightly more. I would say this is one of the better matchups for Invoker in lane, just because what you don't want to face is these heroes that either dominate you by playing aggressively or have way better last hit damage than you. Both of these heroes don't have the best base damages, but Invoker is actually slightly ahead of Leshrac in the beginning, so should be able to find a decent amount here. And Leshrac usually just responds by, you know, spell of farming, Lightning Storm, very good against these ranged heroes to secure range creeps and start building up toward that early bottle that Emo has already got. Bottle Magic Wand, rocking that in the mid lane. And bottom lane, I think this largely, for me, is actually the most interesting lane to watch in this game, just because Morphling is a very snowbally hero by nature in lane. If you get crushed in the early few levels, you can be slowed down a lot, but at the same time, against a lot of melee heroes, Morphling does very well, starts getting up those key levels and can just start trading with that early Morbid Mask that we see here from Yatoro, playing against Io and Slardar. So overall pretty even, but there's relatively high kill potential down here for IG onto the Bane, playing against heroes with high move speed, which you definitely get out of Sprint plus Tether. You can't really necessarily reset and get away even with a Nightmare cast.
Yeah, we have yet to get a first blood, which actually for this meta, very uncommon. Typically you'll see something even during the bounty rune stage, the 0 minute mark, but both teams playing a little passive here. As I say that, Yatoro going to get bashed by JT, but looks like he's going to be perfectly fine with, like you said, that Morbid Mask. Probably not a better hero to get it. Probably the only hero to get this early on is actually First Blood. Kaka is going to be taking out Mira in that top lane. So First Blood goes the way of IG.
This is such a great hero for Monkey King to lane with both Earth Spike and Hex leveled here for Kaka with 2-1-0 build. There's so much time for JT, or sorry, for Flyfly to get in those Jingu mastery attacks and then finish off the kill. So, yeah, nice for IG to find the first blood there. I want to say this bottom lane, the Io Slardar, I think this is a lane that has had its ups and downs. There was a phase for, I want to say, 2 or 3 weeks in Europe especially, where this lane was played all the time. Definitely Insania on the draft panel, no stranger to this lane, as I believe it was Taiga and Boxy that were playing this quite a bit together as well for Team Liquid. They just come to mind just because that's the type of lane that that team like to play. It's very synergistic. There's a lot of like tandem plays you make. The heroes just complement each other very well. Io gives attack speed to Slardar, so you get the attacks in for Bash of the Deep. We might see even Pushka actually in trouble here. Yeah, probably going to wake him up here. All right, he's not going to pursue that.
Looks like he's perfectly fine, as expected, Synderen. Very good.
Caught up.
Very good. I mean, we don't see a lot of Bane these days, but actually, what is the reason for Bane this game in particular?
So what was the draft order? So they picked Bane third, and the heroes that they saw were Io and Lion, I think. Probably just protection. You know, it's a decent hero against a lot of the Io tether combinations. All right, we're just going to reset out here. Mira needs to be a little bit careful here, perhaps. There's the Hex mana coming in, and he is toast.
Indeed. Pulse Nova is there for Emo, and a second kill of the game now for IG.
Yeah. But yeah, to finish off on the Bane thing, Team Spirit's like team ideology, or the way they play, Miposhka playing this hero is a very good way of ensuring Yatoro a good start in lane. So I think it's mainly for protection, and the feed script against a lot of Bane's or Io's targets, tether targets, can be nice.
See JT and Ollie beating the absolute crap down here against Yatoro and Miposhka. Yatoro, of course, extremely tanky. Miposhka has the Nightmare available, and as you can see, they're just going to trade and sleeps here. But still, damage is done. Yatoro has to back off now and try to regain some HP.
They do have a salve. He's going to be healed up to full here, but
has his Falcon Blade now as well.
Small camp is going to spawn here. Yeah, Morphling, one of the better heroes against this lane, because if Io Slardar don't kill you off fully here, you can just regen up easily. But now Kaka will make his way over as well. They're really looking to shut down Yatoro. Has found some pretty good starting farm though.
Flyfly able to jump his way out of the Tornado's path, but yeah, still no kills for Team Spirit as of yet. But they're gonna group up here a little bit towards the top lane, have the siege creep available for pushing potential. We'll see if IG tries to mitigate this in any way. Flyfly, all he can do is watch from above for now.
Yeah, Collapse is only level 5, so there's no Arena of Blood here for this potential team fight that could break out here, but it looks like it's just going to be a tower trade. IG rotating down, Emo to bottom, and obviously Leshrac with the classic 2-2-2-1 build, which we see almost every game currently, is going to be maxing out Edict most likely after this, but still makes very quick work of this tower when Edict comes up the second time, as Glyph was used on the first one. And maybe Spirit won't actually get this tower. They still have the Siege Creeper alive. They'll get it in time.
Yeah, that thing has been alive for eons at this point. Fly. Oh, he's going to get speared in. Not sure if they're going to get the vision here. EMP's there with the Cold Snap to follow. Fly gets off the Boundless Strike. Collapse just trying to follow behind him. The Tornado's going to be there, and he actually just blocks him in completely. Nicely done from Team Spirit. The Spear actually finishes him off there, but will be a 1-for-1 in terms of the towers, but obviously position 1 death, pretty big deal for IG.
It's going to be returning to base here. Collapse ran completely out of resources. It's going to be heading out. Yatoro is now just going to be sitting close to this tier 2 tower bot and farming. You would imagine that IG could be looking to make a potential smoke move down there with Lion plus Lesh. Have plenty of magic damage burst against Yatoro if he's playing on that low strength, which is very common for Morphlings for the farming speed. And you see they snuck down a ward here earlier that just barely doesn't see Yatoro, but if he's trying to go right and look at that camp that JT just farmed, that could open up a move for them to cross down there. For now, Kaka will just be taking his level 6 in mid. Get Finger of Death, awesome ability against Morph. Once again, likes playing on low health, so you can find the kills very, very quickly.
Yep, if he can be sneaky enough. His Emo and Ollie already got done taking out a couple stacks of creeps in their triangle. Fly continuing to...
mid lane.
All right, we got the Hex to start things out. Earth Spike to follow. Emo with the Splitter. This should be a kill. There's TP supports coming, though. Finger of Death, like you said, just takes him out in... But Yatoro has made his rotation. This would be a really big kill, but that's the pig pull. Emo turns into a pig and lives. That is a very small percentage play center, as we have discussed many a time, but it worked.
It's a good point. Around. The pig pull made no difference there. So happy you pointed that out. That you
really glad to be here with you.
You have like a quota you need to meet every game. When there's a pig pull, you have to say, I don't know if you have some sort of a contractual obligation.
With who?
I don't know, some sort of company that makes bacon.
Well, I do like bacon. The EMP Cold Snap Kaka dead on his own cliff here. 3-2 advantage now for Team IG. And Emo looking at terms of, in terms of the net worth here, top of the charts. And his counterpart in Toronto, Tokyo, about 600 off, which if you were to ask me at the beginning of the game, I would say that's probably normal for the Quaswex versus Lesh anyway.
Yeah. Lesh just farms faster in the jungle, right? Like, even if you equalize in lane, Leshrac can always go to the jungle and farm with Pulse Nova, and he's playing with Io, which just makes things a lot better. You get that extra mana regen, you get the extra move speed to go from camp to camp. Now they're even going to bottle refill, Kaka TPing in for that. They're trying to make sure that Emo stays happy in this game. Has a tendency to pop off when he's given a good game like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Very uncharacteristic for his name, but...
I mean, we've seen him pop off, but we've also seen him get a little too overconfident at times as well, so... But overall, compared to other mids, he's definitely one of the best in the world right now. As there's a Diabolic Edict,
A little bit.
Actually surprising to see that very little damage has been done to this tier 1 mid as a Lesh from Emo, but of course he's spending a lot of time in the jungle right now just getting that farm.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, they know how important this mid tower is, so they're going to be parking someone here. Elder Titan, one of the best heroes at doing this, actually. Just sitting in a lane, protecting the tower. You have so much range with Astral Spirit, and you just get the stomp off, and you stay very far back for safety. IG can't really catch this ET if he stands in a good position, unless they wrap around with some sort of smoke gank and use Monkey King from the trees or something like that. But Fly, uninterested. He's sitting top right now, farming up his Echo Saber. An item that's become very, very popular on many melee carries lately, but Monkey King has always been one of the staples. When this item wasn't even very good, Monkey would buy it.
He's not a hipster. He started the trend, if anything, right?
Yeah.
Monkey King has got it all under control.
And it just makes so much sense, right? It's a hero that is all about those right clicks for getting up the Jingu stacks and getting the powerful Boundless Strike in. Yeah. Echo Saber, one of the fastest ways of getting 4 attacks you could possibly get. Later on, they're also going to be tethering him for Overcharge.
Yep.
So 3 good friends for Io this game. I love to see that in Io drafts. I think it's very cool when Io doesn't just have one partner like Tiny, but where there's other heroes you can tether to, because it opens up different plays on the map that you can make with with different players, while others might have other objectives in the game, whether it's pushing a tower or farming jungle. And if your primary target dies, you're not like lost in the fight. Like let's say you're tethered to Monkey and Monkey dies, suddenly you can tether the Lesh, and that's also amazing, or the Slardar.
Oh, we're going to see a smoke here from Team Spirit. So Spirit Vessel, I believe, is complete on Toronto Tokyo, which is obviously really good against IO. Collapse not quite done with his Blink Dagger. We'll get to that in just a moment. Kaka might be the one to tank the gank here. And something tells me he's not getting out of this one, Cinderin.
Almost.
And the crowd goes wild. But Collapse, like I talked about, I want to say that this guy during the, I believe it was the Animajor, I would consider him the MVP of Team Spirit. He was, especially on Mars, an absolute god. Now Mars as a hero has kind of dropped off a bit in terms of the pick rate. But we're going to see him get the Blink Dagger as it's being delivered now, so expect some plays to come.
Yeah, I think just anecdotally, without knowing the exact stats for the tournament, for me it feels like the primary teams that have been playing Mars have been Team Spirit and Vici Gaming. And a little bit of IG as well, I do believe, on JT. So it's primarily been the Chinese teams as well as the Radiant team in this game. Makes a lot of sense that the hero was rated relatively highly in the draft for that reason, because it is a contested hero for the other team as well. IG looking to try to get the first tier 2 tower of the game while Spirit are mid. Was that a cancel TP? I think it was. Oh, Mira.
Wukong's command, and that is going to be an easy kill onto Mira in the bot lane as the tier 1 falls mid. Stuck inside his Wukong's command for now, Toronto Tokyo. Gonna get gone onto start with from JT, but gets slept initially. There's the Collapse ult, comes in with 3 inside. Yataro and company trying to clean up. Ollie's gonna be the first to fall here, along with Emo. JT showing off that Blink Dagger, so he will be safe, but 2 big kills for Spirit.
He got slowed by
He's not safe, Cinderin. Why did you say that?
Stop
JT
lying to the audience.
He's fine, I said it.
Oh, more flank.
Wait. Adaptive strike. I told you, Cinder. Why do you question me?
Oh, you're so good at this game. You knew.
Oh, man. So good. And the crowd continues to go wild. So shout out to everybody that is cheering in game. We're still waiting on Twitch to approve the extension update that allows Twitch viewers to cheer on stream. You know, maybe if somebody's watching from Twitch, you could approve that at some point. It's not like this is the biggest event of all time or anything. So Emo and Ollie in the triangle. See if they're going to try for a smoke here, but Emo's death quite costly because he was top net worth, but now you can see that is not the case anymore.
Yeah, looking great for Yatoro now, finishing off the Asha, of course, building now into E-Blade. They have an enormous amount of magic damage between their heroes. Natural Order. Man, Tsunami really screwed me over earlier when he said Astral Order. He actually got to me.
Deception, yeah.
So Natural Order, you've got the E-Blade together with Invoker's spells. Oh, JT will run away.
That's a lot of mana drain from that EMP as Kaka and company are here. Finger of Death. Oh, the Nightmare save! Miro will still die, so not as exciting as it may sound, but 2 dead.
But
for Team Spirit, it did look cool. That's a highlight.
More important than winning.
If you have a highlight of that, don't show the end portion, and it looks really epic.
Just cut it up immediately. Wow.
Absolutely. And look at this.
Well,
Emo
the finger stack. It could make a difference.
Stealing a bunch of creeps in the triangle center. This is a huge deal. All right, maybe not that big. It's still a double stack of Ancients available. Yataro, Wukong's command, fly, spots him out with JT coming in as well. And there's a relocate. Huge kill onto Yataro, who was and still is for now the top net worth in the game.
Yep, a hit by a whopping 13 gold over Leshrac. We'll see if Emo can find literally any creep except a garbage kobold.
How dare you? I love the kobold. Best model of any neutral in the game. Look at him.
The best model of any neutral in the game is the Black Dragon Goofy.
I mean, it depends on your perspective.
There's no Black Dragons available right now, so we can't show that. But
that's too bad.
I'm sure they'll spawn later.
So in terms of pace, obviously, I mean, if you just look at the net worth right now, 2K lead for IG. I mean, coming into this game, a lot of people are expecting IG to take this series. Team Spirit still, it feels like they're always the underdog, and even after like great performances where they upset, they're still continuing to be the underdog for whatever reason. But I'm assuming you're thinking IG will take this series in the end.
Yeah, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of people that have Team Spirit favored. Oh, Kaka's dead.
Naposhka is in the vicinity.
Yes.
Echo Stomp is there. Spear into the trees, and down he goes.
Pretty big rotation from Spirit to find a lonesome position 4 there in the bottom lane. Effectively just the rest of the map being farmed up very nicely here by IG. All of their cores active around both the top bottom jungle of their own side as well as Leshrac pushing out that mid lane. So this could open up for a potential move for IG. You see them drawing an arrow into the enemy triangle. So it looks like that's the next plan from Kaka here. He wants to maybe smoke. Of course, has the one key item that Lion wants in every game with that Blink Dagger, so can very easily initiate for the team as long as they have vision.
Yeah, BKB just picked up by Fly.
I think they saw him here. They see him. He has the ward though on the high ground.
Links to safety. Looks like he's fine.
Yep. Gets
so
out
BKB
nicely.
on Fly as he actually has the Oblivion staff, so actually hasn't finished anything with that yet. Changed his mind considering how the game is going at the moment.
No, he disassembled it to make BKB something.
That's right. That's exactly what happened.
That is what happens when you look away for a moment.
That's right.
The game gets patched 7 times, and you can do that.
Yeah, very, very true. Another important item, Cinder in Toronto, Tokyo picks up the Midas, which this is pretty much the standard build from Invokers these days, as Roche is going to be attempted.
Yeah, I like this.
Absolutely. This is against a Slardar lineup, so if you can take it away from them, then all the power to you.
Double damage morph with Alacrity. What's not to love?
Well, they're going to get the first Roche of the game, the first Roche of TI-10 main stage, in fact.
Yep.
As bottom lane, IG doing considerable amount of damage to this tier 2, and I would like to think that Spirit just lets this go.
IG take the first tier 2 tower of this TI-10 main event.
Are we just going to say that for everything?
IG are taking the first outpost of this TI-10 main event.
Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I thought you were going to keep going. Sorry. I just...
Why would I? They
let it
didn't take
open up.
anything else.
Okay.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yataro damaging the top tier 2 for the first time in this TI main event.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see if they actually give this one up. IG doesn't look like they're looking to come here. They do pop the fort, though. And Spirit continuing to stay in the area. You can see most of IG in the bottom jungle right now, as the game is extremely even. Obviously, Aegis in tow for Yataro here. Can't go through that backdoor protection.
Well, starting to push out this top wave, and looks like IG are not interested in defending, which means in all likelihood Team Spirit will take the second tier 2 tower of the TI-10 main event. We'll be going to Yatoro or the creep wave. It is Yatoro.
You could have said the first one for the Radiant.
That's actually true. Oh,
JT, yep, jumping collapse for now. Collapse.
No BKB yet.
You're gonna get stunned. Olli's trying to heal him to a high degree, but there's the Mars Arena blocking him off completely. He's just gonna die within his own arena. So 1-for-1 for Kaka. And we'll see if Spirit want to continue to fight here, despite not having that big crush by JT onto 2. But there's the E-Blade being shown from Itaro. Fly jumping on top of Toronto, Tokyo, but there, Itaro doing some nice damage to Fly. He pops his BKB. It looks like Toronto, Tokyo is donezo. Fly in the meantime, looking to re-pursue here. Looks like the Elder Titan is next on the list. So a 3-for-1 after a really good initiation from JT. E-Blade still not enough to get a kill here for Yataro. Definitely has to be careful, but...
You see the awesome synergy there between Slardar and Monkey King. This is a nasty late game composition as well. We're not truly in the late game just yet, as I would rather call this the later portion of the mid game, but already you get Corrosive Haze on the target. Monkey King pops BKB, has the Echo Saber ready, and very quickly gets the hits in, and then that Boundless Strike, it really hurts. We're going to see it in a moment here in this replay. I think it's about 20 seconds after this. So looking to be a decent opener for Spirit. They get the grip off. Obviously gets cancelled here by Fly. And while Kaka does die, it still means big cooldowns have been expended by the Radiant here. No Earth Splitter, no grip, and that gives JT the confidence to go in. And pay attention to Toronto Toki here. So nice back off there from JT, and then they jump in the Monkey King. Nice attempt from Yatoro turning into Monkey for the stun, but watch this Boundless. So insanely much damage. Basically killed off Invoker from 2/3 in 1 second. And they're gonna need to find solutions for that. So Toronto Tokyo's buying a BKB. You could imagine potentially a Lotus Orb would be somewhere in the future for the Radiant, but all of them just getting BKBs really, except Lion and Leshrac.
Oh, DD Rune, not going to be denied. Emo picks it up, pops that BKB. Toronto Tokyo might be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. He's just going to get taken down thanks to that Pulse Nova. Finger of Death used now, collapse. He's going to take the brunt of the damage. That's going to be 2 quick kills for IG. Make it 3 now, as this is starting to get in control of IG overall in this game, despite not having the Aegis. I mean, that's the fact that Team Spirit has not been able to use this Aegis to really any effect is really unfortunate for them.
It is worrisome for Spirit how hard a time they have counter-initiating. It's also worrisome that...
Continuing the onslaught here. Nice Source Staff Mira. He's just going to get chased, though. They have so much health regen thanks to Ollie. That is going to be another easy kill for IG. Might be a turnaround here. Yataro forcing the BKB out of JT at the very least. Now see if they can regroup here, but it feels like just dominoes falling one by one in the last minute or so.
For sure. Yeah, with the BKB and Slaughter and Monkey King, what happens in these fights effectively is IG, when they have superior vision, they just jump and go. And the Radiant, what response do you have to BKBs? You literally have Fiend's Grip on your position 5 Bane. If he gets stopped by anything, you have anywhere between 6 and 9 seconds just ready to roll for these cores. And it's... because of the amount of burst damage that they have, Team Spirit are almost guaranteed to lose a key hero in that in those initial few seconds. Leshrac also with the BKB, of course, shouldn't mention that one, so... Yep. It's problematic for Spirit. I think the saving grace for them later can be Invoker becomes amazing when BKBs get low. So when all of them drop to 6, maybe you can stay alive just long enough to get all of that control out. Tornado and Ice Wall. Ice Wall awesome against both Monkey King and Slaughter.
Yeah, and this, I mean, next Roche is not spawning anytime soon, but this is, the second Roche is going to decide the game, I feel like. If IG is able to secure it, it's going to be super hard for Spirit to actually come back into this game. And they obviously take it really fast.
Not going into the triangle. They know this is coming from IG. And in the meantime, Toronto Tokyo. This is something we saw him do a lot at the Animator.
Yeah.
Playing these side lanes alone on the opposite side of the map. Even on heroes that aren't necessarily very good at it, he would still find a way to do it. In this game, Boswick's Invoker good at this.
Collapse.
No. Getting
JT
collapsed
pursuing. All right,
good.
Blink TP. Looks like he's fine.
All right.
Yeah, Sprint was offline for a moment there for JT, so couldn't close the gap, as it were. And Toronto Tokyo forcing out TPs like you said. So, I mean, realizing that they're behind, it's not an insurmountable lead for against IG, but still split pushing, forcing the TPs out, expending some resources, getting them on the other side of the map. You can see the heat map for Toronto Tokyo.
Wow.
Obviously, the red portion is mostly the laning stage, I would assume, but starting to spread the wealth to some degree. Yeah, we have 3 BKBs right now on IG and only 1 so far for Spirit. As Toronto Tokyo still working on his. Is it on the way? Let's see. Oh, he still needs like 700 gold to actually finish it, so dropping off the farm despite having that Midas.
Poshka's thinking about this. It is a really hard angle. Oh, they're going to get backstabbed as well. Kaka finds Yataro.
He gets off the morph, though. Nice dodge with that BKB from JT. They're just going to apply all their pressure to Yataro, still stuck inside this Wukong's command, but he's going to be good to go. And now Team Spirit likely on the retreat. Get up a nice tornado to slow things up with a Finger of Death. Gonna find at least 1, does IG.
You should be happy for Spirit that
Absolutely.
That was the worst. That could have gone so much worse. Yataro got off a clutch E-Blade right before the 4th hit from Slaughter for that bash. And they do manage to get out basically everyone here, except Mira, catching his 7th death. Has as many deaths as his team has kills.
And that's usually not a good sign.
Absolutely not, and especially he's ET, right? But they're doing a really good job on IG of just finding him in these fights. ET can often stand very, very far behind the fights, but Monkey King and Slaughter just have his number, and they have the number of Poshka as well.
Poshka is going to try to get saved by Toronto Tokyo, but it's not going to happen. Kaka jumps in with the Hex into the double impale. Fly gets off his beautiful right clicks. Double kill for Fly. And Team Spirit are starting to crumble, Cinder, and Collapse is going to take it out in turn. Tier 1 tower to follow. 6K network lead, and it's only growing from here.
Yep.
And Roche
now
will be up
7K
relatively shortly. Would you like to count the numbers with me?
Did you grow up on Sesame Street?
Not really.
You don't
Big
know the
Bird really scared me.
You don't know the counting song, I'm assuming.
I don't know how to count.
I don't actually think it goes to 7. They start out with the easy course first.
That's not helpful.
No, I know.
No wonder America's screwed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Emo here has the diabolic either going. It's going to force out the fortification. And it looks like this is going to be another tower going the way of Team Spirit, or Team IG, I should say. And I think at this point, they're probably just waiting for Roche. Yes, just keep it up, Cinder. You're doing great.
Yep, they're getting a bounty run. Is this 9K?
It's going to be close, I'm sure. We're going to see the replay here.
It's 9K.
Yeah, good attempt from Toronto Tokyo to save his comrade there, but you can see the Kaka initiation with the nice stun from Kaka onto 2 there as well.
Speaking of 9K, a little bit of trivia. Do you know who was the first player in the world to get 9K MMR?
Miracle?
Yes. Do you know who played against him in the game he got 9K?
Cinderin.
Yes, correct.
All right, that was pretty easy, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
That's my main contribution to Pub Dota. Boosting the confidence of others. It's very good.
Appreciate that. Yatoro. Emo and Ollie hooked up right now and transporting themselves to Fourthly for IG, they're just waiting for this second Roche, and if they're able to get it, you can see Toronto Tokyo trying to scout it out, but just spawned right afterwards. Oh man, that is actually really unlucky, but then again, it was pretty late into the timer for Roche regardless. So they just need JT in the vicinity, and they can take that super duper fast. And this is going to be the Aegis and Shard this time around, Cinderin.
Now it's time for your favorite question.
Yeah,
Cinderin, who should they give the Shard to?
It's going to be Emo. We can be pretty sure of this. Flyflies is pretty decent, but I don't really see it that often picked up.
Damn.
There we go.
There it is. The first Shard of the TI main stage goes to Emo.
And that is
great call, Suns fan.
The split earth that just creates bigger split earths in a delay. Very nice. Usually really good for high ground defense, but something tells me IG's not going to need it specifically for that. If the game continues to go in this trajectory.
It's really nice zone control, and you look at their lineup, they have so many stuns that they can likely get off the double value on a single target, right? If you get, let's say, Lion Hex into Split Earth, then you can Earth Spike, and then you can Slaughter stun, and then the second Split Earth proc will come in again. You even have Boundless as well, so very, very nice. Honestly, I wouldn't have blamed them if they put the Shard onto Io. This is a really good game for that, considering what friends he has here. But are opting to put it on the core first. Emo.
That must make you really sad as a support player to see that.
I like to see the success of others.
Oh, back to stomp.
Oh, good Yule.
Not gonna hit because of the tornado here. Collapse gets a nice spear into the tower. Actually blows up Emo. And now the beautiful Mars Arena onto 2. Buyback is still available if he wants to use it, but Toronto Tokyo takes a lot of damage, able to force that to safety thanks to this Earth Splitter coming out. Ollie, that's a triple kill for Yatoro. Luckily for IG, 1 gets out. And Kaka, all right, Glimmer. I think they spotted him though. They're gonna try to chase Kaka
here. 4
here.
different colored pings around his body.
E-Blade not able to finish him off in style with the Sunstrike. All right.
No way.
Oh my God, Kaka, are you serious? He gets out after all that.
Damn.
Either way, great defense from Team Spirit. Obviously, Aegis was not on Emo.
Yeah,
questionable.
Exactly, it's a bit questionable to maybe have him push that tower without the Aegis. You could have let Monkey King do this with the Desolator and the IO behind for protection, but they were just not expecting this play. Super well set up there. Collapse going for that high value spear, and the follow-up arena is just as good. And that was about a 3k gold swing. They still don't claim the Aegis though. Back to live. Kaka is asleep. Now he's awake. And that was really exciting.
Thank you.
And now it's over.
Can we get a highlight of that? First terrible highlight of the game, as Scotty is now picked up for Flyfly, so he is hitting critical mass here pretty soon, Sinner, and he is mega farmed overall. But I mean, on the other side, Yataro still top of the net worth. He has actually got the Titan Sliver drop as well from the jungle, so
very good for more.
One of the best heroes in the game for that, no doubt. So he has the Manta BKB and E-Blade going for, I would assume, Scotty next. Yeah, it looks like it is. But 6k net worth lead for IG overall right now, still with the Aegis in tow.
This is a big movement. They have the smoke coming out. Relocate is available from bottom.
Toronto Tokyo gets initiated on by JT. They are going to
destroy him. Does have buyback, though.
Okay.
But a nice pick off for IG. And still with about a minute and a half to go on the Aegis, so obviously want to use it in some capacity here.
It's important for Spirit to not get cornered here. They do have a good ward, seeing this movement in from Fly, but he can be as he can be as confident as he wants. There's no way they kill him twice.
Yeah, Mira. They see him, and there's the crush to cancel the TP. Echo Stomps can be canceled as well, so a second freebie.
Kaka trying to get the courier.
For IG.
And he won't. Uses that shield. Someone at Valve was really thinking hard about what to call this invincibility ability of the courier, and after a lot of deliberation, they ended up with shield. I think very good.
I think it's a solid choice.
Very good choice. It's up there together with Bash and Amplify Damage as very good descriptive names.
I missed those, actually.
I liked Amplify Damage, honestly.
I agree.
I think
now it's Corrosive Haze.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Viper skill, honestly.
It really does, actually.
And calling out, he Corrosive Hazes them does not sound super hype, I'm not gonna lie. But then again, Amplified Damage had that same issue, so whatever.
It was nicely descriptive, though. You kind of knew what you were going to get.
Very true, but Fly and company. Kaka gets off the Hex. Miposhka is in the vicinity, has a Nightmare available, but Yataro taking a ton of damage. Has to E-Blade himself here. Tornado gets Yuled, and it looks like he's just going to drop inside the Wukong's command. Has buyback. Miposhka just gets jumped. Double kill for Fly. And with this, IG will try to force out these 2 buybacks that Spirits still have. That's one. Yeah. That's not the important one. Keep in mind, Aegis is running out soon.
A little bit of a life pro skill here, showcased by Fly. If you're ever in trouble in real life, make sure you turn into a banana. Then nothing can happen to you.
That's a great life advice.
Yes, you're welcome. Probably a 5-minute crafts video about that somewhere, I'm sure.
I'm sure. And everything's on the internet, or so I'm told. Oh, we got the Earth Splitter coming out, and Collapse with the initiation. Buyback from Yataro as well. Can they take out Fly? Absolutely. And inside the Mars Arena are 3, but the BKB allows Emo to run out safely and TP to base. Kaka again gets out. So only finding 1, but still an important kill.
It's a couple of really good defensive play calls here from Collapse. Again, finding that setup on the Monkey King as the Aegis expired. But the problem is you had to buy back your Morph, or did you, right? Like maybe that could have even worked without the Morph buyback, but it's like an impossible judgment call to make in the moment, so you will generally see the core buy back there.
Yeah.
But it makes that win a lot more bittersweet, because you have an opening now for IG to win the game flat out by just killing the Morphling one more time now. And you're not going to be able to get anything meaningful in this minute that the Monkey King is still dead. There's no Roche. All of your waves were pushed pretty far, so you need to just spend this time putting out fires across the map so that you can start maybe finding a move when all the enemy team is alive again.
There is a DD top, and there is a Morphling in the game.
Yeah,
quite possibly the best hero to have a double damage on, or one of them at the very least. Has a Scotty, now does Yataro, so obviously not saving for buyback at this point, since he does not possess one.
Yep. That's why buy all out. He
unfortunately for Team Spirit, they're not able to force any buybacks from Fly. That would have been pretty big, but pretty risky as well.
This is, I'm not going to call it a Hail Mary move, but it's likely to decide the game here from Spirit. If this move fails and Morph dies, things are looking very grim. They will. I like it from them, though. You got to take this kind of initiative if you want to make a comeback and win this game eventually. You can't just sit back and play chicken for 8 minutes. So they will see if they can find an invasive move into the enemy triangle.
Miposhka is the frontliner here. Smoke is popped.
Oh, Emo's just straight
Emo
in.
Jumps in. He's getting decimated, but there's a save from Ollie for now. But no, there's too much damage to withstand. He does not have buyback.
On the
JP
spear.
is next on the list. Double kill for Yataro. As it looks like Fly with the BKB will get out of dodge, but a triple kill now for the Morphling. And nice arena from Collapse. They find Fly. This will be an enormous kill. He turns into Monkey King for just a moment. Ultra kill Yataro. What a turnaround from Team Spirit. Make it a rampage. Yataro, beast mode enabled at TI-10.
Okay.
And that is 2 buybacks, and they're going for buildings
want to
here.
win now.
Holy Gavin.
They're
going throne. That's alacrity onto Yataro. They force the fortification. Remember, 2 of these core heroes do not have buyback for IG right now. They use the last one remaining. That is a tier 4 tower.
See if they can actually defend. Kaka actually just fingers collapse to death, but he buys back into the game. We'll be back shortly. Alacrity again onto the Morphling. Going for the tier 4 tower. This would be an enormous turnaround for Team Spirit. Boundless strike from afar. They're just waiting as long as possible for their Leshrac to come back. 15 seconds for him. That's so far away. Fire, Fly, just getting kited from afar. Yataro continuing to hit the Ancient. They might be backing up though. Nope, he pops the BKB. Going back in with the Alacrity, going for the Ancient. Will they be able to get the Yataro? Trying to get bursted down. They're gonna get it. Team Spirit. Unbelievable turnaround. Holy Gaben. I literally cannot believe that they just won that game. Oh my goodness. Cinderin.
I mean,
what the hell just happened?
It's one thing that they pull off that confident move into the enemy triangle, but the fact that they get that result out of it was way more than they could have ever hoped for. Oh my god, they capitalized so hard on that. No. And you got a question. We talked about that earlier in the game. Emo can pop off. He can also be a little reckless. That blink in with BKB into 3 enemy heroes basically cost them the game.
I mean, he is playing with an IO, so I understand the thought process, but it just didn't have time to relocate or anything.
He underestimated the damage of the enemy team. I think he was fighting into a double damage Morphling, and if Elder Titan was next to him with that natural order, you die in like 5 hits.
Right.
He just didn't. Just a wrong read on the situation there, and that gives Team Spirit a 1-0 lead. Crazy.
And we were basically about to put the nail in the coffin in there for Team Spirit. They were down 8K. They lost the second rush. We thought that would be it, but able to just come back with a vengeance. And my goodness, what a display from Team Spirit. Cannot believe it. But let's see what the panel has to say about this crazy, crazy turnaround. Sorry, it was to the panel we go.
Was he apologizing then for Team Spirit finishing so suddenly before we didn't even expect it? We were running to the desk like, what is happening? Because it seemed that what was happening was Yatoro and Collapse are the perfect duo in Dota right now. I mean, out of the teams we've seen play at the main stage, approximately 2. Trent, what did you make of that epic turnaround right at the end?
Well, you know, in the Oxford English Dictionary, the last word is ziziva. But here at TI, the last word, it's BSJ, and he covered it. He talked about burst damage, and what just happened in that game? Burst damage. I know he was talking about IG, I think mostly, but turns out he actually knew all along that it was going to be the big plays in the end with the burst damage, and that's what happened. There was no time for the actual save with the relocate coming out from Ollie, and it cost him.
It's definitely a game where IG will be kicking themselves a bit because they were the ones who were dictating play the entire game, even till the very end in some sense, except for that one smoke move. They were trying to breach high ground multiple times, and Team Spirit just coordinated all their spells so well to burst these heroes.
Yeah, it was just a huge amount of single target damage. It was the double damage on Morphling that he got to use in that fight. Tons of right click, Collapse hit really nice initiations as well, so even after they won the initial fight and they go for the chase down, he catches the Monkey King behind the tier 2. The creep wave was in the right position, so all of a sudden it was like we got all these crucial kills and it's a tier 2 tower, and they weren't necessarily saving for a buyback because they were so far ahead. It just opened up the game in such a big way.
Well, should we go back to the very start now we've covered the end and talk about the draft? Because as the draft panel was saying, as BSJ was saying, the draft was very much looking like it was in IG's favor. It was very much a load of counter picks from Team Spirit. They were set up for the defense and they were able to capitalize. What did you think of the way that Spirit did draft against IG? Did you have your reservations, Trent?
Yeah, definitely. I think IG just strictly had an easier game because they get to, as Insania pointed several times, control the flow of the game. Because like basically Team Spirit had to wait until IG made a move and they had to respond. And the first best responses they had was going for that Roche. I mean, the first DD that they got them an Aegis. That was nice. Kind of delayed the game a little bit. And then later on, you have to like wait on that high ground and make that play. And I actually can't believe Claps hit that first spear back into the tower where they just wiped out Emo. That was massive for them.
Yeah. I think for IG, where things kind of fell short was just how they took high ground. I think putting the Aegis on Leshrac may have worked out better for them. I also think just not rushing high ground. They could have waited things out. One of the items that's really become prominent is Aeon Disc. Like get an Aeon Disc for that situation, like as a 5th, 6th item on your Leshrac. And Team Spirit can't burst these heroes down. So I think they kind of made a few misplays.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest one. Losing the Lesh on that cliff. It could have been a Rax there and said game slows down. But it's so weird to think about that game because all I can think about is team fight after team fight, Team Spirit just getting ran at. Invoker gets jumped on by Slardar, gets jumped on by Monkey King. He's like running away at 350 movement speed. Good luck escaping the enemy squad, but they just lost so many team fights, but all they needed was that one good fight with a creep wave in the good position, and they just got IG on the back foot.
Insane how they turned the tide of the game. Let's take a look at some of the key numbers, though, from that match. I mean, I'm still catching my breath back from that turnaround at the end there. You can see in our rather glorious, big, beautiful monitor there. Any numbers that are jumping out to you, Gods?
Probably Yaduro's Morphling. I mean, as far as actually carrying the game, I think both. I mean, you look at the carriers on both sides, but he's the guy who really dished out some crazy damage in that last fight with the double damage. Played pretty clean throughout the game. Had a really tough time playing into Slardar with the single target burst damage, but he still made the pick work.
And his net worth was really high for the extent of the game as well. His lane was maybe a little rough, but he was on the top of the net worth charts even after he died top by the tier 2. And it was really nice for Morphling to be the frontliner in some cases because he was difficult to kill. Like right before that huge fight they had, he had 52 armor and he had the Titan Sliver. So he's actually very tanky against these minus armor solutions, even if some of those run at you problems existed in the early game.
Yeah, I just see Fly 10, 3, and 7, and I'm just like, oh, I feel like that's the guy who's typing in the post game, about how didn't we win this game? Because I feel like we spent the entire time watching, basically talking about why IG was doing so well and why it looked like a sure victory for them moving forward, and then just got turned around.
With that said, though, for carry players, like you can have this great game, but all it takes is one mistake, and it's so crucial because you are so much net worth. You're so much of the map. It's like if he gets picked off and makes that one teamfight mistake, you realize as a carry player, you only get tops 2 of those a game before you lose. So.
And was it a case of it just being too fast from Team Spirit for IG to recover? Because that first Roche fight from Spirit, it looked like it could have been a mistake from IG. They were prioritizing the T2 tower, they took the outpost, and it was almost like they didn't even know the Roche fight was happening.
Yeah, no, that was, again, the DD rune definitely helps. Like, Morphling's one of the absolute best heroes in the entire game since it just doubles essentially all of your damage, the way you build Morphling. So it's super fast, and they grab that. But I think for me, it was just like, there were risky plays from Team Spirit throughout that entire game, and a lot of the times they were not going well. But hey, the risk paid off in the end, and that's why you just got that snap victory.
It was just like such a small moment where like Bane shows in the tri-camp. They see him, they're like, oh, we've been winning the last 3 fights. Jump on it. They jump in, and all of a sudden he's committed. And then you don't have time to click on Morphling to see if he's a DD. And half the time you can't tell with the cosmetics anyways, with everything flying around. So it's like you just don't. It just was such a split moment. It cost him everything.
And Fly in that situation, did he need to be set up towards the later game better by his teammates?
I think that was just maybe as a team they got kind of caught out by surprise there rather than Fly doing anything too wrong. By the time he got caught in the trees, things had already fallen apart. Emu's the one who should not have jumped in. He didn't have any backup, or the backup he had, the IO, the relocate saves weren't coming in. But really for me, it's like you got to give credit to Spirit for the fact they were willing to make those bold, risky plays, you call them, because so many teams when they're down like that, they'll just keep waiting on the high ground because they had success there. They were defending their high ground. They managed to kill heroes twice in the top lane as well as in the mid lane. But they said, no, we're winning these fights, but now let's go make another risky move on their side of the map.
IG, getting too confident? A little bit cocky?
Not
Feeling
anymore.
their own tingles? Was that an answer?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't brought tingles, and I don't know. This is all fresh for us here. I don't know.
Okay, I brought chaos to the desk. Absolutely, my apologies. Let's talk then about whether we think IG can recover, because they're definitely going to be feeling shaken after that finish, Gods.
Yeah, I feel like for me, IG's a team who's going to look at that game. They've, got a very experienced coach in Super, and just be able to say, hey, look, we dictated play. We made one crucial game-deciding mistake. I think IG will be happy with their draft, will be happy with their play throughout 99% of that game. And it's the kind of game where, losing that is heartbreaking, but you're in the best of 3s now, and I think they can still get some confidence from it. Are
you also feeling positive about this purge? I mean, we've got to think back to that reverse sweep at the Singapore Major, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure they have plenty of ability to take that one. The tough thing is it's going to hurt when they think about that game, certainly. All they got to do is close out the series, and they're going to be like, all right, we threw that one time, but it's okay. We came back. It's gonna build some confidence. But if they happen to lose this series, that's going to be like one of those Dota cringe moments for the rest of their life for sure.
Dota cringe. That's what I was brought
here to do.
We all have it.
Who else has it? You guys all have it.
I feel it. That's my version of a tinker. It's the Dota cringe. Now, Spirit, they've got this little boost of confidence now, but could they get ahead of themselves? I know it's a cliche, but it's for a reason.
Most certainly, right? We're all guilty of that at times, but hopefully they can recognize that game was gifted a little bit near the end. Yes, they capitalized on the mistakes, but a mistake nonetheless was there. So you still have to tighten up. Much like I think IG can look at that game and be like, guys, that in some ways that's an easy loss because we made one mistake, we lost, but it's okay. The rest of our game plan was very good. As Team Spirit, you need to recognize there were some issues. And we got a little bit lucky, got kind of bailed out. Awesome play. That was sick, but this wasn't actually the best situation that we were in at the end.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of just embracing, let's just play this bold, risky, because they're the underdogs. And I think the way you win in that situation is by just doing unexpected stuff, by, taking those perhaps at times, poor, risky plays, but they catch teams by surprise.
And this is the thing, when you look back at that game, Spirit were the ones making most of the mistakes.
Yeah, and that's because they kind of wanted to take fights, but they didn't have a super easy way to do it compared to their opponents. Their opponents had Slaughter that could jump in and initiate with a stun to set up other stuns. They could have Monkey King do it as well. Whereas on the Spirit side, half the time their disables were the Morphling turning into a Monkey King and throwing a stun. So it wasn't as straightforward for them to take fights unless for some reason they had perfect vision over their opponents. So as long as IG played well, which they did, they didn't get a lot of opportunities in a lot of those early fights as well. They tried to jump in with collapse, BKBs are ready, which basically countered all of the heroes on the Spirit side. So they just had to keep fishing, and eventually they found one.
Well, the teams are taking back to the stage, and if they're feeling anything like me right now, their hands are incredibly sweaty because it's all down to IG now. Can they make this a 1-1 situation, or are they going to be shockingly heading down into the lower bracket at the end of this one? We were saying on the panel earlier, we were feeling maybe it's going to be a 2-1 situation. We just maybe expected IG to have the upper hand as we go into this one. But you know what? We've spoken enough about IG. Let's take a look at how Spirit got to the international.
Something hit him, but honestly,
he's still going to be able to get the jump on Always Want to Fly. Oh, that BKB ain't going to save him.
Okay.
As he instantly goes down, collapse, he's going to be saved as well. The false promise comes out, the Lotus Storm as well allow them to turn things around. They're in on top of Beachin. General off from the side, they've put the BKB. They've got to respect the Enigma. They've got to watch out for this black hole as Yutoro's waiting out that BKB. He wants to be able to try and help Toronto. Tokyo's now going to jump in over towards Beachin. He's found the bash. Beachin getting low. He's trying to get the mana point out. Yutoro is able to find it. The black hole's down though, allowing Beachin to buy some time for himself, but the nuke damage there from Miposhka finishes Beachin. They get the kill on General. They're going to be able to clean up Iceberg as well as Team Spirit take down the entire squad of Na'Vi. Use the BKB for that attempt. Yutoro gonna have Pikachu jumping in. The Wraith King. Get him chain stunned. Can't stop him from taking the tower. Dora. First from once.
Whoa. Oh, the disrupt.
Oh, yeah.
The disrupt on the finger.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I saw him disappear. I was like, he didn't die. He didn't lose the ult. He still got a good to go. Mirror with the perfect timing. All right. Oh, baby.
Luna has near 6k gold.
Here. He sees a multi-shot. He sees him on top of the creep wave. Miposhka is kind of waiting. He's going to intercept the Centaur. Meanwhile, he turns around, gusts up, and kills the Invoker. Now Yutoro's got to get out of here. Toronto Tokyo is going to make sure that the Drow has an opportunity to do so with the coil. They can actually turn things around here. On the high ground, Drow not sure if she wants to be able to stumble into that one. Miposhka playing into this tree line. Meanwhile, the Oracle once again being harried constantly by Toronto Tokyo. Glimmer caping up. Mickey's on in. Does manage to blow up one, but immediate buyback from Miposhka. Now he's stuck on this high ground with the Rams going in. Yutoro throwing damage from the low ground. It doesn't matter with your elevation. You've got him dead. Toronto Tokyo helps out with a double kill, and they don't have the buyback on Team Liquid. Toronto Tokyo now chasing after Taiga as well. He is relentless. He will not stop. He is not content until he brings down every member of Team Liquid, and he'll manage to get a third.
Spirit. Empire, lay down a ward. It's in vision. Dude, they're so afraid. Vanscore gonna get caught. Tornado.
It's finally happening.
Has that BKB. Arena catches on to all of them with the
follow-up though. Yutaro jumps in, wants to blow him up. There's gonna be the Sunstrike afterwards. Chrono Tokyo landing all this damage on top of them. 3 are dead. Dude, what an arena from Collapse. In the moment they needed it, he gave it to them. Now, the Yule Scepter lifts up, trying to interrupt this arrow coming through, but the stun is there. They find the kill. 4 go down, and there's the Tim Mituum as Team Spirit found that opening.
Oh, they want it. Arrow sentry combo on the low ground.
Forward, Alacrity onto Smiling Knight. They want to find that back line, but the Curse Crown is there. Oh, the stun, it catches afterwards, and there's the call. What a connection. Yutaro jumps in. Never a chance. Team Spirit makes the play, finds the kill. They're going to TI Trent.
So I guess Invictus Gaming, they're going to be banning Mars in the next draft?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You see all those highlights, like collapse on the Mars, collapse on the Mars. Oh, wait, look, it's collapse. He's Marsing, you know? And we talked about it. We knew it was happening. They obviously knew it was going to be there, and then he performs like that. So, yes, good one. This is good insight. You're learning fast.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll try not to get too ahead of myself, but it did seem like the arena was the common theme in Yutoro's success on Morphling, especially our first rampage of the main event. Trent, you've got some stats.
Yes, our helpful stats department here, thank you very much, has provided us only the 5th rampage ever in the TI playoffs.
I thought there would have been double that at least.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Committed by an 18-year-old. Murder on the Romanian National Arena dance floor. Can we call it a dance?
And usually when those rampages come, it's like the game's over decidedly already. This is like a comeback rampage into an insane finish. It was special. That's
you know, it was also special. Well, not special for a certain panelist over on the draft panel, seeing Liquid's demise at the hands of the teenagers of Team Spirit. It was getting slightly awkward in the studio, but it's okay because we felt sorry for him and we actually gave him a job. So you'll be meeting Aiden again in the draft panel very shortly once we are ready to get into things. There he is. Give him a wave. His first TI as well. It's all right. You're doing great. We are ready very soon to get into the lobby, but you know what? It's prediction time, boys. 10 seconds.
2-0.
IG bounce back.
2-1 Spirit.
Okay, let's get into game 2.
Team Spirit versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Hello and welcome back to the draft panel. Once again, we have the pro that Frankie was talking about, Insania, and of course, Lacoste. How did you see that, Lacoste? You said at the end of that last draft, I don't like this draft, but I like Team Spirit.
I did, because I saw the confidence, you know, them walking on the stage, there was a bit of a delay, they're really having fun, spirits are high. And I love the confidence in the end, you know, going for that tier 4 towers. This is the snap decision making that you need to, you know, say, we go right now. Someone needs to scream, someone needs to yell, and everyone followed. And I really like that.
Would you stand with your decision or your choice of words that the draft was still better for IG, but they just outplayed the end?
I do. There were a couple of mistakes from IG. IG had this big 3 BKB timing that they did not execute perfectly, going for the high ground. Maybe there was a bit of a mistake giving Aegis to the different hero. You usually want to, as you said in our green room, I'll quote you, you want to give Aegis to the hero that, you know, deals the tower damage. So that should have been Lesh instead of Monkey King.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, if you want to aim to go high ground within the Aegis timer, then you want to put the Aegis on the hero that's going to deal tower damage. And traditionally, that is your position 1 and your carry, which is why most of the time they end up taking the Aegises. But in this case, Leshrac is your source of tower damage, so I would have preferred to see the Aegis on the Lesh. I think another interesting thing in this series was, if you guys load back into the replay, those of you who care, you will notice that at one point, Team Spirit took over the triangle where they found their team fight that got them back into the game. So they probably had vision there that they were smoking towards in the end. So this vision set up by Miposhka at some point in the game really enabled a potential comeback there. And something that a lot of teams do poorly is they will sit in their base when they fall behind. But Team Spirit, they decided to move over to the enemy triangle and set up this fort that gave them the huge rampage comeback.
Is there a power to the fact that Team Spirit picks these comfort heroes? They always try similar strategies, things that are tried and true. Do you think this gives them the ability to have this confidence?
I think when like Akal said, right, the draft I don't think was very good.
Okay.
But it was comfort heroes, like you're saying. I think after a game like this, you feel relieved that you got the win, but you know in the back of your mind that we might need to still switch up the draft a bit to be in a better position in the next game.
Okay. Do you find that comfort is a good idea to go for the first game of the series to get that potential win and get it out of the way?
I understand that you would start there, but I think you're going to have to develop and adapt. And I don't expect them to give IG all the pacing again like they did in game 1.
All right, we're starting with the draft now again. We see Doom and Lion on the IG side, and Team Spirit picking a favorite here. It's going to be a really big change of pace. Weaver and Legion. We were actually talking about this, Lacoste, that we think of Collapse as this big teamfight hero, tanky teamfight, not so much the single target initiation. What can you tell me about this start for them?
This is something that's going to provide them, again, Legion Commander got banned out in the second phase after IG picked Lion in the first game, so it's a dispel mechanic, it's a free BKB once you get a shard, 1.75 seconds, and it's also a decent amount of heal against the Doom that could, make the difference, whether you die or not. Also, Weaver, we still don't know where it's going to go, judging by the team's Spirit, the way they played it, it's probably going to be that position 4, the classic standard build, Spirit Vessel into Aghanim Scepter, and then Aghanim Scepter, you just get huge value. I already said at the start of the previous game that I really liked Mira on that Weaver, where he makes so much space, he gets tons of levels. Like, one of the good things about position 4 Weaver is that you're really survivable, and sometimes when you do a trade, let's say your offlaner dies, enemy safe laner dies, you get the free levels, you get the gold, and one of the reasons why the hero is so popular.
If you have a Legion Weaver lane, let's say put them forward and saying, what do you think of that lane? Is it a strong lane?
I think it's a good enough lane in most cases. Okay. You're going to get farm out of the lane. What I think is important to note here is if you think about how Doom functions, he will put Doom on someone, and then it will slowly take the hero to death, right? And when we talked about earlier, we talked a lot about timings, because timings are very integral in the way you draft. So when you have Weaver when Weaver reaches the Aghanim Scepter timing in the game, you'll be able to reset the heroes back from getting doomed. So most likely the heroes that get doomed won't tick out over time. And I think this puts Team Spirit in a position now that they have very good scaling as the game goes on. Their timings are very strong against IGs. The instant initiation from Lion can get dispelled by the Legion Commander, followed up with if he buys the shard, then there's no stun coming out, there's no follow-up on that, which will get a hero out of trouble very easily.
To go back to the Aghanim Scepter, I like that IG responded with Doom plus a Lion, so that's their burst damage that they need, so maybe Weaver will not be able to get the Aghanim Scepter off. We've seen, Lion, you're charging that Finger of Death, and sometimes it's all it takes, that a bit of an extra burst damage. This time around, Tiny will get banned in the second phase by IG. Same goes for Wraith King. Of course, Wraith King is one of the better counters to Doom. You are not going to get doomed in the team fights most of the time. Tiny, it's a flex pick for Team Spirit. They played it quite a lot on the mid lane, and they also ran it on the safe lane when it's needed.
This time, Team Spirit also got rid of the Monkey King, which they saw as a threat last game, and also, once again, melee offlaner, making sure that you want to have an easier lane here. Insania, could you tell me the strengths a bit of this Doom Lion as a starting combo?
I think the nice thing about it is that it's fairly flexible. You can still run the Doom pretty much in any position. He's going to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. The Lion they ran in the safe lane the last game. It's played by Kaka, I think, pretty much exclusively on their team, but they have the ability to flex it between the safe lane and the off lane. So IG's sticking a little bit more to this idea of we want to have a more flexible draft. We want to be able to do what we want with our heroes here. I think the Lina ban from Team Spirit is something they should look out for. Chinese teams consider this hero to be very, very strong against Leshrac, and we noticed in the last game the Lina got banned. IG instantly went for the Leshrac, so I think that might be something that's on their mind to potentially ban out here.
Lina in general just feels super strong. We're staying away from this Yule Scepter, Lina Spellcaster type of a build. It's just most of the time boots his travel into BKB, into Crystallis, which can be transitioned into either Daedalus, or we can see the Silver Edge when it's needed. A lot of the heroes that have break, that don't like to be broken in the game, are not as popular because the Silver Edge just feels like one of the best items right now.
Is there any hero that you think it should be being played that because he's broken, you wouldn't play him right now? Is there any hero that comes to mind that you think?
Yeah, Spectre. I definitely did expect much more Spectre to be picked, but Silver Edge, like you see Silver Edge being picked from the off lane, from the mid lane, even the safe laners get it.
Yeah, that's fair. What do you think? the next pick should be here for IG? Or what are they trying to set up here with the third and fourth?
So right now, what IG has going for them, I think, is that they have slightly faster heroes, and they have like a clear-cut initiation. And now they have the control for the Legion, right? So if the Legion purges the Lion's initiation, then that means free grips for Bane. So you have a way to effectively force out the Legion purge, so that you have the ability to get the Fiend's grip off. Plus, it's a strong laner against Legion. You have the Nightmare mechanic to sleep against a duel, so it's hard to rack up duel damage as a Legion commander. For Team Spirit, this means that the Bane is now a hero that they need to figure out a way to solve.
Yeah, because they definitely need something that can, like any long disruptive stun or a silence, something that can cut into backline. Spirits come to mind. Like, you still are playing into Lion, so playing any of the Spirits is going to be a bit tricky. Storm Spirit was banned out by Team Spirit, but Void Spirit definitely comes to my mind, especially for once you get that Aghanim Scepter timing, jumping the backlines with into Lion and Bane could be a bit tricky for them.
That's a potential save to a degree, you know, depending on what you're facing. If Bane is too close to the Fiend script, you also have the way to threaten the Bane to move by just throwing kisses at him. But the Snapfire also combines here nicely with the Legion Commander. Duel, very similar to the Sky with Mage combo. Probably going to be able to kill most heroes.
Yeah.
Where else is the strength of the Snapfire? Why do they go for this 5 particularly?
So I think generally speaking, when you pick a 3-position hero that doesn't really provide teamfight for your draft, you're going to have to compensate for it with some other role.
Right.
So Snapfire brings this teamfight that they are lacking in their draft right now. It's a lot of very single target damage, and when you don't have any teamfight, it feels difficult to take these like slightly harder fights when you've got to go up a high ground or something like that. So Snapfire not only is a very powerful laner with a minus armor that has really nice synergy with a Chaos Knight, and especially going up against a hero like Doom, it's very effective because he doesn't have any armor at all, or very low armor rather.
And now we see a hero that's been picked in both carry and the offense position, the CK. I think it was Fisco that was mainly providing the carry CK, but I don't recall Team Spirit using it. What is it about this game? Because it's not a very popular hero right now.
It's not, but this hero comes online so quickly. Is a super strong laner, especially when paired up with the strong position 5, which Snapfire is. And also, you don't care too much about getting doomed in the fights, I would say. You can still be able to reset. I like the Snapfire in general. With the repositioning tool, once Lion jumps on you with just Cookie, could make the difference, especially since the cast range was nerfed on Lion's stun.
You have a good minus armor strat as well going on with the CK Weaver plus the Snapfire, as you mentioned. Is the Morphling an idea to that? Someone that can get really high armor and is more scared of the magical burst?
I absolutely think it's good. I think it can go both ways though. When you have a lot of minus armor, it racks up pretty fast. And for the early portions of the game before Morphling has like that ridiculous 50 armor point, it is, you have the ability to burst them down, and they have a lot of lockdown and stuns. So the Morphling does hit at later timing against these heroes, but I do think one of the issues that Spirit ran into in the last game was they really lacked pace. They were at the mercy of IG running at them almost constantly. But now they've flipped it around. If you look at their heroes now, you can tell that they understood from the last game that, hey, we can't play this low of a game. We can't let them make all the moves. And now I think they've fixed that problem for their draft. They have pretty active heroes that can make things happen.
Would you say on the flip side that IG now might be more on the defensive?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks like IG... Personally, I really liked IG's draft in the last game, and I think they have the right idea in mind. I think this time around, their draft is a bit slower. It might be like, we lost the first game, so we want to make sure we have some sort of more late game, or we want to make sure that we can go late, but...
I want to see some kind of AoE against CK Illusions, because if CK does not get jumped first with the Lion Doom, they're going to have a huge problem to deal with.
Because, in case you're a viewer that hasn't watched in a while, you think, oh, Lion, he can just monitor them and hex him. No, not CK. They're considered strong illusions, and they can't just simply be dispelled just like that. Last game, Lacoste, you told us about how Team Spirit had good counter initiation, so even if they were defensive, they had good ways to respond. Do you feel similarly about IG's draft right now?
I don't think they have the best counter initiation. I think this game is pretty heavily like, if you can get the Doom off on Chaos Knight before he Phantasms, you're going to be very happy about that. Because IG don't really have that much, Team Spirit doesn't really have that much damage between the Weaver and the Legion and the Snapfire in the early game.
They also have no reliable stuns. Duel's going to be good, but there are no silences whatsoever, and there's always going to be this Nightmare save that could potentially make the difference. So Morphling should have a good time.
Okay. Do we have any, is it the Weaver Vessel carrier this game?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
It just feels like the standard build.
Yeah, I know that people really harp on the Axe because it looks so good, but ever since the range nerfs, we have seen much more play with the traditional Weaver Spirit Vessel, even Gleipnir builds we've seen on Weaver.
Right. I think if you go for the Aghanims immediately, it takes you 4,000 gold before you really get any impact. But the Spirit Vessel, like the 800 gold that you spend on the urn, directly translates into impact. And even the Vitality Booster is not a bad item for Weaver, because if you survive the burst, you're able to get your ultimate off.
Yep.
So it's pretty high value to get that bonus HP.
Here we get the most Toronto Tokyo hero, which is the Shadow Fiend, I'd say. Literally, his playstyle would be very much like this man. Just go in, be able to draw some attention, initiate as well as a mid laner, deal high damage. Where does it fit into this draft?
More minus armor. You were talking about the minus armor strat. The support, the Doom, they don't have that much minus armor. I did not see any of the Magic Shadow Fiend built lately, to be honest. All the high-level pubs were at a Dragonlance or just a Silver Edge Shadow Blade into a BKB. Maybe this time around it doesn't sound too bad, but with all the minus armor, you still want to use your damage. I'm thinking about some AoE Lash comes to my mind once again. Okay, this is one of the heroes that can also deal with the illusions, has a bit of built-in magic absorb, which is going to be nice because the damage output is a bit limited on Team Spirit, other than 2-3 raises from Shadow Fiend.
It's a tough lane though. I think this is a pretty chatty move from Emo. This is like a give me Ember, I'm gonna own this game kind of move, because it looks good once the game kicks off, because the Legion Commander is gonna have to stay back and there's no other instant disable on their draft. So I like the Ember pick if he does well out of the laning phase and he's able to play the game.
Final points, strength of weaknesses here that you see for Team Spirit's draft?
I think Team Spirit, once they have a really strong timing at a certain point in the game, once they finish up the BKB on SF and they're able to fight straight into IG. But I think IG scales up very nicely, and if Emo's able to get the first couple of runes, that should set them up for a good game. So rune battle is going to be important.
I want to see Weaver moving around the map, one of the better heroes you have. You can still be at the lane and go for the runes to secure your Shadow Fiend, set him up for a really good game, and then he should have one against Ember.
Okay, well, we don't have much magic damage in one of the drafts, and that means that there's no silencer, but we still do have a last word, particularly with BSJ, who will explain the game to us so we can know what to look out for in this game too.
Thank you, Avo. As I like to look at Team Spirit's draft, and I see feast or famine heroes. They're either going to be incredibly impactful or feel incredibly lackluster. You have the Legion Commander. He's either going to rack up a lot of dual damage, or he's going to be feeding dual damage to the opponent team. You got CK, who's going to be able to cast Phantasm. They have very little illusion clear on the side of IG, and he's going to be able to shred people to pieces. And then you got SF, who's going to have that Requiem combo to get that burst damage that they're a little bit lackluster on in terms of the mid game. But on the IG side, they have saves galore with the Bane, and then they also have the Ember, who can cause a lot of disruption. Now the question is,
Most teams at TI have been in a situation like that before, and it's a best of 3. Imagine if that was a best of 1 for IG. That would have been absolutely soul-crushing. That could happen later today to any of the teams. You never know in these BO1s later down the line.
Yeah, those are scary.
I do want to highlight Emo here just because, so in that last game, like we talked about, this player is very, very aggressive. In nature, he makes some insanely flashy plays, but he also has some maybe a little bit too crazy moves in the game. He is one of Ember Spirit's worst mid lane matchups. It is really rough. Shadow Fiend will punish you all the time when you go for creeps. Flame Guard isn't strong enough to sustain against multi-race combos. So Emo should be... It's fair to say he's going to lose this lane unless he plays absolutely out of his mind. And again, that mental game, you know, let's say you're playing from behind as Ember in this game. Make sure you don't try to overcompensate by trying to get too crazy because you lost your lane.
Right.
And rather stick to the script here and...
Well, having said that, Emo, of course, this was discussed earlier, pre-game 1, the fact that at the Singapore Major, they were down 0-2 against EG, and Emo came back with a vengeance in game 3, and, well, they did a reverse sweep. So, like you said, the mental fortitude of this IG team is not... Like, if this was maybe a younger team, then I could see that being more of a case. Like, if this was split, maybe, or, sorry, if it was reversed for Toronto Tokyo or somebody on Team Spirit, I could see that perhaps having more of an effect. But IG, they have a lot of experience this year, especially, for sure. Well, top lane, we have Fly on the Morphling with Ollie's Bane. So Bane is going to be on the opposing time around against Mira's Snapfire and Collapse Commander. Legion Commander, one of those heroes where doesn't feel like... It feels like a press the attack hero lately. Get more so by the year, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Are we expecting the duel to be the actual initiator, or are they looking for something
You're
else?
You're expecting press the attack to become the ult, a duel to become a regular spell.
I mean, as much as I love the theory craft, that is... I mean, it is her ult real. But yeah, initiation-wise, what is Team Spirit looking for? Like when you get to the mid to late game.
First of all, this lane in itself, the Legion Snapfire lane, I think is very strong. And again, by laning against Morphling, should be having a good time to begin. So Collapse will probably be able to find a decent timing on Blink Dagger. I do think... Oh, good cookie up top. Fly Flash.
Oh my goodness! Overwhelming odds and Scatterblast. Are you kidding me?
They were
Living
not
on the
ready
edge.
for that. Ollie with the Nightmare was not enough, just too late.
Absolutely. So first blood, the way of Team Spirit. They obviously have the momentum after that last game. I mean, that's an understatement, no doubt about it. And we'll see if Toronto Tokyo can get off that good start that you were discussing. He should be. Right now, 13-4 to the Emo's 10-0, so not too far behind. Kaka looks like he's going to get taken out by Yataro as JT. Looks like he'll limp away. Has that swarm applied right now, so lots of minus armor.
Yeah. Team Spirit's lanes are really good this game. Shadowfiend against Ember, I would say they're favored. Chaos Knight does very well against Doom in lane. It's maybe less so than it used to be because Doom got some armor. He used to be a 0 armor hero, but then he got some base armor and Devour stopped healing you. But still, this heavy physical damage lane can be very good against. And like we already covered the top lane. So honestly, I could foresee a situation here where Team Spirit just end up winning all 3 lanes hands down. And then it's about whether IG, similar to last game, just make the better moves in that mid game. But it's a very good look currently for Team Spirit.
Yeah, and we talk about Roche a lot, probably because I have some obsession with him that we won't speak of at TI-10 main stage, of course, but Team Spirit have a lot of minus armor to be able to take out Roche.
Yeah.
I would say they definitely have the advantage, and they don't really have, like for IG, as we're going to see, the Cookie Connect, and Ollie is in quite a bit of hurt. Scatterblast into the right click, not even needing the overwhelming odds, so a little bit of waste of mana there, but Spirit, again, 3rd kill on the board.
Yeah. And Emo struggling, right? You're seeing it here. At the very least nowadays, he's going to get a water rune here. Oh, Miposhka really wanted to steal it. That might actually cost him his life.
Miposhka, of course, the support Weaver, so that Shikuchi will not come back online in time.
Crucial for IG that Kaka is there. If that rune gets stolen by Weaver, Emo's actually just flat out of the lane. He's still going to struggle here. He took some damage, but at least the kill on Weaver is... It's a little bit of a comeback. He is a full level behind though, minute 4, and that is without a kill. Shadowfiend 23-11 to the 10-0 of the Ember. Now you knew what you were getting yourself into with this pick. You can't be surprised.
Yeah. So what's the plan for Emo after, or I guess the extended laning stage into the mid game? How do you get back into the game? Is it just kills? You go try to get some stacks with Flame Guard?
I think there's some key items. I think Doom's BKB is really important in this game. Probably the Lion Dagger. Until you have these key items, it feels a little bit tricky for your lineup to find openings, especially if Ember isn't having a particularly good game. Oh, fly.
So close. Has to waveform away. Living on the edge again. I mean, that is kind of the Morphling's job, right? To min-max. That's position 1's favorite thing to do in general. And
I guess Ollie's pulse at a constant 120 here at least.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Now bot lane, we're going to see the Earth Spike connect. But there's a swarm on top of JT, so he has to be careful. Actually, already killed it, looks like. And I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Weaver support. We've seen a couple. I want to say we cast one game where it's position 1, but for the most part, it's
Kaka bottom.
Oh,
he's just
all right.
Oh, great
stop
war
from
song.
JT. Beautifully done. That'll save his teammate. Never mind. Reality Rift back in. Kaka dies. So maybe miscalculating the amount of damage that it actually does, but
I think he might not have thought Reality Rift was ready even, but. Yeah, looking great again here for Team Spirit. And I say again, the last game did not look great for them, but they won. So they are looking good. Off the back of a win. Poshka going to steal that bounty rune away as well. Now, will be spotted out by Kaka.
Yeah, better be careful. Earth Spike's there. JT in the vicinity as well. That's going to be an easy cleanup.
But if it's a trade, that's great.
JT, that's a Phantasm. JT has to pop the wand. Has the swarm still applied, so ticking down very slowly. Yatoro, not much mana to speak of. One more right click does it though. Killing spree for Yatoro at the 6.5 minute mark.
I actually think that attack needed to be a critical strike. So only 1 in 3 times will Yatoro get that kill.
That's good math, Cinder.
Thank you. I did Sesame Street counting class. The upgrade was statistics, actually.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting. What was
we
the
started
character?
early in Denmark.
What was the character that did statistics?
Don't show the crowd that I don't know anything about Sesame Street.
Okay, so you lied to the crowd. I see. Fly. Gonna take some harassment here in the top lane. It's a 1v2 right now. There's no teammates nearby, but he seems to think he's going to be just fine. Collapses continue. Actually gets a couple procs of his passive as well. Overwhelming odds with the cookie as well. And Scatterblast just finishes off Fly. And now we see a Chaos Bolt into the Reality Rift. JT taking heavy damage will be fine. But Cinder, if I didn't know any better, I would say IG is somewhat tilted from game 1. They're playing very very un-IG-like right now.
I don't know if tilted is the right way of looking at it. They're just playing against a team that's on fire that have better lanes, and Team Spirit are just not making mistakes in these lanes. They're finding aggressive moves. They're playing. What I really like about this top lane from them is how constantly they are putting that pressure on Fly. The reason they find the kills to begin with is that he's half health, right, or third health, from just Mira laying into him over and over and over in the laning stage. And it's just been paying big dividends here. Top 3 net worth is theirs. Keep in mind, one of the heroes in the game is an offlane Doom, who is in 4th right now with that Devour level 3. So that is a very, very good sign here for Team Spirit in this early game.
Right.
I'm always a little bit concerned about Shadow Fiend strategies, because I feel like this hero is one of the ones that suffers the absolute most from dying and is the most snowball reliant as a mid hero. But it also is incredible when you are ahead like this.
Trying to turn this Nightmare into an aggressive play instead. Collapse gets off the duel. It's not going to result in a kill. It doesn't look like we'll be close. The winner is Ollie, the Bane Elemental, with massive damage now. 2 dead. IG get the amazing trade there.
I think with this plus 10 damage on Bane, now Ollie can start. Now he has wave clear.
Position 1 Bane. Let's go.
That was what he was missing. Now with... Okay, let me give you a question here. Can you think of a worse hero to win a duel on?
Ooh. Lion?
Definitely better. He will attack in between his stuns,
Bane attacks during Nightmare, Cinderin.
Does he? In mid-game?
I mean, Bane almost doesn't exist at that time in the game. A lot of games that we've cast, at least, as we see. Actually, a Midas picked up here by Yatoro. So, going for the, I guess you can call it a bit greedy, but they are off to an amazing start. So this is just going to amplify their farm. What are your thoughts on that item pickup?
I think CK really wants it in general. It's just one of CK's downfalls is that he doesn't have very good farming potential compared to a lot of other carries, right? Like the meta carries now have some sort of wave clear or illusions, whatever it is. Chaos Knight, sure, you can use Phantasm to farm as well. It's not terrible, but it's not constant. So the way this hero works, having a Midas really helps.
That's true. There was a short period of time where Battle Fury was a thing, but Battle Fury doesn't seem to be picked up by anybody unless it's Anti-Mage, the one game that we actually cast.
Now check out this Chaos Knight set. His face looks like Axe.
Okay. Cinder,
it's Axe's cousin. Do we have lore on this?
Wow, you're right. It actually does. I thought you were kidding.
It's Jeremy Kahn.
Jeremy Kahn.
There it is.
At it again. What a god. Fly is going to TP out, so this looks to be a free tower for Team Spirit, and we'll see if it ends up being a trade of tier 1s overall.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I wonder if there's some lore combining Doom and Axe in some regard. I guess we can ask Slacks on our time off here. That's going to be the tower for Spirit. Miposhka is in the vicinity, gets off the swarm. We'll see if they want a TP to actually try to defend, but it looks like Collapse is TP mid instead. Kaka's going to get up the Hex. Amir's in the area as well. Cookie not going to be able to land.
Yeah, nice
but it will be enough to defend the tower.
But yeah, the defense here from Collapse, very important. You don't want to give this up at all. And your trade-off, you're going to lose the bot tier 1. Actually, JT mistiming the last hit there. It goes to the siege creep, but most importantly for IG, a little bit of breathing room, right? Like those 2 kills they just found make a very big difference. And you're getting Emo a little bit into the game as well, closing in on Maelstrom. I imagine he's going to go for a 1-4-4 build here. Felt forced to max Flame Guard, which I think Ember players actually don't like to do unless they have to. Yeah. A lot of the times nowadays, Embers want to max out Sleight of Fist. It's just way more team fight damage to have that low cooldown, especially when you get that Maelstrom. But the lineup, it's going to time pretty well with the Maelstrom when he gets level 4 Sleight, so it's probably going to be fine. This is a very unpredictable smoke, might I add. He was literally just pushing out the top wave, TP'd mid, and instantly smoked with Kaka into the triangle.
Oh, double courier kill? Oh, Miposhka. Geminate attack for the win.
There's one more.
Mid lane.
It's pretty far away, but he's waiting.
We'll find out very shortly. Fiend's Grip in the mid lane, and that is going to be a freebie for IG, it looks like.
Goes to Fly. He needs it so badly, too.
Everybody needs it so badly.
Miposhka, 3 couriers.
Mortimer's kisses. Kaka is going to take a tumble. So it's a 1-for-1, but obviously position 1 for support. IG will take that trade. As I hear a pick pull.
Yep. Who has the pick pull?
I hear it's a global sound, as we've discussed many a time. Very important to know that it's being cast.
It's
JT into
Doom.
The jungle. I mean, we talked about this in our group stage matches, but Doom kind of like a mini alchemist where you're devouring creeps, your goal is a little bit inflated versus what the actual reality is a lot of the time. So this 2K net worth league for Spirit is probably like 3, I want to say.
Yeah, something like that.
Something around there, but he is starting to ramp it up. 2nd in net worth on that Doombringer, so we'll see what kind of itemization he chooses to go this time around.
It is a really good Shiva's game, isn't it? Like you really want that against the Chaos Knight, and you want it against just the overall minus armor that the Radiant has, like the panel talked about. So I feel like Dagger BKB Shiva it's a go-to anyway for Doom, but it feels extra good this game to have a Shiva's guard. I'm definitely going to be seeing that coming out later. Emo currently rocking a DD rune in the bottle and has those 4 points in Slides. So this is actually a very strong time for IG to look for a potential fight, and they will smoke now. They have Doom. No Fiend script for this play.
Dire are scanning.
But Doom and Finger are online. If they find anyone, they just
jump in with the duel. This would be a huge kill for Team Spirit. They're going to find Emo. That is damage going the way of Collapse.
These are the best moves. Not only do they get the kill, but it actually negates all of IG's plans there.
Yeah.
If that happens 5 seconds later, IG are in position and they get the save, but instead, Emo dies, Spirit get the mid tower, and IG waste a smoke. So absolutely huge timing there from Team Spirit to make that move at the exact same time IG were doing it. Just really good stuff.
Money changes hands.
Yataro right now has the casual Sage. We'll be finishing the SNY, it looks like, into 8th lane. So is this going to be one of those Octarine games, potentially? Cinderin?
Wait, which hero?
Chaos Knight. He's going for the crazy magic. Well, not all of its magic, but... Aether Lens with Shard into Octarine.
Do you go Octarine after Sange and Yasha only? I'm not sure about that.
The Sange and Yasha in combination is a little odd, and the fact that he's position 1 makes it a little bit odd as well, in my opinion, but we'll see.
It's not... I'd say the CK isn't the most played hero at this tournament, so it's kind of hard to decide what is meta, right? When there's so few games. It is a feel-good item to at least get the lens, just because it helps you so much with connecting.
Yep. Oh, the pink pull saved him! Did you see that? Cinderin, admit it. Admit to me right now on stream. Keep in mind, Legion has the talent for the extended range. He would have gotten the duel off.
Did it actually save him?
Yes.
As
we see a Requiem of Souls from Toronto, Tokyo, but Fly is perfectly fine. TP's coming in mass, and TP's canceled in mass.
How did that go so wrong?
I don't know.
Never refuse.
He was not really very close to killing Fly, I think.
Tower is under attack.
JT There's the duel that they've been looking for. Mortimer's Kisses as well. The Nightmare trying to save Emo. It's going to be close. Gets off the slight, and away he goes. That'll save him, and Collapse ends up being the casualty for Team Spirit. Very nice save.
Yeah, and it's big for Kaka to get that finger kill. He's close to Dagger now.
Yeah, and that's when he starts to really show his impact on the game. Some more item updates. Obviously, Yataro's still sitting on the same items that we discussed because we talked about it literally 30 seconds ago. Toronto Tokyo has the Dragon Lance and about 1,000 away from finishing BKB, as it looks like. And as with many games, it feels like the BKBs are kind of the go time for Team Spirit. Ollie is going to be spotted. There's the cookie initiation into the duel. Easy victory for Collapse.
Silver lining there is if Ollie isn't there, that death is probably JT. So, but Team Spirit are going to immediately look to Roche. They only have level 1 little shredder. But they have a lot of other minus armor. Presence of the Dark Lord, the Swarm, and a Blightstone, I think. Yep. So this goes pretty quick. And they will not forget the Aegis.
That's good.
Very good.
That happens occasionally if you're just joining us. Seem impossible.
That is a play that is reserved for TI winners.
That's true.
Team Spirit do need the Aegis.
Right. So Aegis on Toronto Tokyo, as kind of the panel talked about his build. It's going to be more right-clicky. We're not really seeing the magic damage as much anymore with the old Arcane Blink and Yules and all that good stuff, which means he's the one that has to be set up, which obviously Duel is kind of a nice one for him to Requiem on top of.
It's going to get slept here.
Yeah, slept to start things out, but there's the Duel, and it's going to be another victory for Collapse. JT gets his Doom off this time, pops the BKB. It'll be a trade of sorts.
He might get denied.
Well, we'll see. He's going to the creep area. Fly. No. Looks like he'll finish him off with the Shikuchi. JT, in the meantime, look at this damage coming out the Mortimer's Kisses. JT better be careful. He pink pulls himself. Potential safety Cinder. It's going to be... he's actually going to live. Pink pull MVP again.
He's still dead.
Never mind. Pink pull made no wait for it. They baited him with pink pull. Cinderin. Admit it. That's 2 times in one game. I've never seen it before.
This is actually the best game for Pickpoly I've ever seen. We've not even seen one time that it mattered. Now it's been twice in a row.
Holy jeez. And that extra armor that was given to him not too long ago, really showing its worth there, I have to say. Is living on the edge yet again. All right, so IG have kind of come back with a bit of a vengeance here. Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, though.
Yeah. And the big thing in that fight, though, Yatoro died on Chaos Knight. He's dying with Midas ready, so there's like a bit of extra value lost. And just because he's such a high-level hero when you go for this build, it does give IG a lot their way. So you're going to see the start here. They will commit everything, and they do kill the Bane, but at what cost?
At what cost? That is true. This was a close deny onto the neutrals here, but Fly able to turn into Weaver temporarily. And you can see the instant rape, but this is the important part. The pig pull right there. Look at that. Just beautifully done. Oh, very nice.
It's about as close as it gets.
Indeed. I actually can't believe he didn't die to the wreck. I mean, this is a support Weaver, so no real damage to come. So it makes sense. All right, so this is pretty even game. Obviously with the Doom, it makes it a little bit harder to distinguish the net worth discrepancies, but again, Aegis still there. So look for Team Spirit to try to put something together.
And the thing that's worth keeping in mind here is remember that Team Spirit were 3 or 4k gold ahead, right? So you've clawed yourself back into a position where, Miposhka, no sentry down, it's gonna be fine. Just looking at the overall strengths of the lineups right now, Chaos Knight does not have that much going his way with like the overall value. Let's look at, if you look at his net worth, right? He has 10k net worth. What's the effective net worth of his items in the inventory? Midas, very bad item for what it costs. Energy Booster does nothing for what it costs except give you a bit of mana pool. So you could say, yeah, he has 10k net worth, but compared to the Morph and the Doom, their items just do more for now. This Energy Booster needs to be turned into something. The Midas needs more time to really pay off. So I think it's fair to say that IG are actually kind of far ahead right now in the game in this current point in time. And the only advantage Team Spirit really have is the Aegis of the Immortal that it looks like they won't find a use for unless they find a fight in the next minute.
Yeah, it's looking less likely now as they're just content to farming away here. Looks like Shadowblade is on the menu for Toronto, Tokyo. And Collapse has his armlet blade mail.
Will he buy the shard on right-click Shadow Fiend?
Oh boy, we'll have to discuss that in just a moment. The potential save, but Collapse is going to get bursted. Takes the Fiend's Grip and the Finger.
Oh, that'll kill you.
And that means Aegis will not be used in any effective manner.
Yeah, and the tower is going to fall. It's all IG. This looks like last game, except the laning stage was way better this time for Spirit, but after this 10 to 15 minute mark, it's just IG finding the correct moves. Emo now completing that Lincoln Sphere, going to make it way easier for him to navigate the map as well. What do they have that removes the Lincoln so that they can duel? They have Reality Rift. That's it. Like, there's actually nothing else that they could do it with. So this item is insane this game.
Needs to itemize a halberd or something like that for sure, but even then makes it a little bit more awkward. All right, Miposhka.
Kaka opting not to dust there. Interesting. I think I don't know if he thought Miposhka time-lapsed to somewhere else, but he was right on top of him. Could have dusted and probably Earth Spike there. But.
Well, Spirit Vessel is officially completed now in Miposhka, so against a hero like Morphling, pretty high value overall. But we've talked about it before. The reason you pick Weaver, other than the laning stage with the Swarm and whatnot, is really the Aghanim Scepter, which is obviously very far away at this stage.
Yep.
But
did complete the Vessel against Morph, which makes sense.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I literally just said that. Thanks for joining us on this cast of the TI main stage. My co-caster literally doesn't listen to me at any point.
It's kind of crazy that we've cast together for so long and it still surprises you that I don't care.
No, I just want the public to know. Okay. I already know you're not a good friend.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
Really appreciate you, though.
If you're tuning in for the first time, then welcome.
Yes, well said, Cinder, and thanks. Very eloquent as always.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm very interested to see, though. Okay, he did get Aether Lens, but is now going for Silver Edge and has the shard right now in the CK. So Chaos Bolt will create the illusion. So you get the extended range for obviously Chaos Bolt and Reality Rift. So we'll see how that works out in their fights. But you're right, it feels like kind of not super effective yet.
Yeah. So looking over items, what has just happened? So Morphus got an Eagle Song. Oh, interesting shard on the Chaos Knight. That will make his Chaos... I'm kidding.
No,
of course.
That was a little obvious.
Of course.
Good effort overall.
Of course I listen to what you say.
Oh,
don't you worry.
We have a smoke from Team Spirit. See what they're able to do with this. Looks like IG, based on the way they're farming. Be aware. Oh, Collapse jumps in with that BKB. The Nightmare safe for now, but Bane takes the brunt of the damage. The Requiem of Souls doing massive damage as well to JT, who gets off his BKB and dies immediately after. So two good kills for Team Spirit.
Very nice for Team Spirit there. Might get a tier 2 tower off this move mid, potentially. 40 seconds on Doom is pretty important here, but of course Phantasm being expended there as well might stop them from pushing. It's running out in 3 seconds, and Chaos Knight without Phantasm, fair to say, not really a very good hero. Like, it's been important for Chaos Knight over the years that the cooldown on this ultimate has dropped so much. What do you think the cooldown is off the top of your head on Phantasm right now?
Oh boy.
What would you guess?
90.
It's 75. I think it used to be 2 minutes. So it's a lot shorter than it used to be. Kaka?
We have a Hex, Miposhka. Oh, actually time-lapse is in place, but it worked out.
Very nice sidestep there by Miposhka in the trees to avoid the Earth Spike from Kaka, and therefore gets the lapse off and gets out.
By the way, Flyfly is also working on a Lincoln Sphere, so it's going to have 2 Lincolns against this duel.
Yeah, it is really good this game.
You have to see a Halberder. Like, what else would you want to buy? You have to itemize for it, like a Force Staff, just something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And I also don't know who would be buying it, right? The problem is who can expend the gold for it that will also be in a position to use it. Because Legion Commander needs a BKB. Shadow Fiend needs more damage. And Chaos Knight already bought the lens, so I don't think he wants to go the route of another utility item, so it's kind of... Yeah, I honestly don't know who I would put the item on against those Lincolns, and that just makes it feel so powerful. If we can look from an observing standpoint and feel like all of the choices are weak, then it just makes the purchase incredible.
Very true. Lincoln's applied to JT, who's frontlining in this 5-man smoke for IG. They're not initially, but we'll likely get some, I would assume, some wards placed in a good position. And what I assume is incorrect, apparently. Not going to happen, but we have a counter smoke now for Team Spirit. So no, I thought you didn't listen to me. You can't correct me if you don't listen to me either.
What?
Doesn't make sense. Exactly. Okay, so 5-man smoke from Team Spirit. If they're able to find anything. So Roche, not going to be up for a bit. But like we said, Team Spirit definitely have the advantage in terms of killing it fast. And we have both teams posturing on both sides of this cliff. JT. Yep, we have a scan come out, so Spirit are aware of IG's presence close to their triangle.
Yeah. It's a pretty telegraphed move because of the vision that Spirit have themselves, that they're able to make this call. But obviously, you just chill here. Both teams, they know this Roshan is super important. The early spawn has already passed, I believe, right? Yeah, it has by far passed. It could spawn any second now. Both teams will be aware of that. So.
Taro continuing to spam one of the best taunts in the game.
I was just going to say.
I made a taunt tier list. This was top 10, I believe. It's quite good. The more it annoys you, the better it is, I think.
Your favorite, your top 5 taunts probably all have sound, right?
Of course. Yeah, they have to. That's a requirement.
Oh, they have to now.
Yeah, like Leshrac and Tidehunter and Undying are the top 3. For sure, Synderen. No questioning that.
Okay. That is not a subjective opinion.
It's objective. Gabe told me himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Talking about lyrical, not Gabe Newell, so maybe that's not the same.
Okay.
The same weight to it as this tier 1 tower taking some massive damage here, but another smoke from Team Spirit and another taunt from Yataro. Pumping himself up.
Yeah, Ollie covering this observer. One of these two supports is probably going to die here.
Ward is taken out. There's the Chaos Bolt on top of Kaka. We see the Mortimer's Kisses from afar. Looks like it's decimated Kaka. In the meantime, Toronto, Tokyo destroyed. Not even close. When it comes to the position 1 and 2 for Spirit, we just haven't seen anything really come to fruition. Shadow Fiend hasn't had like a really good ult, and CK, I mean, we've talked about the itemization to be a little odd, but we really haven't seen him turn it into anything yet.
That was just exceptionally dangerous movement from Toronto Tokyo, right? His Shadow Blade was out. He walked in. You got to assume that there's a ward there when you know the Weaver got stunned. Yeah. You don't have Linkage. You're going to get Blink Doom there 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, and knowing
that's an easy punish for IG.
This is going to be Aegis Shard. They know that obviously Shadow Fiend is dead as well as the Snapfire ult being down is a pretty big deal in the pit.
The Swarm helping them kill Roche faster.
Right, that's the Lincoln's prop by Emo here. The stop. Kaka gets off the stop. A nice BKB by Yataro. But that means a BKB down for this potential Roche.
And Phantasm is gone now too.
They bought enough time for the SF to be back. But again, he spawns with less souls, so his effectiveness is going to be a little lowered as Yataro potentially looking to try to take this Roche. Aegis and Cheese, or Aegis and Shard, I should say, available for the taking. And IG's just playing it safe here, knowing that they have the advantage. There's the Impale, Yataro. There's the press the attack. And into the pit they go. This will be a pretty big turnaround if they're able to get it. Sleight of Fist from Emo getting a little bit of vision. And it looks like Team Spirit are just going to get the Aegis and Shard for free. Very surprising as IG just gives it up. Huh?
Thank you, IG.
I guess so.
They did all the hard work.
I'm actually really surprised. I mean, Mortimer's Kisses is like their main defense for the Roche pit, and they still don't have it. It just came up now. Okay, well, who took the Shard?
Oh, here we go again.
It was Shadow Fiend. Are you serious? I've actually never seen this before. All right.
You're audibly triggered.
No, it's not triggered. It's actually excitement. He gains 2 souls per kill with the Shard. And additionally, Shadow Fiend can consume 1 soul per attack to deal 190% crit. This one sounds very bad, but I am willing to be convinced otherwise, Synderen. I love Shards, as you know.
Wonder how it works when you use the Necromastery attack out of Silverage.
That's, yeah, I question the same thing.
Got hexed.
Yep, he's very fast though.
Very dead.
Blown up from afar. Kaka gets another stack of finger.
He had a gem.
That would explain it.
That's a pretty big kill. And when I say pretty big, I mean very big.
As we have an Aghanim Scepter now online for Emo. So he's going to be super speedy with all his remnants. This is when I feel like Ember just gets really, especially with Linken's against his team that we've already discussed, gets really hard to kill.
And he is so good against Chaos Knight right now. Like, all of these remnants, he's queuing up the shard, right? If he finds kills in these fights, can just keep snowballing, has so many remnants, just a passive damage as well on top of CK, all of it. This is going to add up, compound over the fight. What we're looking at for Doom.
Now we got the silver edge. Let's see if he uses his shard thingy there.
Oh, they found Ollie.
All right, that's a freebie. Down he goes.
See you later.
So that is dual victor. Well, I don't know how many he's had, but he has 50 damage right now. So you do the math. That's
probably
top
4.
lane. Whoa! All right. JT taken out by Yataro's Phantasm. It's like Emo's a little late to the party, but that is a really big kill for Team Spirit.
I'm actually surprised Yatoro can kill him like that with this itemization, right? He has the Shadow Blade, Sanjin Yasha. Those are his damage items, and the Doom does have a plate mail, but now it's full Shivas. I don't think he had that when he got jumped. But he can still kill him. That's a good sign for Team Spirit, and probably gives Yatoro some confidence that if he finds any target, he can kill them at this point. Obviously has to play around those Lincolns. It's a bit tricky. You Reality Rift maybe, and then hopefully you can get a Chaos Bolt in before they react.
I mean, the fact that Team Spirit, in terms of their 1s and 2s, are the top 2 net worths right now is insane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And we've talked about the itemization, and
Dire's bottom tower
maybe it's starting to pay off now, Cinderman. They take out the tier 1 tower bot, as the game in terms of net worth is relatively even right now, as the Aegis still 2 minutes to go, and this is their go time. So smoke on 4, Yataro. Of course, has the silver edge, so it can catch up here pretty shortly. DD spawned bottom.
Oh boy, he's gonna get it.
Yeah, they're gonna see it,
They denied it.
Yeah.
Right in front of him, and he didn't, wait, what? Okay, I don't know who to trust right now. The game says he denied it, but he has the double damage in the bottle. So
What?
who's lying right now?
That's, illusions don't take priority over humans, just like you as a robot don't as well, Syndrome.
Wait.
Something for you to learn.
Hello?
Yeah, that is odd.
Did they do it the same server tick? Take and deny.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go ahead and trust the bottle right now.
Okay, yeah, I would think so. I mean, what? How could that be wrong? He just pops it and it's just like a puff of smoke, nothing happens.
He pops the bottle and it just says denied.
Like a huge denied symbol above his head. I love that. All right, well, the Aegis is going to expire pretty soon. I'm not sure if they're going to try to poke high ground or if it's a little bit too risky for them. They will take the outpost regardless. And I mean, this is when it gets really scary, when it's about like 30 seconds left and you're starting to poke, because IG obviously know the timing on that as well. And they can truly take advantage, but we'll see. But the
Shadowfeet hits stupidly hard with a DD though.
Yes.
That, okay.
That's for it. 30 seconds to go. Still has the bottle instead of the ultimate orb applied. There's the E-Blade. All right, Toronto Tokyo getting pressed the attack. And, oh, fingered as well. They're trying to blow him up. They do. And again, that is just the Aegis.
No Phantasm now,
Get him again. Pops the BKB, trying to go for it, but a grip from afar. And there, he is just abandoned by his team as Emo creating all the space in the world on the backside. Yatara forced the BKB TP, so 2 deaths in favor of IG, make it 3, and literally just talked about this. Very risky move, does not pay off for Spirit.
Honestly love that call from IG to kill the Shadowfeet twice. That's not easy to do, right? A lot of teams, they're like, okay, 20 seconds, guys, just wait it out. Yeah. They had to get through him twice there, but they know if they don't do it, they lose the lane of barracks. It's just too scary with the double damage and all the attack speed he has. So they commit to kill him twice. Ollie has great positioning on that Fiend script. Still didn't have the Aether Lens. He's going to have that next time to make it even easier.
Yeah.
And they knew that grip was going to go through fully because Weaver doesn't have the Axe yet, and Press the Attack was already used on the first Spell Wave burst here. You're going to see here he uses Press. So now Ollie knows that all he has to do on the second life is to ult, and it will be very safe if he keeps good positioning. See him standing around here in the back.
But you can see on the backside, JT and then Emo eventually. They end up creating a lot of space. That's why nobody was able to help the SF in the end.
Time-lapse, Miposhka.
Oh, Miposhka? Okay. Looks like he is... Oh my god, Searing Chains Global.
Oh.
Global.
Wow. Are you
Very nice.
Did he get double damage while it got denied, and then he got chained and
We're finding out new mechanics every day. That's the beauty of Dota. Today I learned.
We need 240 tick server. Now.
I think you need to talk to the CSGO team about that one, Synderen. 7K net worth lead for IG. And things are definitely looking in their favor. But again, this feels a little bit like last game where one mistake from Emo literally cost them the game, at least from our perspective.
Yeah. It's looking like another very solid foundation for a victory here for IG. So I think what they might do this time compared to last game is not take massive risk. I don't know what to say about game states like this with Doom, but I think every game we've cast in the tournament, in the spot he has won. When the team's ahead minute 35 and Doom starts getting these items, the hero is just insane. And Team Spirit have to find a way to either handle getting doomed or jump him. I don't think that's what makes Doom so crazy late game as a position 3 is when he has these items, he just demands so much attention that your other cores will get to thrive because you can't pretend he's not there. He is just as much of a carry as the Morpheus right now.
Yeah.
So pretty scary stuff for Team Spirit.
JT on the Doom has a shard as well, by the way. So we'll have the extra damage and stun from the Infernal Blade, as well as the ult. If people are joining us that haven't watched in a long time, like a really long time, Level Death, the old ability, now built into the shard, essentially.
Every hero has a new item slot called Neutral Item. These drop from jungle creeps and have different tiers based on what the game time is.
That's right.
Also, every hero has a Town Portal scroll slot and a backpack if you didn't play for 6 years.
And in the next patch, a ward slot.
Yep, probably. Or...
Oh, JT is going to pop this smoke. Nope, not quite in range here. Fly gets off his Manta and is going to be pushing here. So Yataro did finish the Octarine core, by the way. So...
Do you like this build this game? I'm not. I have to say, I'm not completely sold that this was what they needed for it. I completely understand the reasoning and the logic behind it because you get, I think you primarily get it, not necessarily only for the ulti cooldown, but really getting lower cooldown on Chaos Bolt when you have the shard is really nice, right? But
yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure this was what they needed. Maybe they could have had a stronger power, like let's say he had an AC or maybe finished Silver Edge. But this is... Yeah, it's not a super unusual build, but that doesn't mean it's good every game, right?
Yeah. But they are 1,000 away from Ags on Weaver, so that could be a turning point.
Yeah, that's big.
Of course, IG is working with a decent amount of burst damage between the E-Blade and Finger of Death, so might not even have time to use it, honestly. That's the scary part. As into Roche Pit they go, so Roche, number 3, has the Refresher Shard this time. And of course, the cheese.
Oh, Refresher Shard. Who would you give it to here?
I wonder. Doom is working on a Refresher Orb himself.
Okay, they do give it to Doom. I don't think that was necessarily a given. It's insane on Ember.
Yeah, Ember's is crazy. That's true.
You get 5 extra charges on Fire Remnant by having the Refresher
Especially
Shard,
when you already have Ags. It's insane.
It would have been crazy on either of these two, but they do value the Doom higher.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense in a way, right? You're probably working under the assumption that this Weaver Axe is coming soon. You've seen his inventory for quite a while with that point booster. And having the second Doom will just give you that much more freedom to isolate and kill targets. Even if they do get saved, you can do them again.
Mapochka running into JT potentially.
JT has the gem.
He sure does.
Oof, that was close.
So he's 800 away from that time lapse being able to be used on teammates.
He might actually run into him in the bottom wave if Mapochka tries to go for farm here. He doesn't, though.
Yeah, this is a really scary point for Team Spirit. If they lose the next fight and Aegis is still online for IG, they could potentially go for some sets of racks here.
JT was looking for him there with the Trickster Cloak and Shiva's Guard out on the side, but Mapochka very wisely standing far back to the bottom left.
And JT's almost done with his Refresher as well, his actual Refresher.
Oh, he could be in trouble here, though.
Yeah, they're going to try to jump him. JT blink very quick. Oh, the dual dash range, and the right clicks have Comet, but the save. No, not saved enough, sadly, for IG. BKB's pop galore, though. Kaka.
Nice time lapse, too.
Prockets, Mapochka trying to get away, but they're going to be able to find one more kill. The buyback onto Doom. And it looks like Yataro will take a tumble, but it did cost Doom his buyback.
Great fight from Spirit. That's basically... If they hadn't lost CK there, that would have been wonderful, but even losing him, they do get the Doom buyback. They found the duel, and they found the Lion kill. And the Weaver time-lapse on like 10% health. They got the duel on the Absolute Edge. I think he actually only reached it because of Psychic Headband. Like, no joke, he needed that too. The cast range there was really, really long.
Psychic Headband plus his talent.
Yeah. He needed it.
That looked really far. I thought he had an Aether lens when he popped him.
Yeah, same. I was like, how did he reach that one? But it was the headband. Now they're going high ground. Yeah. Chaos Knight has buyback. And there is an Aegis here on Flyfly as well. Second Doom.
Yeah, Flyfly taking some massive damage, but like you said, still has the Aegis to work with. He jumps in, gets cookied, but there's the Doom on top of the SX, but there's the time lapse to try to save him. Of course, that's not going to take off Doom, but he's quite healthy with press the attack. In addition, Flyfly already expended the Aegis. So showing off that time lapse, Dragon and Scepter as Emo jumps in and finds Toronto Toki. They do have buyback onto the two heroes though. Another Doom was applied to Collapse, and he collapses to the ground. 70 seconds on the deck, no buyback to work with. So 5 versus 4 once CK's back online.
And this entire engage, CK not using the buyback, holding on to it. They thought they could defend there with that good time lapse and press the attack, but just got overwhelmed. And remember, no, actually don't remember.
I remember everything. No. Yutaro gonna try to go. They take off. Because there's the CK Chaos Bolt. You can see the illusion come to fruition as well, but Flyfly just cleans it up easily. More Chaos Bolts to come. I mean, it's pretty annoying to deal with, but it's not really doing that much damage right now. Flyfly, Manta. And this is looking like a set of racks. I don't think Spirit can fight without Legion right now. No, they're just trying to delay. IG will be happy with the melee racks.
Yeah, it is starting to get costly for Spirit. Given the circumstances, though, you were fighting into Aegis and Refresher Shard there, losing half a lane and 1 SF buyback. It could have probably been worse when your CK was dead when the fight even began.
Oh, this is a huge kill for IG. Nobody from Spirit is remotely close, and that's 90 seconds. No buyback. 14K net worth lead for IG.
Do IG know he doesn't have buyback, though, is the question. Because now it's because of gold. He finished the Silver Edge up there.
I mean, Flyfly has his Scotty if he wants to buy it. I mean, he is virtually unkillable right now. And that gets delivered. So I feel like they'll be pretty confident to go forward. Ember did actually go for a Refresher himself, and JT changed it up after the buyback, went for the Eon Disc instead of Refresher himself, so just wants to make sure he lives through the first Doom.
More safety against Duel.
Flyfly onto the high ground we go. Collapse actually jumps in. Look at this damage from the snap and the grip to try to counteract this, but it looks like they're going to be able to find the kill. Flyfly dies, and in the midst of things, Emo backs away, but there's the buyback now onto the Morphling. They're going to continue on here as Emo able to remnant to safety. Now with Morphling, the cover is there. Buyback onto the Weaver. Now Mira gets blown up, buys back as well. As this is looking like the beginning of the game for one team or the other, sending a lot of buyback. I mean, if you get the kill on Flyfly, that's a huge deal, but they're playing it safe. So buyback ends up not being great for IG. Very costly. All they get is a range racks out of that. In fact, lose one in turn.
Oh, is this going to be the repeat of the last game now? They have one win condition here, one last move.
Yeah.
It almost feels like you're 17K down, but there's that one opening if you kill the right enemy core. Actually, Emo doesn't have buyback either yet. He's 200 gold short. His inventory is really, really valuable, so his buyback is expensive. And Team Spirit are trying to find, but this time around, IG. The call is, all right, guys.
Playing it safe for sure.
Don't make the mistake you did last game. They're all missing.
Yeah. And
just wait.
Flyfly obviously doesn't have his buyback, so expends the rest of his money on a BKB. So, oh, did he? Okay, he didn't actually finish the Scotty. Right. Okay, so it was never actually delivered. I was surprised that he was able to be bursted down.
Yeah, he turned into Satanic, right?
No, he. Already.
Wait, so where did it go?
He bought a BKB just now because you weren't listening.
BKB
so
buyback.
If you'd like to go back in the VOD and re-watch what I just said.
Gold. That's got to be more than BKB buyback. Did he buy anything extra than that?
I'm sure he bought all the wards for his team that are free.
His buyback was not 3,500. Why are you lying to the viewers? You have nothing to gain.
I didn't lie. I said he bought them for free.
Just trust me.
Okay.
Source, trust me.
It's hard to trust somebody like you. I'll just tell you what.
Oh, yes. I used to have credibility.
That's true. And then you started casting with me. Flyfly. All right, turns into CK. Look at be interesting for him to get shard on Morphling, so he'd get the CK shard.
All right, Shannon.
If he wants.
I have your answer.
Okay.
With the help of 250,000 people watching on Twitch chat, we have isolated it. It was Boots of Travel.
And BKB.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there you go. So I wasn't lying.
Thank you, Cinderin.
Thank you, chat. You
Why are
always
you
have my
reading?
back.
It's TI main stage, and you're reading Twitch chat. What is wrong with you?
What can I say? I'm a DJ. Like, what do you want to know?
How can you even pay attention?
That's why I can't hear you half the time.
Too busy looking at the kappas and whatnot in chat to hear what your co-caster has to say. You actually disgust me on a level I can't even begin to explain.
Okay, think about wisdom of the crowd, right?
Yeah.
250,000 people. I can sound really smart because I can just steal all their ideas. That's a bit, Weaver.
All right, that's one death, and that's no buyback because he just did so not too long ago from Aposhka. And Roche.
What if it was discovered that I don't know anything about Dota, but I just take the smartest idea from chat all the time?
Wow.
What do you think?
Well,
does that sound believable to you?
If it's a lot of people, then you'll usually get the right answer. But if it's like
I guess you need to have a filter. There's a lot of garbage there, too. Yeah. There's a lot more
Most
garbage.
Most of it is
than
garbage, of course.
Yeah, that's true.
Collapse. True. Ooh, yeah, looking for... I mean, what does he have? Any Lincoln's breakers for him right now? There's still nothing. Looks like he's going... Oh, really? He's queuing up an Octarine core, so... Going truly ham this time around. I'm actually really surprised they don't want Lincoln's blockers.
20k lead.
20k, but
now.
It's really about the buybacks. If they can just find the kill on the right hero.
And that's why Aegis is so important, right? When you approach this stage of the game and you know buybacks are on cooldown.
All right, Cinderin, it's going to be Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Achamim Scepter. Who gets it? Let's see. So Ember already had. He actually ate his Ags already. Doom Ags is for break mostly, and in duration, I guess it's kind of meh here. Lion, you have 8 charges of Finger of Death.
Wait, what's grip? Am I stupid? What's happening with Roche? Oh, there we are.
Yeah, it's up.
The clock just didn't up. Just kept saying 0 for like 20 seconds until he spawned.
Is there a hero that Morphling wants to turn into on the other team, or on his team?
He could turn into Ember, I guess. That's kind of decent. Double slight chains, right?
Yeah.
It's good. It's not Dark Willow, but it's good. Okay, this is the moment, though. We can't theorycraft that. It doesn't matter if this fight breaks out and IG win it. What?
Has to time-lapse himself, remember? He has Achamim Scepter, so 20-second cooldown on that ult. So we'll be having it for this engagement regardless at some point. And it's all about second Roche. Yeah. Can Team Spirit hold on? Will IG extend this to game number 3? It's looking likely, but after the last game, I'm not ready to call it one way or the other.
And it's just essentially non-commitment, right? Fly can hit this without taking damage because he has 50 armor and lifesteal. So the rest of his team can just wait outside the pit, keep poking and prodding. You see Emo just non-stop sliding.
Now they see it with
them
Swarm. And here comes Mira's ultimate. That means Team Spirit needs to initiate. They're going to go inside the pit. Toronto, Tokyo, possibly BKB. They're just going for Roshan right now. Who's going to get it? A big impale comes through. Huge record. Toronto, Tokyo, but really not that much damage done in the end. Aegis is on for Morphling. He's going to be perfectly fine. There's the Doom. And this looks like the beginning of the end of game number 2 as IG able to hold on as GGs are called. So this time for IG, it goes according to plan, Cinderin.
Nice, but they set themselves up for a really hard laning stage. They did, and they recovered from it, and they got into a nice, strong mid-game here, and ultimately just overpowered Team Spirit, outplay them on some of the moves. I think key in this game, especially I want to say the Empress recovery is really what decided so much here, right? Emo was off to a rough start in that mid lane, but comes back, gets the Maelstrom. It helps them so much to have that extra damage and wave clear in the game, and ultimately they do solve this puzzle that was starting to have a lot of pieces after 5 minutes. But
I looked at that fight top where Team Spirit tried to push with the Aegis, and IG masterfully kind of just split the fight into two. They ended up taking out Toronto Tokyo in their base, essentially. And
that was a key moment for sure.
That was the big turnaround for me, because that felt like Team Spirit's biggest window for opportunity to actually take the victory themselves. But yeah, this was game number 2, Cinderin, and it's obviously going to go to game 3. That's how a best of 3 works. If you're just joining us, if you've never watched a tournament before, that is how it works indeed.
If they've watched the groups, they might think it was over.
That's true. Those were 2 games. All right, back home you go. 1-1. Thanks. Very nicely done. So we'll be back with game 3 shortly, but first let's see what the panel has to say about this last game.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinderin. All right then. IG leveling things out. So where would you guys like to start? Do you want to start with the draft? Do you want to start with all the Roche fights? I'm giving you an option here. This is the most democratic it's going to get on this desk.
I like what happened in the game itself. I think
in the game itself, brilliant.
Yeah,
so we're going completely wide.
Yeah, do I get to start, or do you want to ask a question about, is this like a multi-choice
Well, I just like the fact that you said we'll start with the game. That
I mean,
not
like,
very specific. All right.
We can talk about the draft in the context of what happened in the game. How about that?
Okay.
I think Team Spirit obviously had a great laning stage. They had really nice momentum in the mid game, but like as it got later, the duel seemed like that was their way to start fights, and it just became harder and harder for them to do that against IG. They had Lincoln Spheres, they had saves with Bane. Doom started to land some really nice Dooms. He got 2 Dooms. It just like made it a lot harder as the game continued.
I like that IG drafted for the game rather than the lanes. I think often we've seen teams prioritize the lanes too heavily, but they recognize this Ember is going to give them this big playmaker. Yeah, it has a rough lane mid against SF, but it's the right hero for how they win the game. Same with the Bane pick. It is a good laner, but it was the perfect hero against that Legion commander.
Do you agree, Trent?
Yeah.
The draft from Spirit was too focused on laning?
I mean, it was a little bit out there in a couple directions, right? I mean, the Chaos Knight coming out was a little bit of a surprise, but it almost felt like the more kills they got in the lane, the more I just got worried that it wasn't going to come home for them. I felt like, I don't know, it felt like they were getting like too eager, too excited. I kept seeing like this bloodthirsty, like kill, 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 and then like what's the grand picture? And filling out those final little blocks in their plan obviously became a problem.
Can we talk about this Chaos Knight pick? Because it seems like there's a little bit of snobbery out there towards dear old CK. And I really want you guys to talk me through why, because, you know, there are people watching TI who probably haven't played Chaos Knight and definitely haven't seen him being played in a pro match. So Gods, we'll start with you.
To me, the biggest issue with the hero is the fact it's an illusion hero. Your illusions when they're getting controlled or cleared by AoE damage, you're not doing damage. That's where you're, like as a CK in a team fight, you need to jump that hero with your Alder Rift, burst them down. And against a hero like Lion, that can get hard even though you're not instantly killing the illusions. You've got the AoE control. So it just felt like he couldn't carry the same way or do the same damage like a Sven could, for example.
Yeah, he's hard to initiate with because you have to ulti first, then you have to get in reality rift range. Usually you have to buy a blink for that. So it's like you have to plan ahead for the fight to start for like 2 seconds. Yeah. And that's a giant window for pro players. Like you do not, like they're going to see you coming doing this. I would criticize his item build personally. I think Midas is a bit of a trap on the hero. It gives you a lot of attack speed, doesn't give you much damage. And yeah, like you might have some net worth farming issues on the hero, but it's like the goal on CK where you're most effective is where you win the lane, which he's good at. He's good at winning the lane. Then you like use that big net worth advantage to like be oppressive on the map. And they didn't really do that too well. He got picked off a couple times. Then he started buying Aether Lens and Octarine. It's like it kind of helps the poke easier, but I almost wonder if he just bought like raw damage items, if he would have been stronger in the mid game, and that might have washed them over into late game better.
How did you feel about the combination with Toronto, Tokyo, Shadow Fiend, Trent?
Sort of similar, I guess, in terms of like maybe not the most popular hero we've seen, but also requires a lot of setup, I would guess, because like, you know, you can break up a fight as Shadow Fiend. That's great. You can get this like big fear off. Maybe you can chase down everything, but much like CK, you prefer for things to be a bit set up for you as you're coming into the engagement. And they only really had the duel, and we already know that IG had great ways to sort of like peel off or just like disengage from you. So this problem started occurring where like Team Spirit wanted to fight, and IG were just like, let's pull this back a little bit, and we'll fight on our own terms a little bit better.
Gods, do you like numbers?
Absolutely.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. You're prepared to be satisfied because we're going to take a look at the key stats from that match. And as you can see, with the Toro definitely not having the impact that we would expect from him, how did Morphling's Fly-Fi compare to your Toro's take on Morphling? Gods.
I think overall it was kind of similar. I think he took less risk, just but that's also a team thing when it comes to IG. Whereas I think Yutoro was, going for that, playing from behind, felt like he had to go for that big game-winning play. I think IG were letting Emo be the one go in first. And I think for Flyfly, he had a much easier game because he had a lot of heroes to initiate for him. It's very hard to play Morphling when you have to start the fight, go in first or second. But this game, JT, Emo, both his 2 other core heroes can go in. Even Kaka, to a certain extent on the line's able to set things up for Flyfly to have an easy time.
And he got to go E-Blade as well, which made it easier to do these like poke fights where he could just blast somebody for a bunch of damage and all of a sudden Team Spirit had to react. Like that's how Team Spirit lost their top racks advantage, because it was easy to kill Shadow Fiend the first time. So that item pivot was well identified by Flyfly.
Yeah, and then you have like JT able to do such a good job this game because he's playing the Doom. So you get tons of gold on this hero as an offlaner. He almost doubled up on Collapse by the end of that game. Just gives you more options, more choices, and also he just played like an absolute beast on those initiations.
Literally every single person in this studio watching that game was so into JT's Doom. What is it about Doom that makes him such a special pick and such a deadly one?
Well, it's very satisfying. You have so much control in the game, really. One of the most controlling heroes is an offlaner in the simple sense that your team can identify, particularly in Pro Dota, right? Pubs are a little more chaotic, maybe. But Pro Dota, it's like, okay, we have a condition. We need to kill this guy. All right, how do we kill this guy? Well, he's got Linkens. All right, well, someone deal with that. I will blink in. I will doom him. Fight's just one. Then, you just charge after them in the chase down.
Yeah. I would also add, I feel like this patch right now, timings are so important, and Doom, you hit this timing really early on with Blink BKB, and nobody has any answer to that. The enemy carry, you beat BKBs with physical damage, and you get it so early that those carries don't normally have the items to actually burst through a BKB. So BKB Blink Doom in the mid game is just like the king of any team fight.
Well, talking of team fights, should we talk about Roshan? And Spirit's approach to Roshan, because the second Roche fight that we saw, it looked like it was IG's to win. And then the disrespect from Spirit, it seems like to be now the signature move of Spirit is exemplified by that second Roche fight. There is absolutely no respect being shown to the opponents of Team Spirit, is there?
Yeah, Team Spirit did a good job in that sense. Like, they were willing to go in Roche, and that's the reason they won the first game as well. They were willing to go do something, force a fight, basically. I think some of that is also partially IG's heroes. If their support duos like Line and Bane, they have to kind of sit back. They didn't have, like, big, overwhelming team fight like you maybe expect a Ravage or, like, a Mars ulti. So it's, like, pretty easy for them to just put all their minus armor heroes in the pit and just, like, hit it really fast. And, like, if they grab the Aegis in that last fight, maybe it's a different outcome, but they didn't get it in that last fight. But it did work earlier, so it's good to see them taking those risks.
I think it was smart of IG to back off there. As much as it looked like they gave them a free Roche, they don't have any vision scouting heroes, and there was this Snapfire just sitting on the other side of the pit getting ready to kind of make that jump in a Roche. And if they get caught in the pit, that's how they lose the game. So while it was bad they gave Spirit for Roche, it was the safe play.
And then in the final Roche fight, it was Spirit getting caught in the pit when they tried to engage. Do you think the reason they engaged was because they didn't have any other choice, Trent?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, again, they're gambling, right? They've been gambling, they've been winning, for sure. Especially game one, even parts of game two. Finally, they lost, but it's like they knew they have to do that, right? It's your only chance to win the game.
So now it's level. How are we feeling about this third and final game? Do we think IG are now firmly feeling comfortable? They put the boys from Eastern Europe in their place, and now they're ready to dominate?
I would say yes, because this is like one of those series where you can look at multiple games and you're like, IG played better in all three. Like, with the exception of the laning stage in the previous match, IG consistently seemed like the better team. So I think they should feel confident going into game three. Maybe Team Spirit just has to be slightly more careful with how they win their match, but I think they'll have a good shot.
Gods?
I'm in the IG camp, but I think Spirit have definitely impressed me. I came in thinking IG were going to have a 2-0, but even that game, we saw something different from Spirit. I thought they were going to be this team that stuck with, picking the same off lane as the Tide, the Mars, and picking the same mid lane as they've been doing, but they really went a different direction with that draft. So to me, there's at least some potential for an upset in game three.
We need a strong talking to for Team Spirit, right? We got to get to Maposhka. I think Maposhka played very well both games. Unfortunately, had some issues dying a bit in the late game two. But again, risk, he's going deep with the gem and stuff. But I feel like he's got to kind of bring them together, discuss like the plan, get everyone on the same page, and they can definitely do this. They've bounced back, right? They have experience doing that in the group stage, which is a huge thing to have at this point. But there's no doubt that IG are just straight up looking better.
The Weaver pick then that we saw in Maposhka. We're seeing Weaver being played everywhere, but currently at TI, at least in the group stage, it seemed like he was mostly being played position 1. So I'm curious, do you think that actually the intent was always playing position 5 in that match?
Definitely not. No, I mean, that's, as you said, that's the whole point, right? We want that flexibility to be there. So 5 is probably the least likely one that you're going to get, but when you can get that Aghanim Scepter, you saw the big save plays coming out there.
All right then, here we go. The teams are coming out. This is it. Whoever wins this remains in the upper bracket. The other team will be sent down to the lower bracket and will be fighting for their survival. But what are we going to see from these teams? Are we going to see Spirit being a little bit more careful, bringing back some of that control they have been said to have in the past? And IG just going to maybe even take a leaf out of Spirit's book and go flashy and firm and say, no, we're still the top seed in this tournament.
I expect IG to do the same thing. I think what I'd like to see Spirit pivot with is put Collapse on like a more traditional teamfight hero. Legion has this like initiator or defensive playstyle. You either save one of your allies that gets gone on, or you have to like blink duel a guy. And that is part of the reason that he got doubled up on net worth by JT, because Doom continues hitting creeps. If you're playing Legion Commander, it's not really the same. If you show anywhere hitting on a creep wave, then they know you're not about to duel you on the map. So I think a more traditional hero would allow him to play to his strengths a bit better.
I think they could also maybe consider some of these hard lockdown heroes. Yeah, they had the Jewel, but neither of their supports had like reliable hard lockdown, which is what Kaka, every single game you're going to see Kaka online. I think they either need to ban the line or take it for themselves, or take something similar with like an instant stun, because when they don't have that instant hard disable, Emo has such an easy game. He's playing an Ember Spirit, he died once the entire game, and it's because of the heroes that Spirit have.
Who are you banning if you're Team Spirit?
I mean, I say Lion. I actually completely agree. I feel like other teams went to that in their first phase, and I think Kaka's just way too comfortable, and it gives him so many options as fights start.
You know what? If you have just tuned in, we do want to remind you of something that happened in the first game of TI10, and it involved Yatoro, a Morphling, and a Rampage. So to make things official, obviously, we need a little flashy graphic, so switching from Yatoro's pink hair to a reminder of who else has achieved this feat. I imagine you remember every single one of these Rampages, Gods. Not because you're old, just because you've done a lot of TIs, okay?
I want match IDs, Gods. Game time.
Honestly, no, sorry.
Okay, does anyone remember these?
Yes.
Also, just looking, we 3 of these players obviously are here at TI10, right? We've obviously got Topson, memorably, versus Liquid. Ame is now, well, still playing for PSG.LGD. It's the poster boy for that team. It will be playing tomorrow in the upper bracket. Do you think we're going to see even more Rampages, Purge?
I mean, the fact that this is the only 5 at TI is like mind-blowing to me. When somebody said that stat earlier, oh, that was the 5th Rampage ever on main stage TI, I could not believe it. But maybe some of it is that like teams are like ready to GG. They don't, I don't know, it's like maybe the games are like cleaner. There's like less messing around or something, but I'm surprised. Will we see another one? Yeah, probably. Maybe one more.
Yeah.
Another one from Topson maybe later on today?
Less likely than Sumail. I think Sumail's a better chance, like 2-to-1 chance that he gets it over Topson.
So he has more Aegises than Rampages at TI. That's
true.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, for Yatoro's in good company. 3 of those players are TI winners, so, you know, not saying he's going to win TI, but at least you're in a group of 5 players who are some of the best who's played at TI.
Who would you like to see Yatoro play in this Burden final game?
Terrible 8 if it's there, but I don't think it's going to be there.
Yeah, I think it's very draft dependent. I don't think there's like a you want him on this hero, because he's played 12 heroes in the group stage, so he is very flexible, and I think the carry pick and carry role, you have to be able to react and wait till you see what comes in the draft to see what fits the game. So I don't think there's like a you want to see him on this hero kind of factor for Spirit.
And what about Collapse? Because it does seem like the synergy between their position 1 and position 3 is crucial. I mean, that's the same for all of Dota. It's a team game, isn't it? But given that we're probably not going to get to see him play Mars, who would you like to see him play, Purge?
Tide is easily his number 2. He played very well in the group stage on it. Teamfight ulti can farm aggressively. Maybe something a little bit out of left field. Your Timbersaw type of heroes, I could see him doing well on that. May not fit the draft or the meta, but something like that. Something that can be high action. He can push his limits. He's a very talented player. I think he can fight against the best, and so give him something like that.
Yeah, I think even though they lost game 2, I don't want them to abandon this idea of just like aggression. And I feel like Tide, obviously Tide is very good, and they had a massive success streak at the end of the group stage using the Tide Hunter, but I kind of want them to like hold on to this idea of just like the confidence they seem to have in this game and try and go for like that Night Stalker. I feel like that could really suit how well they're playing right now, kind of make up for some of the issues they're having in terms of like the vision game, and really give you like full playmaking opportunities throughout the entire match.
Why? Why does it suit the playstyle you want to see them play?
Because, you gotta throw off these better teams a little bit. You gotta be willing to push things when perhaps they're not expecting it. I think that's why they're finding some success, why this isn't just a 2-0 wash right now. And Tidehunter, it's much easier to punish because you have this massive long cooldown to deal with. Night Stalker has its own issues because of like the day and the night cycle, but it is still a little bit easier to work with, I would say.
Do you agree, Gods?
Yeah, and I would add on to that, like the majority of the time I feel like when underdog teams cause upsets, it's because they play super aggressive. Very rarely do you see an underdog team win a series against, a more experienced or a stronger team on paper by playing passive, by playing safe and trying to play late game Dota.
Yeah.
All right. Purge.
Yeah, that's
totally
exactly
agree.
true. Because if you play passively, they're going to get in their comfort zones, going to do the things they're used to. If you put them on the back foot, you get aggressive. Even if some of your goes are kind of weak, I really agree with what you said about vision. You need vision to make some of those aggressive dives, because some of the times those plays you're doing that are aggressive all the time, you're not going to see the hero sitting behind them. So some of the times they will be sitting with 4-man. They're going to turn on you when you do go on them. So having extra vision from a Night Stalker would be a great way to give them the ability to make better decisions.
And given that Spirit were able to dominate the laning phase in that last game but still lose the game itself, do you think that we're going to see them maybe have a slightly different focus in their draft that's shortly coming up?
Is IG's focus going to be different as a result of the last one? I
think Spirits.
Spirits? I just think the offlane is the thing they might want to swap. I love that they went for the Legion. It sort of almost worked. Maybe do it again if there's not a Bane in the game. But other than that, I like to see them pivot back to more typical initiating teamfight sort of hero on Collapse, so they can be aggressive and scale a little bit better.
Do you want to see Night Stalker?
Night Stalker, I think, has good potential, yeah. Generally, he plays more like stun-type heroes for lockdown, but because Night Stalker requires a little bit more coordination. Like, he'll jump in and disrupt enemy teamfights, certainly, but he doesn't really, set up your team. It's more like lock out the supports from the fight while your team gets the rest of them, and that maybe isn't quite what he typically does in a game. But it could work.
Is it bad for me to say that I want to see Underlord, and I know we're not going to? But I'm holding out for some
not
point in the
necessarily
race.
true.
Really?
Got some tools.
You're
Yes,
so
every
nice to
hero
me.
in Dota is broken in some way, even the ones that we haven't picked yet. All right.
That I'm always attracted to the broken ones. That's what it is, boys. You know what? We're just about ready to get into the draft. Who is going to take this series? Let's soon find out.
Team Spirit versus Invictus Gaming. Game 3.
And welcome back to the draft panel. As we're getting ready for this third draft, I'm going to ask my wonderful co-panelists what we should be looking out for in Sania.
I think an interesting thing about the last game, and our panel touched on it earlier, is that Tidehunter, right?
Yeah.
This is a hero I think they want to get their hands on, and they banned it in the first game, and they banned it in the second game, but I think in the third game, you're kind of in a position where you're willing to switch up your initial bans, because now you've read both teams. Game 3 has its own meta now, and now you're no longer playing the meta game of the tournament, you're playing IG versus Team Spirit. They both had a chance to feel each other out, so it might be open here. I think it could be an interesting hero.
Morphling will definitely be contested in this one, and there's a reason why this hero is the 5th most banned hero. We see, Tidehunter, he's just gone. No one wants to play against him, especially if the enemy has the first pick, so no surprise there.
And the IO as well this time.
Yeah, I think IG, what they learned in the games is that the Elder Titan from Team Spirit was not that strong. It wasn't the best hero of the tournament. It's been really highly contested and first picked a lot, and I think they're willing to give it away in this position. That's why it's not banned in this game, and they think they can beat it. So if, for whatever reason, Team Spirit also feels the same way, they might leave the ET for...
Yeah, I want to see if this is a core Tiny. I think Timbersaw is probably the best counter as the laning stage goes, because you're setting yourself up for a really good game. Tiny does not have enough burst damage, no matter what you pair him up with. He just cannot kill Timbersaw, and then you're forcing Team Spirit to possibly play him as a position 4 role, which they don't, but they play it on the mid.
Yeah, and you were pointing this out, that they actually play much more on the mid than the carry position. Would you still like the Timbersaw as the offlaner?
Now that they have Mars, I don't. It's not an option anymore. Even though I believe there was Thunder Predator who ran a position 5 Mars.
They did. This is the Mars Phoenix combo, which is interesting because actually that's one of the favorite combos of the Eastern European region. But it's going to be IG running it. We haven't seen much success with this combo in this tournament yet.
Okay, I would imagine it's a fairly good opener against Tiny because the reduced attack speed is one of Tiny's biggest issues, right? This hero hits super slowly.
Yes.
Anyone that has played Tiny knows what it feels like. So you're not touching the egg, and you're getting Fire Spirit on top of that. And then as a third added bonus, Tiny's very tanky, and he has a lot of armor. Phoenix is dealing Sunray damage, which is percentage based. So Phoenix is one of the heroes that probably hurts Tiny the most. And Snapfire is a good response to Team Spirit. This basically increases the execution for IG. This Mars is going to have to really be on top of his arenas to protect the egg, or that egg isn't going off. Another thing that's important to note is Ollie is a very, very good Phoenix player, so I think that they also got that going for themselves.
Even Kaka plays it actually. Previous teams used to play it a lot as well, so they can actually flex that from 5 to 4. What do you think of this Snapfire Tiny combination to start off with? Especially with the Tiny mid, I guess you have some nice burst, right?
We still don't know where the Tiny is going to go, but it seems like a very strong opener. You have a lot of boxes checked with just these two heroes. You always have like a repositioning tool on your allies, on the opponents as well. And Snapfire will Shredder kills egg level 1, so you got to be really careful until you hit that level 12.
There's the Morphling ban that we have been speaking about, just a highly contested hero. And actually, interestingly enough, IG gets rid of that Legion Commander. Do you think the performance last game was enough to justify it, or is it just because of the Phoenix this time? And the Mars, actually.
It's a pretty good, we call them steroids, like basically spells that amp up your cores to deal more damage.
Yeah, buffers.
Buffers, exactly. A pretty good buffer for the Tiny. And the Purge and the added save and stuff like that's always very nice. So I think it's just an overall, it's mostly about the Purge ability against the Phoenix and the BKB ability to tank the Sunray.
Yeah, and the attack speed, of course, against Eggle is going to be great. Monkey King, I definitely didn't think coming into this series that Monkey will be either picked or survive through the first big phase.
I think Spirit's just afraid of it to disrupt their laning phase. I think after game 1, they realized that they can't just let IG dominate the pace of the game. Even though they won that game, I think they felt it too. Like we saw it, it was a very clutch win. And you don't want to be in that position where you got to clutch it out like that every single game.
So what is it in game 2? So in game 2, they did fix that pace, right?
Right.
What was it about the draft you thought was lacking maybe in game 2?
I think they had the idea of that we need to have more pace, but I feel like the heroes that they picked were a little bit outdated, or like they don't really make sense to me. Like the Chaos Knight, I think in concept is a good idea. It does very well in its lane, and then you have these illusions that are going to fight for you. You don't really have to commit into the Doom. But I just feel like the hero's power level is too weak.
Yeah, they overdid it. Having both Shadow Fiend and CK in that game was a bit too much. Shadow Fiend was static in the mid game. You can't really make that many moves, especially with the build. There was no Shadow Blade early on, and that one dodge from Morphling with the waveform, that was top notch, or top luck skill, whatever you want to call it, because there was no sentry wards.
Yeah. So Team Spirit once again banned out the Lina. That makes me just immediately think of Leshrac. I think if you want to pick Lush though, you're most likely going to play with some sort of save, some sort of support that can keep your Leshrac alive.
So you were talking about how this is the Chinese mentality, that like you ban Lina, you pick Lesh. You think Spirit has adapted to that mentality now?
I think it's more, IG are definitely considering Leshrac as an option now that Lina's out of the pool. So this is something that you can do sometimes where the opponents ban certain heroes for you. And that basically gives you another ban. So let's say I'm in IG's position, I see them banning Lina, I'm like, Leshrac has 2 counters. Lina and whatever other hero they consider to be good against it. Like Invoker, for example, that was played against Lesh in the first game. Now you've opened up the door to potentially drafting Leshrac here. Whereas when both Lina and Invoker are open, that's not really a hero that you're considering.
Okay. And do you see this draft initial as a pretty decent Leshrac draft to play in?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good Lush game.
Okay.
You have the backup of Phoenix
you're
and Mars.
Natural BKB buyer. I mean, you can go it as your second item, and then you don't care too much about Phoenix nor the Mars spells. Something that they played against Fnatic was ET and Tiny. ET is still available for Team Spirit if they want to go that combo, removing the basic magic resistance. As you said, the ET didn't look that great in the first game when they played it, but still feels really good to have another way of stopping a team fight.
So the benefits is like, I think Mira played the ET, and he traditionally plays more of those range type of position 4 heroes, and I would expect him to be on the Snapfire here. So Miposhka is more of that laning dominating type player. That's the type of hero he likes. So seeing him on the ET wouldn't be too surprising, though I do think the Phoenix is one of the better heroes at dealing with it, because you just slow down the attack speed so much, and he can't really fight.
I like your point, because Miposhka back in the day was the biggest enchanter spammer I've ever seen. He used to just run that hero every single time. What other heroes could we see that are lane dominators that you'd think would fit into his hero pool? Come to mind.
I mean, Bane was one of the ones I was thinking about, but many of the traditional like position 5s for CIS,
like
or
Disruptor.
sorry, the Eastern European, Disruptor, absolutely.
Yeah.
Doesn't really fit the game here, I would say.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure. I think it might just be the Snapfire 5 to match it up into the Phoenix.
Or they could just swap the lanes and play Snapfire position 5 from the safe lane and match it up against Phoenix potentially.
We've seen Bane now multiple times actually by IG. I feel like it's been picked every game. What do you see the strength of this pick here?
I feel the hero is just not picked enough. I expected this hero to be like super highly contested in the group stage, picked or banned every single time. He is the lane dominator. You have this small budget save built in and also BKB piercing ability. You don't necessarily need to get a 5-second duration grip, sometimes a second or a 2 during the BKB. As we've seen in the game number 1 was pretty clutch. So yeah, the positioning is key. I think he's very similar to Oracle in terms of positioning, where you make like 200 range ahead and then you straight up die.
Oh, interesting. There's a lane dominator that we haven't seen in a long time, which is the CM, and a classic combo with the Juggernaut. Is this a pocket strat we might be seeing here?
I think it's a response to the Phoenix Mars. I was thinking personally, PL I know is one of Yatoro's better heroes. So I was considering the PL when I saw the Bane. But they go with the Juggernaut. It's great against the Mars and Phoenix in lane. Now they have kill potential during the level 1. I think especially level 1 Phoenix now needs to be extremely careful because you have the Nova into the spin and you can zone them out. And Crystal Maiden overall fits pretty well with the other heroes. And I know AUI thinks this hero is very, very strong right now, so he was surprised we haven't seen it more.
Are you afraid at all of the Fiend gripping the Juggernaut while he's spinning and stopping him completely?
It's one of the threats that they need to consider, but I think with how Juggernaut usually plays nowadays, you have both the Ags and you have the Omni Slash to get around, and you have the Healing Ward, right? So if the Healing Ward is alive and you get Fiend Script, you're most likely going to be able to tank through it.
Here we see Storm. That was a pick they've actually banned as respect ban multiple times for Emo. You tell me a bit about the strength about Emo and this hero Lacoste.
Yeah, Emo's Storm Spirit is legendary pretty much. You know, he, like comparing him to some other Storm Spirit players, I think the farming patterns in general for Storm Spirits got better. We see this like newer type of a build with the Soul Ring as well, where you like farm the small camp. It's very important to try to block it, and then you pick up the 3-minute rune, come back, kill the small camp again, come to your lane. Storm Spirit comes online very quickly. There are not too many counters in this game. There is a bite coming out from the Crystal Maiden. For the rest, he should be okay if he has enough mana to try to dodge the other spells, and Juggernaut doesn't feel comfortable playing into Storm Spirit.
Are you still seeing this as a tiny mid right now, or do you think it's still an open flex?
I think there's potential to run the Snapfire 3 and Tiny 4.
Oh.
It doesn't really strike me as something that I would imagine Team Spirit does very often, but it could be a good way to answer like the problems of laning against Bane, because you get a much stronger hero in the lane there.
Could you Tiny 3 here, potentially?
Yeah, you could.
I think you could Tiny 3, but I think against Bane a lot of the time, like, I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, you could. I don't dislike it. The more I think about it, it just feels a bit weird in the current meta of like how Tiny's build, with the item build that Tiny likes to go for.
Because Collapse has done it in the past, the Tiny 3.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
And you have mana, that's what's important. Tiny consumes a lot of mana when he's played either as a position 4 or a position 3, and this time around you have Crystal Maiden, so that's going to help out quite a lot.
Yeah.
You banned out, that's a Night Stalker, right?
Yeah, IG thinks that it's going to be position 4 Tiny, banning out Night Stalker and Lycan.
Or a 2 Tiny, right? And they're banning partners. Or
yeah.
Yes,
could be either.
Exactly. What heroes would you were talking about the bans that they got to protect Leshrac, but it also protects the Storm in the same way. Is there any other hero you're thinking about right now? Like, okay, let's get rid of that in case they, or that you think would be really good against the Storm?
A lot of, like, Virtus Pro, when they play Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain is the one band that they get rid of, Puck is the other one, and Lina. Like, these are the bands that they protect the Storm Spirit pick with. So, yeah, Team Spirit, the leash mechanic. I don't think I've seen a single game from the games that have been casted throughout the group stage. Puck was not picked at all. It was banned out, always against the Storm Spirit, but never picked.
I actually saw this matchup quite a few times, and I think while the Puck is good with the Dream Coil, now with how Storms can buy Kaya Sanch and Bloodstone, they have a way to really survive through it. They can tank through it. And I think between the Nightmare Sleep and the Phoenix heals, it might be enough to keep the Storm alive. But other than that, there's no stunts on Spirit. It's very hard for Spirit to kill the Puck. They did buff the Bane Fiend Script cast time.
Oh, for IG.
For IG, sorry, yeah. Killing the puck for IG is going to be difficult in this game. Okay. And I think like now, it's really up to the Bane, right? You got to grip either the puck or the Juggernaut. So I think that might be something that's tricky for them. Spectre Storm is a very, very strong combo. So Storm Spirit, generally speaking, wants to find the right target and jump them. So one of the hardest things of your game is you need to have vision of the backlines. But with Spectre, it's very easy. You press one button and your Storm sees everything. And he can jump safely knowing that there's no heroes close by, or you can choose a target that he wants to go on. So really like this pick.
So that's the strength of IG's draft. I have to summarize that draft.
I think their team fight is going to be very, very strong. And look for Emo to make some aggressive jumps off of Haunt initiations.
What about IG? For Team Spirit, sorry.
Team Spirit, this is going to be a position 3 Tiny, which can scale. As you mentioned, there are no real stun silences for puck, so that's going to be a bit problematic for Invictus Gaming. And Toronto, Tokyo, especially with the help from Crystal Maiden, could completely pop off on this puck.
All right. Well, before we get into the game, we got to hear the last word from BSJ so he can guide us as to what we should be looking for in this game number 3 between Team Spirit and IG.
Thank you, Avo. In this game, we have a bit of a contrast from game 1, where this time around, Team Spirit is going to be the low cooldown, constantly run at you lineup, while IG's the long cooldown, team fight based lineup, but it's all about these supports. Both teams have backline range, squishy supports who are going to have crucial impact in the team fights. You have damage coming out from the Snapfire and Crystal Maiden for Team Spirit, and you have the AoE control from the Phoenix and the single target control from the Bane on the side of IG. And the question is, which team's assassins, the Tiny, as well as the Puck on the side of Team Spirit, or the Storm Spirit and the Spectre on the side of IG, is going to find these crucial but squishy backline supports? And the only way we're going to find out is if we watch Sunsfan and Cinderin. Take it away, guys.
Wow, holy Jesus, that was quite the crowd noise. BSJ, very well improved. Good job, my friend. One of the best segues I've heard in quite some time. Sunsfan here with
Prepare for battle.
Look out for fallen rock.
会不会玩呀？
Puck Tiny versus Spectre Storm, and that to me indicates that this could indeed be a game where you see that new meta Spectre build where you go for an earlier Aghanims. I think sometimes we see them go Echo Saber first into it. I believe I have even seen Tread's Ags straight away, but it does feel like the build of item is probably worth it. Yeah, Falcon Blade is also part of the build. I think it's going to be Tread's Falcon Axe, to be honest, but could opt for the Echo Saber if he sees value in it here. We're going to see a little bit of a fight potentially breaking out.
Yeah, a rebuke from onto Toronto, Tokyo. A nice spin with the cookie setup. JT trying to get saved with a Nightmare, but this looks to be first blood going the way of Team Spirit. Let's see if they can secure the bounty runes as well, although I don't think they're going to stick around that triangle in all likelihood. Maybe just leave Pushka there for now. Of course, you can see they do have the ward, giving them good vision here. Another illusory orb just scouting things out. So very early aggression. BSJ just talked about it. A lot of low cooldowns for Team Spirit versus the long ones from IG.
Yeah,
and for sure. It's all about execution, which IG, during this tournament, have had some of the best execution of anything. I mean, they were top of their groups, along with LGD in the opposing one, and that's why they're favored in this match. But yep, they have been extended to a Game 3 here by Team Spirit.
I feel like when I look at this Spirit lineup, it reminds me a little bit of some strategies that Virtus Pro have run in the past with success, where they have this Juggernaut carry and they just play around hyper early aggression with all of these heroes that really thrive, and then you try to get the first Roshan, and then you look to maybe even go high ground. I don't know if that's going to work out with an offlane Tiny in particular. A lot of the times those Juggernaut strategies will be coupled with something like a Dragon Knight or a Lone Druid or whatever, you know, that wants to hit towers, or even Pugna in some cases. So I think maybe that's what IG's read was in getting these greedier late game heroes, is that, well, even if Spirit do well early on, we think we can bridge the gap to a late game and then ultimately just overpower them with, you know, arguably by many considered the single best late game support in the whole game, Phoenix, played by Kaka position 4. And then you have Storm Spec going late. You've got to feel pretty confident if you don't get crushed in the first 20 minutes here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the wombo combo, if you want to call it that, for this last year, is the Mars Arena giving you know, especially without the BKBs coming online, enough space for that egg to actually go off, and then eventually you probably will see Storm Ags in combination with that. They just have a lot of spells that work in tandem together. And then obviously Bane has been picked literally every game this series, and I was not expecting that, not gonna lie.
And it won every game so far.
Yep,
so
indeed.
according to statistics, it's in the bag for IG.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, if there's one thing Dota loves, it's in the bag. Literally every hero has a voice line for predicting
and
victory.
Skywrath has 10 that they forgot to actually split up into separate ones, and is now just one elongated.
Whoa, how is Emo destroying mid this hard? I just realized.
We're watching Kaka get slowly chased down by Maposhka. Oh. This is one of the longest chases of all time. He has 5 mangoes.
Possibly
another
dying.
Frostbite to come.
Yep.
And there we go. Another kill going the way of Team Spirit. So yeah, mid lane 17-1 to 10-0.
This is not that Storm favorite of the lane. Emo's just outplaying here. Toronto, Tokyo by a decent amount in the first few waves. Good news if you're an IG fan. Getting Emo off to a good start. We've covered this in the last couple of games.
Yeah,
and he is exceptionally good on Storm. But like we talked again previously, he has also had a couple of like slightly, I don't know if you want to call them facepalm moments during, I think it was one of our games we cast where Emo just went way too crazy on Storm. I think they ended up winning anyway. But he is prone to a little bit of over-aggression at times, bottom lane. Decent damage onto JT. We'll reset away.
Just going to get salved and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before, just kind of overconfidence from Emo at times, but I mean, talking about Puck though, Toronto Tokyo's Puck is really freaking good. We've cast a lot of his games, and some of them were pre-nerf, right? He's been nerfed since then. And so
that's true.
A lot of games we've been seeing, you know, some mid laners partake in some Puck and they haven't looked so good. So interested to see if Toronto Tokyo does. But we saw it game 1 where he was split pushing with Invoker. He does a lot of that with Puck, especially if he's behind. So we'll see.
Kind of a dangerous split push game though against Spectre Storm Bane. It's not going to be easy.
That's true.
This time around to do that. One of the big upsides to Bane that I think is underappreciated maybe sometimes. Everyone is very much focused around the the laning. Oh, hang on, he might actually die here.
Avatar set up with the cookie and down goes Ollie. Scatterblast was enough.
Ironically, one of the things people consider so strong about Bane is the laning, as he just got crushed from full HP there. He's facing a really, really powerful lane here with Snapfire being one of the worst matchups the hero has, in my opinion, in lane. But yeah, what Bane usually brings to the table, it's the pseudo-save of Nightmare, it's the grip, but also just the ability to, because you don't have the ability to wave clear, you never really need to show mid-late game at all. Like, you can sit in a tree line and wait for someone to go for the play we just talked about where Puck starts cutting waves, and then find a good pick that way.
And looking at Fly CS right now, he is sitting on 18-2 versus the 21-6 Juggernaut, so relatively even across the position ones at least. But mid lane still being dominated right now by Emo. A 10 CS lead at 4.5 minutes is...
That's substantial.
It is. Toronto Tokyo is still getting pretty good farm. Like, this is probably normal farm. Emo's getting literally every last hit, it feels like.
Toronto Tokyo is still ahead on net worth, but that's because he got first blood.
Yeah,
so
true.
Obviously, even with first blood in this mid lane, he was still... I don't know if I want to call it losing to Emo here, but Emo is definitely still having a great time. So, very well done by him.
Now we're going to see another Ava into the toss back into Mira. Cookie does not connect.
Not a good cookie,
and
unfortunately.
Mira will fall as a result of this. Ollie takes a little residual damage from Collapse in the meantime, but they'll have to just cut their losses.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That bot lane now is JT. Had himself a pretty good series so far. Had a really good group stage, I have to say. Is there's going to be the first coil of the game. It's going to be broken immediately into the waning rift, illusory orb.
Oh, it feels real bad if he doesn't get the kill here.
Fine, just barely.
Oh, it's one thing not getting the kill, but it's the time, right?
Yeah.
Storm is now 20 CS ahead. He's pushing the
Avatar, Scatterblast, Fire, or Fly. Looks like he's actually going to live. Spectre, one of the tankier position ones in the game.
Definitely major upside against a lane like this that is so burst oriented.
As an offlane Tiny, do you think, I mean, you still go Silver Edge at some point against Spectre, right?
Maybe you can do that on Jugger. I think it depends what they value the most out of their Tiny, because he could also go for like a catch build. That's a dead lane, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, nice fairy.
All right, he's going to live for a little bit, but the toss finishes him off. 4-1 advantage for Team Spirit. So game 2 and 3 starting off kind of similarly in terms of the kills, but it's really the mid lane that's the story right now. But we can just call it a wash just because of that first blood.
Pretty much. And again, I think the two heroes on IG that you could be concerned about, because they are very much dependent on that good start. I think both Storm and Spectre are feeling pretty good about this, right? Fly has a kill and 30 CS, and Emo must be, you know, you have like a mental checklist for what's good farm. Having 10 CS per minute 7 a Storm, you're pretty happy with that. It's not going to get, like, how can you get more than this, theoretically, apart from having a guy stacking all your camps? He's basically got everything he can. So
no, that's very true. Looks like Collapse is, well, we're going to see the coil in the mid lane. And Mira kind of coming in the vicinity here, but Ollie is TP'd as well. Toronto Tokyo trying to get the first damage. Scatterblast is going to be enough. Toronto Tokyo takes out Emo. Mira gets slept, but there's not going to be a whole lot of damage between this Phoenix and Bane, and Ollie, he's completely surrounded here. A couple more right clicks, and the loser. A double kill for Toronto Tokyo as Team Spirit doing very well.
I love the way that that Toronto Tokyo used the sounds there. He was very patient. He saw the Bane TP coming. Okay, Cookie.
Yeah,
that's
Cookie
cute.
on the creep. Do they have Frostbite with the illusory orb? It's not a triple kill, but we call it that as Hunt comes in. First of the game, they're going to try to go for Toronto Tokyo. The zip it from Emo. He wants revenge. Illusory orb, but looks like Toronto Tokyo will fall. And now Miposhka might be next on the list. Gets off the Frostbite. And Emo, not with a ton of mana left, but Fly will be trying to pursue. In fact, Emo might be in trouble here. Jataro's made a transition. Doesn't look like the cookie connects, so away Emo goes.
Well, Fly gets to the high ground, but he has mana for TP now. He has to get out of there immediately. Yeah, and he will make it. So, yeah, it looked like a nice kill. I really like the way they cast their spells to execute this kill on the Phoenix behind the tower, but of course it does compromise Puck's position just enough that Storm respawns and finds that counter kill.
Mars Arena Collapse ends up getting procced by the spear, and Emo cleans it up. Eventually, JT gets credit for that one. So nice rotations. Is feels like at 8.5 minutes we've had a trade of tier 1 top and bottom in both games, and that's not even remotely the case this time around.
Well, Spirit have done more structural damage for sure. Like wait, have IG? Okay, IG have hit a tower. They've hit a little bit on mid and top, but yeah, the top tower for Spirit looking a lot healthier. So all in all, still very, very close early on, and you just gotta wonder what's gonna happen as soon as the first round of items comes in, right? So Storm is queuing up the Orchid. Puck is going Boots of Travel, it looks like, here at Toronto Tokyo. Not too uncommon, but also a little bit risky sometimes, especially playing against a hero like Storm who wants to go Orchid. Yeah. You're not gonna be like that step ahead where you already have the Yules when the Orchid comes out, so you are a little bit exposed that way. But
I mean, he's definitely made it work in many games that we've casted him in the past, so see if that comes to be again. Of course, it is against Emo, like you said. An absolute beast. Toronto Tokyo about to hit level 9 here. Has his coil available. Looking for an opening. His Collapse. Trying to bait a bit. Oh, Spear does not connect with a tree, but here comes the coil from afar into the ult from Snapfire. Avalanche to follow. Ollie's in the vicinity. He gets off the Nightmare, but looks like JT's gonna barely tick out there. They expend a lot. TP support from IG. And Team Spirit get the kill. And they're going to try to go for this tier 1 top as well. And they're going to be stopped in their tracks for now. Toronto Tokyo picks up a double damage rune. Was not denied by an illusion this time. And Yataro.
It's kind of incredible. He could find an angle for that spear to not land on the tree.
Yeah, that was
such
pretty
a
unfortunate.
small window.
Well, I think one tree was missing at that time as well.
Yeah, the one in between them and back, but still, even then, it's a pretty narrow window there.
It looks like IG's going to defend here. They will be successful. But yeah, Yataro is farming really well, actually. I mean, Spectre is one of those heroes that farms a little bit slower, at least at the beginning stages, than Juggernaut, but they're basically on the same footing right now. But yeah, it will be Aghanim Scepter for Fly eventually. after the Falcon Blade, so he will not be going for, well, maybe Orchid after, we'll see. Yeah, Collapse, gonna get the Avalanche into the Cookie, into the toss as well. Scatterbot turns them up there. See, another coil expended for JT. He gets off his ult as TP supports are on their way. He's gonna get bursted down though, and Emo with Fly coming in on that haunt. They're gonna be able to clean up 2 kills right off the bat, but it's just 2 supports. Double kill for Fly. Now Toronto Tokyo's here with the double damage. Of course, no coil, 60 seconds on the deck here, but gets the Waning Rift. Not sure if he's going to finish this off. Toss onto Emo. Yataro has a healing ward. Going to try to spin here. He's taking a ton of damage in the meantime, though. He's just going to get right-clicked down very casually by Emo. You can see the egg on the backside here, but won't end up resulting in any kind of stun. So a little bit too aggressive, perhaps. They're staying too long for Team Spirit.
What is it with TI and tossing people from your own team into trouble, huh? That's a pretty...
It's so tempting.
Memorable moment from a different year. I don't think that one was on purpose, though. This one was. But that toss did not work out the way they wanted it to. And they even got a really good Avalanche, because Jugger got Fiend Script and immediately Avalanche canceled the Fiend Script, and he still couldn't get the Omni Slash off.
Yeah. You can see the replay here. So they end up killing the Phoenix, who, the fact that he eggs at the end of this fight just shows how long it went here. A very extended fight overall.
And this is what IG's lineup can do. The moment you start committing, this global presence of Storm Spec can always come in and punish when cooldowns are out. And it's very understandable that Spirit want to chase here, right? You have a DD puck, you know the enemy team is somewhat out of resources. Sidestep from Toronto Tokyo there to not get Fiend Script, but here is the problem. So instant cancel on that grip.
Yeah, and he never Omni Slashes either.
Maybe taking too much damage.
Not sure he would have got kills. Yeah. He's yet to actually Omni Slash this game, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse, honestly. Collapse did live at the very least, but...
And now Collapse will take that top tower, obviously, with those cooldowns not ready for IG. They're not interested in trying to defend without Supernova or Haunt, so a little bit of a silver lining there, at least that they grabbed the first tower of the game, but the question is if they're going to be able to defend their own bottom as well, or if it's just going to be a trade in the end. Kaka's eyeing up a Yules. I think it's probably a pretty good choice here. Maybe he's worried about the puck silence, and he wants to make sure that he can get his Supernova off. Just TPing bot, yeah, it's going to be a tower trade. They're making very sure here. TPing Phoenix bottom here is basically them saying, all right, we take no risk here, just in case Spirit want to defend. Since they have Omni, we're going to have as many heroes as possible in the neighborhood, and now they realize, okay, defense is not coming, so they're going to rotate. And Kaka will maybe stack a little bit of Ancients here. I don't know if they want to do that. Seems like that's a yes.
Yeah, Ollie TP's mid. Looks like IG want to defend this mid tower potentially. But Team Spirit is completely set up here. Yataro is at half HP though, does not have Healing Ward to use. We'll see how they want to actually initiate here. As there's the toss back onto JT, gets silenced right off the back, can't get his Mars Arena off. Nice layering with the Cookie, but the Arena actually blocks off the Snapfire. He cannot kill the egg as a result. That's 1 death, make it 2, and Team Spirit getting destroyed in this fight. The Mars Arena perfectly placed. We talked about that combo as Yataro now on the run. Spin TP looks to be successful.
Such a godly setup there from IG. They make sure that the one hero that can be caught is JT on the Mars. He instantly uses the hood, and then they get in and get the counterplay with a great Supernova Arena combo, and they instantly Fiend Script the Snapfire as well, who was part of coming in close for the extra burst. But that obviously means that there's no Mortimer Kisses. That's one of the problem with some situations is that you always need to gauge what distance you want to play at, right? It's rare that you find a fight where all of your spells get used well. It's generally either the up-close ones or the long-range one. In that situation for Mira, it would have probably been better to stand further back and get that ult off for a massive amount of damage in the arena. But, yep, he got taken out, so made that an easy hold for IG.
Yeah, now Fly, top of the net worth. I believe Aghanim Scepter is being delivered as we speak. So essentially he gets, I guess you can call it a mini haunt. You have to have vision of the target. A single haunt. A single, what do I actually call it? A
Shadow Step. How about that? What do you think? Do you think that's a good name?
Single haunt is better, I think.
Yeah, you definitely designed Slaughter.
But it also applies a Spectral Dagger, so I would assume he's going to go for all the talents that line up with that.
Just already taken the dagger talent on level 10, which is very common.
Single target, that's what I was trying to say. Sorry.
Single target haunt.
Single target haunt, yeah. It's very accurate.
That is pretty much the worst name you could give a spell that I can imagine.
Well, amplify damage.
That's better.
Oh, Avatos from Collapse. They're going to be able to blow up the Bane right off the bat. Suspended coil as well. And look at JT somehow surviving through all this. The hood plus the Sunray.
Mind you, that's only level 2 Sunray, actually. That wasn't even a maxed out one, but just the hood facing the right way and getting Sunrayed really can keep JT alive for a long time. They do get the pick on Bane.
And this is going to be the crucial part of the game for IG, or if I guess you can look at Team Spirit's perspective as well, but Orchid on Emo. And right now, Toronto Tokyo has nothing to take it up. In fact, he doesn't even have anything queued up that will dispel that. Went for the Kaya, will be going for Blink next.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
It's so dangerous when you're not playing with a save, right? It maybe sometimes you can justify this a little bit easier if there's someone who can, yeah. Very good.
Well, you get some HP, it's something.
When Snap is level 15.
Yeah, eventually they'll get there. The Orchid...
level 15, the 200 heal from Cookie.
The Orchid will have done its work by then, I'm sure, but... Yeah. I mean, it is risky, but I mean, Toronto Tokyo, he typically always plays like this, and it pays off a lot.
A lot of
very often for him.
That's the thing about glass cannon builds, that if the situation is correct, it's very good, and it's kind of just, you're just polarizing your play, right? You're saying, okay, in good situations I'm better, and in bad situations I'm worse.
Yeah.
And they're relying on having superior vision or getting the initiation with Tiny, which he can, for the most part, trust Collapse to do.
Oh, they're going to see the Orchid. We just talked about it. All right, too risky, Cinderin. Too risky indeed. Mira, not in the right position, although the Cookie, as you explained, would have made a difference here.
For what it's worth, he would have also died.
Oh, man, they're actually gripping Collapse as well. This is going to end up being a team wipe if they're not careful. Double kill for Emo. 4 dead for Spirit.
Good God, they're just getting caught in 2 different places with 2 different heroes, just being fragmented there. I mean, for what it's worth, the kill on the puck had nothing to do with his item ability. He has Jules there, he still dies. He was just getting killed within the Vortex pull. But yeah, it's a problem. The Spectre is so farmed that I don't know how Team Spirit can really handle this. Their lineup kind of has to win early. You're going to see it here.
Actually, he did have time if he had Jules, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe he could have reacted really fast and got it off before he got
like half a second.
Yeah, maybe. You're right. Could have possibly worked, but...
Somebody record that line. I haven't heard that before. You're right. Thank you. But yeah, this was a disastrous fight to Team Spirit, and
I was talking to production. They were saying, since you're really smart.
Okay.
And I was like, you're right.
All right,
you know?
fair enough. Fair enough. It makes sense now. IG with a 5-4-5-4-5-5K net worth lead. Keeps going back and forth. And that is, for 18.5 minutes, that is a crazy lead. And the fact that you have the Spectre, you have the Storm, that feels very bad for Team Spirit, and this should as well. Toronto Tokyo evaporates.
I mean, he is going all around the world right now.
94% win probability. IG, after that game 1, I don't know what you want to call that. That was a very surprising win for Spirit. And you got to give Spirit credit for that as well.
Of course. But
after that, IG have just, they've been looking just like they did in the group stage.
Yeah, and it looks like Yatoro could be in trouble here. They have all the vision and info. They're just waiting.
Spin. They don't have grip right now. There is the Mars Arena into the spear. Very patient play from IG. And they are actually shellacking Team Spirit right now, Cinderin. This is rough.
I've casted a lot of games, Shannon.
Yes.
I've seen closer games than this.
Have you?
Yes, I have to admit. I have seen closer games. I've also seen less close games. But comparatively, when you think about how game 1 and 2 went, this is turning into an absolute stomp. And it's not, you don't just look at the numerical values, right? Okay, you're 6K hit minute 20. That's already good. It's the heroes that you did it with.
Yeah.
Right? The scaling possibility in this dire lineup is so superior to that of the Radiant. And Team Spirit, honestly, I kind of like from them that they went in with this kind of, confidence and mentality in this game. Okay, we see their heroes, we're going to pick something that's good. But in terms of execution requirement, they have so little margin for error in the first 15 minutes with this lineup. They have to be ahead on kills. They have to do better in lanes than they did. And now that we're not at that stage anymore, it just feels like it's kind of cruise control for IG right now. Wait for every time you have, what's it called? Sorry, single target haunt ready. Then you use that to kill a hero.
Thank you.
And then you also have every target haunt, which is your ulti.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's very accurate. I like that.
And you just, every time those things are ready, you try to find picks with Storm.
Easier to understand as well. 7K net worth lead for IG. They have 4-man smoke right now. And Spirit just has to play in this type of way where they have a couple heroes just kind of shadowing somebody that's pushing just to be able to save them potentially, or at least create some havoc. But it's going to be an uphill battle overall.
The Kaya Sanj. He has died in the other 2 lanes in the last 4 minutes. Will he die in the third one?
Again, Toronto Tokyo gets off the phase shift this time, but the last one being trouble. Actually blinks out to safety, and it looks like Puck's going to live through this engagement. In fact, they get the root, the coil onto Emo, but that is just the Aegis right now. The spin from Yatoro comes through, has yet to Omni Slash this entire game. Fiend's Grip will disallow that from being a thing as well. And now the jump in from Emo after the Aegis has been expended. 3 deaths. All they lose is Aegis. I can't get over that there has not been an Omni Slash this game. You don't, that is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it makes any difference in these fights because it's getting to be very one-sided now.
Honestly, it's a really hard jug game, actually, I think. Oh, Fly almost soloing Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, the jump in from Emo. 11K now, and this is without even the tier 2 towers being killed yet. BKB now online for Emo. Looking to add insult to injury. Of course, they don't have Aegis to work with as we're looking at the replay here.
This is a really good play from Toronto Tokyo, by the way. He phase shifted the initiation, then he gets a 2-hero silence, one of which is the Storm, and then he escapes this after. He could not possibly have done more in that fight on the puck, but again, who's going to stop the Bane in this situation from Fiend's gripping the jug? As soon as all the spells are cast and Bane is unaccounted for, that's when this hero really shines. Just goes in and takes out the carry from the fight entirely. JT's having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. But IG sometimes in the past, as we saw in game 1, a little bit too confident sometimes, you know, it happens to the best of us. But I think they've learned their lesson, and I would be surprised if I'll just continue to grow this lead. Ollie gets off the Nightmare.
Is he actually going to escape here? Oh.
Yeah, looks like that's the case. Basically nullifies a smoke from Team Spirit. Now IG are aware, as Kaka's working for a refresher already on the Phoenix. My goodness.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Well, actually, does he even have the mana to support it?
That's a good question.
He barely does.
I'm sure he's done the math. Do they allow calculators in the booths?
Maybe that's the one tool you would be allowed to have in there. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Fly up. He's gonna get the single target haunt off, and we'll go back to where he came. So ends up baiting out most of Team Spirit, including the freezing field.
And that's another thing about Spectre when it has this item, is if you want to gank Spec, you kind of need to either have full chain stun and silence until it dies, or you need to be all 5 heroes there. You can't just press a button and escape globally. It's very, very annoying for Team Spirit to deal with here. And IG are immediately going to make their own move. I love this. You know, you use Shadow Step, but you're ready to go once again. Immediately smoked up the other 4 heroes, and this is a dead Crystal Maiden. The question is, are we going to get any more? Emo with a long jump.
Yep, and they're going to get a second.
Oh, baby,
Sapphire CM Dunzo. And the fact that this Shadow Step is only a 30-second cooldown, kind of crazy.
It's insane,
You have constant global ability as Collapse.
He's gonna join bottom.
Yep. This is getting out of control as IG dominating right now. But all top three net worths on their team. Probably just waiting for the next Roche just to make sure that you know, they have things in hand. They don't want to get overconfident again. And
do they see Toronto Tokyo? They don't have vision of him right now. He's standing there in the tree line.
Yeah.
If Bane were to randomly walk in there, Toronto Tokyo actually dies. Because Storm has the Orchid, but he obviously does have the vision advantage himself from that high ground ward.
So he does have Kaya Sange now on Toronto Tokyo. So status resist against the Orchid. That's something. It's not a dispel, but we'll be going for the... See, now I actually agree with going like Blink Dagger and all these other items. When you're at this point, you need to play a little riskier, I feel like. If you go for a defensive build, I don't think that helps you back in the game necessarily. Kind of got to go all in here.
The question is if you could have got the dagger before even your travels. Like if you wanted to play hyper-aggressive with your team, was travels the choice that enabled that the most? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that, but I do feel like usually the Travels Kayasanj build is more of a greedier approach to puck. And I don't think being greedy in this game, I mean, it's not easy to say in hindsight because they got rolled in all the fights, right? But, Emo is searching out here. Won't find yet. Mira is going to walk into Kaka. He's dead.
Yep, there's the Yules, and will be left to die in all likelihood. JT jumps in as well. Lead continues to grow here for IG as they try to get as much map control as possible to starve out Team Spirit, and obviously still waiting for Roche number 2. In which case we can have a very long discussion about shards. Meantime, it's going to be close. Looks like he'll find him. And Collapse dies as well. So it feels like IG, there's like no opening for Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, from Team Spirit's perspective, Cinder, what can you do? Like, you're... Oh, Miposhka. He will actually live. That's the first surprise that's happened in the last 5 minutes. What can Team Spirit do to try to creep back in this game? Really taking your time here.
Yeah. I'm relations. I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay, no
I need
worries.
a pretty big Monte Carlo sample here. I'm typing to Knoxville as we speak too.
Very good.
How many, what is it in, which movie is it again, where they manipulate time and there's one possibility out of a million, whatever, not Captain, what's it called? You know this, you know movies.
Good discussion, Cinder. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I watched this movie. I can't remember what it's called.
Talking about Inception or something?
No, not Inception.
Okay. Well, you're the one that's only watched 5 movies in your life, so pick one of them.
It's from the Avengers movie, that's right. It's one of the Avengers.
No wonder, I know, yeah.
One out of many possibilities here. That is what we're looking at for Team Spirit. It is, honestly, it is a total miracle comeback if they do it. Gabe Newell gives them 1%.
Okay.
Gracious Gabe.
That's something.
Always stays positive.
Yeah.
We've had games that were over, that's at 5%.
Literally over, yeah. Actually, there was a game that was 100% win rate.
Yeah. It does happen
in this group stage
occasionally. It's obviously rounded up. The game is never truly over until it's over. Things can happen.
Absolutely.
But for Team Spirit, I don't know, you've got to go for some sort of Hail Mary, and I feel like you should have done that for the last 10 15 minutes, and they've kind of tried, you know. It's not like they've just been sitting around getting dominated, but they're getting chased around the map by
Polka is dead. Yataro spin TP. Looks like he'll be successful. No bash or anything like that for Fly, but
it's like every time you blink, somebody just gets jumped somewhere by Storm or Spectre, right?
Yeah.
So you only really find opportunities by going together and looking for a team fight, but the problem is in order to set up a team fight with the nature of how the Dire are playing here, IG make sure to push in all the lanes. So if you want to find that move, generally what sets you up to make aggressive moves is that you push at least 2 waves across the river, but every time they split up to try and push the waves, they gain. So it's kind of a shitty situation where you need to somehow magically block the ganks for a full minute.
And Shard, I assume Emo will take the Shard.
Yes, he will. Good call.
Thank you. Oh, he's going to get the Overload active that allows him to use on his teammates. Now has a haste rune to boot.
I didn't know that had a mana cost, actually.
What is the mana cost?
150.
It's actually, it's quite a bit, actually. It's very good, though, so.
It is
You get 3 procs on everybody that you cast it on.
Smoke from IG. JT is ready to go in. He has BKB.
Oh, smoke from Team Spirit as well. Miposhka is going to be the sacrifice.
Hello, says Emo.
He tanks the gank. I mean, that is actually an okay scenario for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's also what kind of a game it is when you're happy one guy dies.
Yep.
But there isn't really much need to sugarcoat it, you know? They're just getting owned. Like, they got ran over in the stage of the game that they had to win, and now they're just paying the price. That's it.
Toronto, Tokyo, Orchid death again.
Yeah.
You just can't do anything with this item set versus the Orchid specifically. Is Kaka collapse, gets off the Avatos. All right, they find a residual kill at least.
Kill for Yatoro. He's working his way toward a Silver Edge. Maybe that's their idea here. It's like, okay, Spectra's too big. We need a Silver to have a chance. Oh, dear.
Fly comes in.
He just doesn't care.
The Shadow
he jumped
Step,
into 3 heroes.
kills the ward, gets some free gold. Emo basically out of mana.
Oh, Mira is in trouble.
Mira is dead. Okay, he actually has Shard on Mira. Didn't realize that. Gives you a little shotgun blast. But IG just getting whatever they want. And still 3 minutes to go on the Aegis, so expect them to, I would assume, try to go high ground here. Yeah, they have a gigantic lead.
All right.
Did we do it?
Gaben has called it.
What is it?
Gabe is like, welcome to the international Team Spirit. I give you 0% chance of winning this game. But remember, it is rounded up. So this could be anywhere between 99.5 to 100.
Right.
If there's anything I know...
Big difference.
Then I don't know if that's useful here.
That's usually the case, actually. Toronto Tokyo working on a Lincoln Sphere. That'll help him. But Yataro, spin TP. Right. Do they have the damage? No. I mean, if they really cared about this, they would get a Basher on the Spectre. But him spin TPing, it just forces him out, and he can't farm anymore, so they don't really care that much. It's not like they need these extra kills as much at this point of the game. But yeah, this Lincoln's would be great. But all right, phase shift.
Good shift.
Staying alive. Gets off the coil. Loser orb to the other side as well, and now his teammates have come. All right, we're gonna see the Haunt coming. That's the Omni Slash is casting on all the illusions though, but they'll find the Mars in the end. But Collapse is dead. Toronto Tokyo's dead, and Team Spirit crumbling here. Mira not able to TP out. Double kill for Fly, and Yataro looks to be the last remaining member of Spirit, but not for long. Just trying to extend. Okay, Spectral Dagger comes through again. The Shadow Blade's out. I wonder if he might get out here. Doesn't have TP for another 20 seconds. He's just going to farm some creeps. Can't blame him.
Well, he did save the healing ward, so his spiritual successor, Cat, is making its way down the lane.
It's a golden cat, actually.
The sole survivor of Team Spirit is a golden cat waving goodbye to the game.
Oh, no. Oh, and it dies of its own accord.
Even the cat gets killed by the creep wave. Now, if that isn't a metaphor for this game for Team Spirit, then I don't know.
13:37 is the scoreline. You're seeing that correctly. As we see a replay here. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo did a good job of staying alive here, baiting out a bunch of spells. I thought this was like the open opportunity, potentially. But Yataro's ult just bounces to all the illusions for the most part. Very
it ultimately does get the Mars, but if it can connect on multiple heroes, you just don't have enough in the tank for the rest, right?
I mean, having to use that on Mars to begin with, who's already used his spells, doesn't feel good either, I'm sure. That Spirit in good spirits, though, so... Of course, this is not an elimination game. Loser goes to the lower bracket, and winner continues on. But it is a big deal. Like, top 12 is guaranteed right now. If you win this series, you're top six guaranteed. It's a huge jump in prize pool and prestige.
And potential, because obviously the grind in the lower bracket is something that has been achieved, but a team going all the way from round 1 or round 2 in lower bracket is rare. You need to get through so many obstacles.
Indeed. Toronto Tokyo, he gets hexed, brought down again.
Some fancy footwork, but it's not really a fair fight when you're moving at normal move speed and the other enemy team has heroes that see you everywhere and move at 1,000 move speed.
Oh my god, JT blinks out. Dodges the avalanche. Yataro has to use the cat, his spiritual successor. I believe it was just dropped dead as well. Trying to get out of dodge here, but he's going to get stunned up and brought down in quick succession. This is looking like it is over. Toronto Tokyo buys back in the game. It's just him and Collapse.
Well, I guess at this point, IG are kind of farming fantasy points for me. That's not bad. I do have Emo today,
the Basher
I think.
online now for Fly, so that is a canceled TP. Emo, basically no mana to speak of, but Collapse already used his teleport scroll. And Fly just awkwardly runs into and gets the bash. This will be a slow death, but IG will find yet another one.
They have 2 players beyond godlike. Fly is 16-0, Emo is 16-1.
Yeah.
That's some good old fantasy stuff.
This is going to be a dieback.
Okay.
It's looking rough. IG making it known that they indeed, despite losing game 1, are an absolute powerhouse.
I have a plan for Spirit, okay?
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, well said. Eloquent as always, Synderen. I really appreciate you joining me. JT gets a career, and well, Yatoro. All right, they might actually be able to get this. That's the Silver Edge break with the Omni Slash. All right, down he goes, but the grip to counteract from Ollie. Flight jumps in, Basher. Too much to handle for Yatoro. And now they finally go for buildings. 31K net worth lead. This is a Gaben level shellacking right here, Synderen.
Yeah. What can you say though? IG earned it. They played super well this game. They did so many things right. Especially something that's always enjoyable to watch at the top level is how players play around each other. Right. The prediction of what the next move is from the enemy team. You have Bane covering. Right. We got a little bit of spot.
Yeah. Emo just wanted to clean up some more kills, and they'll find whatever they want. All right. They get that first set of racks. The fact that that's the first set of racks is actually feels weird, right?
Oh, you won't believe this.
They
have 101% chance of winning now.
I'll bet.
It is actually
baited.
Radiant's top tower is under Radiant's top tower is falling.
One day, maybe in the next patch they'll add that.
But it is rounded up, so it's probably about 100%.
All right, so IG, they can only go for 2. They don't have the craziest building takers.
All right, Collapse, gonna get single target haunted. No, that was actually the multi-target haunt.
No,
and will not reach the Abyssal here in time.
That's a big cooldown. All right, so they can only get the melee racks top, but that's good enough. And obviously they weren't able to push more than that because the tier 2 still survives for Team Spirit. They got one more fight in them. They have a bunch of diebacks. And by a bunch, I mean one, but yeah, that is a dead Juggernaut. Mira and company look to be next on the list for IG. And IG making a statement again, Synderen. We're going for the win. Collapse.
They got Bane.
Yep, they got him. Okay. Collapse looks to be mega dead. As this game is still extending for some reason. Toronto Tokyo, okay, we have the refresher onto the Phoenix, into the egg. Toronto Tokyo is dead. I feel like I've been saying that a lot this game.
Yep.
49 to 15.
Oh, here comes Collapse. He's going to kill Kaka.
Yeah. All right. I mean, Collapse does do a significant amount of damage if he's able to just walk up with the
He got
Silver
2
Edge.
levels from killing the enemy support.
Yeah, he's going to get sheep for his troubles. And Fly with the Spectral Dagger. And another kill goes JT's way. But if they had a team that could push towers, this game would have been over 20 minutes ago, honestly. It's just their building hitters are not anything special. So the game shall go on, it seems.
Radiant's middle
Starting to feel like the elephant game, actually, that we cast earlier. That was a 65K net worth lead, though, so maybe not quite there.
At the end, it was, yeah. But the thing about this, though, is that IG are making moves non-stop. They're not just sitting back farming, right? Yeah. They're actually just killing the enemy team over and over and over and over again. They're just not worth very much anymore.
Yeah, we have the Abyssal Blade initiation. Mira gets a beautiful cookie stun, but it's really not going to matter in the end. If the farm was a little bit more maxed, that could have made all the difference. But they are just so far behind right now.
I feel like I've seen the same play literally 20 times in a row now.
Yep.
It's actually just the same play over and over.
That's because it's a 30-second cooldown on Shadows. It's crazy. It's so
true.
good.
20 times in a row is just 10 minutes if he uses it every time it's ready.
That's right.
So it kind of checks out.
When it first came out, it was, we're going to see it used again.
Okay.
Into yet another kill. Now we're fountain farming, it seems, for IG. Spirit still holding on. Miposhka is going to ult in his fountain for good rapport and morale.
Let's quickly talk predictions. So what are we at right now? We're at 70 kills.
It's GG, Synderen.
Oh, okay.
GG as IG take game 3 in a very convincing fashion. That means that they will be top 6 guaranteed now, Synderen. We don't know who they're going to play, obviously, since this is the first upper bracket best of 3. But Team Spirit, they're still alive. That's the important thing for them.
They're definitely still.
For them as well.
It's fair to say they are against the #1 placement from the other group. They took a game off them in a really cool play. In all fairness, when you look across the entire series, they are outmatched. So, I mean, if you want to look at it from the positive, they did grab that one win. It doesn't really earn them anything except the third game here, but gives them some more experience, some more data to look at, some more replays to analyze, and IG definitely, you know, they didn't crumble, which is a good look for them. That game 1 loss has got to feel pretty
I feel like
terrible.
If anything, the game 1 loss probably helps them going forward.
Probably.
Because now you got that out of the way, right? All right, I screwed up. Now I won't screw up next time.
Yeah, you're shaking that off. You avoid making a similar mistake when you get in a similar situation somewhere later down the tournament. You pay a little bit more attention. You already saw that adjustment in game number 2, where they started hiding in their base when things could have gone awry. So, yeah, great showing from IG overall. Absolutely dominant in this game 3.
All right, let's see what the panel has to say about this Gaben-level shellacking.
Well, you know what? That's something I call a bladder buster. It is a game that you know is ready to be finished. So you're like, I don't want to miss the ending, so I'm just going to hold on. Even though I've had 5 cups of tea and I really need the loo, I'm just going to hold in there. And then the game keeps going. And it keeps going. And you keep going. And your mum, can I get that empty plastic bottle, please? I really don't want to leave this because they're going to end the game anytime soon. And before you know it, you're on Amazon or other sites and you're just looking up adult diapers. Because you didn't want to leave that. You didn't want to leave that. And yet, by the end of it, you could even hear it in Sunswan's and Cinderbrin's voices. Yes, you're playing carefully. Yes, this is TI. We understand you want top 6, IG. But please, for the love of God, you won this at the end of the laning phase. Purge, do you agree? Was there ever a chance of a comeback for Spirit?
Yeah, there was a part where they took a team fight and the Haunt was used, and then after it, Tiny's sitting on the back, full HP, full mana. He got his blink interrupted, and I was like, this is going to happen all game. It's going to be really hard for Collapse to get into the fight with Tiny because he is like a guy that has to jump on the right guy and be in melee range. So it's a little finicky, but if you go first, it's great. So at that moment, I kind of realized like this was not the hero I had in mind for Collapse, and it really cost him a lot.
We have to look back to the draft because I don't know if any of you guys can remember or noticed, but it feels like the bans from IG's side were all focused on the off-lane, Trent.
Yeah, Collapse had a rough go there. They took the Mars early, and then after that, we lost the Tide. We eventually lost the Legion, the Night Stalker. They would kind of went down those. They wouldn't give them the combination with like the Wolf Bite, with the Juggernaut and the Lycan. So yeah, Collapse had to be given that first pick overall. Have shifted over to the off lane, and I would say it's probably my least favorite of the 3 core roles for the Tiny. I'm much more into the mid and the position 1.
Did you get quite excited though, Gods, when you saw that combo of Phoenix and Mars come out on IG's side?
Yeah, I've seen it a lot. I definitely something where against the Tiny, it's really good. It almost made them not want to play the Tiny in that 1 or 2 position role because the Fire Spirits and the Sunray is so bad for Tiny's game. And I think IG just drafted so well. The Phoenix-Mars combo and then this Spectre-Storm synergy was just so powerful this game.
I think you just need to look at your Toro's numbers to really know how hard a game Team Spirit had. Jug, he was picked as the counter to that Mars and Phoenix combo, Trent. And yet he still wasn't able to get into the game and do what he needed to do.
It would be very embarrassing if you put him on your fantasy roster today, hoping for a big upset to also save your bracket at the same time. That definitely would not be what I did.
Definitely not.
That would be a problem. I would probably
You were smart.
be in trouble.
You
I was smart. I took
Fly
Emo
Fly,
and Fly,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
22, 0, and 27. That's like all the wise people. That's what a TI panelist would probably do.
Would you like some more numbers that we've been given by stats specialist Leah?
Not if they hurt my fantasy even further.
You know what? I think it's going to be okay. This is a fly stat for Spectre. So Spectre has broken the record for the fastest Aghanim Scepter bought at a TI game. The record for Spectre. The record was previously 1613. It's now 1550. And again, a number that kind of just sums up how successful IG were in that game. And especially getting back into it after Spirit seemed to take some early advantages.
It does. It's also a pretty new build. Ag Spectre, I don't even remember what it did. Like, I feel like it's been changed a lot in the last 2 years, but I don't remember what it used to do. But yeah, it's an item you rush right away because you just get on the map so oppressively. Like the casters point out, they're like, I feel like we said this already. It's because anytime a hero shows, they just jump on him. So he goes disable items, and when you're ahead, it's like the best thing to have. When you're winning by a lot, you want to just be able to catch people relentlessly, and they did that.
And the beauty with the Storm is that the 2 strongest heroes in the game can back each other up. So if the Storm sees someone they can jump, Spectre can jump from the other side of the map and vice versa. So I think the fact they had these 2 heroes that had almost this global presence was really powerful.
So if you're Spirit right now, facing the lower bracket and potentially an early exit here at the main event of TI. Trent, what is the thing that you're learning from and focusing on after this match?
Probably seeing how their draft got a little bit dismantled. I don't think they wanted to go that deep in terms of the carry pool. I know he's been playing a lot of different heroes for both of those teams, for both IG and Team Spirit, but I mean, Juggernaut and Chaos Knight are probably not where I want to wind up in the upper bracket TI right now. Obviously, if you win, you look like geniuses, right? So it's really easy for us to be like, oh, well, you know, those heroes haven't performed that well, and now you're losing games. But it speaks to me like they're trying to fix their draft at a very late point.
I also think they need to pick Collapses here in the first phase. I think he's so key for their game. Tide Mars being the big two, but you know, even the Night Stalker, because it's going to get banned. And if you end up in this situation where his 3 best heroes are banned out and he's on a tiny, Team Spirit just don't look as strong.
I think the other issue as well is that, like, on the other side, JT just buys a really fast hood, and his entire enemy lineup is all, like, magic damage.
So good.
So it was like he just stands in the front, and every time they went on him, they used, like, Dream Coil and Snapfire ulti and everything, and he almost lived. So it just created this, like, giant buffer. Jug isn't very easy to get into those fights either, so maybe a carry that could get in easier or just go on the backline somehow. It's hard. It's hard against good teams. They won't give you that opportunity. They'll just keep JT in the front.
Well, we've given Sir Action Slacks an opportunity now to talk to a winner because he is on the sidelines with the wonderful JT.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Yes, it is indeed an honor to be sitting next to you, JT. Yeah. It has been a minute, my friend. Yeah. And here we are at the International. Yeah. How you feeling, bud?
Quite nervous though. This is my first time TI, so
yeah.
I just gonna enjoy the tournament. Yeah. Just gonna enjoy.
Well, it seems you've been enjoying it so far. I mean, you guys dominated the group stage. You didn't lose a single series. You tied. You won. Yeah. I'm imagining you went into that game pretty confident.
Group stage is still different from the elimination group, right? I mean, it's still different, right? You feel quite pressure when you're like. When you lose one game, you're gonna like, it's so important like every game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about that pressure. You know, you go in, game 1, you guys are winning, trying to go high ground. You get hit. Morph gets a DD, slams through, steals the Ancient. Most teams, that would have broke them, but you guys kept your composure. How did you do it?
I think we still did not manage the game well. I think we still do a lot of mistakes. And then that's why I think we still gotta improve more, you know. We did not perform our best.
Yeah, well, you sure performed your best after in game 2 and game 3. So, you know, you guys, it seemed like a little bit of, if you can do it, we can do it better. Game 1, they beat you with Morph, you snagged the Morph. Game 3, you guys, the Team Spirit loves the Mars Phoenix. You guys kind of steal the Mars Phoenix. Was that on purpose, by the way?
Not really. Mars and Phoenix is like our comfort pick also, so we're just gonna pick them against them.
All right. Yeah. Is there a better Mars at this event than you?
Yeah.
Who?
The Team Spirit guy quite good at like to be honest. Yeah.
So it was a bit of a deny, but I get you. All right, so very, very interesting route to get here, especially for you, my friend. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling recovered? You feel 100%?
Not 100%, but like almost fully recovered though, so I'm feel okay now.
All right, good.
So thanks for caring.
What was that like, having to play the most important games of your match at the most important tournament of your match in the group stage and being sick?
I mean, you cannot do anything about it, right? You just have to take medicine and then try to recover as fast as you can, and then yeah, I mean, Wolf did a good thing to like for all for those who get the COVID, right? They let us attend the event. I mean, attend the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we really appreciate about it.
Well, we're honestly happy to have you. We couldn't have asked for a better first series. And I'll ask you one more quickie, very short. Yeah. Next series, OG Secret. Who do you want to face coming up? You got to take the winner, buddy.
Maybe I prefer Secret.
Ooh.
I mean, both of them are good team, but maybe we play against Secret. We got like more comfortable like against them. Yeah.
Well, not a lot of people want to play against OG in general with the chat line spam.
Yeah, OG, TI, 2 times champion, so
Yeah.
too scary.
All right, well, thank you so much, JT. A really fantastic series. Couldn't ask for a better one to open up this main event, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Frankie.
I don't think we could have asked for a better interviewee either. I absolutely love JT. First TI, absolutely straight out the gate with the confidence in the interview. And yeah, that Team Spirit Mars guy, he is quite good. I would absolutely agree, but there you go, JT, you're quite good as well. Should we take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after the opening series? Not much has changed, but Invictus Gaming, they are still in the upper bracket as expected. They've made top 6 at TI, and then Team Spirit, they're going to be facing the loser of Undying and Fnatic. So we'll speed over to the lower bracket so you can see that close up. Who do you think is going to be their next competition? Is it going to be NA or is it going to be SEA? God, I can see you straining with thoughts.
Struggling. That is one of the more hard.
These are his 2 fanboy regions. He doesn't know where to go. You see, you've caught him in something
I'm
here.
going to upset one of the fan base.
You already upset Undying earlier by pledging allegiance to Quincy Crew, let's face it.
I'm going with Fnatic on that one. That's the way I have my bracket. So I think either way, Spirit got to feel at least pretty happy with their matchup. They don't get like the EG elephant, like whichever team wins that's best one. That's a tough opponent. So, Spirit do find themselves with at least a very winnable BO3 down there.
Bad, you agreeing? Do you think we're
Yeah.
going to see Spirit moving on?
Well, I think Fnatic is slightly more likely to win that best of one, but Undying has really impressed basically everybody. The other underdog story that did well, so I can go either way. I think Spirit is better than both of those teams, though. So I think Spirit still has a good chance to go a little deeper. TI.
And finally, Trent, your final thoughts.
100%. I think what we saw there, and you saw what IG said, they pushed us to our comfort pick, right? There's only one other team they picked Myers Phoenix versus. That was EG in the group stage. Something that we know they love from the Mage and everything. They brought that out versus Team Spirit. That shows a lot of respect. So I would be very worried to face them in the lower bracket.
Well, we've got to show some respect now to the next team, because after this short video, we are going to have Sumi, Aoi, Lizard, and Jenkins coming up. But before then, we've got something quite cozy for you. It's the community talking about why they Dota.
I play Dota because I enjoy the competition.
I play Dota 2 because its complexity intrigues me.
I play Dota to see my perfect team every day.
当然，最后也因为 Dota 2认识了超多新的朋友，收获了宝贵的友情。
Я люблю Доту за страсть, за комьюнити и за ощущение, что я в своей тарелке.
I play Dota because I want to make my family proud.
这款游戏的魅力就在于，即使你变成了云玩家，也在关心着这个游戏。
我玩 Dota 2的话，是因为，毕业之后也可以跟朋友们在一起有事可做吧，才有活。上呀，老头，别怂呀！
我打 Dota 是因为爱玩。
Why do I play Dota? I don't know. Why am I here?
Я играю в Dota 2, потому что это легкий способ завести новых друзей. Или потерять старых.
I play Dota because otherwise I would need to get a real job.
我玩 Dota 是因为这是款很好的游戏，你越玩它会越为它着迷。为什么喜欢 Dota 2呢？因为在 Dota 游戏里认识了许多志同道合、能一起快乐玩耍的小伙伴。
I play Dota because you can always get better.
Я играю в Доту, потому что это помогает мне эмоционально разгрузиться.
I like Dota because it's a reflection of the bad and good in life.
I play Dota to get time off from my wife.
Why I Dota? That is a really great message, because there's a lot of things that bring people to Dota 2. How about we talk a little bit about you guys? AUI, what brings you to Dota 2?
I've played Dota for so long, I can't remember.
All right, Jenkins, how about you?
All right, I can tell you. Dota has the lowest lows of any game, but also the highest highs. Dota is euphoric. It can be depressing, but it is the best game in terms of emotion. I've never had a better, more emotional experience than like a throne race in a 70-minute game. That is unbeatable, 100%.
What about you, Lizard?
It's most certainly competition.
Competition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love to lose a lot, so I chose Dota, lost a lot. Here I am on the panel now. It's a perfect game.
Well, I would say then that's a good path because now you're here with us. For those of you at home who would like to tell us why you Dota, remember that you can find us on social media. Use the hashtag TI10. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all of your TI10 needs. Gentlemen, it is now time to talk about the second series. It's Secret versus OG, widely considered one of the the highest anticipated matches of the early main event. Tell me a little bit about what do you think about this matchup so far, Lizard?
What can I even say? How do you start introducing OG versus Secret matchup? This is one that documentaries can be made off, and an hour of documentary wouldn't be enough. So this panel is crammed with time to actually talk about Secret and OG. Just looking forward to this amazing match.
But yet at the same time, it's like so hard to do that because they haven't played each other at TI before, right? This is the first time.
That is true. Actually, the stats are very interesting because it goes beyond that. So in the previous 3 TIs, Liquid actually knocked out Secret every single time. In TI 7, Secret got 9th through 10th, and then 5th through 6th, and then 4th. So every single time they met Liquid in the lower bracket at a later point, and every single time they lost at a later point. So now, Kuro is not in TI. The Kryptonite to Puppey is not at TI. And Puppey's actually quoted as saying in an interview that Kuro is his Kryptonite. And so the question that I have is that, is No Tail also Puppey's Kryptonite, and we just haven't been able to see it yet?
Interesting. Why is that though? Why is Puppey, or sorry, why are Kuro and No Tail potentially Puppey's Kryptonite, AUI?
So I think they have a lot of history together, right? Like Kuroki and Puppey, they played on so many teams together, even go back to Dota 1, your KSINT, all this time. And No Tail, he was actually on a team with Puppey on the original Team Secret. Mm-hmm. And it seems to be like the more you know about Team Secret, the more you can sort of counter-strat them. Mm-hmm. Or so it appears with Kuroki doing so at previous TIs.
Right. The original Team Secret, the first ever Team Secret in 2014, was Puppey, Kuro, S4, No Tail, and Fly, who are now all prestigious captains. So it's almost like there are too many cooks with that team, but now they're all captaining teams, and the question is like, how well do they all know each other?
Yeah, because if you think about Kuroki and what Aoi mentioned, that was 13 years ago. 2008, Dota 1 at KSN is where they started. No Tail, however, you know, he played on, he came into this game, he joined Secret with Fly. He didn't have as much time and as much exposure to Puppey, but he definitely did share a lot of time together, and he probably has very good insights on how to play versus Secrets, especially at the grand stage such as TI, because what he said through TI8 through TI9, it's a mental warfare. And that's something that's a thing where Secret hasn't really been stellar in the past, at least.
There's also like a lot of info on Puppey, right? Like Puppey has been at all 10 TIs. We actually have a little bit of statistics on him. Let's take a look. So he's appeared, as I mentioned, all 10 times. So first rank for that. He's had 214 matches with 121 wins, which is impressive. Very, very impressive. 2,443 assists, and also 8 hours and 2 minutes total time dead. He spent a lot of time dead.
8 hours. 1/3 of a day.
One whole third of a day. And that puts him in 3rd place in the rankings. And AY, tell me a little bit about how does that matter to you? Like, you spend a lot of time dead, but you know he's Puppey, right? He's the Puppey wall.
More than the time dead, he has such a high number in that because he's played so many games. And honestly, it's a testament to how good Puppey is that he's first in games played and wins, and only 3rd on time dead, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's impressive.
That's true. I would argue that's because that guy always runs in and then buys back. so
that's less time dead.
Yeah, it's less time dead because he's just paying to not be dead.
But if you paid to to buy back, and then you die again, then you spend all that time.
That is true, which is why he's third. So that's why he's up there as well.
He's actually not only played every single TI, but he's been the position 5 for the majority of the time, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Not the whole time.
Yeah, only not like TI, maybe like TI 1. Was Curl 4 or 5? I can't actually remember.
I think he was. I don't even.
Sorry, we should actually know this.
History.
in any case,
a long time
as a support, as a 5, you die a lot. Specifically, the way he plays, the fact that he always waits on the high grounds that want not break smokes.
That's true.
Is very sacrificial. This old school position 5, such as Solo from Virtus Pro and Puppy from back in the day, Navi, they would always be the first ones that go in like an Ogre or Elder Titan, just running in, breaking smoke.
That's actually one really common thing between OG and Secret is that both No Tail and Puppy do that, right? I think Puppy does it. Usually he's the wall that's standing on the high ground. And when No Tail is doing that, well, of course, he's occasionally doing that. But other times it's like to make space for his team in the early game so that way they can hit their timing.
Well, we now have the teams ready. So let's first bring out OG onto the stage. Winners of both TI8 and TI9, returning champions OG are here to fight for their 3rd TI championship in a row. Unveiling a new roster that includes TI champion Sumail and experienced TI competitor Saksa, they had an impressive 3rd place finish with a 10-6-4 in the TI10 group stage after qualifying through the Western Europe qualifier. Puppy himself said, OG is a well-respected team and great to practice with, and he has always wanted to meet them on the TI stage, and now it is becoming a reality. Known for their aggressive plays and momentum capitalization, OG is widely considered a top contender at the International 10. Over several years, proven that they are one of the best performing teams, taking first place at 8 major tournaments in a row. And now they are here to prove that they can take that skill from majors to the international stage as they compete against the champions of the last 2 years. While OG is known for their aggressive plays, Team Secret is known for their diversity and their patience. Finishing out group stage in 2nd place with a 10-6, will the Puppy Wall be the thing that sends OG to the lower bracket? That is the question of this matchup. It's 2 very unique play styles that directly contrast each other. Gentlemen, we will take a quick look at a recap of Secret's journey to the International.
Time has been bought for Secret to turn up. Matthew's going again straight for No Tail. No Tail actually had to separate himself this time around. They've got the silence out of Matthew. Can they kill him off? Matthew wants the enrage. He's still got the BKB. He's going to pop it. Standing down. Turner will step. Puppy comes in with the tether, keeping him alive. The snowball comes out for Yap. So Matthew,
oh my God, he's alive.
Finally, he's going to be able to live. He's going to be able to live. He gets out of there. Puppy with the save. They've killed off a 4th. The Saxa goes down. I mean, it's just too much for OG. It's too much. They cannot deal with Secret here. Can they kill this PA? No.
He's jumping away.
He's away once more. Over towards Puppy. He goes. Matu's out. Now they're ready to turn. Woo! Matu's back in. Ravage out. Zai is ready to go for more. There's the backup required as they jump in onto S4. A Wukong's command comes immediately to an end. As it's getting messy.
Into the fourth staff. Okay, they're trying for Nico Baby as well.
They're going in deep here under the tier 4s. But they've got the control on Nico Baby. Playing around with his morph. He's trying to get back towards his fountain. They're not going to let him. They're not going to let him. As Mats is in with the bashes, they're calling it. They want the pain to end here, Alliance. As game 3, it was another game 1 hit. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Secret taking the game, taking the series, they are the champions here at Dream League Season 14, this EU Upper Division. Team Secret, your champions once again.
Really good foresight play by Puppy here.
Tusk might be in trouble too. He's got shards maybe to get some distance and a snowball on the high ground. That's well done.
Do you see a combo play? He knows about the creeps to get vision, and then he managed to snowball up there because of it.
See the wolf fight onto Matuma Man, he's ready to go, but onto the side, Dwarwell goes straight in with the charge, over towards Puppy. Nisha turns towards the two of them, this is going to be the invis for now, keeping Dwarwell safe, he gets away with the Trickster Cloak over to the side, they're on top of Dead. He's been bashed up in control, but Dead, he's able to get the G's off, he gets a second chance for living here, Dead, still alive, finally falls to the side, but as Dead's gone, buys back over to the side, play
on Wind Ranger.
Onto Yapsor, if they're able to push back Yopaj continuing to be chased down by Matuma Man, the bash is there, Yopaj taken down, Dwarwell as well in trouble. The Secret, the final third. Flyback's coming out for the 3 of them, but Skev, he needs help and he needs it now.
Where's the bat?
BKB, the 4 of them focusing down. Skev's trying to go for the TP out. Is he able to make it in time? He isn't. The stone comes in as the BKB comes to an end.
Morphling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned down unless Matuma Man can somehow save him. Maybe Absol as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with a waveform. Call going in. Now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all this one, Nico Baby. He charges in with the Aang Swell, but that's just an Aeon Disc on Yapsor. He's going to continue to slow down Nico Baby's side. He beats him around the corner and says, "Are you looking for me, punk?"
Team Secret had 950 points in the DPC, but what is it that really makes them truly powerful? There's a little, not only are they great Dota players, but there's also like that mental game also in play here. Lizard, tell me a little bit about how the mental game works here for both OG and Team Secret.
So I already said that mental warfare is probably the most important thing coming into TI more than any other tournament, right? Because your emotions get over you. It doesn't matter like who you're playing against, and when you're playing versus a team that's as strong as Secret, it can get tough for OG, especially as they don't have the same roster that was lifting them up. If you remember Jerax and Tiny Airlines and whatnot, that lightens the mood always. But what I've seen from Secret, not in this walkout, like when they were going to the booth, they looked very serious. However, in their games, I've seen some clowny business. I've seen some mechs being dropped on the ground in middle of team fights, laughter, just enjoying themselves a lot. And I think there's something changed about them. This might be the TI.
Yeah, on the flip side, you know, you could argue OG is the type of team that I think NoTail tweeted that like he really wanted the crowd to be there because it amplifies them. And something that I've noticed with OG too is that they, I think as a result of that, knowing that they feed off of that, they're upping their game for mental warfare. They're using, you know, I think they used Arteezy's significant other's chat line in a game, I believe, against them. There's also, you know, they're like question marking in all chat, and it sounds so goofy and it sounds so silly, but it's not, because they won 2 TIs doing this. They're the team that started this trend of people taking mental coaching a lot more seriously. So you could argue that OG has also upped the ante this time around as well, even with no crowd.
Oh, do you think it's more about propping yourself up, right, than anything else?
I think for OG specifically, I think a lot of it's seen as sort of like clowny or even bordering on BM, but to them, it's just them enjoying the game, loving the game, and having fun. I think that's really what propels them. I think you were mentioning Team Secret. They always come into TI as favorites, or most years. This year, there's no crowd, and they've sort of taken a bit of a break, right? Mentally reset themselves.
Right.
And you mentioned they're having more fun in the games. I think we might see like a different Secret at TI, at least for the playoffs.
A different kind of secret. What do you mean by that? How are they different?
Team Secret, like I think for the past few years, I think they're the best team in the world outside of TI.
Yep.
Like they dominated the meta for so much. Like when I was trying to learn what was like the groundbreaking Dota strategies, I would always look at Team Secret. And then they always, they go to TI, they get 5th, and then they get 4th, and these would be disappointing placements for them. Like 5th and 4th are very respectable, but not what you expect out of a squad that shows this level of caliber throughout the year.
Yeah, they had 8 like major tournaments in a row that they won. Not DPC major, but like major in terms of, you know, $100,000 to $500,000 prize pools, something like that. They won 8 in a row.
And the finals were stomps too.
Yeah, it's
like
complete
they were just
stomps, yeah.
3-0 grand finals, one grand final after another. I was paneling most of them and felt like, okay, here we go. Secret comes in, it's a 3-0, going home early tonight, I suppose. But coming into this series, Slack said something interesting. He has his conspiracy theory that they were, you know, 4 months away from tournaments in order to hide their strategies and also to give themselves that mental break and change something, come into the TI in a little bit of a different way. I think they've accomplished that.
I actually remember watching some major at some point, and they were interviewing Zai, and he was saying that for that major, they hadn't actually been scrimming up until like the 2 weeks before, other than boot camp. And so like the 2 week boot camp. And so it seems like they have had that mentality before and they respect that mentality. And now they're actually doing that for TI rather than just these other tournaments. Perhaps it's because they took TI way more seriously, so they like changed it up. But now they're like, you know what? We're just going to do what we did to win all of the other tournaments.
Yeah, actually, I remember, I think MDO Disneyland, they won that major. I don't think they played a single scrim before that tournament.
Yeah, that was actually, I think that was probably
they did scrim before the tournament.
Yeah.
That's some confidence. Is that a confidence thing, or is that like the super secret strat about being secret?
Did they scrim a lot before any major? Because they went out in the wild cards.
It's hard to say. That's hard to say. We didn't get many interviews.
I mean, the MDO Disneyland one, that was like 2018. Yeah. I don't know. I think after they got 4th in Singapore, they were sort of qualified for TI. They decided to like straight set their eyes on TI. I think they're very goal-oriented.
I think that's something very similar to IG. You could see their games in DPC Season 2. They would even end them really quickly if things go wrong, just because they're focusing on the games, on the future.
I like that we can see OG and they're just looking up at the monstrous versions of themselves. Like they're really enjoying the moment, and that's good to see for a team that, you know, obviously does incredibly well whenever they're enjoying the moment.
I like that so much though. Like you're at the main stage. I know it's OG. They're the best at dealing with TI pressure, but they've won 2 TIs. They're still enjoying the moment.
Yeah,
like,
that's good. It's so important.
Like, look at where we are. Remember how we got here, and
remember
like, believe in each other. You know,
yeah.
I feel like they made Saxa a little bit smaller, actually.
They may have.
Yeah, they may have.
I think
He is a giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to your point about enjoying themselves, there is actually, if you rewatch True Sight, Seb, coming into the grand finals, he says, guys, we already won this. Just enjoy yourself. And that's it, right? If you enjoy what you're doing, it's so much easier to play, because that's how you defeat fear, that's how you defeat anxiety, and just go all in.
Yeah, it's
Channel
true.
the energy.
It's true. OG is 100% a mental team. I remember there was something in the Omega League. We actually interviewed Seb, and we talked to him about like the nature of language, and he went off for like 3 minutes explaining that, you know, jokingly, like other teams literally steal the words that they use because they're so important for winning the game, bringing these extremely complicated concepts and making them very simple. So OG is all about the out-of-game stuff.
Tell me a little bit about their in-game stuff as well, because they're, as we mentioned earlier, they have 2 completely different play styles, with Secret maybe being a little bit more patient and OG being maybe a little bit more aggressive. Tell me a little bit about that, AUI.
So I think Team Secret this tournament, more than any other team, not just this tournament, but historically, I'll see an enemy team run up the high ground into all 5 of their heroes. Puppy will be in front, they'll kill him, he'll buy back, and they'll win the fight.
Yeah.
And this consistently happens. They're less of a timing team, and they're more like waiting for their good fight. They will always wait for the perfect fight. OG, on the other hand, I think they're honestly a bit of a misunderstood team. People see them as this hyper-aggro team, which they are. But I think mostly they're like a timing-based team. There's like an on switch for them, and as soon as they hit their timing, they're ready to go, and they never stop. As long as you can pressure your opponent, they're down to like bring all the numbers they need.
Yeah, I remember watching a clip from No Tail stream where he was breaking down their TI8 win. And this also goes back to the nature of the language that they use. And I absolutely loved it. Like half the stream was him just memeing because he's a huge memer. But then the other half was like golden nuggets where basically he was like, yeah, so basically in this game, like, well, just Dota in general is like a game of cat and mouse. And as the game progressed, he was explaining the points where they were the cats and when they were the mice. And it's like these words that it sounds so silly and like almost childish, but it gives you a perfect idea of what their goal was at that point in the game. Like early game, OG, before the timings that you spoke about, what they do is they'll have Thompson like run in, not going for kills necessarily because he couldn't full to zero the heroes he's trying to go for, but just to make space. Literally just to make space until they can get to that point where they become the cats. And then when they become the cats, they're just vicious killers.
Interesting. And Lizard, what about the roster changes? We talked about it very briefly earlier, but now that OG is not the same OG that we've seen the last 2 years, what are the effects on that?
I'm not sure if it's just them keeping change that. We will adjust him. However, he is mechanically incredibly skilled. That's why he was top 2 on another TI, right, with DC before. So makes a ton of sense. He brings a ton of stability as well to the team, but in comparison to Jerax, maybe he does not necessarily have as much flair, and perhaps he doesn't bring as much when it comes to the emotional stability of the team.
Okay.
There aren't many players that can be as relaxed on a big stage as Jerax.
Well, here's the thing, though. The more you doubt, the more power it gives OG. I remember listening to Elon Musk speak about the simulation. I was thinking, man, this guy may have smoked a little too much with Joe Rogan. But now that OG is so doubted to win TI, and more doubted than before, I am 100% convinced we do indeed live in a simulation. You can't write a better storyline than this. You're doubting them live on the panel right before their game. This fuels them. I hope you realize. This travels through the ether of reality and gives them power. Look at Sumail.
So it's Kyle predictions and panel doubting them.
Yes!
That's it?
Everybody doubting them. All of the worldly doubt fuels OG.
Honestly, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, AY.
I was just going to say, OG looks pretty poised for a third-time fluke in a row, you know?
Well, he called it a fluke, so that still counts as doubting. You have to really mean it.
I mean, it's not flukes. I'm just saying, like, when you watch OG, you understand that they know things about Dota that I feel like they do better than any other team consistently.
All right, so AUI, give me, like, your 10-second description of Secret's biggest strength. We've talked a little bit about OG, but what about Secret?
I think Secret's biggest strength is that when they're waiting for the right fight, they're very patient, and they move around the map before and after fights the best out of any team at the tournament, I think. Like, Puppy will literally use, like, cardinal directions and just move his teammates around so you get the right angle. Even if it doesn't seem obvious at first, you'll be like, oh, wow, that was a really good move.
Yeah, it's like Puppy's moving them all at once, basically.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it stems all the way back to the old school captains. You can really see the same thing in QQQ and ROTK and all these oldies. They do the same thing.
Awesome. So one more thing that I just have to ask. One of the things that we mentioned while we were talking over dinner about this series is that Secret was an informational-based team. Tell me about that. What makes them an informational-based team?
Well, I think a big thing is, like, Secret doesn't necessarily look for timings. It's not like, oh, you know, obviously to a degree they will. Every single team at TI will. It's like, oh, we have a BKB, they don't, let's go fight. But Secret is the type of team where, like, you'll have like 10 seconds left on your Ravage cooldown, and they will be smoked waiting on a high ground for you to walk up and they'll fight you. Okay. So they use information better than a lot of other teams. And it's because it's their playstyle to just beat you when you don't have something available to you.
And to add on to that, I think Secret, as a team, they get the most information and they react to information the fastest. This team, traditionally, they push out the most waves. They will always have wave shove. They'll make the enemy show, you know, they'll get impatient, and that's why the enemy's actually running into them in the high ground, because they lost patience first. they're also, from what I've heard about their communications, I think they have, I mean, this is all hearsay because I've never been there, but everyone on that team talks a lot and provides a lot of information. I remember I saw this one series, I think it was with Vici, where they decided to put 3 heroes in the bottom lane, bring Puppey there, just so they could deward the camp. They get the hard pull off, which allows Yapster to be freed up, and then they save their glyph so that their puck can get 6 before the enemy storm. They coil him and Yapster's there because the lane's in good position for Zai. These sorts of plays are all set up by your communications. Like, you have to execute as well, but it's really good planning and everything.
It's definitely communication, but it has to come from somewhere. And that thing is experience. The amount of experience that Puppey brings to the team, that these big captains bring to teams, it's difficult to beat because he has multiple mental models on a way that he can direct his team to play a different style in every single game. And he's surrounded by such talent that they're able to actually conform and move into different directions of different strategies. I think that's extremely important for them. If they're losing, they will never bow down and make these silly mistakes. They won't even desperate smoke out. They will continuously try to split push to buy themselves some more time, and they're the best at that.
One thing that really that has me wondering is how the current state of affairs of the world has affected TI for both of these teams. As you mentioned earlier, OG has no audience that No-Tail can feed off of, but at the same time, Team Secret, a very, very experienced team, they're probably not really sure what to do with this as well. There's no audience. They might have, like, there was no TI last year, so they don't have, like, the practice, the extra TI experience. Do you think that both of these teams will be suffering a little bit, or do you think that they're just ready, they're prepared?
Well, I would say that emotions are still running high. If you think about the majors, one team got devastated by a punctuation mark, so
right.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't really matter if you have the audience or not, but the build-up is even bigger because it's been longer. We've had 2 years of no TIs. Because of that, this is so important for every single team.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a question of, like, for different individuals, this would matter more or less. You know, going back to EG, I see EG as a team that they are, you know, desperate for number ones. They want to break the curse, whereas I feel like Team Secret, if they're coming into this with any mentality that's close to their major mentalities, well, it's the same. You know, there's no crowd, there's a lot of money on the line. It's the same thing. And so that's the one argument. Like, I don't remember who it was that said it, but it wasn't me, just so I don't get in trouble for this. But somebody said, I think it was Slacks, that Puppey isn't necessarily the type of guy that you would want to cry on his shoulder if you're losing the game. He's a great captain. He can, you know, tell you exactly what to do, but perhaps he rules with a bit of an iron fist. You know, No-Tail on the other side, Seb as well. These are the types of guys that they will, you know, pick you up. They'll deal with your emotions and fix them perhaps. And so the question is, will Team Secret just not need their emotions to be picked up because there are less of them now, and it's so similar to majors? Are they different from EG in that way? And I guess that's what we'll see today.
For sure.
AUI, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just thinking, it's because Puppey, he has this image of this very scary captain. But I've worked with him before, and he's actually sort of a goofball.
He's a nice guy.
No, when you run into like when you see Team Secret sitting together, they actually sit together and they make animal noises at each other.
What?
I don't know for
what
fun.
type of animal?
I don't know. Like
orangutans?
Yeah, you know, just anything to have fun.
Monkeys are fun.
It's less public facing, but what did you say?
I said monkeys are great. Continue.
I think it's true that maybe the team dynamic from the outside doesn't look like Secret will be as comforting, but the one topic I wanted to touch on is the coaches of the two teams. Because for me, I think it's super interesting that for OG, they've changed their coach after every TI win. Like some fresh ideas, something coming in. And Team Secret, they have Heen, who I believe he got second with Team Nigma, or they were Team Liquid at the time, and then he jumped over to Secret, right?
Yep.
A couple of years ago. He's been there for a long time, more stable.
He also tweeted that he will make the president of, is it Denmark?
Estonia?
No. Well, no. They will know Matumba Man's name.
Because they met Jerax
by the end of the year.
Hobson, right?
They did.
But they did not meet Matu.
No.
And he was very sad about that.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say that for all of you at home who aren't as lucky as me, I can look at Synderen like a few feet away from me at the drafter's desk, and he's shaking his head at Jenkins right now, and he was the one that told us it was Finland. What an expert!
Thank you, Sin.
Thank you.
When it comes to the coaches that you talk, I actually did talk to Soshka a little bit. I'm sad that he didn't manage to get here on TI, but he is still a side coach. They didn't abandon him. He's still with the team, as much as I understand. But
all right, cool. Well, it looks like we are ready for the first game of the series. Let's get it started.
OG versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Welcome to the draft panel once again, this time with OG versus Secret. Two teams with such high-skilled captains and drafters that it almost feels like the draft is a game in and of itself. To analyze this draft, my name is L+, and I'm joined this time by two excellent members of the panel. It's going to be the high MMR player, Effie, even higher MMR as a person, and the stoic and ex-pro, Synderen.
Hello.
Hello. So, I'm going to start with you, Synderen. So you have this incredible competitive experience. I want to hear about you. I want to hear about the drafting styles about these two teams. In an overarching sense, what could you tell me about their philosophy when it comes to the draft?
I think overall, I don't know if you want to talk like history or just this event in specific, but
go ahead with history.
I would say OG, historically speaking, at TI has been more of a meta dictating team than Secret has, at least in the last couple of events. Obviously, they have 2 victories under their belt, so this could be a correlation there, that if you're the teams that come in with a lot of the cool strategies and have good ideas, you can go far. And something that OG have always been really good at TI is something I would call like combos. So they have this understanding, they figure out, I don't know how they do it, they like drill the game into absolute detail and figure out what is the really strong mechanic of this patch. Like TI8, they were playing on healing, at TI9 they were playing on regen, and now let's see what it is at TI10, and if they have that advantage over the other teams. Because usually they can kind of hold their cards a little bit close to themselves until the main event, and then they're gonna go all out and show what they've got. So far, nothing too surprising here, though.
Okay.
I really like what Synderen said about a meta dictating kind of team always succeeding, because as we've seen earlier this season with PSG.LGD in particular, they were the ones who kind of set the trend for the Animator, right? They innovated the carry axe, they were playing all kinds of different styles, and they won it, right? So the teams that are willing to be more creative and actually bust out the new heroes and the strange builds are always the ones that go further on the big stage.
And then what can you tell about Secret then, their philosophy?
I would say Secret overall have been, how to say, that they're a little bit more stable in a sense. I think, how to put this? So sometimes OG's strategies can be absolutely incredible, and other times it's almost like they're like over creative and almost shoot themselves in the foot because they try to do too many things at once. And they kind of like try to from my perspective, it seems like sometimes they need to tame themselves a little bit because they love to be crazy and wacky and they want to do all this stuff. So you've had drafts with OG during qualifiers as well. People are like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? What is this strategy? How is it meant to work? And other times you see the strategy and you don't understand it and you see a game play out and you're like, wow, okay. They were like thinking at this 3 levels higher than I was imagining, right? And then all the pieces come together. Secret, it's a little bit more stable. I would say Secret's bottom level in drafting is probably higher than OG's, but I think their ceiling is also a little bit lower. So it depends who gets to, like if OG is at absolute echelon tier for themselves, I see them having an advantage in the draft. So for Secret, it's about sticking to their guns, getting something stable, and maybe throwing a curveball if they can a little bit to OG, and making them, you know, get out of their comfort zone a little bit.
For now, we don't see much of a curveball. We see one of the most picked heroes, or most contested, which is going to be the Monkey King. Actually, one of the best teams that play Monkey King, because they have multiple of the best Monkey King players in the team. Thoughts on the start, Effie, of Monkey King Ancient Apparition?
So the thing about Monkey King is that out of all the popular and more contested heroes recently, I think he might provide the most value in the first phase, just because he can be flexed to every single role and played well right? Typically, these first phase heroes can play on maybe 2 core roles, maybe on 1 support role, but with Monkey King, you can have him play 1 through 5, and depending on if you have players who excel at it, you can adjust it to the enemy team's draft. So that hero in and of itself, in that regard, provides value. The AA pick is pretty obvious, right? Because we saw IO being picked up by OG, so they just go for the typical counter left in the pool. But the IO that OG has currently is a little bit more interesting because if you saw this on another team, you'd probably think it's a support, but OG have already played it twice on the offlane, so...
Yeah. And talk about Unorthodox. I mean, OG, they start with IO Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars plus some sort of combo in the arena. That's the most obvious thing people see. But what is the strength of this IO Mars as a starter?
That's a good question. I think so. Something that OG use that I would imagine with Mars for them is that I'm not putting this off lane right now. I think it could be multiple different roles. I think it could be a mid hero for Topson. I think it could even be a 5 for No-Tail, just because they haven't shied away from doing these things, and specifically almost I feel like planning a draft based on the expectation of the opponent. So they will pick a hero, anticipate that the opponent thinks it's this role, and then they round out the draft in the end, so that in a way it's not even picked as a flex pick. In their minds it's already maybe support, and then in the end they just know what core they want because they've planned for it to be support the whole way, and the enemy team has counterpicked as a core, and then they just swap things around. Where it might seem like, wow, that was a really great snap last-minute decision, and they might have, planned it 5 minutes ago. So that's what I think when I see this, that Mars is just a flex pick for them. As far as Secret goes in this tournament, I think maybe they are the team, in theory, that has the most flexibility on Monkey King. I genuinely think all 5 of their players could play this in this game. But when you pick AA, that corners it a little bit more, so it's probably not 5, but that's basically all OG know right now. I guess it needs no introduction. Both Nisha and Matumba and Monkey King. Yapzor has played at this tournament already. He went for a build that we've seen a couple people play with, like the Atos into Gleipnir build. And Zai would also be able to play it. I think he's the least likely.
Was mixed results. I wanted to go back a bit in the draft, though, and ask you about a specific ban, which surprised me a bit, which is the Storm ban of the first 2 bans. You let the Monkey King highly contested hero pass through, and the Storm gets banned.
That's funny, Emma, because I was looking at it just now, and I thought it was interesting as well, but it does make sense. It seems to me that really OG did place this IO in high regard, because instead of caring about a potential Monkey King, they just chose to protect their IO. So IO is a hero who can provide so much utility for a team, but his biggest issue is just getting jumped. Right. And a lot of teams are not afraid of first phasing Storm anymore. The hero does get countered quite easily, but he can be played regardless of that. And sometimes picking your mid hero in the first phase is something that you have to do versus specific teams who like drafts like the IO, right? So they ban the Tiny and the Storm out, who both excel at killing him, and that's the priority they placed here.
Okay. Storm is also a much better pick on the last pick of the first phase than he is on the 1-2, right?
Yeah.
It means you get to go into bans and solve some of the problems you might have. In recent times, I think Storm's bad matchups mid are very limited as well. There's not like that many heroes you could pick if you're OG. And specifically, one of Storm's worst matchups in lane, Lina, is something that I don't think we see Topson play that much. When Lina was very popular, Topson was one of the few mid players that never touched it, actually. It just didn't fit his style. He has played it since sometimes, but I don't think it's one of his favorites. So that could be part of it. Another thing is, you might open up the Monkey King for Secret specifically because when I think about all of the top teams in the world, I think Secret is probably the team that, in my opinion, is least successful with IO. Like, they've tried it many different times in different variations over the years. They've had Puppy play it, Yapzor play it, and it's like, there are games where it looks really good, but there's just as many where it's like, like, what if? There's all these what if feelings. So I think OG, being super experienced both with and against the hero, are fine with just leaving it in the pool. You know what, Secret, you guys want it? We have a plan for you. If not, we're going to take it every time. Right. So you kind of put the onus on Secret to find a solution of how this hero is going to play into the game in general.
And now, you talked about combos earlier for OG, but the combo is going to come up for Team Secret, a tried and true combo. Usually it's SCA teams that love this combo the most, but it's the Earthshaker Morphling. For those of you at home that don't know, Morphling will get an Ags, he'll turn into Shaker, he'll crit you for 1,000 damage, and you go, where's my HP, where's my support? You can't stop him, he moves around the map. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Can you tell me, do you think this is the game for an Earthshaker combo, or Morph Shaker combo?
So I want to talk about this combo in particular because it was a nightmare a few months ago, not like a year ago or something, right? In pubs where it just felt incredibly strong. It felt uncounterable to a degree. TNC. And it fell out of favor because of nerfs to Earthshaker, right? And nerfs to Morphling as well, but specifically Earthshaker's airtime in his Ags. But recently, they reverted that change. So now, when Earthshaker buys an Ags, his airtime is much lower, which was a direct buff to this combo, but also he cleaves when he lands to the totem, so...
Oh, and that also works on the Morphling ranged attack, which I didn't know until I saw this, like, kind of...
You don't have to do any swap at all? Like, you can just do it as ranged?
Your ranged attack has cleave.
That's absurd.
So when people realized, hey, this is good again, I expected it to be probably the two most picked heroes together at this tournament.
If you haven't seen what Effie was talking about, before, as you know, Shaker was quite fast at jumping through the air, then they reverted it, and it felt like you were watching Space Jam in slow motion, right? And now we're back to actually watching the real NBA, and that's where Morphling is scariest. So, we have last picks here. What could we be expecting for both teams? You talked about the Monkey King flex. Where are you expecting him now?
I'm mainly just, I want to quickly look at OG again, just because. So they've played IO Tusk, right, as a dual lane where it's been Seb playing the IO and Soxa on the Tusk position 4. If they do want to do that, this Mars is indeed 5, most likely, right? Then the mid would be Invoker for Thompson, which is probably a lock at this point.
Yes.
If you want to do it quote-unquote standard, you could play Mars Tusk lane and then put IO plus carry safe lane, but it sounds kind of weak against Morph, so I think Secret or OG are more likely to run that IO Tusk lane. As far as Secret goes, they want a last pick that is probably just their mid hero. They could put Monkey King mid against Invoker. It's not a bad matchup. And grab an offlaner here for Zai. Thing is, that's probably what they're gonna do.
You don't think it's bad, despite the fact that Tornado can dispel the Jingle Mastery?
So I want to say, historically speaking, that Monkey King performs very well against Quaswex and Invoker mid. He runs at you and hits you, and if you have to space yourself as Invoker all the time, he denies the creeps.
Right.
And Invoker is very limited in terms of utility in the lane. Like you said, he has this one Tornado, but aside from that, he can't really fight back. His base damage isn't great, his armor isn't that great. Monkey King, if he ever gets the procs in, he's going to go for it. All right, it is probably going to be an offlane Monkey, though, as it looks.
Interesting.
Mid-Ember.
It could also be an offlane Shaker, which we've seen a lot in this tournament.
Could.
And just to add on to that point about Monkey King versus Invoker, Monkey King is actually quite nice because when Quaswex Invoker attempts to rotate around the map, Monkey King can match his pace very easily. He's not one of those mid heroes who needs to sit there and farm forever. He can do that, but he can also join these side lane fights very early on.
All right.
The concern for that is just he's playing versus Mars and Arena. It cuts down his trees, and it's a counter in that regard, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be too concerned about it.
With the draft finalized, I'd like to ask you first, Effie. Pick whichever team and tell me the weaknesses and the strengths of that draft.
Well, we still didn't talk about the last two picks, so I'm trying to think about them in like larger context. But this Ember pick is quite good, right? Because what did they lack versus this IO? The backline jump. And they are going to have that in Shaker and Morphling later on in the game, but they do need that hero who can go in first. And because of having this Ember, it actually enables Ancient Apparition, because Ancient Apparition is a hero that likes to shoot his ults out whenever he has them. So in order for that to happen, they can't just sit back and wait for a Shaker blink timing, right? So Ember really makes up for Shaker's weaknesses in that sense. Oh, and it is a position for Monkey King, actually.
Closing thoughts on
Monkey King at 5 Mars.
Closing thoughts on what you love about OG, please.
I love OG's pace here. They can play super fast. Crosswix Invoker, Ursa Wisp. There's so much tempo. Tusk. Secret's lineup needs a little bit more time to build up, so I think OG are going to play super hyper-aggressive in this game, play very explosive Dota. If Secret can weather the storm and get later, I think their strategy is most likely going to win this game. Okay. So a very clear contrast between the two styles here with aggression versus more tempered gameplay.
And you asked about weaknesses in particular. I would just say that OG does have to play very well around these first couple of Aegises.
So you heard my panelist conclusions, but there's one man that I can't have on panel because it's just a bit too valuable. His name is BSJ, and he'll be giving you the last word for today.
Thank you, Avo. As Cinderin highlighted, we're going to have two very different paces coming out from these two teams, but I want to highlight the same position on both sides, the 4 position. We got Yapsor's Monkey King, and we got Soxa's Tusk. Both these two heroes are instrumental to the success of these teams. Yapsor is going to provide that information from the vision on the trees, as well as a setup stun for the AA combo, and eventually for the Earthshaker morph, buying time for them to get to their items. While on the other side, the Tusk, they lack a little bit of damage in the early game. The Ursa is going to rely on getting that defusal, probably by the 12 to 13 minute mark where they're going to look to go for the Roche. But before that, all the early moves fall down to Soxa. He's going to be responsible for setting the tempo, as his tag team is pretty much the sole source of damage in the early game for OG. So I'm going to be following all the action myself with these two 4-position players, and who better for you guys to follow the action with than the two casters that have been casting these guys throughout the entire DPC and now the upper bracket of the International. I give you Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, looking forward to this one massively. Secret versus OG up here in the upper bracket. Fog, we've had the draft in front of us.
Yep.
What are you excited to see? I'm already seeing so much that I'm sure the fans of both teams at home are going to be very excited for this match.
Lots of combo plays, lots of speed, especially and they've always been a team about amping up their carries, right? What better than having like an IO that gets these high levels, fast-paced, like level 4 overcharge online, tether as well. You get items faster, your mech, your holy lock it. You set the tempo even faster as a 3-position IO than you were like a 5. Sure, mech is really cheap, so we see it picked up very early anyway on those like 5 IOs, but now it's like Seb is gonna have it, and he's gonna have these crazy levels that increases the healing as well, because that's what tether does when you get levels. So.
And you do sort of agree with Cinder in the sentiment, really. He says very much, you know, you're looking at this game, this draft, and we know, of course, how OG likes to play.
Yeah.
OG this game, they are going to want to, and they kind of need to play fast, because down the line, what there's more shakers, you just don't want to sort of get yourself into territory where you're having to deal with the fact that one of your heroes might get one shot.
Absolutely, and they're just going to get this crazy scaling. The team fight also, if you just look from Secret, it's a bit stronger as the game does progress. Once you start getting these levels on that shaker, the AA, even the support Monkey King, it just starts to make everything a bit of a disaster for OG. But if they get a good tempo set, they have a good gold lead, then they're going to be able to still chain these kills. But we'll see if they can do that. But they do have the lineup to be able to, and tag team, Overcharge, Ursa, Alacrity, you know, Roche is going to die quite a lot of times in this game.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see OG get a lot of usage, as you say, out of those sort of early brawling abilities that are really going to amp them up and make it rather hard for Secret to go toe-to-toe with them in the sort of the earlier half of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a brief pause. A lot of usage, as you say, out of
They've got the stronger level 1, even though sometimes it's a bit awkward because you have something like an IO and you're running to like Shaker. There's a Monkey King and an AI on the other side. There's a Morphling on the other side. So OG is going to look to hit hard right from the start of this game. And let's see if they do some, like, maybe, I wouldn't say like tri-lane or anything like that, but maybe just for the start, get a quick early kill on the Morphling, then swap the lane up. Could definitely see a possibility from the IO, the Tusk, and the Mars, since Tusk just works so good when you have so many more heroes for tag team.
Yeah. And sort of looking at the mid lane, you know, Nisha versus Thompson here on the Ember versus Invoker. How do you expect that one to go, right? Thompson's not going to be too upset with the matchup, right? He's going to... He should be okay. Invoker, you can play around with the Ember quite a bit.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of, you got like good base damage. Sure, your Flame Guard's gonna get dispelled in some situations, but you should be able to get these last hits. You're gonna be able to pull creeps back, and you know, water runes are a thing. So all these heroes that can still go for the bottle, like Ember Spirit when you're playing versus Invoker, you're gonna have that good sustain that just comes from it naturally. Well, he doesn't. So I know Brian was heavily talking about Soxa in this upcoming game, and I think we'll probably see him a lot of times looking to make those moves around those water runes early on, even the 6-minute rune.
I mean, and the same to be said for Yaps on the Monkey King, or is he going to be more needed in the lane, really? Is he going to have as much freedom as Saxa is to sort of roam around and look towards that mid to help sort of push the matchup in their favor?
I think it's more going to be Soxa checking, but yeah, he'll check. He'll check as well on Yapsor. I think he'd like to stay with the Shaker, just as his melee versus Ursa. You don't want to leave him completely alone, right? So, even though Shaker has done really well versus most of these melee matchups, Ursa can take advantage of it. Just one little pin from the Mars, even though it's a 5 position, and you should have the chase if there's no Monkey King there. So here we go.
Well, indeed, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The G has been called in chat. We are getting this match underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Secret OG here in the upper bracket, and indeed, of course, smokes up straight away from both teams. Oh yeah, has a lot of potential for quite an early first blood this game.
Let's see if anybody scouts, if anybody breaks it. Of course, we have Yapsor as this courier dressed up, so maybe he'll be able to scout something for his team to allow them to dodge that quick aggression that's going to come. And let's see.
OG coming for the long way round here. They could get the good approach onto the high ground.
Immediately skills cold snap. That's the other thing too. Just always want to point out, some invokers we have seen at this tournament are skilling the Wex level 1 to get the EMP for the lane. That tells me even more they want to find the battle. And we're ready. I mean, the taunts, of course, come out from Seb, clearing that high ground. Yeah. And Secret doesn't want to fight. They know that it's too strong.
Absolutely not. No, you don't want to run into OG level 1.
No.
Especially when they've got the heroes they do this game.
See, YapzOr also continuing. He's the courier form. He brings his courier out so that he's going to be able to turn back into courier form as well later on, so he can keep using that. That's why you see it pulled out of the base so early. Something we're seeing a lot more players do.
And overall as well, you know, this game, what's sort of your feeling from the drafts? Like, do you prefer the approach of one of the teams this game?
I've been a bigger fan of speed lately.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be speed and few mistakes, though, because I've seen very similar drafts like this also from, you know, we got to cast that LGD Elephant game where they had that enormous gold lead the entire game, and then one little slip up, the Morphling, and the combo just ends up taking. That one was a Morph and a Willow, which also is incredibly powerful, but Morph and Shaker has its similarities. So for me, it's pretty easy, even. It all depends on how the pace of the game starts going. Because if OG gets ahead, they can dictate pace and play around their low cooldowns. If Secret gets ahead early, then I think it might be a little tough for OG to bring it back. Level 1 Puppey gets gone on from tag team, instant TP, back to the lane.
Sort of eyes, as I say. Both side lanes. I mean, which side lane is the most volatile, do you think? Who's got to be the most careful on this first couple of levels?
I feel like top has crazy potential of kills just because it's the double melee. Yeah, so it just makes 1 or 2 wrong steps. Same thing for No Tail. There's Jingu skilled right away on the Monkey King too, so that's probably the most volatile for me. Bottom, the Ion Tusk have great kill potential on the AA. However, on the Morphling, I think Matu should be able to hold his own, because once he gets his like level 2, level 3, he's gonna have a disengage, and he's also just gonna have that incredible attribute shift.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, this top lane, the fact that this Monkey King Shaker against the 2 melees, I guess same could be said for the Mars and the Ursa. A lot of potential to battle back, but for sure you're going to see both teams taking early swipes at each other.
Stick is going to be really valuable up there for Zai. He started with it. He's playing versus the Rebuke. Even we expect that Earthshock to come out from the Ursa early on too. So they're going to have a lot of mana to work with. And yeah, I'd say Secret, I give them a slight edge in the laning phase with their heroes the way it's set up at the moment.
So far top. Yeah, might have to be careful there, good Fisher. It's going to put a stop to any aggressive chase there from the 2 of OG. Mid lane Nisha having to play a little careful. He's got some regen out on the way, but rather low at the moment in that matchup so far. 8 for 2, 7 for 1. Pretty even here in the mid.
Thompson's gone just straight for damage. Doesn't finish up the null, just finished up a Robe of the Magi. I feel like he might go something like a drum. We've been seeing it from him quite a lot this tournament, and when he has the IO, and it's all about pace, I think that's something he might be thinking about.
Oh, and there we have it, actually, bottom lane. Seb, he's the one to get first blood. Is he actually going to get Saxa out as well? He is. The heals are enough. Saxa doesn't even go down, as we see action on both side lanes, pretty much kicking off at the same time. But, of course, OG, they were the ones to get the kill first.
Bit of a slip up there. I think Matu missed the waveform onto Saxa to get that trade kill. And as we said, Puppey, he's the one who's going to have to eat the brunt of the force most of the time from this tag team. He is securing the farm for Matu, but he's going to die most likely a lot of the times he does go down there.
Matu definitely having to be careful, but so far in the first waves, even though losing the support by his side, free farm for the Morph down here, 14 for 5.
And Sumail struggling since he's got that double melee versus the Monkey King who's holding skill point too. YapzOr may be deciding if he has another opportunity to...
Just get pushed back by the spear there. Won't latch though. The Fisher out. Sumail and No Tail, they want to try and get YapzOr. Sumail looking to close in with the barrel that strikes up. YapzOr turns into the tree. They take down No Tail. Now he's going to look over towards Sumail. They've got him stunned. Oh, Sumail does get the kill. Can Zai get him in return? He can't. Sumail's got the boots, the movement speed. He'll make it away. So trade up there on the top lane, but of course Sumail may survive, but he's left in pretty bad shape there after that bruise up and still struggling to come to the lane for CS. Struggling the most out of all the cores here in the early game, Sumail.
And Zai's always got mana to work with. That's what we're mentioning. These stick charges, he's always got a fissure, he's always got enchant totems. It's a tough one for Sumail.
And YapzOr died, but of course able to head over towards the mid. Get Nisha topped up and well.
That's where those deaths are kind of valuable. When you have bottle mids, you can always fill them up. Unlike for the Invoker, they can't fill up Thompson's. Because he doesn't have one, obviously.
I mean, What? Ooh.
Okay.
We have to control the water in here. What can they do about this top lane, OG? Can they make any sort of alterations to get this better for Sumail, or do they just have to tank this really rough start for the Ursa?
I think they have to tank it at bottom. Puppey getting gone on.
Let's see if they can take it this time down. The damage from the tag team, it's enough here, Seb. Last hit comes in from the Iowa. Seb certainly off to a hot start indeed. I mean, maybe it will Taxa. No, Matsu's got to be cautious.
He's very low.
Seb just sort of beating back into him, stopping Matsu from being able to get in and get the trade kill. Sinisha attempt to get aggressive mid with the chains.
Thompson, he's got some creeps on him too. Said low on, he doesn't have enough mana.
Fairy Fire, I'll keep him topped up. Thompson's still alive for now. Nisha, can he still get in this? He'll have another slight chains in about 8 seconds. Thompson's still hanging around. In fact, he's got a stoke, but he has enough to get into the Ghost Walk. Thompson will stay alive. Whew.
Really pushing the limit there, though.
Yeah, he is.
He reveals himself.
Oh, Nisha's going to want to dive back in. He's got the slight chains. Thompson, I mean, the flame guard up. Nisha's going to have the damage. Thompson there making a bit of a mistake, getting greedy, trying to reveal himself to keep hitting the creeps, but he had no regen and no chance against Nisha with the second round of spells on the abilities of the Ember.
And Nisha's able, after that kill, walks into the enemy high ground on the triangle and also gets himself a bounty. So that's very fortunate for him. And yeah, big mistake there from Thompson.
I mean, it's, so far, just a 1k lead, but you saw it there in the CS. All 3 of Secret's calls across the board, getting solid farm in the lanes, whereas OG, they're having a bit of a slower time in the mid and that top lane.
And Secret's the one who, as we were mentioning, later game scaling is really good. You see this Morphling having a way better start than the Ursa. It's definitely some concern. So I think Saksa, he's going to have to be the one that we look at to kind of fix these lanes up for the team. Seb's done pretty damn good, but he's going to have to especially help out Sumail up top.
Absolutely. We've got to see big moves from Saksa.
Yeah. It's only level 3, too. It's not like he has this insane type of level advantage where you see some of these 4 positions have. Yapzor is actually level 4 before Saksa hits it, so a little bit harder to make all those aggressive moves when you don't have all 3 of your early abilities, like the Snowball, especially versus something like Earthshaker and Monkey King. Snowball, very useful.
That's Thompson.
Nice to know.
To get in and take that away from Nisha. Just looking for the bottle refill.
Yeah, just not slowing down Matamba, man. A definite concern.
Sumail's starting to get a bit more space. The pressure's definitely begun to lessen a little bit top, with Yapso making those movements over towards the mid, so a bit of breathing room for the Ursa here.
Only for a second or so, because Zai is going to hit 6 really soon. Looking to make the move, Matsu.
I'm going to try and go on Matsu. Not quite enough damage there to stop him from shifting. Still have the chase down with the tag team. It's not enough. He's got the strength built up. Matsu will be able to walk away.
Zai likely to be 6 after this lane, and that's where Sumail's going to have a lot of difficulty as he's still not level 6 on the Ursa.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
He's double melees up there.
The walk in for a potential slam could be deadly.
Does have his treads picked up, so he's a little bit tankier once he's got them on strength.
On No-Tail. Just struggling to sort of trade with Yapzor. Spears off the mark. TP's coming in here for OG. Thompson, he's in with the backup. He's come to try and rectify this top lane for OG. Catch onto Yapzor. He'll set up for a kill between the 3 of them, and this very much needed. OG, they've got to try and get this top lane in a better condition.
And he's got the urn picked up at a perfect time, so he can make that move, and immediately he does queue up the drum. As expected, we've seen him do it a couple of times now, especially when they have the IO lineup, and as we said, OG, the slow start is here, but the pace of the game is going to get picked up incredibly fast.
Yes, you sort of blink and you miss it sometimes with the speed that OG sort of goes from 0 to 100. So it could absolutely still happen here in this early game. Still early days. 7 minutes in, 3 to 4. Less than 1k lead at the moment for Secret. There's still absolutely potential for OG to just explode in these early moments.
Yapzor making the move down bottom. They see him with the wards, but he's here already.
They get a good primal spring jumping onto the 2 of them. Nice snowball off to the side. Saksa able to separate them a little bit, but now see if they get into Matamba Man turning into the touch there to use the snowball against OG. Closes in on Seb, gets the kill, and Yapzor might not even be done. He's got another spring in a few seconds. Does he want to go up into the triangle? He does. He's keeping his eyes on Saksa. Not quite loud with the slow though, and Saksa will manage to make it back to the safety of his tower with that. But still, as to Seb, the off-lane IO taken out of the lane here.
More space for Matsu to heal back up to full from the Morbid Mask. Zai playing careful top, level 7 already. Very close to his blink tag already, 800 off with the treads. Sumail's just had to leave the lane. I don't think he wants to be up there anyway, and they need to start getting better levels on the 2 supports for the side of OG. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do that run-at strategy that they want to do in the next few moments.
And Yap's already been quite the nuisance for OG here, just sort of jumping around with the vision he's giving. And OG, at least with the two of them, Saxer and Seb, struggling to really get their hands on this Monkey King in the trees, pouncing around.
Seb already has Holy Locket done, so that's what we were talking about, where you get these items so much faster as this offlane. They're able to make some nice aggressive moves, but they're on him.
He's going to try and go, but a quick tether over to Saxer will break the distance.
He's too fast.
Doesn't even want to commit further there. Yapso knows, even with the boundless strike, they just don't quite have the damage, even with the three of them, to blow up Seb whilst he has Saxer by his side.
Not quite yet. Puppy still only level 5. I thought they were going to actually move the Morphling out of the lane and then send the AA bottom to get that 6 early on to deter OG from going that run at you, since once they have AA 6 also, you know, Holy Locket is online for IO, but that's going to be counteracted quite heavily when Puppy does get 6.
Absolutely, yeah. If he can land these blasts, it will be a complete thorn in the side here for the way that OG want to fight in that mid game.
And they have setup, right? They have Shaker Fissure, they have Chains, they have Monkey King Bound the Strike, a lot of different ways for them to set up that blast. That's 10 minutes.
Looking over towards Nisha, but in fact, Nisha isn't going to be able to set up anything on them. No, doesn't want to try. Thompson, just get the initial grab here. Nice EMP. Oh, he was waiting for it. Samael, he was ready. Samael, if he gets this, it's going to be a lovely kill here for the Bears. Samael set up in perfect position. You know, he's had a bit of a sad time in the jungle, but he's able to head over to the mid lane, get a kill on Nisha. Top lane as well, OG, they turn over towards Zai. Have a little bit of a weight there to really amp up that final blow there that No-Tail delivers to Zai.
Zai used Echo up there too, and they were able to sustain up from the IO TP. Then now it's going to be on cooldown for a very long time, which is going to be a signal to OG.
Yeah, I mean, this is
to run.
Look at Samael now. We saw how rough of a start he had. He's second highest in the net worth there, getting that pickup from that huge kill on Nisha in the mid.
And they're pressuring bottom now with the 5 position Mars with the IO. Matu's had to leave the lane.
You can feel it, that the pressure, it's building up from OG. It really is. Thompson getting deep in the jungle, looking for Puppy. Is his mana gone? Has he got enough damage on his own? And it's the Urn might take him out. Backup comes in. He gets the kill, Thompson, but it looks like he's probably going to die for this, as he's trying to escape them, but there is no running from Zai, Nisha, and Yapzor. So he gets in, he gets a kill, but maybe a little too deep that time from Thompson.
He did force 4 heroes there, though.
I guess that's space.
Space for IO to get the finished farm bottom, Tusk to get the levels top, Ursa to get more farm too. So at the end of the day, it's a Thompson move. Because that's what he likes to do. Sacrifice himself for the greater good. Zai does have a Blink Dagger finished up, though, off of that kill. So there is going to be some responses that come out from Secret after they get those kills. Also, a Maelstrom finished up on the Ember, so Secret does have a bit of a timing where they can fight back. That's the one thing, is we were talking about how OG is looking to set tempo constantly with this fast-paced draft, but it's not like Secret isn't going to be able to fight back with their heroes.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Secret, they'll certainly be ready to have a shot back at them. Let's see if they can set up to sort of make a jump and a good reveal with that Blink Dagger on Zai Shaker. Smoke up already. In fact, from Yapzor and Nisha, they're leading the way up top. It's just Saxer up here at the moment, soaking up some XP around the tower. Matu starting to take the tower. They'll dive in straight away. Set up there with the chains, in with the Remnant. TP's coming in. It's actually going to continue. Thompson, he does want to try and look for the counterplay. Rugo's command is down. Jump off the side. Nisha is able to break away with that last bit of mana. Ice Blast comes crashing straight over the Seb. Headshot there from Puppy. As he lands it on the IO, no healing for Seb. Seb's out. Thompson trying to run with the sentries. There are plenty here from Secret as they lay them both down. Thompson, he's got the move speed though to get out of the range, so Thompson will sneak away. But a big hit there from Secret up on the top lane, and that's the move you said. They knew that OG, despite losing Saxer at the start, OG's the kind of team that will turn up and try and fight around that tier 1. Secret, they were prepared completely for that.
And look at the pace.
It's
they're smoking again instantly though. The smoke's going to break.
It is. They know they're in the pit. Puppy's going to know exactly what's going on, surely. Smoke dispels, he checks it out. This is risky from Samael and Saxer. They've got a rope. He's in! Catches the 2 and they'll jump over the Romeo. Boundless strike follow up. They're both dead!
And it's half HP. They might consider even going for it themselves if they get some more follow-up kills.
He's ready to chase up the high ground. Thompson and Seb will be able to hold them back. Quick slide from Nisha keeps them low, but Seb will heal the 2 of them up. But as you say, Roshan, it's in a bit of a juicy position here for Secret. It's not too easy for them to really go for it though.
Yeah. Big hit though. Nisha with some really nice individual plays there, dodging out the EMP, dodging out the Mars ult and everything around that tower, setting them up now for a 2K lead and still looking to respond.
He's trying to set things up there, Notel. Quick poke stops Matsu from being able to lead in.
That hurts OG quite a lot.
I mean, it was a risky play there, trying for that Roche. A very, very risky move. Does not pay off. Secret shut it down.
And they weren't even looking for the Roche. They were just smoking to move across the map and they're like, oh, wait a minute, look at that. So very fortunate for the side of Team Secret, having a haster now on the Ember Spirit. Zai, as we mentioned, Echo Slam still on cooldown, but they've responded in great force versus the aggression of OG. Even though the relocate and the numbers are attempted to be there from OG, Secret was ready. And as you mentioned, the snipe, of course. Puppey getting that big AA blast on the IO. That's going to be the crucial
thing. He's going to do it every time, yeah.
This IO, if you look at 20 Holy Locket plus mech, he's going to be able to like full heal anybody they do go on unless that AA blast does come over.
Absolutely, all about Puppey getting that hit in. I see OG. I think they pretty much have the defusal done on Samael, so yeah, it's just a few hundred gold off it. Any sort of other items at this stage that each team is waiting upon to have their sort of next power spike?
I don't think so at all. I think that
just go when they want.
Secret is extremely happy with this pace of the game right now. Morphling, like Machu's just getting to free farm while they're also still defending towers. I think OG just needs to keep looking to make these plays. I think if they sit back and look to wait for something, the game's going to quickly fall out of their favor.
I mean, well, yeah, as you say, you're seeing more for the top net worth here,
yes.
And if that's happening, Secret's happy.
Yep, they've got defusal now. They got a medallion also on the Invoker. This is another go time. Smoke up, look for a play immediately with this.
There we go, in immediately from OG. Seb, Samael and Notel. Seb, of course, ready to take Samael in with a relocate if Notel finds a solid setup for the arena.
They have to start finding these big kills. Slow down the Morphling, slow down the Ember Spirit. Still difficult, though.
Okay. Go for the D ward here, so Secret will be aware that they're coming in from the side. Secret grouping up here in preparation for some sort of jump from OG.
And they've got the big ultis. That's the one thing, Secret, especially if they've got the high ground advantage, they have those humongous team fight ultimates in comparison. OG a lot more limited because it's a 5-position Mars who has to walk his way in to try to place his arena.
I mean, some nice little moves there from Saxa, moving himself and all illusions independently there. So Secret did have to guess a bit what was happening. Samael, he's trying for the Roche again. He's in the pit. He's getting bashed. You know, he will be able to jump out there away from the Fisher, but I mean, they really want to try and get this for Samael, but again, it's just such a risk when Secret's all up at the moment. As you say, Secret, they're more than happy to jump in for the fight. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get Roshan like this if you're OG.
But they have to. That's the lineup. They need to get that Roshan advantage for the Ursa. That's why you see both teams just heavily emphasizing in the area. But
yeah, Secret's not going to let him.
Secret's got this Ice Vortex, 40 mana. I mean, Puppey can pretty much infinitely throw it in there to get the scout if he's in the area.
It's very hard for OG to find. They need to get some sort of action first.
Showing the IO top, Seb. So have to be a bit careful of his positioning. He's split away from the Ursa too, so that means the relocate play is not going to be available for OG to get the numbers. So Secret, they're looking to catch him when he's split away.
If they can get the setup a little too deep here, TP immediately comes in from Saxa. Rest of OG starting to head up as well. So Secret, they won't dive any further. Yeah, as long as Secret can sort of keep the pressure on, keep OG distracted and away from Matu, they're only going to be able to increase that lead that Matu has. Already about 1k ahead of the farmer Samael. Matu much more happier to just spend time hitting the creeps. He is going to step up OG, they're right on the shadow here. And Matu knows. He's keeping it cautious, keeping it cool, and making sure that OG can't get the jump on it.
He's going to have his Manta done any second now. And then he's going to go straight for that Aghanims afterwards, as we expect with that Earthshaker combos. And as we've seen to expect and come to expect from Topson when he's playing this Invoker, he sometimes does go for this more buff-up strategy, just the Alacrity plus that Solar Crest to make his Ursa, or whichever edge carry that much stronger.
Absolutely, just give Samael the best game he can possibly give him.
Yep. Notel sneaking in, but he's under vision.
I'm going to start things on him. He'll put the arena, but a quick jump from Nisha, dodges the spear. Backup's coming in from the side. Thompson buffed up by Seb as they look to lead in. Saxa, he's caught Zai as well at the top left to stop Zai from being able to get the jump in. He has to be on Zai's out of mana. Seb caught by the chains, hit by the blast as Seb goes down.
Nisha time and time again this game, dodging the spears, dodging the Mars ults, dodging the EMPs, just being a rightful nuisance for OG.
Good read from Saxa, though. That fight could definitely have gone a whole lot worse for OG. Yeah. Saxa just making sure that he can find Zai's Shaker at every possibility.
Zai's resetting though, going back to base, healing up, and he's still got Echo Slam. They didn't have to commit anything big on the side of Secret. AA Blast still cooldown for 30 though.
I mean, OG's still trying to fight into it. See Saxa and Thompson coming up the high ground. He's going to jump, start the fight straight away. The Evoker snowball over from Saxa. Gives the time for Thompson to reset. Matu, waveforms inside. Trapped in the charge. He'll get taken down. Wukong Tamar comes down. Nisha with the newly picked up BKB. He's ready to brawl. Runs down Saxa. Turns over on Sumail. Sumail trying to put the erase to get out of there. OG, have they got any backup for Sumail? Sends back out with a relocate. Sumail now without the ult, he's in trouble. Matu turns into the touch, uses the shot, but Smails everyone. Shock out of there. Yapsel up into the sky. But they got him down. They got him down for the tree. Spear comes down. Ice Spark, boundless straight straight onto Thompson. But Thompson, he's still trying to turn a fight. He can't survive for it all. He'll go down. Notel over to Yapsel. Sumail, he's on top of Pumpy. Pumpy to full. That's found another. OG will come out on top of this fight.
Right next to Roche as well.
This is what they were looking for. A huge fight for OG, sets up the Roche with 3 still dead on Secret. There's no stopping OG from taking this.
And Thompson ate the brunt of the force, but the AA Blast, as we mentioned, it's gotten nerfed so many times in the past, was still on cooldown for a good 20 seconds when they initially jumped Thompson. The heals come out, and then they're able to pretty decently turn the fight. Matu's still alive though, does get a kill on No-Till, while the Roche is claimed by Sumail. But a pretty solid fight for OG, all things considered. When it's a BKB reveal on Nisha, and the Wukong's command was there layered from the whole fight.
I mean, it looked like it was going to fall apart for OG as well. You see this chase. Matu was in cool moves here as the Tusk, trying to control Sumail, but he couldn't. Good control as well, taking Yapso out of the trees, stopping that spring jump ball, which would have allowed them to kill Thompson off much quicker.
That spear was huge.
As OG, that was exactly the fight they needed here to begin to get that momentum, that sort of power back under their wings.
And look at this, Sumail is going to go straight for that Aghanims build on the Ursa. Just more survivability. He's going to be able to constantly be that rightful nuisance inside the fights, stick on targets. Again, the bottom.
Oh, goodbye, Thompson. Out along his own. I mean,
reload.
He might be in trouble as well. Did try and come in to help out. He's pretty tanky, not tanky enough to deal with Forest Secret beating him down. They got to get out of there, the rest of OG. No fight to be had. Has a bit of a slip up, and Seb getting baited into it as well.
Good. Can't make too many of those mistakes. Even though you've got this Aegis and all that, you know, you've got this quick pace lineup, you don't want this game to drag on. You don't want to allow this Morphling to finish up and farm that Aghanims, which he is going to get eventually in this game. He's already got one component. So they've got the blink now on No-Tail, so just keep going. That's the one thing, is they have to still look to keep making these plays, even if they do lose Thompson every now and then. It's just what they have to do with their draft. Otherwise, as we say, they will get outscaled.
Well, let's see how much they can get done with this Aegis.
See how much they can get done.
Blink. 3 minutes to really push the issue here for OG.
See what No-Tail finds with his blink review.
Set up mid. Trying to look for the jump into No-Tail. He's in for the counter, but comes into the arena. But is there actually any backup? I don't know if there is. No-Tail just ends up dying immediately after he looks to initiate. Yapso and Zai, they hollow. Saxa, he's got the catch straight over towards Zai. He's in full from Matu, though. Matu's ready to turn and fight back. Another kill here for Zai. Zai will survive. Change, locking down the two of them. And Seb comes in with a heal. Tosses back up to full HP. You got the move coming out, but he did put it on stop. Matu focused out by Sumail. They're ready to try for more. Yapso pouncing off to the side. The Colts now. Nisha, he's in trouble. He's trying to remnant out of there. Will have enough mana to jump over to the side. They're looking to hunt him down. They know he's gone south. They're checking out the high ground with the sun strike. Sumail closing the gap again. Yapso with the balance for the trees. Holds back the bear.
Papiosa now Zai.
I mean, underneath the tower, it's a little deep here for OG. Jump forward to Sumail. And get Zai here. He's got the heal of Seb. Sumail actually going to live. He's actually going to live here. Triple game. They might get Yapso as well. He's been caught off the trees. Another. Sumail with the ultra kill. Getting it done here. OG turn it up. They look for the fight with the Aegis. Aegis. They've still got that Aegis ready for another round. Sumail getting some huge kills there. Nearly level 18. And now we can look to start working on that BKB.
Look at the damage he was able to do in the fight. It looked a little weird because No-Tail starts the fight and they didn't have the backup initially, but in the midst of the fight, don't know if everybody saw it on the side of the cameras, the IO Spirits clipped the Shaker. Zai actually echoed the floor when they were trying to make the big go onto Ursa. Either way though, there was still an Aegis. They were still getting all the full heal. OG getting this big ramp up going for them, and I do believe Secret needs to be a little bit more careful with their Ice Blasts. They just throw it onto Thompson every single time, but it's got a 60-second cooldown. There's likely only one going to be in every single one of these team fights. They have to prioritize it on the big heals. As we've seen Seb now just chunk up his teammates with that. And Thompson is the sacrifice.
There we go. OG. No slowing down, of course, from this squad.
Nope.
1-5 finishes, they're already thinking about how they're going to start the next shot. Onto Matu
right away.
Got the cold snap, good vision from Zai, holds back the 3-wave format. The snowball's going to be there to chase up to the high ground. Sumail, he still wants to go. He's still going in. He's diving in onto Matu. The slight spill on Sumail takes him down. Back to the low ground. Nisha managed to get out of the back, guys. Kills off No-Tail with the BKB looking to commit. Kills off Thompson as well. Sumail still 40 seconds on the Aegis. Yaps off in the tree line, lines up under the 2. Saxa buying time with the snowball. He's going to be earning pretty deep here, Saxa, but Sumail meanwhile finding Zai underneath the tier 2, and Saxa, he's also going to be able to walk out of it.
He's got his blink now. Oh boy, OG really starting to find their footing, and with the blink too, now there's more ways to save his teammates from combo plays with Aghanims on Ursa. How are they going to combo Sumail down?
Yeah, they are struggling.
Rage every single time when he's getting gone on. This is going to be a bit of a problem because they don't have any forms of silence at all on their team. So Enrage, of course, could be able to be popped whenever you are stunned up because of that Ags. This is problematic for Secret.
He's
such a big Ursa.
He really is. He played it so cool in the early game. As a pent-up rage from suffering in that sort of laning phase where he couldn't hit the CS is coming out now from Sumail.
At level 20 already at this point, and he's not letting Matu have a fun time in the fights. Even though Matu did have such a good time in the early game, the Ursa just staking on him. The defusal is a problem.
Yeah, Matu has to run every time. He cannot fight back against this Ursa. Thompson. He's not going to be able to get the catch. Nisha is prepared for this.
Didn't get to touch on this either. If we look at Yapsor, he's going for a very greedy build. We've seen a couple times the Aetoses into Gleipnirs. I think we saw a couple Orchid rushes, I think on Crit as this 4 position. He's going for the late game. He's going for the Scotty. He's going to be able to apply it to everybody. The slow, the reduced healing as well from the IO2 in the team fights. So as it progresses, as we mentioned, Secret's going to be strong, but...
Saxa's going to find him. Puppy's got a fair bit of damage as well. Saxa, he got to stop the cold V here with a snowball. Thompson, he'll be able to put a stop to the TP. No escape for Puppy.
Secret's trying to, I think, slow down a little bit here and get those items finished up, in particular the Ags on Morphling as well. It's very close to it.
And as you were saying, not far off the Scotty, just about 1,000.
It's pretty close. Seb now has his own BKB, so it's gonna be tough to focus fire him anyway. If they can get the AA blast coverage, if they can get a stun initially on him, then it'll work. But if he gets the BKB off pre-initiations, then it's probably gonna be really hard for Secret to bring down the main focus targets that he's tethered to.
I mean, for OG, is it sort of waiting for the next rush? Do they need to go before, or can they afford to sort of wait, get that Aegis, and then look to make the move again?
No, I think just keep looking for fights. If they run into you, you look for the battle. You've got so many ways to protect your core. Sumail likely won't die no matter what happens because they can't initiate on him cleanly now because of that Ags that he went for. I really like the pickup this time around that he went for it, since there is no silence that he has to worry about. Always can get your enrage off, always can allow your IO and your teammates to come back you up.
Got their eyes on No-Tail bottom.
Cool. Bit patient for him. And there's the hack. So Matu, only level 17, so not quite that permanent uptime that we always talk about from level 18 plus that morph timing, or he will always be in Shaker form.
I love the little pickup as well for Sumail, getting the Mind Breaker. Yep. Can be a great one.
Also, I didn't point this one out, but Zai got the Fey Grenade on the Shaker at 17 minutes. So now we have a lot of potential for some massive burst damage that's coming up from their sides from double, triple totems and whatnot. But OG, as we said, not slowing down.
Absolutely, yeah. As soon as someone shows in a lane and they feel that they're alone, they're making moves over there. See top Puppy. It's pretty out of the area though.
how do you go for Sumail? BKB Ags with a tethered IO behind him.
So
it's going to be such a difficult target. They have to prioritize. I say somehow have to find Seb, but it's been very difficult for them. And with the BKBs, how does Nisha focus fire him? Because that was Nisha's job for the most part this game.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to kill Seb at the start unless they open up with some sort of stun lockdown.
Which they have. They've got that Ags
double
morphling. Yep. And he's got a Titan Sliver too, so even stronger with that base damage increase.
Let's see who they can delete first.
Oh, Puppey says hello.
He's just got to walk in on this. He's going to get hit by the Mindbreaker. He needs help, but he needs it now. Puppey, he'll give the Ice Blast over, but Sim's already put the BKB on. Off to the side he goes. They lose no tail on the side of OG as Secret Arm to get to the back of him. So they're going to be any chase. Both teams coming out with the buyback immediately. OG, they will separate though. They back off. And just an awkward way really for Secret to start the fight. Puppey just heading up on the front lines.
I don't think he expected them to be there that soon. Just walk. I mean, I'm also surprised that he's the one that walked up so quick himself. As around the Roche pit, most important timing now for the next few minutes. About 35 seconds until that will spawn. We see OG sitting in the pit waiting.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There we go, Secret. Rather far out here. They will finish off the tower. Sumail, he's going to try and jump straight onto Nisha. Nisha pops the BKB, Remnant off the side. They've got his step straight away. Everything thrown down off the eye. They've taken him down. So ball over from Zaxa. Sam does come out for time. Sumail's already pumped the ult, ready to go over for more. Chasing down Yapsor. He'll remove the Monkey King out of the fight. A double kill for Sumail. Now ready to go for something else to the side as he's on top of Matumba Man. Waveform out. Sumail looks to Nisha, but now he's going to be frozen in position. Sumail, he's trying to get back out, but the cold feet kicks in. Sumail will fall. No tail as well. Cut down by Nisha. With the setup there, Matsu comes in for the finishing blow. Secret, this time round, the execution, it's there. They find Seb, remove the Ire from the engagement, and suddenly everything becomes a lot harder for OG. Sumail, he still wants to be able to charge in, but he hasn't quite got that same level of sustain that he had before.
And it was them just clear understanding. He used BKB earlier. They knew it was still on cooldown. If they just commit onto him immediately, that Io's dead. Mars used buyback earlier. No Mars, no Mars after 50.
Just look at this, Seb.
Look how quick they were on him.
Everything just onto this Io, deleted from the team fight.
And then Matu can do whatever the hell he wants inside the fight because now he's got that Ag Shaker. He can just come in and start one-shotting these heroes. Is now with an Aegis in a very comfortable spot. Secret, as it's only a 1k lead, but I feel like it's going to start accelerating and building up very quickly for Secret. So OG has to be very careful how they take those fights when BKB are on cooldown.
Absolutely. It's just so much stun, so much AoE in control. It's not easy, even with the Enrage alone, for Sumail to fight through.
It's just such an explosive amount of damage that's coming out. It's like anybody gets seen and they're just dead from these totems. As Matu's just hunting.
I mean, he's trying to go for Zeb.
The headband midair. And of course, we do have the IO Shard. That's also something that will be coming into play. These little mini stuns that are kind of come out onto our Morphling and our Shaker that OG does still have. But yeah, with this, much more comfortable position. Secret to look to make more aggressive plays. And an E-Blade now finished for Matu as well.
So much blast here. Jump forward for no tail, but at the same time, Shine Nisha there onto Saxa. Seb will lead in. They're looking for Yapsor. Matu's able to stand his ground, but now the Yapsor finally falls. Matu not able to finish off Seb. Self E-Blade here as Matu looks to separate himself from the fight. OG, if they got any further chase, Sumail.
The BKBs are
trying to head in. Sumail is going to be able to blink to dodge the initiation, but now the Ice Blast, the slam, they're holding Sumail in position. Seb trying to come over to give it the backup, and outside turns his attention over towards Seb. He doesn't have the damage though, Zai, as Seb will be able to keep himself alive. Nisha's over to the backline to chase down No-Tail Matu. He's looking for Seb. Not enough mana to keep chasing onto the Io, but meanwhile Nisha and Puppey, they do get Sumail as he's separated from the rest of his team.
There's too much that they have to deal with in the fight. They're trying to focus fire Matu, but then he jumps left. They're trying to focus fire Zai, and he jumps right. Then there's Anisha zipping around to the backlines, killing the supports with fire remnants. It's just so much elusiveness coming out from Secret, and OG does not have the same amount of control that comes out either. They don't have double shakers. They don't have chains and roots coming out anywhere. Much harder fights for them as we're seeing them progress.
And of course, Matu had the Aegis. He's still going to have it for another 3 minutes. Couldn't even get him the once. Definitely the concern starting to show with the sort of draft OG has now that the minutes are passing. 32 minutes in, 5k lead. OG, they've got to look for some phenomenal maneuvers to get Secret knocked back down.
They have the Hex on Thompson, so that'll at least allow them to hold one of those targets down and focus fire them. But yeah, as I was saying, it's just, there's so many things moving around. There's a Monkey King jumping, Amber Remnants, there's so much different chaos that Secret's causing in the fight, and OG has to try to find a way to weather it. But not really seeing too many options as Morphling gets Aegis, he's got Ags. You've lost so much control on the side of OG. This is not the way that their draft wants to play.
Mid lane notes out. We'll find him a bit of a freebie though that looks a bit popularized. He doesn't get the blast off though, and now Nisha jumps in with the Remnant. No-Tail's gonna fall. Over to the side, Zion Yapso controlling Zaxa. Nisha's looking to jump over to help out as well. I'm ready to go back in with another Remnant. Seb will take the two of them out of there.
Oh.
Look at the Hex. Have they got the damage somehow? He's in onto him, but they can't even finish him off the one. Still has that Aegis. Jump back over on Thompson trying to run with the E-Blade combo. Comes in. Thompson blown up. Somehow Proxy Ray stays on top of Matumba, but that's only the one. She's going to be back for round 2, Matthew. Nisha jumps in. Control on his Seb. He can't get away.
Good lord. This lineup is ridiculous. Once it's timing, I mean, OG is doing some great grabs of trying to get these pickoffs, but there's just too much control. They're too mobile. They're everywhere.
I mean, it's effectively sort of 3 fishes as well. This Boundless Strike also coming in from Yapso. Just so many lines of stuns thrown straight through the heart of the team fights.
Matu, they get the grab on him.
Have they got enough damage? No, they haven't. In fact, Matu is going to look to turn. He wants to get aggressive. He's going to try and get in on them. He's going to be a little careful. Here's the backup he required. Zai jumps in, no tail to fall. They even look for some but a quick blink gets him away from the Fisher.
Dire's middle tower.
Nice attempt there from OG, but Secret still in the area. Somehow, even though they were just bottom, as we've seen them just flying all over the place on the map, always seem to have the numbers. 12k gold lead. It's quickly swung into their advantage.
And there's quite a confident line there, just straight up into their favor. 91% on the win probability right now for Secret.
There's just too much going on inside the fights. Too many things they have to focus on, while also trying to dodge AA blasts and keep the BKBs at a good timing so that they don't get clipped by it. It's not easy moving forward. And back into Shaker form. Back looking for the plays. Secret gonna continue looking for anything. Any type of battle that they can get now. And yeah, really catching their stride. Lincoln's now on Nisha too, so that Hex that we saw, likely to get countered just because of that.
It's going to be so hard to lock him down.
Yeah. And they've got, we did mention that Yapsor was going for a very greedy item build. He did finish it off in those last 2 fights.
They're coming in for the side. Fisher out to Samel to start things off. Samel will be able to take out the wall. Jump off for Nisha over the wall. Thompson. They're on top of the Evoker. Thompson trying to run. Turns around with the combo. Ice Blast will miss, but Matu will not. Straight over onto the Evoker. Matu takes out Thompson. Now to Samel. He needs help, but he needs his help. Seb coming in with the tether. Relocates. Seb will be able to take Samel out of this fight, but No-Tail's going to be left behind. As OG, they'll still lose 2.
This might be the most entertaining lineup I've ever seen in Dota. Everyone's just jumping back and forth, and they're still going to lose Seb out of it. 105 seconds.
That's a long time. This could be the window that Secret have been looking for to break the high ground.
Oh, they're feeling it. They're high-fiving. They're feeling that big confidence now after these last, 4 or 5 fights that they've just decimated OG in.
And what can OG do here? 3 dead.
They have to watch. The IO is so crucial for their lineup. Likely to just lose at least 2 sets.
Dire's bottom barracks.
That's the bottom racks cleaned up. Secret straight over to the mid.
The damage from the totems as well.
I mean, they're diving in a bit onto Samel. They're tempted. Samel getting quite the poke under the tier 4. I mean, he's going to jump. They're going to try and get on the Matumba. Can they deliver? One's coming up. Matumba getting on. He's got the shift. He's going to live. Matu will stay alive. Ready to jump back over towards Samel. Samel will bring down the Morphling, but he himself will lose his life for it. Buybacks coming out from OG. Same from Secret. Matu, he's had enough. He's ready to shut this one down as a second set of racks. I mean, they commit to kill them all. They do get him. I mean, it is in a position now. Matu dies again. The game might start to get a little bit interesting again.
They still have 30 seconds without the IO, though. They might just be able to commit for the racks.
Are they going to look to try
risky, but potential that they could. And again, it's too many things they have to deal with in the fights. Like you said there, they full commit for the Morphling, but he's not the only problem by any means.
So much.
Nisha 15, 3, and 20.
Dire's top tower is under
they're also strong right now, Secret.
Creep starting in the base, though. Does Forge Spirits in the mid lane.
And to push him out.
So that buyback, as you mentioned, might be a bit of a win condition here now for OG if they're able to find him. It's a very difficult one, but
it is.
He's got to be careful.
It is there.
Yeah. Matu's just got to be more cautious with his positioning. Oh, look at that. A DD rune. Look at this nice damage on our Morphling. He hasn't even popped the DD yet, but nice little 1,300. Actually more, 1,500.
I mean, also knowing that Roshan should be up rather soon again here, so something that is going to offset that risk of Matu using the buyback to get straight back in action.
And finding some big neutral items as well. Timeless Relic picked up on the side of Secret.
Oh my goodness, yeah, give it to these Shakers and the stuns.
Or the Ember Spirit. I mean, I'm fine with that too.
True.
He's pretty good with
That's
it.
a lot of damage.
OG.
Samael, he's found Puppy, he's trying to get in, we'll get pushed back. Saxa goes in the ice, plays him over the inside, jumps in with the side. Samael got the BKB up in time though, as he turns towards the Shaker, takes him out. Matu trying to find no-tail, waveform over to the side, Seb, bringing Samael out to the side for now. We'll see the jump from Matu, he's taking towards him, there's the hit, slams out Samael. Samael hits the deck out for 2 minutes on the Ursa.
Look at that damage. Over 1,800 damage on our Morphling.
That's a big number.
He just smacks Sumail, and now Seb returns as well to his death.
And now 3 dead, no buybacks on OG. Secret with the 4 of them up, they can look to run down mid.
Thompson, he showed himself for a second, but whoop, whoop. We'll slip away.
He's trying to create a distraction, sort of push them away from the base, but Secret, they are definitely going to have their eyes on the Megas, and maybe even more. To have buybacks available on No Tail, Saxa, but 90 seconds, no Sumail, a minute without Seb. There's the buyback, No Tail. Can they buy any time for their 2 cores to get back up?
It's got to be so scary for Thompson.
I mean, Saxa, he's going to get a jump in. They are able to get the spear off to them. The damage Sunshine coming down, but he's in there with the remnants. Matu, he's got too much HP. They can't burst through it. Buyback comes out for Thompson, but Saxa will fall. Also, with his buyback, looking to try and help with just the 2 of them. The Secret, the damage is being done. The top racks are gone. The Mega Creeps will be out, and the jump over to Saxa. As soon as he's back in, he's back out again. Remnant over to Thompson. Thompson goes down. Everybody dead on OG as Secret now close it up. GG is called, and Team Secret will take game 1 of this best of 3.
They went for the strong scaling lineup, but saying that does take away a little bit of how much they're still able to fight in the early game. We see OG trying relentlessly to battle into them, but Secret still has good team fight with this double shaker even before those big levels come out for everybody, and YapzOr's greedy build. Does pay off with that Scotty later on, and OG, they try to run into it, but a couple too many deaths, especially on Thompson. He ends 4 and 11, trying to be that support kind of style invoker, but does end up hurting them versus this Secret draft.
Yeah, slowed down big time for him. And Sumail, trying his best. 14, 5, and 6, not a bad KDA, but everything else just falling a little too much around him, as Secret are able to cruise through in this late game and secure this game 40 minutes in. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Team Secret.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Fog, for the cast of an amazing match. This puts Team Secret at 1-0. And you know what that means? If they win this next game, OG goes down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 TIs. That is whoa.
Whoa, what an insane game. What an insane start of the day. First from the Spirits match and now into OG versus Secret. The quality of Dota, the way these 2 teams played, the chaos that OG did manage to siphon Secret into, but they just waited their timings, right? They got to those timings, and the moment you have Aghanims on Ember Spirit, Shaker Morph combo, everything changes.
I think specifically the itemization coming out of Team Secret was really interesting and cool to look at. Like YapzOr, he rushed a Scotty on a support Monkey King because he had no way to kite Ursa at all. And then all of a sudden you have 4 of Team Secret's heroes with some sort of jump mobility. You know, Morphling, Ember, Monkey King, Earthshaker, all going for the mobility abilities. And Sumail, he was destroying the game beyond godlike, but at the end of the day, he just couldn't output enough damage.
Yeah, I think the one fight where it was like the perfect timing in so many ways, where they had the Morph plus Shaker timing. I think they also had the Ember Ags at that exact point as well. And then in that fight, they finally were able to jump and focus Seb on the IO, who I believe had used BKB in the previous fight. And then after that point, it was just like...
That was around the pit, right?
Yeah, that was
the fight.
Right around the pit. And then for the rest of the game, it just looked like hugely Secret favored. And I do want to give a shout out to Nisha on Ember Spirit. The amount of times that he like frame perfect dodged a spear or something like that into like killing 2 heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have delayed even without that, but that really helps when you're trying to delay for this late game Morph Shaker timing and you've got somebody playing like that.
Right.
That makes it work.
And they looked broken, right? We were talking about OG and how they ramp up and they build for this one specific power spike. And in this game, even Invoker from that mid lane is playing more of a utility role. The items that they bought, the drums, the corrosion on Tusk, what was it, medallion, Solar Crest, it's all, they didn't even buy a vessel, which was necessary when you think about playing versus a Morphling. No, you don't go for that. You just buff up that Ursa. That's why Sumail did have an ultra kill somewhere in that mid game.
Ember is one of the best.
And third most time dead in this game on all TIs. At the same time, he's been playing Ancient Apparition versus IO plus Tusk. That lane is incredibly difficult to stay alive in. He did feed a couple of times, but not nearly as many as I expected.
It's like a good amount of times too, because I think they're able to farm in the bottom lane way more than what I thought. OG had this really cool idea coming in. They'll tether the creep in, so it goes into the tower. You get Equilibrium versus a Morphling AA, who's supposed to be a weak team, and sort of zone them out with Tusker Isle. But Secret, they're able to just sort of... I don't know what happened. They just dominated the lane early, and they were able to survive.
They used the tag team first time in the jungle to try and kill the AA, who instantly TPs to the lane, which prevents them from using that tag team in the lane itself, right, for a couple of extra seconds, which allows Matu to get more last hits on those first few waves. Earlier raid band, which translates into him being 15 last
focus is on Seb, all of them. They're just running in. They all focus. Is he going to make it out alive? Yes, they managed to go and keep him in, but it's not looking great here for SSA Spartan. He's trying to run. Wish is going to go down, though, as Spartan manages to get himself back. And oh my God, Ana, he wanted the fountain dive, and he's still alive.
It's just team fights are really not what they're looking for. They're looking for these like small little engagements like this.
Straight in.
They can catch.
Very nice setup there with two-man scatter blast down the Cookie's eye. Trying to turn, gets the spear off onto Ana. Will manage to clip into the tree. Matu's in, pounces forward. Has he got enough control? But the scrape comes out. Ana will be saved here. As No Tail able to get Ana back to safety. Saxon just walks in, a finger to the face of Zai. As Zai falls yet again. OG to take another kill.
Oh, so close, Thompson.
2 HP, I saw it, you saw it, we all saw it. 2
Everything.
HP.
Strength tread.
Oh, it's 1! It was 1 HP!
It was
Oh my goodness, 1 HP, ladies and gentlemen, take a print screen.
Okay. What is the hammer there? The egg comes out, you can see the shard is already picked up by him, and ILTW with the meta focusing on Topsy. He's gonna be able to get it as the egg goes off as well. Nice impale from Soxa, but a big epicenter onto 2. Down goes ILTW, a huge initiation from Seb. And that's gonna cost them 3 and make it 4 with Kuroki dropping to the deck. And this is likely to be a full team wipe if they're able to get Miracle here. Seb is actually going to stay alive throughout all of this. What a crazy counter initiation, turning into an ultra kill for Sumail.
Ready to run up high ground and try and take this down. Skitter looking for an opening now. Get the meld out, 9, Winner's Curse, hoping to do something. The buyback comes from the Tidehunter. Arrow afterwards, but the BKB didn't get it out in time. Skitter, BKB runs forward, tries to bring down this Nyx assassin. It is not gonna happen. Jump forward, there's the stun that they need. They take down Skitter, he buys back now. They keep on chasing it on this one. Thompson trying to find 9, he gets him. It's a godlike spree, they can't get anything. As 1 by 1, all of Tundra falls, OG doesn't even die, and GG is called. OG are going back to TI to defend their title.
OG did place 5th and 6th in Season 1 and Season 2, not qualifying for either major, Singapore Major or the Annie Major, but they are still the defending champions, 2-year TI champions, and now they are down a game against Team Secret. On the other hand, Team Secret having a maybe less than satisfactory DPC run as well. They are proving that they deserve to be here and that their major experience translates into TI experience as well. Gentlemen, what are we expecting to see coming into Game 2? Do you think that there is going to be an adjustment in the way that they played? Do you think that maybe there's a chance for better timing capitalization? What are we going to see?
I don't think Secret will change a lot. Like if you listen to Puppy and how he thinks about this game, he always says the same thing. If you are correct, you win. If you're wrong, you lose. That's it. I believe he believes that he's correct at the moment, and the first game definitely did show that. They played on their brand. We were talking about them being this wall in which they're trying to defend until they hit their timings. They were successful in Game 1.
Yeah, and I don't think OG, they really should feel like they have to switch anything either. I think OG in particular are good at identifying what they did wrong in a game maybe, and just making like slight adjustments to that. Like last game, maybe they fought one time before they had mech and they could have snowballed the game earlier.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I think, like, they don't look like they're phased at all, to be honest, OG. I don't think they will be coming into this game.
So you think that basically the teams, the strategies themselves are perfectly fine, but maybe there's just, is there a change in draft? Do you think there might be a change in draft?
Less draft adjustment and more like a little bit more mentality adjustment.
How so?
I mean, I think OG, I don't know if it's losing the crowd, but I feel like maybe the 2-time champion maybe add a little bit of pressure. Like more than I thought it would affect him that game. but there was something a little bit off with how they played. Usually they take risks, but they don't start making the big fights until they have the real big timing. And I don't think that was quite their last game. Not the usual OG.
Do you think that comes back down to them maybe not having as much fun when it comes to Jerax and how much fun he brought to the team and tiny airlines and everything?
I don't
because
know.
these things, they do relieve the pressure off of you, right?
You know, it is true. You know, you watch True Sight, it does seem true, but I feel like Sumail and Ana, very similar players.
All right, well, let's get it started.
OG versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Hello and welcome back to the most equal draft panel. We're ready for Game 2 between EG and OG and Team Secret. Let's see what the draft brings for us today. My name is Mr. Avo Plus. Joining me is Effie and Synderen. Effie, can you tell me a bit of your closing thoughts about last game in the draft? Did you feel like it was what you'd expect considering those drafts?
That game was incredibly action-packed, which is definitely what we expected looking at it. But as it progressed, something really stood out to me with OG's draft that I didn't consider earlier, which was, if you take a look at their cores, they had a Diffusal Blade Ursa, they had a Quasvex Invoker, and they had an offlane IO. So their wave clear was lacking, and even though they had no wave clear, they were making these aggressive plays into Secret's triangle over and over and over again. And they did overpower them a few times, and it looked really good for them. But this issue made it so that Secret always had a way back into the game. So going into this draft, I would like to see a little bit more shove coming out of OG.
Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I definitely think it played a relatively big part in that game. Like, obviously, the whole wave clear problem becomes more prevalent when they actually have their advantage and they have the Aegis, right? That's when you want to push in all the lanes and then have this firm iron grip on the map, but they never really were able to maintain that. Also because they never really convincingly crushed a fight. Like, most of them were pretty close. Like, even if OG came out with 1 or 2 kill advantage, they'd used all the resources they kind of needed to reset anyway. So I agree. I think a bit more wave clear would definitely go a long way here for OG. So far, so good with Titan first pick. Can act as a decent wave clear as a support. Even if you don't get the CS, at least you deal with the wave pretty effectively. You're good at defending towers as well, so you prevent getting yourselves at a map disadvantage. And, well, before we look too much more at the picks, I just want to say about the bans, really interesting dynamic here that this time around OG, they banned the AA, and therefore this time Secret will ban out the IO. And OG actually ignoring Monkey King as a potential first pick here. They could get it now if they wanted to.
We see Enchantress actually as one of the first picks for Team Secret. Very, actually almost not picked hero. Effie, can you tell me what the thought process is here? Is it just to debuff the Elder Titan?
So Enchantress was a hero that was incredibly popular earlier, but she fell off because every time she's strong, she gets nerfed over and over again. But the most recent nerf is just her cast range, and Enchant was really bad, with a lot of neutrals being nerfed as well as a result of the strength of HOD and things like that. But Enchantress functions similarly to Ogre, actually, in that she's an incredibly tanky support, and Puppey does like to play heroes like this, right? At some point, even outside of laning, it can play that vision provider. It can be a bit of a ward, like face-checking high grounds and just absorbing a lot of damage in fights, and that is a style that Puppey does like to play. And if you give her space on the map, which is Secret's specialty, just assigning farm to all of their players, she can do a lot of damage in fights. Also, she can dispel, Monkey King comes out and she can dispel Jingus subs.
So in this pick order, they specifically pick it only seeing Elder Titan.
Yep.
I think perhaps this is a strategy that Secret have, that they understand Elder Titan has incredible prowess in lane, and maybe in their playbook, this is one of the only picks that exist that can match or beat Elder Titan in lane. Enchantress is so dominant in lane, and when she gets level 2 by getting 1 creep with Enchant and having Impetus, that I think she can actually overwhelm Elder Titan. In addition to that, she plays like between the lane and the jungle. That makes it harder for Elder Titan to hit his spirit on both heroes in lane. I think Elder Titan thrives when there's 2 laners playing together that are very easily connected with, so you get the full value out of that. So perhaps that's the idea. Like, I don't see any other real justification for it, except if they're just trying to surprise OG here, just because, like Effie said, this hero isn't very popular, it isn't widely regarded as very strong, and usually when Secret pick it, it is to win a lane, so that has to be the logic here.
That's a very good point, and I wonder if this Magnus pick was something that Secret were planning for going into this draft, or if they just took it away from OG, because the success that they had with the ET and Magnus combination in group stage was actually absurd. They came back from this ridiculous game versus IG where they were losing. They lost 5 fights in a row. We thought that perhaps it could have been the end for them, but there was this empowered ET just whacking away with his natural order on top of an RP, and it was just incredibly strong. So I'm just curious where they're headed with this Magnus, if they're going to play around it as a pseudo carry or if it's just going to be buffing another hero on their team.
So seeing OG's first 2, do we think Elder Titan is somewhat assigned yet, or because OG is one of the teams that like playing it off lane the most, right? But they also do play it on no tail. I think it's one of those 2 most likely for the team playing it. Don't really see it that like even Sox has played it actually a couple of games here. So it's 3-4-5. When they pick it together with Monkey King, no, it's just completely open, isn't it?
Yep.
ET could be 3-4-5, Monkey King could be 2-4, and technically one has Sumail played Monkey this event.
I'm not
Maybe one
sure,
game.
but I'm sure he can play the Monkey King.
Yeah, he plays it. I know he plays it.
So, yeah, I mean, OG is the king of flex picks anyway, so
for sure.
This is the kind of mental games. We were talking about this last draft panel, how OG sometimes it seems like they're flexing, but the reality is they're baiting, and they already have an assigned position. You think you can be seeing here this time?
I think it's less clear here what the bait exactly would be, because I think, for example, with the Mars one, it's less common for it to be played 5.
Yeah.
Like Secret might have had it in the back of their minds last game, but here it's way more, like, quote unquote obvious if Elder Titan goes 3-4-5. Like the bait here would be if Elder Titan is mid, right? Or carry, but I would be very surprised to see it. I would love it, but I don't think that's what we're gonna get. So less of a bait, more flex probably in this scenario.
Thompson did it once against a meeple, but that's a very specific situation to do it against.
Very specific.
Effie, I'd like to ask you: are there any bans that really stand out to you on the second ban phase that you'd like to point out?
I think banning Shaker was the correct choice, because just leaving it open with the starter they had with the melee heroes and just not kind of accounting for a potential morphling was a mistake. And they got it out from the very beginning, so that's just a respect ban straight up, right? And it takes away issues that they may have with the ET and the Monkey King. So nothing too particularly strange here. The Juggernaut is a little bit unusual in that we haven't seen him as one of the most contested heroes in this patch, but it just seems like OG don't want to get outpaced at the start of the game.
OG also value Mag Jug a lot themselves. It's a strategy they play, and they know Secret are very capable of playing these heroes. Interestingly, the Wind Ranger here, which could both be a mid and a 4, most likely one of the 2. I feel like I'm seeing a plan here from Secret that, okay, if you guys have Elder Titan Monkey King, we're going to pick heroes that are hard to hit, right?
Yep.
So you have the Enchantress with Untouchable, you have Wind Ranger with Windrun, and now that OG picks Legion Commander as well as Clinks, I think Secret, even if they had the plan of playing the Wind Ranger 4, they might be upgrading it to a mid hero here. I think it's actually a very good Wind Ranger game, especially when you look for the potential Ags in the build. It seems very, very strong. But obviously, they can keep that choice for last if they pick their carry now. Then they can decide a little bit later after seeing OG's final pick. So I think in Secret's position here, you need to decide what's more important. If you pick your carry now, you give OG a counter pick to your carry. If you pick your 4 or your mid, you're showing your hand, right?
Exactly.
So what do you think is more valuable? I don't know.
Agreed. I really like the concept that we're going to pick heroes that are difficult to hit and difficult to kill. And on top of that, Wind Ranger is an incredibly good hero versus Clinks, because in the past, Clinks had an ability that made him dodge projectiles, right? And Wind Ranger was atrocious versus him. But now with just a Dust and a Maelstrom or an MKB or whatever damage item you choose, you as a hero alone can eliminate their win condition and their carry. So I like the concept there a lot.
Ursa is insane in this game. It's super good.
Can you elaborate on that?
You're playing against triple melee. Your lane matchup is more than likely either Legion Commander, Elder Titan as the core, or Monkey King, right? One of those 3. You're a hero that can easily get on top of Clinks when you have a dagger, or even if Clinks is caught by anything, you can overwhelm him. You get, like Effie said, you just get a Dust, you run at him with Diffusal and you kill him. So it's set up for a good laning stage, good hero matchups, and you have Empower, and you're good 1v1 against all of the 3 cores that we're assuming OG have shown here. I think this Ursa pick is just phenomenal. It's pretty rare that in this tournament that I've seen a game that looks so good for Ursa. I think this is a better Ursa game than OG's was last one. But
Yeah, and something that I would like to comment on regarding the Ursa pick, which makes it very nice, is when I saw this Klinks pick, I was like, okay, typical Sumail Klinks, right? The way he has been playing it throughout group stage is he even skips boots. Doesn't go brown boots, rushes the Maelstrom and sits in the triangle for a while. So typically when something like that happens, you as an enemy, you have to deal with it, right? And there is no better hero for early triangle invasions than a Diffusal Blade Ursa who has a good start. And for all the reasons that Cinder had mentioned, Ursa should have a good game. So they do have the ability to attack early on, which is really important when you play versus Klinks.
You're very right, and actually to add on the Klinks point that you're making, the way they actually played it as well is to try to steal enemy stacks as well and close out their map, which tends to not work against early timings or carries with early timings, much like the Ursa. So very good point here. And on Cinder's point on the Ursa, let's not forget Secret's actually one of the teams that highly value the Ursa in this tournament. So they think it's a carry that's like pretty solid, and as you say, this is a good Ursa game. They might just be carrying the game along with this hero.
Yeah, that's added value, basically. Like, we're talking about it from a theoretical perspective of just how good it is against the matchup, but I think it's also about comfort, right? I think maybe Matumbaman's the best player in the world in this hero, so definitely not. You're not going to say no thanks to an Ursa game like this if you're Matsu. You're like, just sign me up, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about what the final pick both teams will be looking for here is. So Secret probably, I think they will upgrade the Windranger to mid here. If they do that, we're probably looking at a last pick 4 for YapzOr that is ideally ranged if they're playing offlane Mag on Zai. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think they've only played that on Zai, actually, the Magnus this tournament.
I do believe so.
We had a phase when Magnus was a true flex pick where it was being played 1, 2, 4, and 5, I think, for a little bit, and 3, all 5 roles.
Yeah,
in
all
one
5
patch.
roles. Yeah.
And I think after some of the changes to Empower, that got less appealing to play the just flat out support mag because the Empower wasn't as good on allies anymore. So more than likely, preferably putting that in a core role. OG are going to show their final hero here. It's going to be the Hoodwink.
Could be a Topson Hoodwink.
Probably is.
Yep.
Safe lane Klinks, mid Hoodwink, Legion Commander, offlane, and then support ET Monkey King. Their lanes are pretty good.
Or honestly, the Legion, the Monkey, and the Elder, they could be flexed either way because we've seen a lot of Legion 5 from them. 5. And as you said, Seb loves the Elder Titan as well, and he plays the Monkey King in the offlane as well.
Yeah, maybe you downgrade Legion just because the Ursa matchup's so bad. But again, for me, the problem is I think any hero you put offlane here, if it's a melee, loses the lane to Ursa Eng. I just don't think you're likely to win there.
And my issue with the idea of downgrading the Legion is that then OG would just have no clear way to take the fight because there's no hero that will start it for them really, except the Blink Dagger, I'll see later.
Yep.
So I'm just not fond of that idea.
Okay. So what are you thinking here for last pick for Secret?
They have a lot of time. Is Ember still in the pool? Because we could still see the Windranger 4. I don't think Ember is bad here. There's a lot of kiteable heroes.
It's a comfort.
Like if you pointed out, there's the duel you could have to worry about, but aside from that, I think Ember kind of has a free game. It's hard to land a Hoodwink combo on Ember. Oh, he is banned?
Yeah,
okay, I can't see. Oh, that's
Could we see another Spirit? Oh no, Storm has been banned too. Void Spirit's the only one in the pool.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem so appealing.
I still like Windranger 2, to be honest.
That's actually the strategy Beast Coast has been figured out to deal with Monkey King as well. They were running Chris Luck on the Windranger, running her mid, and just, as you said, can't be hit.
I think it's good.
What are your thoughts on the last pick, Evan?
So I'm thinking about player preference here because that's what it'll come down to. Because on paper, this Windranger would be really good mid, but maybe at this point and why it's taking them so long to pick this last hero is that they're just asking, do you want this or not? And what else do you want?
Isn't Wyvern really good here?
Oh, a Tinker.
That is not what I expected at all. Okay, exciting.
Neither did I, but doesn't that throw back to the idea that try to hit us?
Yeah, it's more miss. Yeah, it's a blind. What do you think of that Tinker matchup in the mid lane now?
Assuming he's against the
He is against Hoodwink.
I think, I don't know, I feel like it's just a wash. It's not a matchup I think I've ever seen before.
Okay.
But just from a theoretical standpoint, I think both heroes just farm.
Final points I feel like to hear.
Final point. On paper, I do think Hoodwink is a hero that is quite good at catching out Tinker because she can just scurry through the trees and find him and get him there. But if Tinker has a good game, I see Secret overwhelming OG here.
And for you, Cinder?
Yeah, pretty much. I like Secret's late game prospects here. They have an empowered carry. They have Tinker. Late game Tinker in this patch seems insane in some games. And outside of the catch on the Hoodwink, especially now that the Legion Commander is being revealed as a position 5, played by No-Tail here, I think Nisha needs to mainly pay attention to playing around trees because of Monkey King. But if he let's say Secret set the stage for a fight somewhere that isn't massively surrounded by trees, or they have vision in the area, I think Tinker can just shine in a game like this. So I do like them.
Yeah, my only issue is this Enchantress seems kind of out of place in this draft, and she can die so easily to all of these heroes. So this is the wonky hero that I need to see.
Well, we have to throw it away because the man in the sidelines there is waiting for us. And as he likes to say, keep it PMA. So take it away, BSJ.
Thank you, Avo. As this game, I'd actually like to highlight the carries as both teams started the draft with what I like to call carry griefers. As Saksa on the Elder Titan, the natural order, it makes it very hard to pick a carry that can be durable because it removes all of your armor. But Ursa with the damage reduction is a great response because even though you have no armor, you're still taking 80% less damage. And on the other side, the two supports for Secret are Enchantress with the Untouchable and Windrunner with the Wind Run, two heroes that are almost impossible to right-click with any carry, so they elect to go for Clinks, whose Burning Barrage is a right-click based spell that cannot miss. And then on top of that, they like to go for the Hoodwink, whose Acorn Shot is another right-click based spell that cannot miss. And since the Ursa is now dealing with two ranged cores that he's gonna have a tough time locking onto, he no longer has the damage responsibility because they wrapped it up with Tinker. So without further ado, I'm gonna pass it off to the casters Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, game 2 ready to roll here with OG and Secret. Fogged, what are some of your initial reactions looking at these drafts? Are we seeing sort of a similar timing approach from both sides? Is it
The battle begins.
Normally.
very nimble, running around the tree line and trying to trip Nisha up, maybe getting him caught in the bushwhack to start things off, finding those backlines.
They do have good, decent ways of scouting inside trees for sure. The ET Spirit, they've got Monkey King jumping in trees, they'll have a Scurry Hoodwink running around too. But we'll see if they will be able to find Nisha's. It does feel like he's going to have a pretty good timing. I've never seen this lane, but I do feel like Tinker probably comes out slightly ahead because of base damage. Just to miss a rocket though, Nisha. Lost vision of Thompson, wasted some mana. And bottom, I'm curious to see how this is going to end up going. Like, how is Noto going to be able to do versus a Wind Ranger? Because historically, we've seen these Legion Commander 5s be able to trade with anybody, but Wind Ranger doesn't care.
And yeah, so on that Wind Ranger, able to find that courier there of No Tail. Nice bit of gold here to start things off, throwing out the tip as well.
Let's see how Sumail's able to last hit down here too, because Clinks, as always, we know Searing Arrows helps you get these last hits. Denies are going to be more problematic, but look at the base damage differential. Magnus has 66 base damage. Clinks has 45, so still tough for that Clinks to find some of these last hits at times. First few waves, though, OG seems to be very happy.
Oh, that mid lane, you're right. Thompson's hanging a little low on the HP, but getting in and trading CS nicely, and the bottle should be out very shortly for him in that mid lane. Now we're seeing up top Seb, 7 for 3 against a 5 for 1, able to play quite nicely against Matu, but as you mentioned, hard for the two of them to get aggressive once Puppy's around to dispel the buffs.
I think it's the first Enchantress I've gotten to see too, myself. I know he's been picked a couple of times now because of these big buff ups and just wanting to be that anti-carry. But it used to be a very early picked on hero, like just first 2 picked for a lot of strategies just because of the early timing that you can do and just all the fun stuff you can do with enchants as well too, which we'll have to get to later on, of course, once Tinker starts to get more, once Tinker gets levels and he can actually teleport to the creep that the Enchantress is going to have and join fights easier. That'll be definitely something we have to watch.
And Thompson. Okay, it's got the bottle right now. Coming in the courier. Yeah, Nisha stepping up. Indeed, Thompson. Very, very low. Zap to keep him away from the wave, but
he's starting to struggle a bit in the lane, but I mean, Nisha's not really doing incredible either. Both of them are just messing with each other so much. And the Klink Sumo, he's actually done an excellent job in last hits. Hasn't really gotten denied too much versus the Magnus. Only 4 on Zai at the moment.
The Monkey King's gratitude.
Oh, and another courier here for Yapso. He's having a nice time taking those away from OG's safe lane.
Is he going to be able to, I mean, if he's able to find another one too, that'd be pretty huge, as No-Tails just did come in, and they really need those couriers.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit more careful.
Yeah. Too much gold being given up. No-Tail will get a nice pull-off, though.
Oh, Saxa.
He's
going to get the stomp off, but Puppey able to keep off to the side. The bound is trying to pull on the back. He tries to turn, but Seb's got the damage, gets the kill. Will die in return. Puppey able to finish him off with the impetus. Get the trade up top.
That level 2 Jingu. I don't think they expected it to do that much bonus damage, but did decide to put the secondary point in it there on Seb. He had, what, 9 stacks of Fury swipes, I believe, on him, too.
Yeah, those last few hits took his HP off completely.
1 hit back and forth between each other, and it would have just... one more Ursa hit and would have been a kill on the Monkey King before that, but...
Smart money.
Seb able to hold the wave, too, so he's pretty much missed out nothing after that death. He's going to have 2 range creeps pushing in. Fortunate for him. Enjoying Seb, No-Tail and Yapsor just running at each other. Very kind of awkward supports. And we will see No-Tail start to block Ancients, as we do expect, of course, these Ancient stacks to come out for the Tinker at some point. He'll probably do that smoke trick that we've seen popularized, where you smoke around Ancients and you just keep lasering them with your rearm.
The Messias right now. It's getting harder and harder for Thompson. 11 for 4 against a 17 for 10. This lane, it's not going to get any easier for the Hoodwink.
Damage is really starting to build up there, because your starting HP on the Hoodwink is actually pretty decent. I believe you're one of the higher strength agility heroes, but you only have 2 strength gain.
He's going to get turned upon him, Matt. A little cautious, though, no, that he can't commit completely onto Seb. Seb always holding onto that boundless for potential turnarounds. It's really is a lane, this 2 versus 2, where both teams have to really read how much potential there's going to be from each core to just get the hits in on a hero and take them down. Be careful.
Puppey does have the same creep, though, so it's really starting to push quite a lot of aggression onto OG. Seb even trying to go onto Puppey here, but he is eating a lot of damage.
Yeah, Matsu.
Ooh, that was close. Oh. What?
Seb? What happened to his tree?
I actually was asking me. I think he cut it.
No, his Cutting Blade wasn't on cooldown.
I have no idea. The
tree just said no and left. Apparently.
I was checking everybody.
I'm sure we're missing something, but
I don't. Okay. Mid lane, Thompson does buy a raindrop, so he can start tanking versus this insane burst damage. Also, a Wind Ranger comes into power shot in mid. He'll survive, but we're definitely seeing him fall heavily behind that Tinker there. I have no idea what happened to the trio. I checked multiple. I checked all the tangos.
I was gonna say the tangos.
I don't know. Thompson checking the rune. He's got Saxa, but there's more backup for Secret.
Oh, he's looking pretty dead here, Saxa. Oh, maybe with the stick charges. Oh, nice little 360 and a turnaround here. Saxa, he's still on the run. Yapso will get it. See if Seb can get the trade in. Balance strike comes crashing down. Wim runs up in a second. The Yapso, he's going to be able to run. He's out. Nothing else for OG to throw out his way. As Yapso gets in, Boundary Rim picked up, and he gets away.
Lane's starting to get pretty disastrous too. Only the Clinks is now starting to have a good time. 2K lead. Thompson is 1,000 gold behind the Tinker already at this point. And Tinker overall does farm quite a lot faster, especially with that new lasering onto those Ancient shirts blocked, as we mentioned. But see what he's going to be able to do on this unorthodox mid hero as the Hoodwink.
See what the next bit. The focus is going to be. I mean, when you look at these 2 teams now, who's the most active right now? Who's having the easier time looking for the pickoffs?
At the moment, still, I would say probably OG if they can set up with the Hoodwink running around, but yeah. Secret's gonna just be sitting back farming. If they start to make the aggressive move on OG, the Tinker can move around easier. He can just show up at the tower and then counter gank a lot easier.
Oh, they get the shackle in. But a stop to the stomp here from Saxa. And the 2 of them got the damage though. Saxa is trying to run. Oh, just enough for the sick charge. But again, being bullied away from this top lane completely by the 2 of them.
Anisha is 750 from Blink Dagger.
He's going to try. He's going to commit the RP for this. Has he got enough damage though, Zai? One more hit.
hit.
He's looking for Notel. Notel, he's got a little bit of favorable movement. He shockwaves back up those eyes. Just enough to take him down there with that level 1 shockwave.
Well worth it. Such an under-leveled support and easy kill as Sumail has been pushed all the way to jungle. To finish. Oh, the illusion.
Oh, Thompson.
He is so...
Well, he was living on the edge right there, I'll tell you that.
He's so squishy.
Yeah.
That was a too... It has to be much more careful. Thankful for him, he had that illusion, but...
That was a close one.
Notel also, since he did die, he's going to be able to fill up that bottle again, too. But, yeah, really seeing the fragility of the Hoodwink versus all this big burst damage that Secret does have.
Yeah, if they get eyes on him, taking nearly his entire HP out at the start of any sort of fight, Thompson's going to have to be the one to get the jump on them.
For most of the game, or for most of this early game, unless he buys some HP items, a laser, a rocket, and a power shot is pretty much going to kill him. So he's picked up the trads. We've seen that from Thompson before in the past, mostly in his pub game because he's mostly played that Hoodwink in the pubs. But this is usually what he goes for, so Tread's just so valuable. But 3K gold lead already for Secret.
Yeah, this is pretty huge.
Is trying to sneak into the Roche. He messed up. He actually did not get the hop over. And there was a Radiant scan that did catch Secret walking in here.
Okay, so Seb in the neighborhood.
But look at that's scary when 2 heroes can just walk into pit. A Medallion, Enchantress plus an Ursa will easily sneak that one. Yeah. So now OG's just got to keep a hero in the area the entire time now, just in case.
Yeah, they cannot let Secret take this away from them as early as they can here with this Ursa.
And already a blink now on Nisha. Magnus free farming as well bottom. A very good start for Secret. With a lineup that scales quite heavily with that empowered Ursa as well.
And maxed out, of course, here by Zai.
Yep. And still finding kill. And still looking to be aggressive.
Oh, and he is. Zai showing his dominance down here. And again, the attention is split around. OG, they also have 4 around this area top, but this time around, Secret's getting a bit more time in the pit.
Sumail is getting space to farm a quad 8 stack.
On OG, Secret, they get the space, they get the kills, they get the...
Sumail clinks and already looking to make more rotations. Nisha does head toward top. He's looking for Sumail a little bit, perhaps. I mean, it just goes to neutrals.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on Sumail's shoulders this game. He is top net worth right now. He has got to carry this so hard for OG after a struggling early game.
And it is not going to be, it does not look like the easiest one for him either, with so many heroes that can just collapse on top of him with such an early blink dagger on Tinker. Clinks, sure, your HP pool gets better and better as you do get the death pact levels, but early on, even with level 1 death pact, 1390 HP, like, he's killable.
Just a little bit of a tease onto Zeb, nothing else to come his way. OG, they're going to try and hit with a smoke.
They need to get something going their way. They've got the level 6 on the ET, so they've got Splitter online. They've got the level 8 on Hoodwink. They've also got Duel. So let's see what they can find, because it's into this Aegis of Secret.
Seb is going to try and start things, but Matu will punch back into him, Zaxic, getting the spirit out. Not even quite able to get the Jingu up here. Matu's got the speed to stay out of the range of Seb.
RP's back up in 20 as well.
This is not going to be an easy tower to hold for OG. They are going to try opening onto Zai, but Zai is tanky as the Magnus. The Shackle, it'll connect. As OG, they've got no tail in trouble here. Drag back, taken out Seb, put the whip with the balance strike. He misses. Zai's able to retreat. Matu just closes in onto the monkey kick, chasing down Seb. Seb will get away. Zai still alive. The spinner from Zaxa does finish him, but it costs Zaxa's life. And Secret, they're ready to dive in behind the tower here. Thompson and Sumail, they've got to hide the dust to catch Sumail. Sumail will stay hidden in the trees.
He can't show his face.
And he just came down here. No TP to get out of this area of the map, Sumail. He is stuck down here, so for all his farm that he's had, it will slow down a little bit.
OG bringing all 5 heroes and still only getting a small kill onto the Magnus and still gonna lose the tower there. And now for the next play, Magnus, he's got RP up. He's about to have Blink Dagger too. So Secret, they're gonna look to hit right back.
Absolutely. And it's just been such a slow game here for Seven. Thompson, I mean, Puppey is just about 300 gold away from overtaking the farmer, Thompson.
Oh boy, yeah, that is a huge concern. Nisha's also halfway to Aghanims already too, so that burst damage that we're talking about increases even more in potential. That HP reduction that will be coming out. This is problematic. They need to find a way to stabilize the game, but it's not easy because of how much of a lead Secret got off of the laning phase, getting Aegis too.
Are fortified.
We'll be able to eat the creep, stop that push. But everybody on Secret's farming, especially Puppey, of course, as he pretty much has Solar Crest done too. So now Matu, he's got steroids on his team. He's got the Empower, he's got this Solar Crest too. Clinks has a steroid, but it's going to be coming from like press the attack, which isn't really traditionally the greatest for him because he wants more about that raw damage rather than attack speed, since most of his is going to be coming from the barrage. At least he has the ET Aura that will be coming out for him later, but they have good heroes versus ET Aura. No.
He's looking pretty dead up here. Same time as well, they find Saxa around the mid.
They're running away with this game.
They are rolling over OG right now.
Got another one too, Sab. Oh my goodness, that was close.
That was very, very close. He's gonna get him. He's gonna get him. Another one here for the Timberman.
And they're starting to invade Triangle as well already because they took that mid tower.
They're taking so much.
The place where Klink's needs in the game is now denied from him. As Zai will be able to farm that one up and setting up for another tower. 40 seconds still left on this Aegis. Just feels like OG can't do anything right now.
Radiant's top
and they just need time for the Klinks, but even when he gets time, is he going to be able to survive this onslaught? These heroes that all get on his face.
I mean, what is the recovery plan for OG? Is it going to get to the point where they just have to sort of continue to make space for Sumail, look for the high ground hold? I mean, is there any item that any of them are close towards that could set them up to make a play out on the map into Secret?
Not particularly, because this time around they didn't pick, you know, they don't have that traditional initiator from the offlane. Their initiator is going to be coming from nothing really, right? It's going to be the Monkey King hiding inside the tree lines, perhaps getting a Wukong.
And he's struggling to hide it. He's being found every time. Seb again in the mid. They've got him. Another catch from Zai. They'll try for the duel here. But that's going to be a +10 to Puppey. Puppey walking away here with that bonus damage.
I think they're just going to have to wait for Secret to play over-aggressive and just hope for some type of stomp from Soxa with a splitter, because right now they have no real plays that they can make versus Secret. Secret has full control of the map, triple Blink Daggers on the core, so they're much more mobile. It's really limited right now for OG what they can do and what they can find. And they're under vision constantly. Secret's not slowing down, and they're still keeping up that farm pace. Sumail still has yet to die.
He is. He's holding on here for the squad.
But is he going to be able to do anything when he does join the fights versus these bruisers that get on him?
As I say, if he's able to carry this is going to be carrying a game on extremely hard mode right now with the lead that Secret has against OG.
Because he just has a built-in enrage that can just tank up versus all the big burst damage that a hero like Klinks has. Zai, ready to hunt. Just thinking about it.
Oh, Thompson's going to be found. Here's quick with a bushwhack. Jump forward from Matu. Finds no tail. Shackles in. Thompson to fall.
And that's the mid. That's the mid hoodwink who dies just like a support. All of Secret in the area again.
Puppey with the wraparound as well. OG, they're playing around this tower. Can they actually get something going here?
They got to be careful.
They're sort of looking to try and fight this, but it's going to be so hard. No tail. Shackle jumps him up by Matu. He's going to move over towards Seb. Seb gets the Wukong's command. He's caught the two of them. Seb goes down. Sumail falls as well. Saxa surrounded by Secret. And everybody dead on OG. 19-2 here. We're just 17 minutes in. But Secret, they're completely running away with this game.
And there's just not much of anything that OG can do. Even around their 2-2, they lose everybody like one by one. They lose the Hoodwink, then they lose the Monkey King, then they lose. It's too much for them. Secret with all these Blink Daggers after such a lead. It's 19-2. And look at Thompson again.
Thompson, he's on the run. And we'll live this time, but only just. As Secret, no reason to stop. They can keep running at them. They are so far ahead right now.
And they're OG's still trying to stack up Ancients, trying to still get Sumail all this gold, but gold for what? What's it going to build into that's going to be able to bring him to be able to fight at this massive disadvantage? It just really doesn't feel like there's any hope.
Healing power.
Nisha Axe onward to the next item for him too. No-Tail trying to perhaps find a wrap around Nisha, but he's safe.
Very close though. Quickly with the blink. Sacks up. Also having to be cautious. Seb, he has got his Deso done. So they will have a little bit of damage. Obviously not really going to be saving it from dying though. It needs that BKB really before the next fight.
Might be able to... Ooh, Nisha, he seems to be aware.
Yeah, Nisha's playing very careful. Quick blinks here, but another blink out as well, Nisha. They can't catch him as much and as hard as they try.
And everyone on Secret now connecting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And look at the tower here. The question is if OG get out in time. Secret not turning up, but... So at the eyes on Matuma Man. Seems they can get the setup though. And we'll get the grab back with the stun. Quick jump off to the side.
Nice play by YapzOr. He's using, I've seen that twice now. Power shots the tree from that acorn shot so that the stun just immediately gets removed. And then they smoke. Roche, it's a long respawn, but Secret, they know their power.
Yeah.
They're looking to play him back that triangle.
They don't need the Aegis to fight. Saxa. He's going to be the first one to be jumped. Matu's in. Saxa's gone. Zai over to the side. He's got the Yule set up. The skewer back onto No-Tail.
It's so hard.
Away from the rest of his team.
It's so hard to play versus these three Blink Daggers when they're at this disadvantage. They just can't even distance themselves from the heroes. Secret, it's just easy for them at this point. 2-21, constantly checking the Roche pit. As we said, it's a long respawn, so maybe a bit fortunate for OG that it is that long respawn, but Zai, he's still just hunting. OG trapped behind their tier 2s.
Now still, it's just what the one death on Sumail. Level 14. It's keeping on track sort of with the XP of Secret Zeros. The problem is it is all three of Secret's cores, of course. 15 on Nisha, Zai, and Matu.
Don't forget about the core Puppey as well.
Yeah, he's stepping it up. 206, Puppey's having a great time.
Sumail. They're giving him the tome as well. They're just trying to pump him up with everything at this point. They know that he is the only win condition for the team.
On the hunt for Matu. He is on his own.
Stop clips, gets the reach.
No-Tail's got the tools to lock him down.
It's a short one though.
Splinter's going to be there to follow up. Have they got enough damage to take out Matu? He's going to look to run, but they got him. An important kill here for OG as they are able to take something away from Secret momentarily.
Big kill though, Tops as well. Topson gets the last hit, and it is when Roshan respawns. OG, they can't go for him themselves, but perhaps they can catch something here in the next 30 seconds while Ursa is dead. Immediately though, Secret already addressing the lanes. Nisha hard pushing bottom. Rest of his team all set up around mid to Power Shot and Shockwave to ensure nobody gets caught. And we do have 20-minute timings coming in, so that is also something we do have to factor in when there is always a Legion Commander support. This is his timing. You get that shard, be able to get these big press the attack buffs onto your cores. But still a massive uphill battle for OG.
A long way to go to try and climb back against how much of a hold Secret's had on this game so far. Top lane. Zai, he's got his eyes on Seb. Straight back into the claws of Matuma Man. Mid lane, OG trying to have a bit of a poke onto Puppey, but Puppey,
he's tanky.
Not just out of range of the barrage there. Sumail, not quite able to clip him.
And into Roche after that kill. Monkey King is probably the most important hero for that Roshan. Even though they have ET, he's a bit under-leveled. The Monkey King is everything, and they're going to smoke too.
Yeah, they are.
RP at the ready.
They're going to look to...
And Seb's going to be forced to buy, so that will make Secret hesitate a little bit here about full committing.
They really don't want to let Secret get away with another rush. But it's still so hard for them to take a team fight. Zai. Oh, he misses the skewer
though.
Skewer whiffed, RP down. A little bit of fortune going the way of OG.
And we cheer for some ancient stacks being
That's
cleared
a lot
up.
of money.
And they're going to smoke themselves, continue scouting the area.
No RP. Can they do anything with this OG? Walking into the pit themselves, but they really want to try and get a kill before they go for it.
Their lineup doesn't do the rush nearly as fast.
It's risky.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to
have
attempt
a Desto,
it.
though. Let's see.
That Desto on 70 could be the difference maker, but no, they're not going to get the chance to.
It's too scary. Oh, and the push.
Smell is trying to get out with the shackle.
The shackle.
They've got the center one of the two of them. Yapsop finds the angle. Because Command does come out. Stu off to the side because of the duel. Smell, can he get out? He can't. But Command takes him down. They've got the drag back onto Notail. 2 dead on OG. Secret still with a full squad alive here. As OG Saxa, Thompson so low. Saxa dying outside of the pit as well. Thompson on the Robert side. Blinks in. Shockwave finishes him off.
They have full vision there for a second because Nisha blinks into high ground and just rockets and rockets and rockets. 3,600 damage from the Tinker. Go for a bold attempt of even walking into the pit there, but Secret's just at the ready. Even without RP, they're way stronger.
Absolutely.
26, and that rush easily secured.
It's all theirs. As continued early timings, just 24 minutes in. Secret getting so huge right now. Matu.
Already a Scotty finished up on him. Our Tinker here for Nisha has a Blink and a Shiva's. It's just getting more and more difficult, it feels.
Oh, he's going to feel the wrath of Zai here. Zai, another catch for Zai's Magnus.
And a dieback. 70 seconds, no Seb.
Oh boy, I'm going to struggle to hold here. See how good, how good is the high ground for OG? How easily can they push back Secret?
They can push in pretty easy here. Without that Monkey King, not the greatest spam coming out from the side of OG. They've got the ET, so he's always pretty decent to get that stomp. But with the triple blinks, they have to be careful.
This is a huge risk for Samael. It will be saved for Notail, but Notail, he's going to lose his life for it. Gets out some damage with the barrage. Exact the agent, but Samael dies on the high ground. They have the vision, they see him up there. Samael's out for 50, no buyback available on him. As OG, they sort of just throw bodies at Secret in an attempt to stop the push. It's not going to work. 3 heroes, 4 heroes dying, in fact. Notail having to buy back. Secret, they're not going anywhere. Nisha, he's in. Thompson, he's been found, but Notail trying to save him here with the press the attack, but they've got the catch. Thompson's gone.
There's just way too much damage and way too much of a lead. 20k gold lead. Nice overwhelming odds will slow them down a bit, but here comes Nisha to bottle up his teammates, to barrier them up as well with the defense matrix.
We're seeing the jump.
The Gale
Secret,
Force.
they're ready to dive in. Saxa caught in the claws of Matumaman Seb, also to fall. Buyback comes out straight away from Thompson and Saxa. Now get the control onto Matumaman. Do they have the burst? No, in with the RP. Stops Thompson and Hotel before they can get in on top of Matu, and Matu's away. Nisha's out, and they're ready to return back in. Nisha back away. Just get caught up on the duel. Samel has got the damage. He's taken out Poppy. Now with Nisha for the shackle shot. Yapsor again. Beautiful angle. Locks the two of them down. Everybody's dead on OG. It's 4 to 37. Just 26 minutes in.
How many shackle shots have we seen like that? Nisha this time was dropping pretty low finally, but another shackle shot comes in, and yeah, Secret all just covering each other perfectly this game.
They really are. They're looking completely unstoppable here. This is the sort of performance so far from Secret that you know that Puppy's always been hunting for here to pull off flawlessly at TI. And here, get soon his upper bracket series against OG. It's looking pretty darn good, Seb. Caught out yet again.
26k on to the next one. OG just still sticking in it, even though the game is very much so over at this point.
He's probably hitting the 100% on the win probability, I would imagine.
We are at it.
We've
for
been
the last
there for a few minutes indeed.
It's only 27 minutes in, and we have 27,000 gold lead.
That's insane. Oh, Zai!
Another one.
No,
and the Gale
Force as well. It's a man of the burst. Taking out Saxa. There we have it. The second set of wreck. There's still a tier 2 up top. So the game may go on a little longer. But what can OG do? I don't know. If there really is anything to be done here. Notail, another shackle. He's been caught. Seb tries to jump in. Immediately taken out by Matu. They can't even get back to the fountain. GG is called. Secret looking utterly terrifying in this game 2. As with that, they secure themselves the series 2-0 against OG. They will be moving up in the upper bracket, and OG, they'll have to climb through the lower.
What a performance too, like every single player from Secret just hitting the nail on the head. Yapso with some clutch shackles. Yapso with some clutch shackles. Puppey with being Puppey as his Enchantress decimating the laning phase. Matu, of course, coming in, and Nisha. What a performance this series.
Woo, absolutely. Nisha game 1 on his Ember. This game as well. 13-0-18. You could not do it any better there, and everything just gelled together so well from Secret. As I say, this is the sort of level of Dota that Secret, when you look at what they've achieved in the seasons and stuff, this is what you expect them to be able to turn up and perform.
Absolutely.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game 2 indeed. Secret are definitely going to be moving on with a lot of confidence off the back of that win in the upper bracket. And as I say, we'll have to see how OG deals with being in the lower yet again here for this run. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Secret, the series is theirs, 2-0 against OG.
Thank you very much, OD, Pixel, and Fogged. 542. OG going 0-2 and headed down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 years of TI. Gentlemen, what happened here?
They didn't bring back the magic of the comeback. There was no, just have fun, boys. Let's just have fun in the second game because this looked very rough.
Yeah, that was definitely a Gaben level shellacking, of course, as you're very familiar with from the NADPC. I think if that wasn't OG, if this wasn't TI, there would have been a GG way earlier. That was a complete stomp. The laning phase was hugely in favor of Team Secret, and then it just seemed like one of those games where there's nothing to catch the Tinker. You just can't do anything to the Tinker. He shows up, kills your entire team. You can't catch him.
Put it into perspective for me. At what point would it have been a GG if this were not TI? At what point was it so far gone that they would just GG out?
I think after the dive at the bottom tier 2, where
I mean, there were
had
kind
the
of a lot
crazy
of
like
those.
skewer into the RP onto Monkey King and Clink.
Oh yeah.
I think that one probably would have broke the back. But I think this game overall, the hero of the game for me was Enchantress. I think this hero, like the story of this tournament so far for me is that it's very hard to snowball lanes into winning the game. But I think there's one hero that breaks the rules. When you have Enchantress play like Puppey, he identifies perfectly what to do in the game, and he goes for the correct skill build, given that he has a lot of damage on his heroes. He went for a 1-4-4 build, which allowed him to sort of frontline, so all his other heroes who had long-range poke could keep poking OG and then getting ready to commit at the correct time that they wanted to.
Meanwhile, speaking of frontline, on one side you have Enchantress, you have supports, everyone wants to go, everyone wants to make plays. On the other, you have Clinks and Hoodwink for your position 1 and 2. These heroes, they want to be as far away from the fight as possible, at the start at least. And they're doing the same thing. They're building into this Maelstrom that kind of brings up damage, but not necessarily. They still want to continue fighting with it. Seb, he was left alone on an island and he had to make stuff happen. He had to be the frontliner, he had to protect absolutely everyone on his side, and sadly, it didn't look that great. He ended up the game with one kill and 10 deaths, something like that.
I feel like it's a really hard job to do for Monkey King.
It is for Monkey King, unless you're winning.
Yeah, unless you're winning. Out of time Monkey King supports, like you're right, they don't want a front line. They don't want a tank. They want to sit back, get their spells off, and no one from OG, if once they start getting behind, could really deal with Secret's pressure.
That's one of those things though that only is an issue if you're losing. Like if this went totally the other way, we wouldn't be sitting here looking at OG's draft and being like, oh, they lacked initiation, because the Monkey King would be able to do that. Even maybe like the Elder Titan would be able to do that. And so it is just one of those things where you fall behind and you can't do anything. And then on the other side, I really liked Zai's build on Magnus. He just went Blink into Yules into the Aghanim Shard. And one thing that I've noticed with Secret in this tournament is that when they're winning, they play so fast now. And by that, I mean they literally run around the map quickly killing anybody who's trying to just desperately push out the lanes. It's like somebody will show up and kill you. And if Zai doesn't build the Yules, it's not as much of a threat because he can just Yules you and then skewer you out. How many fights did we see set up by Zai with a Yules into skewer?
We have TI winner here. We have Big Brain Jenkins. Let me put this simple. They lost 3 lanes.
They did.
If you lose 3 lanes and your mid lane suffered super hard, like Hoodwink had half the CS of Tinker, you cannot play the game afterwards. Even if you're OG, you can have as big of a mental war as you can. It's still so difficult.
So what could OG have done there, or was Team Secret just so airtight? Was their play so airtight that just there was just no answer after draft, or was it? What was the key point? What was the key turning point?
I think it was a Roshan, because OG, they had a good read on the game. I think they're still in that. They were stalling the Roshan, making Team Secret waste 5 of their players' time. But then Zai, I don't even know how he got that RP off. And they got like a triple kill there, right? Like at the Roshan, they got triple kill and Aegis. I think if OG had played a bit more calm, just kept spamming them, just give it the Roshan eventually after stalling them for so long, they could have had a comeback in this game. Like maybe bring more heroes to a fight, maybe lay a trap somewhere, but it just never happened after that.
That's really difficult. And, and how about the morale of the game, right? So they weren't doing too well from pretty much the beginning. They couldn't farm, and then they had to take a series of fights that didn't go their way. What could they have done to keep the morale up? We saw like kind of a little bit of a decrease in the chat lines, but
I think the morale is still there. It's OG after all. They psychologically they're really a strong team. They have Seb as a cornerstone who always props them up. That guy reads all sorts of books for morale and whatnot.
Yeah, they played until the very end. I mean, there's like 2 ways that you can look at that. You can look at that as if you played until the very end because people were kind of sitting there quietly, like toxically, you don't know what to do, your cores go quiet, whatever. But it's OG. It's like they're famous for morale and for mentality. So I think the way to look at that is probably they were just talking, they were just playing the game, they're having fun with it. And I kind of think like it's going to be interesting to see what OG does when they finally, go back.
As we go to this interview with Sir Action Slacks and Team Secret.
Thank you so much. I am here with the legend himself, Mr. 10-time. It's Puppy. Puppy, such a pleasure to have you. What a fantastic game. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Whew. Sorry for not using your voice lines, but it'll get to that.
You better, Puppy. All right, we had a deal. All right, Puppy, it's been 7 years on Team Secret. You've gone through a lot of roster shuffles. You've gone in and out of different teams, but this time, it's been 2 years of the same guys. What do you think the impact is on that? Do you think it's helping you guys out?
I think we kind of know each other pretty well by now. And we are doing some kind of things in order to find what are like stressors or things that are like psychological to make us help understand each other a little bit better, because we are in this relationship for a long while and we've been playing a long time. So I don't know, like we are just trying to go the right way, the right path, where we all kind of understand each other and our emotional stresses.
Absolutely. Well, after that series, it looks like you guys are going on the correct path. However, let's talk about the path before TI. This is the first time you guys have entered a TI without everyone pretty much assuming you were going to win it. Was that on purpose? Be real.
Kinda.
Wow.
It's not really that. It's just because there's no tournaments, right?
Sure.
There's really no tournaments, and there's no reason to overdo anything, and you don't get the same vibe as going to like ESL Birmingham or like, let's say, some other tournament. There's no such feeling anymore, and I know this feeling will be at TI at least. The majors are great too, but after the first major we already got kind of what we wanted. If we qualify one more time, we're in the solid. It's not the problem is not that we don't want to win. The problem is that in the backlines you always know that you're going to TI, which kind of suffers your gameplay in a way. And it's not really about that also, because we are kind of like boomers, most of them. Like Matu and me, we're always making boomer jokes about each other and stuff. And it kind of like, you know, it shifts to the mentality that let's win the right matches, not the other stuff, please.
All right. Well, our next series coming up is going to be the best-of-1 eliminations. You've been there many times yourself, and a lot of these teams are looking up to you as kind of the grandpapa of Dota. Any advice to those guys?
For OG?
No, just for the other guys.
I mean, it's rough being there. I have no advice whatsoever, because there's no such thing as good advice if you're down there. Most of the time, I think there's only one team that knows what's going on, and then they crawl up and do some stuff, right? But I think that comes from understanding the game. And when you're down there, I think you have to have the same mentality if you're up there.
Yeah.
So it's not like you should kind of be blinded by the fact that you're down there. So just don't even think about it.
Okay. Well, actually, since you mentioned it, OG has not been in the lower bracket in 4 years. You got any advice for them?
Stay down.
All right. Thank you so much, Puppy. Back to you.
Good Lord.
Stay down. Those were the words that Puppy had for OG. Well, Puppy may think that he and Matu are boomers, but they've actually got the zoomer moves. And let's see how they did in game 1 with a replay featuring ODPixel and Fogged.
Ismail is going to try and jump straight onto Nisha. Nisha pops the BKB remnant off the side. They're going to attempt straight away. Everything thrown down off the island, taking him down. So one open Zax. Sam does come out for time. Samel's already popped the ult, ready to go over for more. Chasing down Yabsor. He'll remove the monkey king out of the fight. A double kill for Samel. Now ready to go for something else to the side as he's on top of Matumbaman. Waveform out. Samel looks to Nisha, but now he's going to be frozen in position. Samel, he's trying to back out, but the cold feet kicks in. Samel will fall. No tail as well. Cut down by Nisha. With the setup there, Matsu comes in for the finishing blow.
Amazing. Well, they have secured a win 2-0, sending OG down to the lower bracket, and they will be playing against whoever wins Quincy Crew versus Team Aster. And the lower bracket is starting to fill up, and we can't let that happen. So coming up after this series, we're going to have 4 matches of the lower bracket. But in the upper bracket, Team Secret securing the 2-0, IG securing the win 2-1. They will be moving forward into the quarterfinals. We still have yet to decide tomorrow who will be winning in the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, this is probably the game they practiced the most for on the side of Secret. They are playing versus IG, and IG is the team that put them in that lower bracket at the Singapore Major.
Okay, cool. Well, we will see what happens as these matches play out, but until then, we're going to get ready for our next series. In the meantime, check out this cool treasure from the TI archives.
There's a lot of ways to screw up playing Dota 2. Misclicks, bad buybacks, item decisions, you name it. But no screw-ups in Dota 2 history are more famous than Team Orange's KYXY at TI3.
Orange versus 2011 international champions, Na'Vi.
It comes down to one single game, either team to take it, gonna head in to the grand final.
We were waiting backstage to see what's gonna win between Orange and Na'Vi. From how we saw it, Orange had the upper hand. We're kind of preparing mentally to play against Orange in finals.
We colossally fucked up that game. Like, we fed so much. It's like, if you watch that game, it's like feed after feed after feed after feed.
I remember KYXY was just a boss. He was doing so well at this TI. He was carrying Orange in so many of those matches. And then he has this moment.
To farm up and then just deal with the Aegis when it comes out. Should be on the hands of Mushy, and in fact goes the hands of Windrunner. Nope.
Denial.
What?
They denied it. They failed.
Oh.
We didn't realize that first.
if I remember correctly, we were still playing the game for like 5 minutes. And like the pressure was getting to us too, and like a lot of like stuff's going on. At some point, I think it was Dandy, or maybe Hawas. It's like, oh, they don't have the ages. Like,
I think it took a few seconds for like the casters to realize as well, if I remember correctly. Like the crowd as well. Everybody was like, a few moments later, were like, oh.
That doesn't happen. I mean, who does that? And why didn't he pick the 8? You have so many questions always on this that, I mean, you kind of ruined the game. It's the feeling that you're left with.
There's footage of KYXY at that moment as his heart literally shatters.
Заденаила! ВР заденаила Аегис!
ВР-ка заденаила Аегис. Кто у нас там? Blood Angel? Blood Angel славился такими мувами.
Я не знаю, что еще должно здесь произойти. Нави,
When I saw that, I mean,
все получается. Даже Аегис просто...
I felt so bad for him. I felt so bad for KYXY.
I think it stays with him maybe all his life.
If we're gonna have him in the seat, we're gonna be talking about it with him.
Poor guy, don't bully him too much.
当时肉山快死了，然后我不想捡到我的队友的，然后我又想要攻击那个肉山，所以我就按 A， 然后就不小心把那个盾 A 掉，然后我的队友就很不懂发生什么事情，以为我把盾抢了这样。
That's what he was doing. Literally, that's what he was doing. Just spamming it like that, you know, just going ham, making it feel like it will kill it faster or something like that, or like you're just so nervous, probably.
当时我是超级内疚，因为那个是我们败者组的决赛，就毕竟我们赢了就可以去决赛。那我是觉得非常的内疚，因为我们很难才达到这个地步，这样子对。打完比赛过后，我的队友就告诉我不要那么内疚，因为我也是有功劳才能够达到前3这个成绩的，对，就这样叫我不要内疚。
The truth is that, you know, mistakes, they happen. And this is when you need your team. You need your teammates to be there for you. Just like when you're going to be there for them, once that's going to happen to them.
I think every pro Dota player at some point has made a fatal mistake in a game. And all you can do is try and move past it and either try and still win the game if it's winnable or just go on to the next one.
然后也希望那些有做失误的人不要那么觉得内疚，因为毕竟还是要继续成长这样。对，没错。
Mistakes happen. It's very normal. Everybody makes mistakes. It's absolutely human to make mistakes. And the beauty about Dota 2 is that those mistakes happen so often that those are the moments that you learn. You get better, you adapt, you stop spamming the attack button when you're, you know, in the Roche pit in a very crucial match. And you learn and you adapt. And Dota 2 is an ever-evolving game that requires you to adapt all the time. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that might only watch Dota when it's TI time. Welcome back. We love to have you here. But I also know that watching these games today has been maybe a tiny bit overwhelming. There's been a lot of changes since the previous international. And we have Purge here with us, who is going to talk to us a little bit more about what has changed.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, there's been a couple new things in the game. First off, we'll start off with new heroes since the last TI. We got 4 new ones. You've seen some of them already today, but these are the stats from the group stage. We've got Snapfire, we've got Void Spirit, Hoodwink, and Dawnbreaker. And Snapfire's been the most successful with the highest win percentage because she can be played very, very effectively as support. Hoodwink, as we saw earlier today, not in the best place. So, along with new heroes, we also have plenty of new items. There's a bunch across the board, but the most valuable one or the most interesting one is maybe Aghanim's Shards. What's better than 1 Chaos Meteor? Well, more than that, 3 Chaos Meteors. And you get the Ag Shard by buying it for 1,400 gold, and it sometimes upgrades your existing skill, sometimes gives you an extra one. You can get it from Roshan as well, so that's a great way for a lot of carry players to pick that one up. You can see if a hero has a Shard. If you take a look at their HUD at the bottom of the screen, look for those 3 blue dots, that means they have the Shard. Directly above that is if they have Ag Scepter. But what's this thing way over here to the right? That's going to be the neutral item on the right side. The neutral item is another new thing in Dota. You can get neutral items by dropping them from neutral camps. And once you pick it up, you can give it to anybody on your team. There's different tiers, they get more powerful as the game goes on, but that's a new thing that you might be a bit confused about if you haven't been around for a bit. Other than that, I just want to talk about buildings. There's some new building changes in the game. Buildings are mostly the same. I don't want to talk about this one, let's talk about some different ones. None of that. Shrines are a little bit different. Well, really, they're gone. Outposts are the new thing. They sit in the jungle, they give you vision, you can teleport to them after about 6 seconds, and mostly they help you retain some control of Roshan. You can take them from your enemies as well after you kill a tier 2. And there's tons more couriers in the game, lots more to be killed, 5 for each team. So now you don't have to worry about that pesky mid player stealing it for the first 5 minutes of the game so that he can type GG easy mid at the end. So that's basically the big changes in the map, in the game. So hopefully with that, you guys can follow along nicely.
All right, thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, a lot of changes that we all have to keep track of, and I hope that the 2 teams that we're going to watch next have definitely paid attention. They are in the lower bracket. It is time for eliminations. It's best of ones. I'm joined by Gareth. I'm joined by Tsunami. I'm joined by Tigov. And Tigov, I'm going to start with you because best of ones eliminations, that's what we're here for.
A lot of people actually say they don't like them, but I personally kind of love them for the fact that it's like an extension of the group stage, right? They weren't good enough to get top 4, but they had like that energy in them that you kind of want in that TI spirit. So like best of one is like prolonging it a little bit more, and then I don't know, I just love best of ones. It's the might of like the captains, the drafting, and then of course anything happening in the game, but this, it's so good.
Getting that edge.
Yeah, he's all giddy. Are you just as giddy, Gareth?
Absolutely. It's like getting that edge, right? You've got maybe a pocket strat you bring out, that little thing, your mid laner outplays in the mid lane, dominates the lane. I agree.
All right, Tsunami, we got Undying Fnatic. That's our first series, right? These 2 teams, this is the most even best of one we have today, I feel like, because anything can come out of here.
Yeah, both these teams have been coin flips for me, not even just within their own DPC regions, but as the group stage evolved, I was trying to figure out, okay, how good is North America? You know, I know EG's been carrying the torch. Quincy Crew's looking a little bit not as good as I was expecting. Undying somehow cruises right in the middle. Same thing with Fnatic. DPC ends, they're kind of scrambling to figure out who's our roster going to be of. They get something together, narrowly make it through the SCA quals, and then show up to group stage. Still, coin flips all around. They managed to 2-0 Secret, but the rest of it, they had a lot of draws, so I still don't even know what to make of them when they're going head-to-head.
Yeah, because we normally, in the group stages of TI, we expect teams to get better as we go. You know, they learn, they adapt. Do you feel like that's the case for both of these teams, T?
Honestly, I think, Undying has been improving every step of the way. And I think the best example is the series against EG, right? Like, throughout the entire tournament, when they were first pick, for example, they wouldn't even care about IO. They'd let the enemy ban it or just not pick it. And then now, against EG, for example, it was like, we're going to first pick it. Like, they have that ability to surprise people as this tournament goes. Like, they're not just sticking to what happened in the first. And Fnatic as well kind of did the same thing. Weren't doing so well at the start of their draft, but now they're slowly tweaking it a little bit. So both teams are experimenting a little bit.
Experimenting a little bit. Well, there's one thing that they both need to do. No experiments possible. They need to find their way to the stage, the main stage of TI10. It is Fnatic taking the stage here at the International 10. And amongst that, we got 2 first-timers in Death and Chuan, and they are walking up those stairs for the first time. Now, I do want to point out that Fnatic, the last 2 internationals that the organization took part at TI, this was the only time they took the stage because they went out in the best of ones. But this team, they found something. They started clicking these group stages. That was what they needed to find their groove, and now they are walking into those pods full of confidence. We got ourselves a couple of veterans on the side of DJ and Jabs, Sunby as their coach helping out, of course, as well, and let's not forget Raven. 4th TI for him here, and Fnatic, I feel that if they win this one, they go far. North American region, always considered to be third best. Well, no longer. This team almost made it to upper bracket, looking like the hottest team coming out that DPC region right now. And also amongst them, we got two first-timers in Bryle and Saberlight. This team has just found it right before DPC season started here in 2021. They're like, hey, you want to play DPC season with us?Ure, let's go, let's do it. And they played and they got better. They didn't manage to make it to a major, even though they got very close in that first season. And this LAN, this time, this is the first time that they have met each other, and they've just grown, they've just gotten better. I don't know where that ceiling is yet. We have not seen it yet. We might see it, depending on what Fnatic, of course, is going to bring to the table as well. Undying taking on Team Fnatic. It is looking hot, and before TI started, after the qualifiers, both of these teams made it through the qualifiers of TI10. Undying was able to sit down with none other than Casey.
Undying is a team that had a near perfect was left to take a much longer road through the regional qualifiers. Watching the way that you played in the North American qualifiers, you guys made it look so easy when I know it wasn't. So
because this is a team game, and anyone can be really skilled and like really high skill, but at the end of the day, if you don't play as a team, you're gonna lose to a team that number one person I would say is Fly. Like, that's why I learned, like, he would, like, show me all the little things back then, and he would be so calm about it. He would never get angry, never lose his stuff. I would never play out of fear for that guy. I wanted to make him proud. Another captain, I would, like, and band the whole team together with his words and speeches, and that's something Fly never did. So I'm kind of the non-toxic coaching part.
Moon Meander has competed in 2 internationals, TI5 with Complexity and TI6 with OG, placing 9th, 12th in both events, despite being favored in the latter to win the whole thing. Even with this experience, it's been several years of struggling to return to the highest level of competitive Dota.
It's not easy to come back like this. In Dota, a lot of people, like, once you like miss one TI, they think like you instantly like you're trash already. Like Weehaw, second place TI twice, mid one, multiple major winner. Like, they're just gone off everyone's roadmap now. After not making it to TI 8, 7, and then 8, and then 9. I had to play in C, I had to play EU, I had to play in NA stacks. 4 years later, I finally did it, and it was not easy to do it. I was like so happy when I got it. I was like I can actually like sleep good again. It was like crazy. It was like I was so stressed. Yeah.
Well, I hope you're able to take some time to just really appreciate what you've accomplished before things start heating up again.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's good to be back.
And it's good to have him back as well. Moon Meander, indeed, on the stage. Many people forget that he also was in a starting lineup, the original monkey business of OG, Gareth. Yeah. And his style of play, I'd say, still up there, still on fire, still the playmaker, even though he obviously changed roles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bringing into the fact that he's talking about charisma, compassion, understanding the emotions of the team, the players, and things like that. Reading your players and understanding we're on the same page, we communicate the same way, and we know when we want to go in. I think is a big story here in the group stage and now getting onto the main stage, understanding and picking your moments, knowing when your teammates are going to strike.
Yeah, being the captain is a big responsibility indeed. Also, of course, on the side of Fnatic. And for Fnatic, Casey was also able to catch up with the captain.
Fnatic earned their spot at TI10 in the Southeast Asia qualifiers, but it wasn't easy. After making a powerful run through the upper bracket straight into the grand finals, things started to turn a bit sour. Fnatic, along with their captain Jabs, lost the first 2 games of the match to TNC Predator.
We have conclusion that we didn't lose to them. We feel like we lose to ourselves. Yeah, I feel like we are just better team and we just don't lose hope and just keep positive for the team.
I do want to talk a little bit about how the beginning of the season went. It was really, really tough when you first started because you came in first in DPC Season 1, but then moved on to the Singapore Major and were only able to grab 9th, 12th. What happened, and why do you think you didn't play as well as you might have hoped?
We kind of had issue in the Season 1. We don't really work well together as a team at that time. So it's kind of hard to perform well in the major. When
you were qualifying for TI10 in the qualifiers, you played so much better. And you had recently added Death, which meant Chuan could move back to mid. How much of that helped you succeed?
I think everyone just know their role well. Chuan had been playing mid for a long time and Death had been playing off lane for a long time. So we didn't need so much time to practice. We only have maybe 1 month before the qualifier.
That qualifier, playing entirely in the upper bracket, proved to be just the thing Fnatic needed to begin to gel as a team. All of this despite the recent roster changes, despite having never all even been in the same room together, and despite having a new captain in Jabs. You were at TI9 with Fnatic last year. What kinds of lessons did you learn there? You placed 13th, 16th there. Obviously not an ideal placement for you.
I feel like I didn't calm enough in the, we just need 1 match against the VP. And we have so much lead and the game's going, you're about to win or something like that. You don't think carefully and you kind of play bad. So you need to calm down. It's even we are winning or losing, we always say in the game just calm down and don't get dragged into the game. When you are too intense, you cannot think carefully.
As they prepare to apply that mindset to TI10, Jabs acknowledges they have a lot to digest from their path here. And when asked who they want to beat the most, he doesn't hesitate.
T1.
Why?
Because they're my friend, 23. He's a friend with me and I wanted to meet him in the grand final. Pretty sure. We don't want to lose to them again.
Right.
Or lose to anyone. Yeah. And want to be the best in Southeast Asia and be good in the international tournament too.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Fnatic for this opening best-of-1 elimination series. As mentioned earlier, Fnatic as an organization didn't have the best of luck in the last 2 TIs, TI8 and TI9. They got eliminated in this round specifically. And Fnatic has had a pretty rough year, Tsunami. You've been watching them the entire time, and it's not been roses and rainbows.
No, but at least I hear that it's good blood between them and T1.
Yes.
Because I think part of me on the former Geek Fam squad, I was is it a Fast and the Furious Paul Walker Vin Diesel type thing where they're smiling at each other while Zephyr, Cuckoo, and Whitemon go to T1 and Raven heads off to Fnatic, but Jab seems friendly and didn't seem friendly in the DPC though. And I think part of the success that they've found here, especially throughout their qualifier, is the Cinderella story of Death, which almost to an extent mirrors Moon Meander's journey, because Death has been playing competitively since 2014. He tried to go to North America, played on Complexity for a little bit, and overall was just kind of middling around. Then Singapore Major rolls around. Obi Neon's like, bro, we kind of need a Singaporean stand-in
The
right
morning
now.
of.
The morning of. And he's like, all right, fine, I'll play a DPC Major. Rolls up, helps them get top 6 placement, and suddenly shows up on everyone's radar. And this is after he had been critically panned by another Southeast Asian offlaner with Ice Ice Ice. On his stream, Ice 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 had done a power ranking of all of the Southeast Asian offlaners, put everyone in A, B, C, D. He made a new tier just to put Death in.
Higher or lower?
Oh, it was lower. There was an empty gap, and then there was the Death tier.
That's ouch.
That was ouch.
Just to clarify, was that like the unknown, like he hasn't seen him play?
No,
or was it like
I think he had
watched?
seen too much of him play, apparently. So, if anything, I think that Fnatic trying to reclaim some of their Southeast Asian glory, because this is a mainstay organization. I know when they started out in Dota, they was European, but since then they've been very, very much Southeast Asian.
Yep.
And they've been at all TI since TI3. So them getting that luster, them hopefully not going out in this round for once, I think is what the success story will begin with.
Yeah, a little bit of a history here too with Dubu. I mean, he played at TI9, great. He played in Fnatic at TI9. That is, of course, the TI that the team kind of fell in shambles, Gareth. Fnatic has had a long road to build up to the current squad that they have.
Yeah, I mean, like Tsunami said, the European squad, right back then it was No-Tail's team, all the way back then, you know, a UK organization. The past, 4 or 5 years, it's been a Southeast Asian team really responding to the players down there. Looking great now, though.
They are absolutely looking good. And I do want to talk about that because I also want to talk about Undying looking good, because both of these teams, I would say, have done pretty well in the groups. Obviously, they're in the lower brackets, so they've not done amazing. But they've done pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, like Undying, for example, the only teams that they lost to is T1 and Virtus Pro, right? So maybe if you want to look into that, Undying
T1,
exactly
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, you're seeing it here. But no, I think this is a hard series if you're maybe an SEA fan, because if you like T1, you indirectly now like Undying because they help T1 get to upper bracket.
It's true.
But of course, now Fnatic being an SEA team, where are the fans really lying? I assume it's going to be with Fnatic, right? But maybe there's some maybe motivating and pushing towards the Undying side.
I mean, Undying's incredibly multinational as well. I think you'd be hard-pressed. I don't think there's any other team at this TI that had to do their DPC seasons with a player not even in the region. Saberlight was playing from Europe, which, for the most part, I think everyone else was playing from within their region. Maybe not in a...
There were some rare cases for lower division teams, but if you think of the upper division, I think it was Hustler playing in EU. But other than that, yeah, you are right. Saberlight, of course, standout year, being able to really, make it his way there.
Well, I am very excited for this game, and it is ready. The draft coming your way. Fnatic Undying.
Fnatic versus Undying.
I clicked most of them.
It's perfect, right? It's so fun.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, well, the draft is live. What are we going to see here from Fnatic and Undying?
Storm.
What are going to be the Storm?
Tide, yeah.
Okay, okay, just bring all the the usual suspects out. I want to see some out-of-the-box stuff. We are in for best of one. We didn't even talk about that aspect of pressure coming into this game.
But that's so important, and it's during those interviews, you kind of get to see the human aspect of Dota, right? And what the players are really bringing. I think everyone, even though the best of one's a fan, it's fun to watch, you have to remember at the end of it, it is going to be a team getting eliminated. The work that you put in, these teams, these players, they have spent an entire year at home putting it in, maybe not even boot camping with their players trying to get here. So it's fun for View, but it's scary for that.
Well, I think there's been 2 Fnatic throughout the group stage. They have a 75% win rate in groups when they picked a Spirit hero for Chuen, 2 games of Ember and Void, and the rest Storm Spirit, and a 0% win rate when they don't have him on a Spirit hero.
Oh no!
So that's why I'm shouting out Storm. I really would love to see them just straight up first pick it.
Well, we're going to find out if they are going to do that. It's a Nature's Prophet first pick for Fnatic, but I believe Sumi and the guys are ready to take you through this draft of the best of one.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. I am here with two of the biggest brain, biggest muscle, biggest heart dudes, Insania and Lizard. Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are here to cover the draft for this game, this only game of Fnatic versus Undying. All right, so we have the first two bands out and we have some picks out. Tell me what we're seeing so far.
Straight off the bat, it's a best of one, and Fnatic is not messing around instantly into the Nature's Prophet. This is a hero that's very flexible for them. They mostly play it on position 4, but we know what the state of the game is. You can play him pretty much anywhere. So they open up with that, follow up with a Clockwork to prevent that Shaker from having the freest game possible. Meanwhile, what are the bans, Insania? I didn't really talk about that.
You got Tiny Monkey King on the side of Fnatic versus Tide Hunter and Weaver.
Yeah.
For Undying.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, it's for now the only really thing that I notice is I think when I think of Fnatic, I think of pretty aggressive support players. I think they're almost our two star players, in my opinion, are their two supports. You got DJ and Jabs, both like extremely highly mechanically skilled supports. And they're picking Clockwork for, I assume, DJ as a 5 most likely, because they tend to run the NP4 on Jabs. But as you mentioned, it could be flexible.
Can you really call him a position 5 though?
I mean, I think they're both like 4s. They have 2 4s basically. And the 3 plays like a 2, so they got a lot of good stuff going for them.
Tell me about the Storm Spirits pick. We've seen, so I believe that in the beginning of the group stage, we didn't really see a lot of Storm Spirit, and then as it kind of ramped up, we saw a lot more. Tell me about the strength of this hero.
Garrett was shouting out the Storm Spirit. He wanted it, and I can completely understand why. And when you look at the way that Fnatic has opened with the Nature's Prophet, with the Clockwork, when it comes to hero matchups, this hero makes a lot of sense. You will be able to hunt down that position for Nature's Prophet at any given time. And the Clockwork, until he gets Ags, you don't really care about him. Once he gets Ags, perhaps he can double hookshot you and contain you in spot for long enough. But until that point, every time he hooks, you just zip away. So you're not a target that position 5, 4, whatever can actually go for. Meanwhile, it's obviously Undying's full comfort zone here, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, generally speaking, between the spirits, Storm is the stronger laner. If you play Storm against Ember, if you play Storm against Void Spirit, you're going to have the favorable matchup. I know Tyga on my team likes to say that Earth Spirit's very good against Storm Spirit, but I've yet to see it, and I highly doubt we will in this series. But yeah, so I think a big reason is like you get a very strong lane, and I think when you're in a best of 1 right now, you're looking at comfort heroes, and you're trying to stay away from like mispicking something or not banning something. So making sure you have a lot of reserve time going into the later stages of the draft.
They're also banning out the other spirit, the Ember. Even though Storm is pretty good, I think it's Fnatic's comfort zone. So they want to get rid of all of these heroes that are extremely capable at making plays in the mid game. If you delete that and take that away from Fnatic, they will have a rougher time dealing with the Storm, who will be zipping in and out of these fights comes mid game.
Yeah, Ember also really enables Nature's Prophet, right? You have this hero that will provide global damage for you, so all you really need is somebody that can catch and set up for you. And Ember is that kind of hero. So when you have the Ember chains and you can follow it up with Nature's Wrath into TPs and you have a Clockwork Hook and rockets like that, it makes Ember a lot more scary. So for that reason, I do like this ban a lot.
So it looks like they are kind of letting the clock run all the way down. Is there a strategy involved there?
I think you're probably just taking your time to make sure that you're not missing anything. It's a lot of pressure to be in the booth right now. And you know, you've done a lot of prep. You've been talking about this since as soon as you knew that you were playing against your opponent that you're going up against. So you're just making sure that everything's playing out the way you expect it to. I think when you make your first 4 bans, you have a rough idea of what you think your opponents are going to draft. So you're prepared. Like, I'm sure Undying knew that if Fnatic opens Nature's Prophet, we're going to respond to Storm, assuming it's not banned.
Considering Fnatic 1 versus Secret to Ricky Maru, do you think that's maybe an option for them here? It's kind of difficult maybe versus Shaker, but the smoke screen is pretty nice versus Storm.
I mean, I actually think it can be quite nice in a Shaker too. Like, imagine you're jumping in, you put the smoke screen on top of yourself, you can no longer get Echo Slam because if the Shaker blinks in, he's immediately silenced, right? So absolutely. I think it's a really strong hero. I know we played it a little bit in scrims leading up to the TI qualifiers, and we primarily played it on Boxy because it's just his style of hero. But it's very, very strong. It outputs a lot of damage, and it has one of the most powerful silences in the game because it's ground target AoE, and it has a very large AoE later on when you get the talent. Plus, you have a sleeping dart, which is almost impossible to see, and people are not used to playing against. which you can like sleep the Shaker, initiate on Storm.
One hero that I'm thinking about for Undying here as well is Terrorblade. That's something that is pretty decent versus Nature's Prophet. Versus the Clockwork, you'd really have no problems because of all the illusions. But it looks like Fnatic will go the Spirit route and just take the last one remaining. They pick the Void Spirit. There's their Spirit as well, but besides Taiga, I don't think anyone wants to play that mid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it fits the concept of having something that enables your Nature's Prophet and plays off of the clock and Nature's Prophet. So I think the Storm Spirit actually works out great for Undying. I would imagine they're very, very happy right now that they have like a superior mid lane matchup with the tempo controller of their choice.
So those two picks, Enchantress and Night Stalker for Undying, came out really, really fast. And earlier you said that letting them take their time to think and use up their time is very effective. So on the contrary, what were the advantages of picking those heroes really fast?
I mean, it puts the pressure on, right? You force your opponent to immediately respond, and maybe they thought they would have more time to think about their pick. And you're draining down the reserve time. We're getting one step closer to a potential misclick.
That is true. A misclick like picking Gyrocopter.
Just a tap on the back here. I feel you, man.
Yeah. I mean, I want to actually, we didn't talk about it, but the Spectre ban I think is really important. We saw earlier today in the IG series, like the Spectre Storm, how effective that can be in teamfights. So I think that was a really, really good ban by Fnatic. They picked Luna. This indicates to me that it's most likely going to be a Clockwork 4, and they're going to play like this Luna Clockwork lane to try to zone out the Shaker and end this.
You mean Clockwork 5?
Clockwork 5, sorry.
Yeah.
My
it's
apologies.
4 anyway, it doesn't matter for Fnatic.
Doesn't matter who plays it.
Exactly.
One of the things that we got as stats from our statsman Leah is that the Undying's most effective heroes are Tidehunter, Spectre, and Lina, and they all ended up getting banned. Some of them by Undying themselves.
Yeah, I think they wanted that good lane matchup. I really feel that way when I see both Lina and Lesh banned. I feel like they just want the Storm to have a good game.
Still, what they got is completely fine. There's a ton of aggression coming post-laning stage. I'm just wondering if this will be most likely your Earthshaker position 4 now, right? With Enchantress being 5
I think the lanes
lane.
are fairly telegraphed. I don't really think they play Night Stalker carry, and I don't really see any reason to put a carry here. I think most likely it's just going to be the Earthshaker blocking off the wave for the Night Stalker. He's
And it
going to
makes
try
it
to
so
get
much easier
levels.
for the Night Stalker, right? Plus, you're avoiding this bad matchup for an Earthshaker in a form of Clockwork. You don't really like that. You don't want to be playing into that, so you're getting the best of both worlds here.
Right.
Pangolier banned out by Undying and the TB that we called for earlier by Fnatic.
All right, Lizard, tell me, what are the two heroes that each of these teams need to pick to really round out their draft?
So when it comes to Undying, they need a carry that's actually decent versus Luna. And I'm trying to think of some of their carries that are actually still in the pool that can do that. There's also a troll that they've been running before. Something with the build in BKB is always nice versus Luna. There is a Sven that hasn't been touched, but also hasn't been picked recently too.
Yeah.
These are probably the options that they've got.
I feel like as Undying, when you pick Enchantress, you kind of want something that can help dominate the lane with you. You want to utilize the presence that Enchantress has in the early game, like we saw in the series between Secret and OG.
Yes.
I think that was a perfect example of how to draft Enchantress. So you want some sort of carry that will play with her. You don't want to pick one of these like very passive carries that's just going to sit back and lane. Because I think if they do that, then the Nature's Prophet combined with something could be very, very hard for them to play against.
Also keep in mind that these are best of ones. And so far, both of these teams have picked extremely stable, normal heroes, no chase picks. And in best of ones, you always have to be careful. There are Arc Wardens, there are possible, well, probably not Meepos. Medusa was definitely an option, and that's a very good ban.
Yeah. Immediate response Timber. Yeah, I think it's a hard pick for Undying, actually. I'm curious what they're going to pick here. Nothing really comes to mind. I think, like you mentioned, the Troll is strong in lane, but there's always the potential of the Nature's Prophet 4, so you're not really aware if it's going to have that lane matchup that you really want it to have. So it's a tough pick, actually. I'm curious to see what.
Do you think that Lifestealer is playable? I actually saw Koipa play it a bit. He's your teammate? Yeah.
Naga Siren, wow.
Naga Siren, okay.
Is that a good pick? Because you said that you needed someone a little more active, right? Not someone that just sits back and farms, and Naga kind of...
It's just such a difficult hero to perform with. We've seen EG even try and fail, and Arteezy is considered in NA to be the best Naga Siren. So maybe this is a statement from Undying. We can take this hero and we can actually make it work. It's going to be difficult, as strategically you have to play a completely different game with a Naga.
Right.
I definitely think it's a best of one hero. Like, you're going to get farmed on the Naga. The game is going to most likely be in your hands because there's not really a lot of AoE clear on Fnatic. But if the game goes very late, I think this Luna might have the potential to just straight up out carry you. I think Invoker's open, and I don't really know if Fnatic favor that hero, but it's a very strong hero for this game. You get Alacrity on the Luna, you're going to output a lot of damage.
Oh, they go with the Legion commander.
LC.
Yep.
So tell me how LC fits into their draft.
So this should be our offlane, right?
It most likely is our offlane.
And you have a ton of AoE damage now versus Naga. Your laning stage itself, even though you're playing versus Enchantress, if you block the cans and play with the Nature's Prophet around edge, LC should still have a good time. And that's extremely important for Fnatic. Still though, I feel like they're on a timer, and Naga is sort of a hero that, like Aiden said, in best of ones, can put you out of your comfort zone. You're struggling, you're making mistakes because you're doing everything possible to stop her from farming.
Yeah, I think while the Legion is good against the Naga in the lane, one of the difficulties is they don't really have good ways of killing the illusions once they start splitting the lanes, because the overwhelming odds is very effective at killing them when they're grouped up, and it'll be effective in team fights, but stopping the Naga from farming is going to be difficult. And I think if Undying are able to split up Fnatic and force them to play the laning game, the Storm Spirit, Night Stalker, Earthshaker, a lot of great pick-off potential. So I think strategically, if Undying are able to execute their draft, they have a bit of an edge here, but I think their draft is also much more difficult to play. So in that way, I think Fnatic has the edge.
It does. So it does depend largely on their skill then. But on paper, you favor Undying's draft. What about you, Lizard?
I would say that I favor Fnatic's a little bit. I think that skill discrepancy between these two teams isn't really high, but the skill needed, like you said, the skill difference needed to play each other's draft is higher. And because of that, I actually value Fnatic's. They don't have to play any mind games, strategic movements around that Naga. They just need to group up with a couple of items on that Luna and take fights. Also, they don't require too many items. When you look at Shaker, he's farming oriented. Night Stalker, sort of as well. He needs time.
All right, well, we will see how this does when we get into the game. Real quick, first, we will have an interview with Jake and Febby.
Thank you so much. Hello there. We've got Febby here from Team Undying. Were you surprised by that Nature's Prophet?
They've been picking it a lot in the group stage, so we weren't surprised. So we were ready for it.
Good to hear, my friend. It's great to see you, by the way. Well, what'd you think about that draft? Do you guys think you came out ahead? Did you get what you wanted to get?
Yeah, it all went according to plan. We thought that Jazz would play NP because he's the wave push, and that will play the LC type of hero. So yeah, the drafts went according to plan, I would say.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Spam those ducks to bring Febby Lux? Yes?
Quack, quack.
All right, fantastic. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Slacks. And yes, Trent, we are here. It's all come down to this. Enough of the upper bracket shenanigans. We're getting down to the muck. It's the lower bracket. It's best of one's elimination, in fact, and we're already into the game. How you feeling, sir? Oh, I'm feeling so good. These teams are feeling great. Everyone out there, I hope you're doing quite fine as well. And I know you are. off against Dubu in the support battles, and trying to steal away those treants every time they get an opportunity to. And Death playing on a hero is very comfortable with this Legion commander. It's been seen a rise, both flex into position 5, but also still being played into that position 3 route like we're seeing right now, and trying to be a decent laning matchup against Tomato on the Naga.
Yeah, for sure. It's something that you'll see very often, even in just like pubs and stuff. But I thought Insania brought up a really good point about just like when it actually gets in that like mid and especially like the later parts of the game when the illusions get very tanky, it can be a little frustrating as a hero to try and deal with that part of the wave push. So luckily you will still have the pick off potential to try and bring Naga back down to size. But the two of us, we were very blessed during the group stage to watch this Jabs Nature's Prophet before, and it was infuriating to watch. I can tell you easily it was the most annoying looking opponent of the entire group stage that we saw.
Right, and the big thing that he was doing constantly was blocking out ancient camps, blocking hard camps as VDJ get a little bit of pressure here onto Moon, who's keeping the wave back. This is gonna be a lot of damage as they connect in with the cogs also, starting to get some creep damage into there, and Moon getting body blocked now. With Saberlight coming over to help, that's gonna be enough to get that Earthshaker away. So that does set them up for a little bit of a double wave here,
he's got friends here with all these creeps, more battery salt and cogs.
And some trouble. Saberlight trying to get a little bit away from him, but the damage already coming out from that clock, and Raven moving into position. Saberlight dropping lower and lower the Lucent Beam. And DJ drawing first blood.
Oh, first blood onto a Clockwork 2. Already has the boots. That's going to secure the Tranquils now for DJ starting out. And I mean, you got to love seeing this matchup too. DJ, an amazing clock player, and then Moon Meander, even back in his off-lane days, one of his more iconic heroes in the Earthshaker. Probably the one I would choose for him if I was going into a best of one. And I said, you know, he loves having the team on his back. He loves being able to just like pump them up and make that big play. And Shaker's one of the absolute best heroes right now from the position 4 to do that.
I mean, literally every TI time, Earthshaker just comes back, right? Like, people just love this guy and punish his mistake. It's everything you want.
Valve has an agenda. There's some Earthshaker players there. It's quite obvious.
There you go. That's fair enough. So you can see DJ again zoning back with this clock position 5 as in the mid lane. We haven't really taken too much of a look at it, but Chuen getting a little bit of the lead right now, 20-5 versus the 17-1. Nothing really to write home about. Obviously has that Quelling Blade and a little bit of that damage battle being played out there mid.
Yeah, and of course, Undying always trying to get Bryle off to a decent start so that he can make those plays across the map and secure that late game for Tomato. So you can see they've already covered his small camp there to ensure that's going to be there for the Storm Spirit. Always an important tool. Don't want to have that blocked out like so many teams have been doing.
Right, and because of that, you're seeing the rotation that comes over, both supports wanting to ensure that they don't get a rune up, but Chuen still able to get it. 2 supports rotate to his lane, and he still gets a water rune. Pretty good play.
That is definitely not ideal. On the other side, though, Dubu does secure the boundary rune up top, which, of course, Jabs is now coming over to check, and well, Jabs will find that his own camps have been messed with this game, thanks to Dubu.
Very well played. So yeah, a little bit of a steady start as we go into this best of one, but the rotation's coming now from Dubu. They want to try and slow down this Void Spirit if at all possible. And for the moment at least, you know, Naga Siren just completely free, heads off into the jungle, Tomato left alone.
Yeah, Jabs is like wandering around up here like, guys, I think they're just gone, you know? They blocked off the hard camp themselves to take away a little bit of farm from Tomato. Now Jabs will send in the Treants to scout, but now he's just helping bottom.
Down bottom, but saved by Moon. Jab's rotation not able to bear fruit as Saberlight going to continue to play a little bit on the weaker side, but now as we get to this 5-minute mark, this is where Night Stalker can start to shine a little bit, going for that 2-1-1 build.
Yeah, we saw Jabs a lot of early points into teleportation the last time we saw him play this hero, just trying to get active all across the map, and he hasn't had a good game for it here, right? Luna, if you're trying to like last it versus the hero, you're never quite sure when she's gonna like turn on you and get a stun and lead to some kills, and of course following a Clockwork all game is always gonna be good too. As you can see, Bryle still not level 6, so they want to put some pressure on.
Jump in right away, only level 5 right now on Bryle, but they move in with the Nature's Attendants to heal him back up. So Bryle will live through that. Not so lucky as DJ. DJ. Good rotation. And right now, Dubu, the man making the moves.
Dubu with the baits, hiding behind the tree and popping out there with the help of the Satyr. Turning what looked like a free kill onto an underleveled Storm Spirit into a reverse back.
And you can see kind of the differentiation that we're seeing between these two teams, right? There's this core combo of heroes that have pretty good CS, but it's really supports on Undying that are trying to make up for that differential in terms of their net worth as well.
Oh, and Moonman are even messing with these darn treants here. Came over trying to get the rune. He's able to take that. Now, Jabs did manage to deny another one, but he might also be
Dubu.
Oh, nice.
Goes down. So they're able to make that move over. Bryle does get the obs ward, but comes at a cost.
And Jabs is everywhere. Going for the urn, same build as last time too, and yeah, once more Tomato you can see there, just farming away through the jungle. Nothing too surprising, item build wise. Manta coming out first here after the treads.
Tomato definitely has been a standout player. I will say it feels a little bit different than some of the other heroes that he's been on recently. When I think of Tomato, particularly throughout the DPC and everything else, it was like a Monkey King, that type of active can sometimes get in there. Hero, but swapping it up in this time and playing that Naga, we'll see how he does on it. As the 7-minute mark comes around, you can see the battle still going off as a couple of heroes rotate bottom. Dubu wanting to get active, and DJ's going to be there to break the smoke. The cogs down, Moon hoping to break this, but of course, the Clockwork versus Shaker dynamic, but he's able to get that fissure block off. Moon Meander moves over, and Saberlight trying to play cleanup as DJ going to take him for a little bit of walk. This space created, but in the end, he will fall.
He's dying there, but he just saved Raven, right? Yeah. Raven was in trouble. There are some benefits here. You are the Luna, so you're going to have that bonus night vision. Of course, they're mostly going to be trying to make plays on you at night. You know, that's kind of what Night Stalker lineups do, so already going to be helpful there, but still best that your carry doesn't go down, and well played there from DJ. And look what his other teammates are doing here, pressuring into that mid lane, bringing over those supports once again. Moonman or Dubu, I feel like, well, particularly Moon, going to be very under-leveled with how much movement he's had to incur here.
Yeah, not necessarily what you want out of that Shaker. Loves to get into the quick blink dagger, but they need him. As the opening starts in full commitment for the runes, you can see they're really wanting to play around that whenever Storm gets an opportunity. Unfortunately, this time for Undying, it's only an invisibility. Fnatic are sure to be thankful about.
Yeah. And the easiest player in the game has got to be Death. I mean, top of the net worth, 58-11, big old goose egg, and the KDA. He's just chilling.
He's having a great time. Ring of Health to start, so his laning stage isn't going to be that big of an issue, and with Phase Boots already done and bringing out the full wand, he can be probably the strongest hero on the map right now, potentially, with the exception of like the Void Spirit.
Now they're trying to pressure DJ down bottom. They missed the Fissure, but they do at least get the block off.
Nicely played. Cogs down. Are they going to fully commit to this one? Doesn't look like it. And instead, they will let him live for the moment as top tier 1 tower goes down.
They're trying to mirror this movement and put some pressure on the bottom lane. The second Dubu couldn't contest top, he TP'd to the bottom lane, has to come down here, grab a creep. Of course, one of the weaknesses of Enchanters, you're not exactly the best at going from one end of the map to the other if you've recently enchanted a creep, but we'll just grab some creeps here and start hitting away.
Absolutely.
Radiant structures
top lane, Ryle.
Yeah, this should be a really easy setup.
And there's the pull-in. They've got him caught for the moment. Gonna pop ulti from Saberlight as the chase down comes. And yeah, there was just absolutely nothing Death could do as soon as Bryle was there. And also, on the other side, find themselves 1 kill, pulling back onto Moon. Look at this, Fnatic making the moves that they need to as they find 2 in return.
Yeah, perhaps Death sort of knowing what he's doing up there, right? Being that far in the lane, I'm sure expecting that a rotation would be coming, but you saw what a struggle it was to even bring him down there, right? Taking 2 of the core heroes, so easily able to jump here, yeah.
And again, DJ gonna be caught. Tomato trying to run him down with those illusions, but they don't have the ability to chase any further.
He has wasted so much of their time.
He really has.
Yeah. So he's trying to take the crown of most annoying support player on Fnatic, it seems, because it feels like they're just constantly chasing him, bullying him back. I mean, think about when they dove him behind that tower. That tower is still up down bottom.
Yeah.
After all that, right? Still plenty of space here, and gives Raven a little bit of safety as you move through your own jungle and up to your Ancients. You can see the line even being drawn by DJ saying, all right, bottom's mostly done. We're going over the top side of the map here. I want to push them away from our Luna's new camps here.
So in towards mid they go yet again. On to Saberlight, the pullback, the rundown. Do they have enough though? Doesn't look like it, but the Clockwork hook shot in afterwards. They got Moonmeander locked down and killed. Last time Saberlight gave up his life, this time they turn around and take down Moon instead.
And now it's pressure onto the middle tower here. The next lane to perhaps go down here. Catapult Wave is here. Saberlight being zoned back.
And they just can't do anything. And in fact, Saberlight, if he's not careful, he might also fall. So Chua and DJ making the moves, taking down this mid tower, and if Undying aren't careful, they're gonna get shut out of their entire map.
I see 5 heroes, I see 4 points Lunar Blessing, and I see 1 very dead tower.
This is deadly for Undying. They will also deny that tower down bottom. So even when they're finding tower and objective kills on Undying, it comes at a cost. Undying picking up some extra gold from that one.
Oh,
now,
surely they got to get this one, right?
Oh,
the
DJ.
toy.
It's just away. They're playing it too clean right now in Fnatic. Who's really solid Dota.
I mean, I feel like, wait, you heard, well, I'll have to wait for this one.
Oh my God, immediately into the Cogs pushback. Dude, DJ is everywhere.
The amount of resources that have just been wasted by him is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Stormy, you need every bit of mana right now, right? You're playing a hero down. They're willing to bring 5 heroes to a fight. You are not. So Storm has to do a little bit more lifting than is required from the Void Spirit, and hard to do that when you're constantly being annoyed once more.
Well, and some of this obviously is going to be, as we see Jabs also there, denying one of the bounty runes with those treants. That's the other thing that he was doing pretty consistently, but they haven't really been able to find good runes for Storm, even though they've gotten each of them. The Invis, that one time we saw just now an Illusion rune picked up as well. Not necessarily there for kills, but this one at least will allow him to play a little bit more aggro. Chua, in the meantime, trying to get into the Yule Scepter.
One thing that I really like is that Fnatic aren't panicking about the Legion commander. Because sometimes you'll see a Legion who just like starts hunting and smoking and everything, but like why? You know what I mean? I feel like Death's just having a free game. Yeah, it sure died the one time, but it's all right.
Oh my God, is DJ gonna get away yet again? Bryle pops it, the Earthshaker Fissure comes out, tries to bring him down. DJ ends up falling in the end, but they kill off the Storm. What a cost! Echo Slam afterwards, trying to find something right now for Undying. Can they get any more? Chua backs away, but there's the duel gonna connect now onto Saberlight, and with Raven moving in, it's gonna be another one biting the dust. Undying lose 2 in exchange for 2, but it's much bigger with the mid and off lane going down.
And on the other side of the map, you can even see Tomato trying to hold this game together for his team, being chased around by the treants. It looks like he did get the spawn at the very least this time, so we'll have some Ancients that he's able to farm. Not taken away for once, but so much pressure, and there's the replay. All for a D-ward, of course, and DJ almost getting away with another Tumbler's toy.
Unbelievable. And just so much
that press the attack right there, too. Yeah. Just a little bit.
Oh, unbelievable. And then the Echo, obviously, to try and turn whatever they could afterwards. But by that point, having lost the Storm, it already felt so bad. And a quick and easy duel rundown. So with that, Fnatic take a 2,000 gold lead. At the very least for Undying, the saving grace, Tomato. Been able to get some AFK farms sitting top of the net worth. What does this Naga need to do in this game?
Well, wants to contribute sooner rather than later. So currently eyeing up an Orchid, which I would say would be quite a good option here. Yeah, Void's going to have the Yules early on for sure, but you know, Storm's not going for an Orchid right away. Tend to try and avoid that item these days on the Storm Spirit, as DJ will shove back his opponent there.
Almost able to connect. The Tumbler's Toy doing a lot for that Clockwork. Maybe one of the best Tumbler's Toy games that I've seen in a while. Able to make a lot of escapes as well as a couple of those initiations. Didn't quite connect that time. But still, Saberlight backs out, and you can see that Undying are not being completely zoned out of the map. They're still getting some good farm, able to farm all the lanes.
Yeah, there is a bit of the vacuum effect happening, though. This tends to happen with your Terror Blades and your Naga Sirens, where maybe you have a greedier support on your team, right? Like perhaps an Earthshaker. We'd love to get a Blink Dagger at some point, but it can be very difficult to actually find that safe place to farm because you've got Naga Sirens pushing out these waves and getting the creeps further and further from your base because you're just so necessary that you pump this Naga Siren up as much as possible.
And you can see right there as well, they brought in Bryle to bottle that bounty rune, worried a little bit about those treants taking it away. So 15 minutes now as the bottom lane will get pushed in again by these illusions, and Raven feeling fairly comfortable trying to queue into that BKB next.
Yeah. I definitely worry for Undying when this BKB comes out on the Luna. I feel like it's going to be very tough timing for them to fight. And you're also looking towards a BKB next onto the Legion Commander melee eventually. But for now, it is the Blink and the Hood looking for a kill.
And look at this.
Wants the first duel win of the game.
Saberlight, oh, gets caught off in the trees. Not often you get the Night Stalker at night. But when you have that clock vision and initiation, it's easy as pie.
The Max Lunar Blessings are so good this game. Like, it's such an excellent idea to use this versus the Night Stalker. Just run into their territory and take away that advantage the hero's supposed to have. Like, it's difficult to prep for the setup that you're supposed to have this edge over your opponent. Oh, it jabs. He's hunting. He's looking. Ward behind.
Oh, they got him off in the trees. Fnatic, they find themselves a target. Echo just to try and escape, and they won't be able to. Now Bryle looking to try and turn onto this, but another Cold's pushback. The Fissure onto Luna, getting a little bit of separation. And
Jazz is still back here.
Might have gone a bit too far finally, but the rest of Fnatic is moving in as well. They jump forward, find the kill on the Moon, trying to get that finish. DJ jumps in, but Chuan right on top of him as well. The jump from Death turns to the kill. Saberlight wants to clean up, but do they have anything left in the tank? Chuan gets the TP away. Raven, BKB, TP's out. A good escape from Fnatic, although they might be able to play a little bit of cleanup there. Death, blinking one, gets out.
Not going to catch any of the stragglers. Overall, I would consider that a pretty big win for Undying, considering how that fight started. First off is, oh, well, even more so, perhaps.
He stuck around the jungle for a second.
I think everyone else is ditched, though. They're not coming. We're fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they hold the tower, right? Right now, that's the name of the game for Undying. They're just trying to slow things down, extend this game out as far as they can, and it's only a 2K lead, whereas it feels like, for a lot of this game, Fnatic have been in control.
It's true. That's the thing that's kind of interesting about it. Using that first BKB charge, if they do start to wear down a little bit low on Fnatic, that's where maybe you're overextending slightly and things could get a little bit dicey. By the way, Orchid done on Tomato. Gotta be careful here, Fnatic, as they smoke into this.
Oh,
and Dubu.
They need Tomato here.
They're gonna break it immediately onto Dubu.
Let him go.
Ends up dying, but the hook shot looking forward for more. Saberlight, he's also caught. Has to back out of there. He's dropping down lower and lower. And Undying, they wanted to hit that timing and take the fight, but they were already too dead.
This is such a good game for support Clockwork because your opponent is trying to stall. They're trying to hold things out. And so when you get these little picks, they're happy to just send off Dubu, you know, push him out on the ice flow to save the rest of the village. But in this case, DJ, you know, he just says no. He's going to hook shot way into that back line and keep that fight going. Get that +1 kill.
Now looking for more. So many times, how many moments have we seen a Naga song in the Roche pit? Have to be careful about this opening. No Blink Dagger yet done on Shaker. This is the scariest time at this point in the game for Undying if they give up this Aegis for nothing. But you can see Fnatic respecting it. Jump forward though. They find one again. It's Dubu. Song immediately afterwards. Thinking about jumping. They want to get the vision. Moon can get it right on top. And with the silence afterwards, do they have enough for the fight? The Fissure comes out, connecting onto two, trying to find more, but Raven walks up to high ground. Look at that overwhelming odds. They do so much damage, but is it going to be enough? DJ on top and catching two in the cogs. They bit off more that they could chew, and Chuan was happy to give it to him afterwards. As Bryle does a little ring around the rosy, tries to TP out, and zigged when they should have zagged. Fnatic not quite able to catch him.
Oh, that Orchid follow-up there, just not enough to get the finish in the air. In the end, coming off. Not sure where the press the attack. Yeah, it was the press attack on the Void Spirit. Figured that had to be it because it was looking really dangerous. I thought the Soul Burn was going to kill him for sure. So excellent play there from Death to get the save, and that's going to put them right into the Roche pit.
And with this, no Naga song. And Fnatic in the pit. It should be first Aegis of the game and a 4,000 gold lead right now for Fnatic. Moon has to back out.
Oh, he's
still
so close
not
to Blink.
Blink Dagger.
It's like just there though, you know.
Oh man,
it's like I just get home and sell the stick. Like please, I just
sell the quelling, but sell anything. Just
the
get
danger
out.
is there. It'll be all right. And we can wait 50 seconds for that to pop out here. But mid lane, Dubu, lots of Ovs and Sentry vision here, and now a flare even. DJ, you know he wants it.
Oh, get out of there! That was close. The hook shot almost able to connect. They will Quelling Blade it down as Dubu pulled back into position. DJ now moving also, and with the duel committed, they find another kill, taking him down. 50 duel damage on the Legion.
Yeah, and of course this comes back to another discussion of just like delaying the game and waiting things out, and there is an additional punishment there. Clockwork is getting these hook shots, is giving you like 2 kills instead of 1 at times, but also infinite scaling.
So strong.
Every time we win one of these duels, we're gonna pump that damage up now up to 50, hitting some big numbers here. Multiple reps for death. Let's get huge.
They will take down that tier 2 tower in the top lane as well, which opens up the outpost. Fnatic trying to put their grip really on this
Saberlight down here.
Ravens in the area too.
Dire's top
dangerous stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to catch a cheeky little pick, I think.
Just thinking about how these teams have gotten here as well, and Undying's path and sort of the love affair that they've had with Southeast Asia Dota throughout the past couple of days. You know, the turnaround where they're winning over EG, put T1 in the upper bracket, and now facing off against Fnatic to potentially eliminate them. And Fnatic looking like they might be able to do it here.
And look, these same plays we saw before. You have the treants in your area, like in your side of the map all the time. So it's nothing surprising, but you can also just smoke and follow them as Fnatic. This is a play they'll like to do every once in a while because they feel like these stupid annoying things you can just run up and kill, but every once in a while 4 heroes pop out and you know your biggest core is gonna die.
Sometimes it's good to bait a hero, but if you can bait treants, it's even better. But will they fall for that bait? Time will tell. Blink Dagger done. Fnatic. Ooh, does he think about going?
I mean, they've got vision up top on that pillar, so they actually see Tomato farming. They also recently spotted the Storm moving through too. They see Bryle, so they have 0 fear on this side of the map right now.
Fnatic are just playing so well right now in this game 1 of a best of 1, and Raven going to pressure and take another tier 2 tower.
Oh, this has got to be a timing, right? They just got the BKB on the Storm. Mumiander wants to use this big blink. Only level 10. But has the 4 points in the aftershock.
Has to be careful. They have that ward up on the high ground. Gonna pop it right at the start. Jump now onto Raven. Can they get there in time for the pressing attack? No, nothing. Chase down, maybe looking for round 2 now. Chew it, pull back on Bryle. They caught him, the Echo. Connects onto 3, but where's the damage? It was the song. The timing. Oh, that was not how it was supposed to go for Undying. And now Dubu gonna get dueled. The fissure to separate. But the range is more than enough as they take down that Enchantress. Chewin goes in for more, and now the control's done on a boat. Buyback, can they kill off this Void Spirit? But there's the press the attack to keep him alive. And now it comes out for round 3 again. Raven will not be denied. And DJ giving the tip to his old coach. Oh, unbelievable. 18-7 and a 9,000 gold lead in Fnatic. I don't know if they're leaving.
Tomato's just heading out of there. He knows right now, right? Oh, he actually finds DJ.
Able to catch there.
Yeah, back in the
down. Bryle looking for more. And that's another kill as they do bring down DJ. So something on the board for Undying, but Fnatic, they got the bigger win. They take that bottom lane of barracks.
That team fight is just so difficult. Like the communications, trying to figure out what to do off that Aegis. It feels like, you know, maybe you just want to give it to them when the Aegis goes down, right? But the problem is you also understand the situation you're in as Undying, and this looks like a time where perhaps you can get that big play. You can make the turning play for your team, and then the song and the echo overlaid. Clearly something happened there in the comms.
Well, and now you're staring down the barrel. This is where you really test yourself as a team. Can Undying hold off the pressure from Fnatic? Fnatic, again, 2 TIs in a row going out in this position. They want this year to be different for them. But will it happen? Can they close this one out in a dominant position here?
Oh, right back to the same spots here as Fnatic take the bottom, top. Again, still under that ward for Tomato and Bryle. Talk about value vision here. They're going to know the Storm TP back home, though.
Tier 3 tower being hit. Raven, Scotty done. And Tomato hoping to stop this, but the jump in from downtown wants to find 1 kill. Can they get Raven? Hanging on to that BKB, no fears.
That shard there.
It's too strong. And with Saberlight dead just like that, they can go for another round as soon as they regen back up to full.
And they're just showing Raven a lot of the times. DJ's like hiding in the side trees, right? You have that big counter initiation play ready from the Clockwork.
Death is there also, has that press the attack ready at a moment's notice. They jump again, but can they find a kill? The taunt afterwards on the moon. The captain is going to be found, but will he die? They have the song to separate it a little bit, getting Moonmeander out of there, but they've already lost Bryle. I don't know if it's going to end up mattering. He wants to save his captain, but they can't save his life as Death comes in with 1 more press the attack. Rax falling in the mid lane. Fnatic, they won't be denied.
They played masterfully this game. They took such excellent little risks in their play, me, where they brought heroes maybe a little earlier than you'd expect, but utilizing that aura again to just fight with numbers and take the most important team fights, and then also the coverage they have here onto Raven. They make his life so easy with the press, the attack, the defensive hook shots that come in and cover.
And again,
how do you initiate?
The silence. They've got no way in right now with the Earthshaker dead. They're ready to go for round 2. Look at this. And Fnatic, they're playing so safe. They know the only way that things can get really bad is if they all get caught, but there's a way to catch one. Jabs, under control, Raven just going to TP out. Very well played, Juan. Oh, he gets caught.
All right, big one, big one.
Undying, able to find something on the way out of this as they chase down Jabs, and now going to kill off this Void Spirit. Glimmers here. Silver linings around a stormy cloud that's been this game.
Yeah, it's a very small rebate after losing a couple lanes of racks here, but the game continues. It's a best of one. Surely they're going to fight this one right to the end. And we have definitely seen wilder comebacks at TI. There's no doubt about that.
Well, and thinking about, buybacks that potentially could come out in a little bit here, we can sort of keep our eyes on that as something that Undying right now only have it on the Shaker.
They gotta go. They gotta keep them off balance. Void Spirit's still down. Go fight. Looking to use this dunk.
Looking for it. They can vision yet again. Raven there. Hook shot is the big old hit as they come through onto both of them. Just like that. Fnatic take 3. Yo, Raven's pretty good at Dota. Gotta watch out for that man.
Feels like they just had such a good read. They have such deep vision as well, of course, on the side of Undying. So, or rather, on the side of Undying's map. So, Fnatic know sort of the options they have to try and get back into this game. And I definitely appreciate going for the risky plays. You can't sit in your base right now as Undying, or you're just going to be doomed.
That hero's not even in the game.
Well, they just picked Nagusar, which works in a different sort of dooming, it seems.
DJ, what a performance from him on this clock. I think that there were a lot of people and a lot of fans of Fnatic that were questioning the DJ swap over to position 5 and if that was actually going to make it. He's still looking unbelievably strong, and even without all of the same resources that we're seeing from Jabs, they're both playing immaculately together.
Yeah, and he'll play the power 5s when necessary and do it quite well, but I love it when you get these heroes that can have a little bit better impact from that role. And I think Clock's probably the best one.
Again, trying to hold off this pressure, but Raven is again going to walk up high ground, and Saberlight hoping to stop something here, wants to get in the back line, but the taunt is there. A little bit off the mark with the Remnant. Raven still standing up front and center. And it's going to go down as they jump into the back line. Bryo wants to get this kill on this Legion Commander. A good jump to the other side afterwards, but Saberlight down low. Raven walking in right on top. They find him on the back line again. Moon caught, Moon killed, and GG is going to be called as Fnatic. They're just a little bit too clean in this one.
They're so strong. They're so strong. Fnatic strong enough to survive the best of one at TI. And look at that. That's relief. That's what that is.
Absolutely. And again, you think about this roster at various different points, and Dubu there, obviously.